A cataclysm of bloodshed has led to the disintegration of a millennia-old dynasty. As the sole surviving prince, Li Yuan has concealed his identity and fled to the southern frontier. There, he has joined the ranks of the Gu master lineage, inadvertently awakening a system for the synthesis of Gu insects. In the external world, myriad warlords, demons, and rogue factions are in pursuit of him, seeking to use his bloodline as the key to unlock the divine treasures left behind by the founding emperor. In the year 3937 of the Tianyuan calendar, the Dian dynasty has faced a monumental upheaval. The emperor has perished, demons run rampant, and the populace suffers greatly amidst famine, rendering the realm akin to a hellish purgatory. 16 years later, at the border of the Jiogong mountain range in the Southern Territories, a long-buried memory is awakened. Yuaner, remember this. You are not merely my grandson, but the Prince of Dian. Your mother is the Lady of Fate from the extreme North Ice Plains, the very favored consort of Dian 16 years ago. An elderly man whispers to Li Yuan, his voice imbued with resolute finality and sorrow. You must survive. This jade pendant encases a drop of the founding emperor's blood. When combined with rare medicinal herbs, it may restore your divine root of martial prowess. Yuaner, you must eradicate the demons and restore Dian, avenging your mother. As the elder's words linger in the air, Li Yuan feels as though he has transcended time. Two streams of memory intertwine within his mind. He realizes that he has not merely traversed realms, but has been reborn into this foreign world, his memories now restored. Looking down, he sees the frail, darkened corpse of the elder lying beside him. Li Yuan recollects his own origins. 16 years prior, he was born within the Dian Palace, only to be met with a demon's nocturnal assault. To save him, the favored consort entrusted him to the imperial physician for safe passage out of the palace. Yet, burdened with the divine martial roots of Dian, he could not escape the demon's senses. The physician, in a desperate bid for his survival, painfully severed the prince's martial roots and bestowed them upon his own grandson, making him a scapegoat. Thus, the physician and Li Yuan fled into obscurity. Now, with the physician deceased, Li Yuan stands alone. At that moment, a man clad in a coarse, deep blue, button-short robe appears before him, eyeing him warily. Where do you hail from? The man demands loudly. I am a refugee seeking solace here. Li Yuan replies, recalling the physician's words regarding this place, the Jiogong mountain range, one of the most enigmatic locales in the southern lands and the origin of the Gu master lineage. They had sought refuge here to evade the scourge of bandits and demons. The man coldly declares that Jiogong mountain does not welcome outsiders, instructing Li Yuan to depart. However, with no retreat available, he implores to join Jiogong mountain. The man inquires if he possesses any token, to which Li Yuan retrieves the wooden box entrusted to him by the physician. The man glances at the box, stating that this token alone is insufficient for immediate admission. He must first undergo the trials of a Gu master. Li Yuan inquires about the nature of the Gu master trial, and the man responds that it is a perilous test involving life and death. Undeterred, Li Yuan hoists the physician's corpse and resolutely follows the man. The man, named Qi Lin, serves as the steward of the Ninth Palace's 12th cave within the Jiogong Gu nest. He leads Li Yuan to a pitch-black cave entrance, informing him that if he is prepared, he may enter. Passing the trial will grant him membership in Jiogong Mountain. Li Yuan requests to bury his grandfather first, but Qi Lin, with an indifferent demeanor, insists it is unnecessary, promising to bury them together after Li Yuan's demise. Li Yuan understands that Qi Lin harbors little faith in his ability to survive the trial. With no alternatives remaining, he steels himself and strides toward the cave entrance. However, just a few steps in, the ground gives way, and he plummets down. After a jarring descent, he lands on solid ground. Light floods the space as sunlight pours in from the other side of the pit. Li Yuan observes that the walls of the pit are steep and sheer, making it impossible for an ordinary person to climb. A voice from above announces the commencement of the trial. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that 10 individuals, including himself, are huddled in the corners of the pit. The chilling implication of Qi Lin's words strikes him. Only one among them is destined to survive this trial. The others, too, grasp the gravity of the situation, their expressions morphing into masks of ferocity or dread. Li Yuan retreats into the shadows, concealing his emotions, fully aware that in such dire circumstances, weakness invites exploitation and peril. He scans the remaining 9 individuals, noting 6 women and 3 men, all keeping a distance from a corpulent figure clad in southern attire, whom Li Yuan perceives as the gravest threat among them. Upon noticing Li Yuan's gaze, the rotund man barks, "Newcomer, cease your staring. This is a Gu master trial, not a slaughterhouse. You brainless lot, stop fixating on killing." While the man's words bear a semblance of truth, in this environment, mistrust reigns supreme, with each person interpreting intentions through the lens of malice. At that moment, a small red insect resembling a ladybug alights upon Li Yuan's hand. A Gu insect? He muses, the pivotal moment has finally arrived. The other 9 individuals receive similar insects. The Jiogong mountain inhabitants above remind them that whoever can nurture their blood insect into a life-bound Gu shall pass the trial. As Li Yuan ponders his strategy, a voice suddenly resonates within his mind. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring your first Gu insect. The Gu insect synthesis system has been activated.
The Gu insect synthesis system? Li Yanwei was astonished. The memories of his past life awakened. The system also activated. Is this the privilege of lifting the 18 prohibitions? An ethereal panel materialized before his eyes. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, first rank 030, Realm, non-mainstream, Destined Gu, none, Subordinate Gu, none, Characteristic, by placing any 3 Gu insects of the same rank into the Black Jar. They can be fused into a higher-ranked Gu insect, which will be automatically subdued. Note: the higher the rarity of the original materials, the stronger the synthesized Gu insect. A 3-in-1 star upgrade? This I am familiar with. Li Yuan gradually grasped the utility of the system. In essence, if I acquire 3 blood insects, I can synthesize a more potent Gu insect, even create my destined Gu? The pressing question now is how to obtain 3 blood insects. The blood insects are the lifeblood of the masses, the only hope through the trials. No one would willingly part with them. If I were to forcibly seize them, I would become the target of collective ire. Remain calm. Li Yuan took a deep breath, admonishing himself not to act impulsively, but to await an opportunity. Time trickled by. As night deepened, the already dim cave grew even darker, rendering visibility non-existent. In the darkness, an intangible fear spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, gripping it tightly, slowly sharpening it against the rock wall. This was destined to be a night of torment. After an indeterminate period, amidst the struggle of fatigue and hunger, a faint light flickered within the cave. Dawn had arrived. Accompanying it was the sound of squeaking. It was a rat. At certain moments, it could even be considered a delicacy. The crowd was already famished, and their gazes instinctively locked onto the rat. Even Li Yuan could not help but swallow hard. Squeak the rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. The closest emaciated figure, resembling a monkey, lunged at it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat's cries turned urgent and shrill, evidently being pinned down. Ha ha ha, caught it! The thin man could not restrain his laughter, just as he intended to retreat into the shadows. Another figure appeared behind him, wielding a stone and striking down mercilessly, raising and lowering it repeatedly, striking more than a dozen times. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the thin man lay in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was astonished. The first to take a life was surprisingly the youngest among the 10, a girl. Perhaps seeking to establish her dominance, after killing the thin man, she did not retreat into the darkness immediately, but instead glared viciously around. Then she seized the rat, biting into it, blood staining her mouth as she chewed slowly. Trying to act tough, are we? Li Yuan thought, stifling a laugh. If she were truly ruthless, she would have devoured the thin man's flesh instead of resorting to the rat for bravado. Among the people in the cave, aside from the local fat man, who had not eaten rat before long, the sun rose high in the sky. Sunlight streamed into the pit. Under the light, the thin man's mangled corpse was chillingly grotesque, causing Li Yuan to feel a twinge of dread. He had witnessed cannibalism but had never partaken in it himself. Under the care and teachings of his grandfather, the physician, he had never reached that point. Perhaps his grandfather still harbored fantasies of him becoming the new emperor, resolutely refusing to allow the dignity of Dian to be eroded by vile thoughts. Li Yuan could still restrain himself. Yet the others were becoming increasingly restless, their gazes predatory, primal instincts gradually overshadowing moral considerations. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red crawling slowly on the thin man's corpse. A blood insect? Not dead? He was first startled, then overjoyed. This was an exceptional opportunity. Li Yuan slowly rose, gripping the stone he had sharpened last night, approaching the thin man's body. His movement instantly alerted the others. Li Yuan feigned calm, his gaze fierce. He was tall, not overly muscular, but certainly not as frail as the deceased thin man. Judging by appearance alone, he was undoubtedly the second strongest after the local fat man. The others dared not recklessly attack Li Yuan, maintaining defensive stances, their eyes fixed on him. Li Yuan reached the thin man's corpse, suddenly seizing the blood insect before retreating to a shadowy corner. "You thought I was going to eat a person?" The local fat man spoke up. "You grasped that blood insect, intending to cultivate another to increase your chances of nurturing your destined goo. Am I right? It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Perhaps we shall be bested by you." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan instantly sensed a palpable hostility. They were deliberately redirecting the animosity towards him. "Aren't you from the southern frontier? Don't you understand goo arts better than I do? Why would you relinquish the opportunity to me?" Li Yuan scoffed. The fat man replied, "I certainly want it. I just happen to be outpaced by you." Li Yuan waved his hand, saying, "Then I shall gift it to you. Do you dare to take it? If you take it, do you dare to nurture it?" Heh! The fat man let out a cold laugh. Choosing not to respond further, only a fool would attempt to nurture 2 blood insects in such dire circumstances. The only outcome would be being drained dry. Once this fool perishes, he would be the strongest here. Surely passing the trials, Li Yuan remained silent, continuing to wait. He gradually calmed himself. The others were all starving and would inevitably clash again. That would be his opportunity to seize the 3rd blood insect. Another night passed. On the 3rd day, the will of the masses was nearing its limit. Moral considerations were progressively suppressed by primal instincts. "Everyone, let us share his remains," the elderly man, who had remained silent thus far, finally spoke. He was weak, with strength akin to a woman's, afraid to contend, fully aware that only by summoning allies could he survive. "Good," a woman responded. "We are also left with no choice, merely seeking to survive. If there be divine retribution, let it not be blamed on us." Others knelt, beseeching the heavens, lamenting loudly, "If there be divine retribution, let it be blamed on the incompetence of the Dayan royal family, on the rampant demons, and not on us." The impoverished populace. Though it appeared they were praying to the heavens, everyone understood this was merely to comfort themselves and muster the courage to undertake an act that transcended human boundaries. The old man took the first step, followed by 6 women, all converging towards the thin man's corpse. The fat man remained motionless. Li Yuan also did not move. However, he was acutely aware that if those few truly became sated, they would undoubtedly unite to first deal with him and the fat man. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, they reached the thin man's corpse, exchanging glances, none daring to make the first move. "Old man, you proposed eating. You go first," the girl who had killed the thin man declared. "You killed him. You should be the one." The old man trembled, terrified. He had heard tales that cannibalism could drive one mad and invite divine retribution, resulting in a most miserable death. Even if they were to eat, he could not be the first. "If you do not eat, we shall slay you first." The girl raised the stone in her hand. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. "I will eat." The old man, suddenly frightened, realized he had been outmaneuvered, forced to crouch down and pounce upon the thin man's corpse before he could open his mouth. The stone in the girl's hand came crashing down. Thud! The old man fell lifelessly. After killing the old man, the girl shouted loudly, "Sisters, let us unite to kill those 2 foul men first, or none of us will survive." Chapter 03. Chi blood goo. The strength of an ordinary woman is inherently limited. Let alone one-on-one combat, even multiple women against a single man would not suffice. The plan was clear. Eliminate the most significant threat first. Li Yuan squinted slightly. It seemed the girl had long since devised this plan, first seizing the opportunity to kill the thin man, then luring the old man to his demise, before finally initiating a coalition. "Little girl, you are quite clever," the fat man remarked. "Unfortunately, even united, you weak women cannot contend against me." "Let's see about that." the girl retorted coldly. It's better than us slaughtering one another, only to be devoured by you foul men. Here's the deal. I'll give you an opportunity. The fat man smirked. You first go and kill that young man. I guarantee I won't intervene. How about that? No deal. The girl shook her head, then turned to Li Yuan, saying, Young man, why don't you come over first, and we can join forces to eliminate this fat man? This was a psychological game. Everyone aspired to be the fisherman reaping the rewards. All right, Li Yuan readily agreed. The fat man and the girl were both taken aback, not expecting Li Yuan to be so straightforward. Are you insane? The fat man could no longer maintain his composure. Do you think that if I die, these women will spare you? I believe you, fat man, pose a greater threat than they do. Li Yuan grinned, stepping forward towards the old man's corpse. You go first. The girl looked at Li Yuan, employing the same tactic again. Li Yuan nodded. But first, could you all step back a bit? I'd like to have a taste of the flesh to regain my strength. If that's all right? The girl frowned. All right. After some thought, she acquiesced. With the initiative in her hands, as long as the youth before her did not ally with the fat man, it would be to her advantage. She took 3 steps back. The other 5 women exchanged glances and also stepped back. Only then did Li Yuan crouch down, accurately seizing the blood insect on the old man's corpse. The fat man's face darkened. This foolish young man, could it be that he truly believed those venomous women would allow him to live after he killed him? First detection of a fusible goo insect, do you wish to synthesize? Unbeknownst to them, acquiring the blood insect was Li Yuan's true objective. Synthesized, Li Yuan silently thought. Current synthesis materials, common blood insect 3, synthesizing. You have obtained a first-rank common goo, Qi blood goo, which has been automatically subdued. Qi blood goo, when refined into a destined goo, can replenish the goo master's vitality. When transformed into a subordinate goo, it can be used as a consumable to absorb or replenish the vitality of others. Do you wish to refine it into a destined goo? Li Yuan recalled that any goo master could only possess one destined goo and corresponding subordinate goo of the same rank as their realm. Refined.in the critical moment between life and death, Li Yuan found himself with no choice. You have acquired the life blood goo, Qi blood goo. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body. Li Yuan felt the weariness that had enveloped him dissipate entirely, and his energy surged, a rejuvenating effect from obtaining the Qi blood goo for the first time. Seemed that his strength had also increased. Looking at the women before him, he felt capable of easily dispatching them one by one. No wonder goo masters could attain a respectable status in this world where martial prowess was paramount. They indeed possessed remarkable abilities. After 16 years of fleeing, Li Yuan had encountered martial artists a few times. The formidable warriors could tear apart demons and soar through the skies. He had once envied them. However, his grandfather, the imperial physician, had told him he lacked the foundation for martial arts and should not harbor such dreams. If he could not practice martial arts, then becoming a goo master was not a bad alternative. Having tasted the sweetness of power, Li Yuan felt liberated. The notion of restoring his martial foundation with the blood of the founding emperor, coupled with potent medicines, seemed far-fetched. It was nowhere near as straightforward as the system made it. There was no need to suffer needlessly. What are you doing? Why aren't you making a move? A cold voice interrupted Li Yuan's thoughts. I've changed my mind. Li Yuan turned to face her. Are you playing with me? The girl exclaimed with anger. Indeed, I am. Li Yuan grinned. The girl, incensed, turned to another. Fatty, come over and help us kill this man. Shall we? Shall we not? The fat man shook his head. I said, if you kill him, I will not intervene. That is my bottom line. Since you dare not take action, then rest. Li Yuan did not act immediately. After the Qi blood goo had nourished him, he felt somewhat weak and needed to recuperate. Now confident in his victory, he decided to bide his time. Li Yuan placed the Qi blood goo back on the corpse, only to find the creature flying into the shadows, quietly attaching itself to one of the women. Quite discerning, seeking the fresh, Li Yuan chuckled. He could only let it replenish itself. There was no concern about the Qi blood goo being squashed like a mosquito. After all, it belonged to a first-tier goo master's arsenal. Suitable for combat against entry-level martial artists. In his memory, an entry-level martial artist could easily dispatch a dozen adult men. Another night had fallen. For Li Yuan, this night was no longer torturous. He felt invigorated. By morning, the remaining threats would likely vanish. Just as he was pondering, Li Yuan sensed the women moving, approaching him stealthily. Have you all conspired for a night raid? It seemed these women did not wish to see the sun rise again. Perhaps it was best to resolve this all at once. Li Yuan quietly rose, creeping toward the local fat man, whom he deemed the greatest threat. His footsteps were light, almost soundless at that moment. The fat man leaned against the stone wall, alternating between drowsiness and vigilance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the opposite side. 6 women had taken action, hurling stones at Li Yuan's original position. The fat man was startled. Thud. Li Yuan seized the opportunity, launching a surprise attack, his fist striking fiercely against the fat man's abdomen. Ah! The seemingly tough fat man cried out in agony from the blow. Li Yuan's first priority was not to kill but to seize the blood insects on the fat man. Then he forcefully grabbed the man's hair, slamming his head against the wall of the pit. Thud, thud, thud. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After a few more cries of despair, the fat man fell silent. Now it's your turn. Li Yuan's voice echoed in the dark cavern. Instantly, the 6 women felt their hair stand on end, their bodies chilled. How is this possible? They had never anticipated that Li Yuan would eliminate the fat man first. And so swiftly, if he was this formidable, why had he waited until now to act? Li Yuan no longer concealed himself. He unleashed a massacre, moving swiftly in the dark, his fist crushing one woman after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The last one met a powerful fist that caved in her chest, sending her crashing against the cliff wall, lifeless. Li Yuan admired the girl's intellect and methods, but that was the extent of his regard. Those who deserve to die must meet their end. His grandfather, the imperial physician, had taught him to be decisive in killings, yet without harboring malevolent intentions. This hardly seemed malevolent, did it? Li Yuan silently contemplated as he gathered all the blood insects. Detection of compatible goo insects for fusion. Proceed with synthesis. The system's prompt echoed once more. Fused. Li Yuan began to feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 4. Joining the 12 caverns. Would 3 chi blood gus amalgamate into a higher tier? Synthesis materials. Common blood insect 7. Synthesizing. You have obtained 2 first-tier common goo chi blood gus, which have automatically been tamed. Continue the synthesis, Li Yuan thought. Please upgrade the black jar's rank before exploring higher paths as a goo master. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, there were limitations? It made sense. Without any constraints, if he stayed in the goo nest for a night, he could easily become invincible by dawn. The virtual panel reappeared. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, First Tier 430, Realm. First Tier, Fated Goo. Chi Blood Goo, Affiliated Goo. Chi Blood Goo. Li Yuan noticed that the number next to the black jar had increased. From 0 to 4, was this an experience bar? Did it increase daily? He pondered that if the number of synthesized goo insects dictated the increase, it should be 3, and since today marked the 4th day since activation. Thus, if he could endure in the 9 Palace mountain range until the black jar reached its maximum level, he would be invincible. This was far superior to any task system involving fighting and killing. Quite satisfying indeed. Now, I should have passed the test. I can ascend, right? He gazed up at the pit towering 7 or 8 meters high. For him now, it was no longer a bottomless pit, but a shackle that could be shattered. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped, grasping a protruding stone over 3 meters high, then using that leverage to swing himself upward to seize a higher stone. He repeated this several times, successfully reaching the top, where he had previously fallen. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed nearby. In just 4 days, you have refined your fated goo. Truly impressive. It has been a long time since I've seen such promising talent in the path of goo. The cave illuminated with firelight as Li Yuan turned to see 2 figures approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had brought him to take the test, and the other was a middle-aged man. Little brother, well done. The middle-aged man, with a kind demeanor, introduced himself. I am Qi Xian, the Hall Master of the 100 Affairs Hall in the 9th Palace of the 12 Caverns. Hall Master, have I passed the test? After experiencing the life and death trial, Li Yuan found it hard to warm up to these individuals. Nevertheless, the method of testing was indeed in line with his impression of the goo nurturing philosophy. Of course, Qi Xian smiled. I will report to the Cave Master to issue you an outer sect disciple token. Given your considerable talent as a goo master, you may freely choose a position within the 12 caverns. What positions are available? Li Yuan inquired. Take a look for yourself. Qi Xian produced a booklet and handed it to Li Yuan, who then perused its contents. 100 Affairs Hall, responsible for recruitment, assessment, dispatching letters, and mediating personal affairs, among other miscellaneous tasks. GU Beast Garden, responsible for nurturing various goo insects and goo beasts. GU Plant Garden, responsible for planting and cultivating the spiritual materials needed for goo nurturing. Remnant Goo Tower, responsible for handling the discarded remnant goo insects resulting from failed nurturing attempts throughout the organization. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. This one seems excellent. Remnant goo insects should also be usable for synthesis. Right? The system defines it as any 3 goo insects of the same tier for fusion. Remnant Goo Tower? Qi Xian's expression turned peculiar. Are you certain? Dealing with remnant goo is a dirty job, and the risks are considerable. Qi Lin also cautioned, the remnant goo insects from various halls will be thrown there, and handling them can easily lead to mishaps. Li Yuan felt even more exhilarated. Isn't this tailor-made for me? In places like the Goo Beast Garden, although they nurture fine goo insects, those are sect resources with monthly task quotas to fulfill. If I synthesized everything, I would surely be held accountable. The Remnant Goo Tower has none of those concerns. What is unwanted and unattended trash is a treasure in my hands. I have made up my mind. Li Yuan was almost impatient. Very well then, Qi Xian refrained from further persuasion, respecting Li Yuan's choice. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he still did not know the boy's name. You may use your own name or abandon your past, receiving a new name from the 9 Palace Goo Nest. Li Yuan, Li from Yuzi, and Yuan from the Golden Ingot. Li Yuan preferred to stick with his own name. Good. Qi Xian nodded. Your identity token will be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin, take Li Yuan to report to the Remnant Goo Tower. Follow me. Qi Lin turned to lead the way. Li Yuan hoisted the Imperial Physician's corpse onto his back and followed Qi Lin up the mountain, where grand structures loomed in the distance. Majestic and imposing. Along the way, Qi Lin briefly narrated the story of the 9 Palace Goo Nest. This ancient force had taken root in the southern frontier's 9 Palace mountain range for generations, serving as both the origin of the Goo Master lineage and the undisputed hidden overlord of the southern frontier. The 9 Palace Goo Nest comprised 9 palaces, each containing 72 caverns. This hierarchy originated from the early days of the Goo Master lineage, where a group of people resided in caves on the mountain, distinguishing their family organizations by these caverns. Even now, they continue to use cavern for nomenclature. In fact, any single cavern of the 9 Palace Goo Nest could rival a third-rate sect in the outside world. Li Yuan listened intently, filled with anticipation. This truly was his sacred land for development. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a 5-story pavilion, where an ancient plaque bore the 3 characters, CNGLU. Old Wang, I've brought a newcomer, Ji Lin called out. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with snowy hair emerged from the CNGLU. Finally, a newcomer has arrived at CNGLU. He said with a beaming smile at Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of CNGLU. He will be your guide from now on. Ji Lin introduced, I'm Wang Lin. You may simply call me Old Wang. The old man replied with a grin. All right, Old Wang, Li Yuan responded without any reservations. Old Wang, Li Yuan possesses considerable talent. Please take good care of him. If he can enter the inner circle of the 9th Palace, you might share in his glory, Ji Lin mentioned. Considerable talent? Old Wang was astonished. Why would someone with such talent come to CNGLU? He chose it himself, Ji Lin teased. Old Wang was taken aback and advised. Li Yuan, I suggest you reconsider. There's little future in working at CNGLU. Thank you, Li Yuan chuckled. Since you're so kind, I'll definitely stick with you. Ha ha ha, Ji Lin laughed heartily. All right, I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy your conversation. Sighing, Old Wang resigned himself to the situation. Since you're here, I want to dissuade you further. Before entering CNGLU, let me explain some basics about the Goo Master's cultivation. He looked at the corpse Li Yuan was carrying. Is this your life goo? It's quite rare to have a corpse as the first life goo. Pardon me? No, this is my grandfather, Li Yuan replied, somewhat speechless. My apologies. My apologies, Old Wang said, looking embarrassed. I heard from Ji Lin that you have considerable talent and thought you were someone who managed to refine a corpse goo as your first life goo. This piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Old Wang, can a corpse really be used to refine goo? Of course, Old Wang replied. Refining a life corpse goo is a skilled task that requires both talent and technique. It is not something the average person can achieve in our 12 caves. Has anyone ever refined a life corpse goo? Li Yuan inquired. No. Old Wang shook his head. It's a thankless task. Only one vice palace master in the entire ninth palace has managed it. You wouldn't want to turn your grandfather into a life corpse goo, would you? I'm not that twisted, Li Yuan said, his expression darkening. Who knows? Old Wang chuckled. There are quite a few eccentric goo masters. He pointed towards the back mountain. First, go bury your grandfather. It's a good spot for feng shui. When I die, you can bury me there too. My grandfather is unfamiliar with this place. I can still keep him company. Li Yuan replied, speechless. He then carried the physician's corpse to the back mountain. Old Wang followed him, saying, Did you see that coffin? I prepared it for myself. Let your grandfather use it first, when I die. You can get me another one. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Thank you, Old Wang. Old Wang's words were a bit morbid, yet he was truly considerate, having already prepared the coffin. Old Wang chuckled, Don't mistake me for some great philanthropist. I just don't want a corpse left to rot in the wilderness. I hope someone will help me with the aftermath. While chatting, Li Yuan dug a large pit. He then approached the coffin, took a deep breath, and suddenly lifted it, placing it into the pit before covering it with earth. He even utilized the unengraved tombstone Old Wang had prepared. Rest well, grandfather. Li Yuan knelt before the tombstone and bowed 3 times. I will surely avenge your grievances and my mother's. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be hastened. It may take 30 years. Li Yuan buried his resentment deep within his heart. You are quite strong. Your life goo must be a chi blood goo, right? Old Wang guessed immediately. The physical quality of goo masters is generally inferior to that of martial artists, and the most common first-turn goo that can enhance a goo master's vitality and strength is indeed the chi blood goo. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. How many days did it take you to refine it? Old Wang asked again. 4 days, Li Yuan replied. Hiss. Old Wang inhaled sharply, slowly exhaling 2 words, impressive. Refining a life goo in 4 days? Truly extraordinary talent. It's a pity you came to CNGLU. He then resolved to properly nurture this newcomer. If Li Yuan could indeed enter the inner circle of the ninth palace in the future, it would not only allow him to live a glorious life, but also enable him to enjoy a prosperous later life. Li Yuan listened attentively. As for the realms of goo masters, they range from first turn to 9th turn, corresponding to the martial artist ranks from entry level to 9th rank, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The strength of the goo also ranges from 1 to 9. 1st to 3rd turns are considered common goo, 4th to 6th turns are mysterious goo, 7th turn is called heavenly goo, 8th turn is sacred goo, and 9th turn is divine goo. Each goo master can only refine 1 life goo and a number of subordinate goo corresponding to their own realm. For instance, I am a 3rd turn goo master, which means I can refine 1 life goo and 3 subordinate goo. Old Wang explained one by one. Wait, I have a question. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Old Wang, since I have already refined the chi blood goo, can I change it in the future? Yes, Old Wang said. Before reaching the 4th turn, the conditions for changing a life goo are not too harsh. After the 4th turn, if you wish to elevate the grade of your life goo, it can only be achieved through cultivation and evolution. Therefore, many young goo masters opt to change their life goo at the 3rd turn for a rare and potentially evolving extraordinary goo. If one can obtain a well-known extraordinary life goo, their future potential is limitless. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he could make a change. Yet, he was not satisfied with merely that. Having a system, my limits should not end here. Come, I'll take you into CNGLU, Old Wang said, turning to leave the back mountain. Li Yuan followed closely behind, entering CNGLU together. The moment he stepped inside, Li Yuan shivered. It's so cold. Cold, indeed. Old Wang chuckled. CNGLU deals with countless remnants of goo daily, and the accumulation of malevolent energy here makes it naturally frigid. That's why I suggested you find another place. You're still young. Haven't married or had children, right? Staying here for too long isn't good for your health. Now that I'm here, I have no choice, Li Yuan replied boldly, convinced that this was his paradise. He could already hear the echoes of the goo immortal. By the way, Old Wang, how have you managed to endure me? Old Wang smiled. I was fortunate. After coming here, I encountered an abandoned ice silkworm. After nurturing it, it became my life gu. Li Yuan patted his chest. I'm young, with plenty of vitality. I can handle it. Old Wang teased. If your vitality is truly that good, go find a rich woman. That would be far better than staying here. Li Yuan had no retort at that moment. He finally took in the surroundings of the room. The CNGLU was filled with jars of various sizes and styles, all sealed with lids, some transparent enough to reveal the countless goo within. Heaven! This is truly heaven. The CNGLU spanned 5 stories, each floor housing corresponding grades of remnants. Our duty is to clean up the deceased remnants of goo daily, select the good goo that have undergone secondary metamorphosis, and send them back to Baishur Hall. There are task quotas. We must return at least 100 first-turn goo, 30 second-turn goo, and 10 third-turn goo each month. There are no requirements for 4th-turn and 5th-turn goo, and they are not our concern. Old Wang clarified the division of labor and responsibilities. Li Yuan glanced around. Old Wang, are we the only 2 people in CNGLU? There's one more. Old Wang pointed upwards. He is on the 4th and 5th floors. We cannot go up and will not see him, so there's no need to worry about him. MHM, Li Yuan had no intention of meddling in other matters. Then, Old Wang continued to share many important matters regarding nurturing goo, handing him several manuals on goo cultivation, along with a volume titled Elementary Goo Master's Heart Sutra, a plain and unadorned name. From today onward, the 1st floor will be your responsibility. I will no longer intervene. Late at night, Old Wang retired to the sleeping quarters beside CNGLU to rest. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each month, he only needed to submit 100 transformed good goo to Baishur Hall, and there were tens of thousands of remnants here. Ample opportunity for him to cultivate extensively. He approached a black jar. A yellow cloth was affixed to the black jar, marked with details, remnant goo type. First-turn nourishing GU. Li Yuan consulted the first-turn goo insect manual. This type of goo nourishes the spirit of the goo master and can also absorb the vitality of others or deepen sleep. Detected a compatible remnant goo. Would you like to fuse? Chapter 06, Breaking the Limits of Goo Masters. Fuse, Li Yuan silently thought. This fusion material is a first-turn nourishing goo remnant 30. Fusing. You have obtained a first-turn common goo. Nourishing goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. Are remnants fused into good goo? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Continue fusing. Please upgrade the black jar's grade before exploring higher paths as a goo master. Another failure. As expected, Li Yuan was not anxious. A virtual panel appeared. Goo Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, first turn 430, Realm. First turn, Life Goo. Chi Blood Goo. Subordinate Goo. Chi Blood Goo. Nourishing Goo. Is there no limit to the number of subordinate goo I can possess? Li Yuan speculated. He unveiled yet another jar. Synthesis. This synthesis material is a first-order tortoiseshell goo fragment 30. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first-order common goo. Tortoiseshell goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. The tortoiseshell goo, once refined into a master goo, can enhance the skin hardness of the goo master. When transformed into a subordinate goo, it can be used as a consumable to temporarily strengthen localized skin hardness during combat. Li Yuan had perused the goo master manual. The benefits of a master goo are permanent, while subordinate gus are essentially consumables, providing only temporary effects on oneself or one's adversaries. Furthermore, controlling a master goo is achievable through mere thought, whereas commanding a subordinate goo necessitates external assistance. The advantage lies in the fact that if a subordinate goo perishes, it does not adversely affect the goo master as a master goo would. Upon inspecting the subordinate goo section, he found it had indeed changed. Subordinate gus. Vitality goo, energy restoration goo, tortoiseshell goo. Is this not invincible? Thus Li Yuan toiled throughout the entire night. He commenced a fervent synthesis of goo insects, yet refrained from depleting all the fragments, opting instead to synthesize only a portion to avoid arousing suspicion. Soon, he encountered a new dilemma. After a night of labor, he had failed to produce even a single rare goo insect, let alone one renowned on the exotic goo list. All he had were mere basic scraps. Li Yuan let out a soft sigh. It appeared that synthesizing exotic gus was no simple feat. He resolved to bide his time, believing that one day fortune would smile upon him. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had been at the remnant goo building for over half a month. He had adapted to life there. Monotonous and dull, yet peaceful. It was far superior to the chaotic and perilous outside world. Rife with demons and turmoil, he found solace in this place. In a few days, he would be able to elevate the black jar to second order. Li Yuan, have you heard about a significant event occurring outside? During lunch, Wang Lin began recounting incidents that transpired beyond Jiogong Mountain. What major event? Li Yuan inquired, feeling out of the loop. He had secluded himself in the remnant Gu building, far removed from the world. Unlike Wang Lin, who, despite living in the mountains, seemed well informed about current affairs. Wang Lin asked, "Have you heard of the martial goddess treasure?" No. Li Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of it but could surmise its significance. Wang Lin explained, "It is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Dian dynasty, the illustrious martial god whose fame resonated throughout the realm. Legend has it that this treasure is the cornerstone of Dian's revival. Now, various warlords and great demons are in pursuit of the martial goddess treasure, plunging the world into chaos. It is the common people who suffer." Li Yuan lamented. He could not relate to the royal family. Even though his true identity was that of a Dian prince, the 16 years of hardship and fleeing had rendered him unable to empathize with the nobility. Instead, he deeply understood the struggles of the lower classes. Yet, he felt powerless to act. The Jiogong mountain range lay in the most secluded part of the southern frontier, thus spared from the ravages of war, but in such turbulent times, it was inevitable that they would be engulfed eventually. "I wish the Dian royal family could locate the martial goddess treasure and swiftly bring an end to this suffering and turmoil." He mused that alas, it is almost impossible now. Wang Lin sighed deeply. "Why?" Li Yuan, feeling like an outsider, casually engaged in conversation. It was indeed stifling here, and spending days in the company of Gu creatures made it essential to learn more about the outside world to avoid losing his sanity. What else could it be? The direct bloodlines of the founding emperor have all been exterminated. It seems none survived. Perhaps some still live. Li Yuan murmured. "One can only hope," Wang Lin replied. "After all, the martial goddess treasure can only be unlocked by the direct descendants of the founding emperor." Li Yuan chuckled softly, thinking that even if a direct descendant of the founding emperor were indeed alive, they would merely serve as a key for unlocking the treasure. True enough, Wang Lin concurred. Dian exists only in name. It merely lacks a figure capable of unifying the realm. He continued, with an air of mystery. "I also heard that demons infiltrated the royal palace long ago, meticulously orchestrating a scheme to subdue the late emperor through special means, subsequently annihilating the royal bloodline." Li Yuan was already aware of this when he began to restore his memories from 2 lifetimes ago. The question remained, who had leaked this information? What was their motive? Given the blood feud concerning his mother and grand physician, he could not remain indifferent. "Old Wang, how do you know all of this?" "It has long been common knowledge," Wang Lin replied. "Some even say that the emperor's favored concubine, Ming Guifei, is a demon, and that the emperor was enchanted, leading to his subjugation. Otherwise, with his 8th-rank martial saint prowess and the backing of supreme national fortune, how could he have been easily controlled by demons? Beauty has caused many a downfall." Wang Lin spoke animatedly, like a storyteller weaving tales of the outside world. Li Yuan listened, half believing, at the level of a martial saint. It could not merely be simple beauty that lured him. There must have been other methods at play. What those methods were remained unknown. He regarded it as merely a story. Li Yuan composed himself, burying all thoughts deep within, determined that nothing would deter him from surviving and developing. Counting the days, on the 27th day since joining the remnant Gu building, coinciding with the 30th day since activating the Black Jar fusion system, Li Yuan summoned the virtual panel. Gu Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, 2nd Order 0100, Realm. 2nd Order, Master Gu. Vitality Gu. Subordinate Gus. Vitality Gu. Energy Restoration Gu. Tortoise Shell Gu. Bloodthirsty Mosquito. Stench Bug. Wind-Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Li Yuan exclaimed in delight, having automatically ascended to 2nd Order. Moments later, the system sent another prompt. "Detected that you possess numerous subordinate Gus. Would you like to select one to refine into a Master Gu?" This was the outcome Li Yuan had longed for. In other words, could he possess multiple Master Gus, directly breaking the traditional limitations of Gu Masters? How splendid! The connection between Gu Masters and their Master Gus is profound. If a Master Gu perishes, the Gu Master faces a similar fate, with only a few exceptions. This was precisely why Li Yuan desired multiple Master Gus. Who does not fear death? He certainly did. The selection of a second Master Gu could not be made lightly. Li Yuan cast his gaze toward the 2nd floor. He needed to synthesize at least one rare Gu insect, if not one renowned on the exotic Gu list. Chapter 07. Exotic Gu. Revivification Gu. Li Yuan ascended to the 2nd floor. Upon seeing the young figure, Wang Lin, who was handling the remnants of goo, frowned at Li Yuan. What brings you up here? The malevolent energy is strong. Hurry back down. Old Wang, I've reached second order, Li Yuan stated directly. What? Wang Lin sprang up. Repeat that. I am now a second order goo master, Li Yuan reiterated. In a way. Wang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. And after a long pause, he finally uttered his most familiar exclamation. Impressive. After a moment's thought, he realized that a genius capable of crafting a master goo in 4 days achieving second-order goo master status in a month was not particularly surprising. Ha ha ha! Wang Lin laughed heartily. It seems I've been average for too long, forgetting how a genius ought to appear. This time, he genuinely saw hope for the young man to enter the inner sanctum of Jiugong. Old Wang, your health is not the best. Let me take charge of the second floor from now on, Li Yuan said straightforwardly. You little rascal, you even care about the old man, Wang Lin chuckled. Li Yuan primarily wished to prevent Wang Lin from squandering resources. Those remnants of goo were true treasures, far more useful to him than any martial goddess treasure. Then the second floor shall be entrusted to you. Wang Lin stretched, observing that this young man was indeed a born worker, tirelessly laboring in the remnant goo building, his vitality undiminished, his spirit even more robust, so you can enjoy your golden years. Once I reach third order, I'll handle everything. Good lad, quite conscientious, Wang Lin praised, giving a thumbs up. From the moment he had seen the boy carrying his grandfather's corpse up the mountain, he had known he was a filial child. After chatting for a while, Wang Lin went to rest. Li Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor. The manual recorded all entries and exits of the remnants of goo. He scrutinized it in detail, searching diligently. Soon, he spotted the name of a rare variety. Second-order common goo, 1,000-life centipede. This is the one that Li Yuan approached a jar, lifting the lid to reveal a centipede that was missing half of its body yet writhing energetically. Even in such a state, it had not succumbed, displaying remarkable vitality. Selected raw material. Second-order vitality goo, second-order energy restoration goo, second-order remnant goo 1,000-life centipede. Contains residual life-extending herbal essence. Life-extending herb. What is this? Li Yuan, unfamiliar with herbs, was oblivious to the significance of the life-extending herb. He could not afford to ponder further. Synthesis was his priority. Detected that this synthesis involves multiple types of goo insects and contains rare materials. The synthesis direction cannot be controlled. No matter, proceed with the synthesis, Li Yuan urged. The unknown excited him. As he the 3 types of gus, the black jar began to shake violently. After a while, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Could it be? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Synthesis complete. You have obtained the second-order exotic goo, revivification goo, which has been automatically subdued. Revivification goo. An exotic goo unhindered by realm restrictions. Can grant the goo master the ability to revive from the brink of death when refined into a master goo. As long as the heart remains intact, survival is possible, but it cannot be transformed into a subordinate goo. Am I truly this fortunate? An exotic goo has been synthesized. Li Yuan had previously reviewed the introduction of the revivification goo in the Goo Master Manual. The process of cultivating and refining the resurrection goo is exceedingly arduous, requiring the goo master to nurture it within their internal organs, sustaining it with their own flesh and blood for over a decade. The experience can be described as a living hell. And the result of this labor? The 1,000-life centipede is indeed a rare species, yet both the vitality goo and the essence-nourishing goo are merely common varieties, incapable of enhancing the probability of synthesizing an exotic goo. Is it related to the longevity herb? Such fortuitous luck. It is likely that the 1,000-life centipede inadvertently consumed the longevity herb, unbeknownst to the goo master nurturing it, thus granting him an unexpected boon. This revelation has provided Li Yuan with a new train of thought. Could feeding the goo insects with rare treasures before synthesis yield a greater chance of acquiring precious or even exotic goo? Should the resurrection goo be refined into a personal goo? The system prompted once more. Refinement? Was that even a question? It is certainly a given. Moments later, Li Yuan felt an intense heat spread throughout his body. His vitality surging, particularly in his internal organs, as though they were being scorched by fierce flames. The enhancement of a goo master's body predominantly relies on the nurturing effects of their personal goo. The resurrection goo, as an exotic goo, bestows numerous benefits upon Li Yuan. significantly augmenting his physical prowess and transforming him into a versatile warrior. At present, in terms of physicality alone, I dare say I am not inferior to martial artists of the same rank. Li Yuan felt invigorated. This is the remarkable advantage of possessing multiple personal gu. The enhancement of physical capabilities is but a minor benefit. The life-preserving ability of the resurrection gu is paramount. As long as my heart remains intact, I can revive even when on the brink of death, rendering me virtually invincible in low-tier battles. He need not worry about the resurrection gu being destroyed and causing a backlash against himself. Enjoying all the benefits without bearing any side effects. How splendid! Li Yuan's fondness for the remnant gu tower grew ever stronger. It truly is his unique treasure trove. Endure. Continue to endure. Li Yuan's sole objective is to endure until the world reveres him as a deity, fearing him as one would a celestial being. The next day, during breakfast, Wang Lin caught a glimpse of Li Yuan and furrowed his brow. Why do I feel that your vitality seems to have increased significantly? Could it be that I am becoming increasingly frail? Having spent years working in the remnant gu tower, Wang Lin felt himself diminishing, or else he would not have already prepared a coffin for himself in the back mountain. Old Wang, you are mistaken. My vitality gu has undergone a second transformation. How could I not be formidable? Li Yuan chuckled. That makes sense. Wang Lin slapped his forehead. How is your gu controlling heart technique coming along? Li Yuan replied, So. That won't do. Wang Lin said earnestly, the gu controlling heart technique pertains to a gu master's practical combat capabilities, especially when facing martial artists. If the technique is not mastered, the gu insects pose no threat whatsoever. I am trying to it was not that Li Yuan was unwilling to practice, but rather that the gu controlling heart technique offered him no utility. The technique consists of 3 levels. The first stage involves enticing gu with flavors, using blood or food imbued with special scents to lure the gu into action. This is the most rudimentary method, commonly employed by the majority of low-tier gu masters to command subordinate gu. The second stage entails controlling gu with objects, utilizing various instruments such as flutes, zither, or umbrellas to manipulate the gu insects. The third stage allows for controlling gu with thought. Upon reaching this level, a gu master can command subordinate gu with their mind. It is worth noting that any gu master can control their personal gu with thought, as the gu controlling heart technique is primarily used for subordinate gu. After all, no gu master would readily release their personal gu for combat. The gu controlling heart technique is of no use to Li Yuan because the gu insects he has tamed can all be controlled with his mind. Having reached the third stage, by the way, now that the first and second floors of the remnant gu tower are under your management, there is something I must clarify with you. Wang Lin recalled something important. This matter concerns your work and future. Wang Lin cautioned earnestly. Old Wang, say on. I shall remember it well. Li Yuan straightened his posture, as he cherished this position dearly and would never wish to lose it. Being dismissed or reassigned would be a tremendous loss. Raising gu is no simple task. The cave master places great importance on this aspect. With stringent controls in other factions, any intact gu insect is considered property of the sect, and no one is permitted to hoard them for themselves. The remnant gu tower is a rare exception. The cave master cannot predict how many residual gu may undergo secondary transformation here, so a relatively low production target has been set. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Li Yuan began to piece together the implications. Old Wang, are you suggesting that someone may overstep their bounds and come to the remnant gu tower to demand gu insects? Indeed. Wang Lin nodded. These matters you must face alone. You need to discern who is willing to give and who is not. Otherwise, being dismissed or reassigned would be trivial. It could even cost you your life. Understood. Li Yuan responded outwardly, though internally he was filled with reluctance. The gu insects here are his prized possessions. Aside from those required for sect tasks, who would dare to take them without risking their life in return? Time flew by. Another half-month passed. Each day, Li Yuan tirelessly experimented with various residual gu, fervently synthesizing them, seeking to create new precious or exotic gu. Regrettably, the limitations of raw materials proved too restrictive. Thwarting his efforts, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, a mouse's offspring will dig holes. Common gu paired with common gu will inevitably yield the same few varieties. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, Second Transformation 14100, Realm. Second Transformation, Personal gu, Vitality gu. Resurrection gu, Subordinate gu. Vitality gu, Essence Nourishing gu, Turtle Shell gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, stinking poison bug, wind-chasing butterfly, murderous peak, enchanting fragrance. To acquire precious and exotic goo, one must rely on perseverance. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang! Old Wang! Just then, a robust voice resonated from outside the tower. Li Yuan looked out to see a newcomer he did not recognize among the daily disciples delivering goo to the remnant goo tower. This individual appeared empty-handed, suggesting they were here to beg. Could it be one of those whom Old Wang had warned him about? There are many avenues for a goo master to cultivate their personal goo. The simplest methods involve devouring other goo to enhance oneself or feeding them rare treasures. Both require substantial financial resources. Those who resort to begging, it seems, have indeed come. Li Yuan's tranquil mood was disrupted, and he felt quite displeased. He stepped outside. Upon seeing Li Yuan, the visitor's gaze sharpened, soon breaking into a smile. Greetings, junior brother. Are you the new disciple of the remnant goo tower? Indeed. Li Yuan scrutinized the individual, noting their fine attire and polished demeanor, suggesting they were not an ordinary disciple. I am Sun Ming from the Battle Guard Hall, and you may consider me your senior brother. Recently, my personal goo has sustained some damage, so I hope to procure a few goo insects from the remnant goo tower for nourishment. The newcomer introduced himself. Li Yuan recalled that Old Wang had mentioned the Law Enforcement Hall and the Battle Guard Hall as factions one should not provoke. He had also heard of Sun Ming's name. This individual was a second transformation goo master and a distant relative of the cave master, leveraging his connections to frequently request goo insects from Old Wang, causing him considerable stress during assessments. Oh, the remnant goo tower is now primarily under my purview, as Old Wang has retired. Li Yuan responded nonchalantly. Sun Ming raised an eyebrow. What is this? Is this person too presumptuous? Very well then. I would trouble you, junior brother, to fetch me some goo insects. Sun Ming continued. You seem quite promising. I will certainly speak well of you to my uncle, advocating for your early transfer from this place. A talent like you should not be buried in the remnant goo tower. Li Yuan was taken aback. What? I am already displeased, and now I am even more so. Are you trying to sever my means of livelihood? There are no surplus goo insects left. None? Sun Ming frowned. Surely not? I recall that the remnant goo tower has a high output, and every month there should be at least a dozen first transformation goo insects available. Previously, Old Wang would always reserve some for me. How about you go call Old Wang here? Let him speak with me. Sun Ming's impatience began to show. I have already stated that the remnant goo tower is now under my management. Old Wang no longer oversees it. If I say there are none, then there are none. Li Yuan stated firmly. Bribery? That is out of the question. You? Sun Ming was nearly apoplectic. What kind of fool are you? Lacking any understanding of manners, driven mad by the malevolent aura of the remnant goo tower? Junior brother, are you intent on opposing me? Sun Ming lowered his voice threateningly. Do you believe that with just one word from me, you would be bound to remain in the remnant goo tower for the rest of your life? Never to be transferred? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. Such a fortunate prospect? Then I shall make it a point to offend you thoroughly. I sincerely thank you. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude, leaving Sun Ming baffled. To him, this was nothing short of blatant mockery, an affront from a new disciple. Very well, just wait. I hope you do not meet a grim fate the next time you step outside. Just then, a figure rushed out from beside the remnant goo tower. It was Old Wang. For days, he had been instructing Li Yuan on navigating interpersonal relationships, emphasizing that Sun Ming was a petty individual not to be trifled with, and that offering a few goo insects to appease him would suffice. He had not anticipated Li Yuan's temper would be so fierce. All his teachings were in vain. Social etiquette had devolved into a social disaster. Junior brother's son, Wang Lin, approached Sun Ming with a smile. My little brother means no harm. He is simply young and lacks experience, too upright in character. Please forgive him. Emph. Sun Ming scoffed. Junior brother's son? Wait a moment. I have prepared the goo insects for you. I will fetch them now. Wang Lin, despite his age, was unafraid of retribution, yet he feared that after his demise, Sun Ming would deliberately target Li Yuan. Forget it. I will not argue with the young people. Sun Ming's complexion finally eased somewhat. However, Old Wang, you must teach him more, for those who are overly rigid are prone to break, and such individuals do not live long. Indeed. Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. Furthermore, I am not one to seize by force. Sun Ming remarked. I have sustained injuries for the sect, bled for the sect, and my life-bound goo has suffered damage. Is it not reasonable to require a few goo insects for restoration? Quite right. This is what Disciple Sun is entitled to. Old Wang responded verbally while internally scoffing. For members injured in service to the sect, the 100 Affairs Hall arranges compensation. Seeking supplements from the residual goo tower is sheer rascality. Disciple Sun, please wait a moment. With that, Wang Lin immediately pulled Li Yuan into the room. Li Yuan, what led to the conflict? Did I not inform you that Sun Ming harbors a grudge as small as a pinhole and is not one to offend? Let this matter pass, go and select a few fine goo insects, properly package them, and deliver them to him. Perhaps he will not target you in the future. Wang Lin sighed deeply. Very well, Li Yuan nodded. I shall retrieve them. Only then did Wang Lin feel a sense of relief, thinking, thankfully, Li Yuan is not too stubborn and can still be persuaded. Otherwise, survival would be a challenge. Li Yuan approached a jar. He chose only the finest goo insects he had tamed, such as the stench poison insect, murder hornet, and heart-piercing goo, creating a superlative gift package as a gesture of sincere gratitude. Chapter 09. The arrival of the Law Enforcement Hall. Disciple Sun. The goo insects you requested are prepared. Wang Lin smiled apologetically as he handed the jar of goo insects to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded, intending to properly educate that young man. Let us hope there will not be a next time. Wang Lin replied with a smile. He has already recognized his error and assured me there will absolutely be no next time. That is good. I shall take my leave. With his purpose fulfilled, Sun Ming did not linger and departed with the jar of goo insects. As he walked along the path, for some unknown reason, he felt the jar shaking violently. What on earth? Sun Ming furrowed his brow. Suspecting that the newcomer intended to take revenge by deliberately filling the jar with defective goo. Does he wish for death? The more he pondered, the stronger this suspicion grew. He hastily removed the lid. Puff! In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist erupted forth. Stench poison insect. Sun Ming quickly covered his nose, preparing to unleash his life-bound goo, but suddenly felt a numbness in his arm, and his vision blurred, plunging him into darkness. Moreover, the murder hornets. What was even more terrifying was that these goo insects exhibited an exceedingly strong and purposeful killing intent, unlike the behavior of free-range insects. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating them from the shadows. He drained a blood chi goo, forcing himself to stay conscious, scanning his surroundings, yet he could not perceive any presence. Could it be that they are controlling the goo with thought? In the entire 12 caves, only a few individuals possess such capabilities. Who would bother to kill a mere insignificant figure like him? Despair engulfed Sun Ming. The paralyzing toxin of the murder hornets continued to erode him, causing sharp pain to radiate from his heart and the heart-piercing goo. His eyes widened in realization that he was trapped in a dead end. The will to survive shattered, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In his dying moments, he thought of that newcomer at the residual goo tower. Was it him? It cannot be, but did he not say there would be no next time? So that was the meaning behind his words? A few days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of individuals donned in silver masks suddenly entered the residual goo tower. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and his body trembled. Law enforcement members? How could they come here? Before he could speak, a disciple from the law enforcement team stepped forward, releasing a chilling aura. Where is Wang Lin, the manager of the residual goo tower? I am. Old Wang replied. Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. Come with us. The law enforcement disciple stepped forward, apprehending Wang Lin. Li Yuan. Do not be afraid. It is nothing. Wang Lin, uncertain of what transpired, feigned calmness and instructed. Do not concern yourself with anything. Guard the residual goo tower well and wait for my return. With that, Wang Lin was taken away. Li Yuan frowned deeply. He sensed the reason behind this. It likely pertained to him, but it should not escalate to punishment for old Wang, right? Elsewhere, Wang Lin was brought to the law enforcement hall. Having been part of the 12 caves for decades, witnessing numerous events, he was not particularly afraid. Sun Ming is dead. The hall master, Qi Wang, gazed at Wang Lin, a subtle pressure emanating from him. Sun Shidi is dead? Wang Lin was taken aback. He died 5 days ago. On the way back from the residual goo tower to the war guard hall dormitory, the last person he met was you. Qi Wang spoke calmly. You suspect that I killed Sun Shidi? Wang Lin chuckled bitterly. Do you truly believe I possess such capability? I do not. Qi Wang shook his head. Yet your suspicion is the greatest. As he spoke, he produced a scroll detailing the cause of Sun Ming's death. Sun Ming died from an attack by goo insects, killed on the spot by the second-tier goo, stench poison insect, murder hornet, and heart-piercing goo. These goo insects all originated from the residual goo tower. Did you provide them to him? Qi Wang inquired. Yes, Wang Lin admitted candidly. I gave them to him. He is the cave master's cousin, and I dared not refuse. Misappropriating sect resources, your crime is compounded. These matters are tacitly understood by all. Tio, bring them to light carries a different significance. Wang Lin was aware of this, but could only admit to it. Living sins are preferable to dying ones. Did you tamper with the goo insects? Qi Wang pressed further. Hall Master, I am merely a third-tier goo master. I am far from the realm of controlling goo with thought. How could I accomplish that? Wang Lin defended himself. Furthermore, my lifebound goo is the ice silkworm, with subordinate goo being the blood chi goo, the chi-inducing goo, and the blade worm, which bear no relation to the goo that caused Sun Shity's demise. All of this can be verified. Hall Master, I am wronged, Wang Lin lamented. Qi Wang was well aware of this information but could not locate the true perpetrator, so he could only question Wang Lin, hoping to uncover some clues. Perhaps the mastermind has connections to Wang Lin, the newly joined disciple at the residual goo tower, Li Yuan. Did he participate in your collusion with Sun Ming? Qi Wang asked again. No, he is newly arrived and knows nothing. Wang Lin was unwilling to implicate Li Yuan, taking all the blame upon himself. Qi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's information. This was a talented young goo master. But his lifebound goo was merely a blood chi goo, entirely incapable of killing Sun Ming. He could not be the mastermind. This leaves only one possibility. Qi Wang inquired. In recent days, has the individual stationed on the 4th or 5th floor of the residual goo tower made an appearance? No. Wang Lin shook his head. He could not help but speculate. Perhaps Sun Ming frequently sought favors at the residual goo tower, angering that individual, leading to his demise. After all, that individual hailed from the inner sect of the 9th Palace and was not inferior in seniority to the cave master. Following this, Qi Wang asked several more questions, to which Wang Lin answered truthfully. Enough, you may return. Qi Wang waved his hand, declaring Wang Lin not guilty. This matter was too peculiar. Perhaps it was indeed that individual who acted. If so, it was beyond his jurisdiction. Thank you, Hall Master, for restoring my innocence. Wang Lin bowed in gratitude, just as he was about to depart when he noticed a figure approaching from outside, causing his pupils to constrict. The cave master has arrived. I pay my respects to the cave master. Everyone bowed in unison. Qi Wang, have you uncovered the cause of Minger's death? The cave master of the 12 caves. Huang Funan, a direct disciple of an elder from the 9th Palace, inquired. Not yet. Qi Wang shook his head. Not him? Huang Funan pointed at Wang Lin. Not him. Qi Wang stated. He has no motive to kill Sun Ming, nor the capability. All clues do not point to Wang Lin. He is innocent. Who knows? Huang Funan scoffed coldly, as the hall master. You can sometimes be overly lenient. Such a heinous crime cannot be unraveled slowly. In truth, you have likely already guessed who it is, right? If so, special measures should be employed to extract a confession. With that, Huang Funan pointed sharply with his right hand. Truth goo. Qi Wang's expression changed dramatically. Truth goo, a 4th-tier profound goo, is used specifically for torture and interrogation. It can dismantle a person's will, leading to a complete mental collapse and numbness. In such a state, whatever is asked will be answered truthfully. Hence the name Truth Goo, Cave Master. Is this not excessive? Qi Wang's expression turned grave. What is excessive about it? Huang Funan replied nonchalantly. Compared to the safety of our fellow disciples, this measure is necessary and harmless. You do not wish for any more disciples to perish, do you? Qi Wang fell silent. He understood that Huang Funan was more concerned about his own reputation than the safety of his fellow disciples. After all, his cousin had died, and he sought to regain face. Speak. Huang Funan approached Wang Lin, looking down at him. Was Sun Ming's death instigated by someone? Who is he? Chapter 10. 3rd-tier Goo Master. No. I did not. No one instigated me. I did not kill Sun Ming. Ah! Wang Lin cried out in agony. Huang Funan frowned. Is he truly not that lunatic? The lunatic he referred to was the one residing in the residual goo tower, who happened to be his senior in the 9th Palace's inner sect. Since he is not, let him go. Huang Funan flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Qi Wang hurriedly approached Wang Lin, releasing a fire silkworm to devour the truth goo, then summoned a restoring goo to heal Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin was of advanced age and physically weak, and he fainted from the pain. 3 days later, the enforcement team escorted Wang Lin back to the residual goo tower. Old Wang, upon hearing the commotion, promptly opened the door. "Old Wang, are you all right?" In the 3 days since their last encounter, Li Yuan noticed that Old Wang appeared considerably weaker, more haggard, with an air of despondency about him, likely having endured severe punishment at the hands of the law enforcement hall. "It's a trivial matter." Wang Lin chuckled. "I simply had a stroke of bad luck. For some unknown reason, Sun Ming died, and the law enforcement hall suspects me of being involved. They fail to consider how I, with one foot in the grave, could possibly have the capability to do such a thing. Oh, it hurts so much." As he spoke, Old Wang let out a loud wail, a remnant of the aftereffects from being coerced by the truth goo. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. "Did they torture you?" "The law enforcement hall is not entirely unreasonable. It was that treacherous cave master, Huang Funan, who used a truth goo on me," Wang Lin lamented. "The truth goo?" Li Yuan's fists clenched. He had read about the truth goo, a fourth-turn mystic goo that could render one's existence a living hell, shattering their will. But it's in the past now. Where there are people, there is struggle. It is a universal truth, and consider it a lesson learned. You, my boy, must exercise caution in your dealings. Not everyone is worth antagonizing. Even if you are infuriated, bear it. You may have your chance for revenge in the future, do you understand? Wang Lin was quite open-minded, hoping only that Li Yuan would not repeat his mistakes. Li Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. It was his actions that had ultimately led to Old Wang's suffering. He silently noted Huang Fu Nan's name in his little notebook. He was well versed in the ways of the old man. Time passed, spring turned to autumn. Since the tragic death of Sun Ming became known, no one had come to the residual goo tower seeking assistance. Wang Lin often made self-deprecating remarks. This beating wasn't in vain. Sun Ming's untimely demise was most fitting, truly confirming the old adage that those who are wicked will eventually face divine retribution. It's better to have some peace and quiet. Li Yuan, how long have you been with the residual goo tower? Wang Lin mused, feeling older and sensing that time was slipping away faster. Since returning from the law enforcement hall, his health had been declining day by day. Today marked the 96th day. You remember so clearly? Li Yuan replied with a smile. Wang Lin sighed. Young people have such good memories. Unlike me, I've even forgotten what my wife and children look like. Perhaps this is heaven's way of reminding me that it's time to reunite with them. In recent days, Old Wang often spoke nostalgically, reminiscing about the past. Li Yuan was at a loss for words of comfort. Even the martial god must eventually face aging and death. As Old Wang became increasingly unable to manage, he entrusted most matters of the residual goo tower to Li Yuan, including overseeing the 3rd floor. Li Yuan, Old Wang suddenly called out. What is it, Old Wang? Li Yuan inquired. I plan to leave the 12 caves for a while, to return home and see if my wife and children are still alive. Perhaps waiting for me there. Wang Lin sensed the approach of his end and felt a deep regret. Are you really going? Li Yuan didn't know what to say, feeling that Old Wang's journey would likely be in vain. After all these years, Old Wang had not returned home. His hometown had long since fallen into desolation, with no one remaining. His wife and children had probably perished in the calamities. He could not persuade him. It was the obsession of an old man. How could he find peace without going? You are now capable of handling things on your own. Your skills in nurturing goo are far superior to mine. In you, I see the guiding hand of fate. Wang Lin smiled. Li Yuan also smiled. Old Wang, your words are becoming increasingly profound. Indeed, Wang Lin replied earnestly. When you first arrived at the residual goo tower, I thought you were wasting your talent, but now I believe you are perfectly suited for this place. Is this the guidance of destiny? Perhaps when I return, I might truly see my wife and children once more? The more he spoke, the more animated he became, a glimmer of hope shining in his eyes. Then I wish you good fortune. Though he often claimed to dismiss fate, Li Yuan occasionally found himself believing in it. The next day, Wang Lin truly departed, claiming he had dreamt of his wife and children returning. Asking Li Yuan to await his good news, Li Yuan felt a pang of sorrow. With Old Wang gone, the residual goo tower felt lonely, devoid of anyone to share meals or conversation with, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. Fortunately, he still harbored many hopes and goals. The virtual panel appeared before him. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Canister, 3rd turn 0300, Realm, 3rd turn, Faded Goo. Vitality Goo, Rebirth Goo, Subordinate Goo. Vitality Goo, Essence Nurturing Goo, Leather Skin Goo, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Bug, Windchaser Butterfly, Murder Peak. Enchantment Fragrance. He could refine a 3rd Faded Goo now. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Aside from the first Faded Goo, the Vitality Goo, which he had to refine out of necessity, he had ample time to select the remaining Faded Goo carefully. The Vitality Goo belonged to the health-preserving category, and at higher realms, its combat power became negligible unless it evolved again. The Rebirth Goo, however, significantly enhanced his physical attributes and survival capabilities. Next, he needed to improve his offensive combat power. Li Yuan's goal was to become a versatile, all-encompassing six-sided warrior. The 3 critical aspects of direct combat were strength, speed, and defense. Excelling in any one of these would suffice. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he noticed that the number of 3rd turn residual Gus was markedly scarce compared to the 1st and 2nd floors. The total number of residual Gus was less than 1,000, and the sect had set the goal for the residual Goo Tower to cultivate 10 3rd turn Goo creatures to return to the 100 Affairs Hall. Unfortunately, there had been no good foundational materials sent recently. Reflecting on the past, he felt fortunate to have stumbled upon a 1000 Fate centipede that had consumed a long life grass. Let us start synthesizing from the offensive Goo. He decided. Select raw materials, 3rd turn residual Goo Sword Chi Goo, 3rd turn residual Goo Blade Edge Goo, 3rd turn residual Goo Diamond Bug. Synthesis. Synthesizing. You have obtained a 3rd turn common Goo, Blade Goo, which has been automatically subdued. Blade Goo, once refined into a Faded Goo, can help the Goo Master condense blade light at their fingertips. As a subordinate Goo, it can temporarily transform into a blade form as a consumable. Would you like to refine it into a Faded Goo? Li Yuan glanced at it. The Blade Goo was elongated and entirely silver, appearing as if crafted from meticulously polished silver pieces. Though it seemed only finger length, it could stretch to over 3 feet with a simple tug. Holding it felt akin to wielding a sword. How marvelous, quite satisfactory, Li Yuan exclaimed, though it still fell short of his expected goal. Continue synthesizing. Chapter 11. The guidance of fate. Li Yuan was not skilled with blades, nor did he know how to wield swords. The function of the Blade Goo was akin to granting him a means reminiscent of the 6 Pulses divine sword from his previous life novels. It looked impressive but was, in reality, rather weak. Select raw materials, 3rd turn residual Goo Wind Chaser Butterfly, 3rd turn residual Goo Spring Cicada, 3rd turn residual Goo Flying Shadow Bug. Synthesis. Synthesizing. You have obtained a 3rd turn common Goo, Shadowless Cicada, which has been automatically subdued. Shadowless Cicada, once refined into a Faded Goo, can significantly enhance the Goo Master's speed. As a subordinate Goo, it can create shadows to confuse targets. Would you like to refine it into a Faded Goo? It was still lacking. Li Yuan was dissatisfied. How exhilarating it would be to synthesize a well-known Goo from the... Yet he understood that with such inferior raw materials, it was impossible to produce an exceptional Goo. Continue refining. Select raw materials. Half a month later, Li Yuan had gone through every combination of Goo on the 3rd floor but still had not achieved his desired outcome. Failure was a constant companion for Goo Masters. He could afford to wait. Li Yuan, you rascal. At that moment, an elderly voice called from the bamboo path outside the residual Goo Tower. Old Wong had returned? Li Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Truth be told, while he immersed himself in the joy of synthesizing Goo daily, he occasionally felt a void and missed Old Wong. He rushed to the door, and through his gaze, he saw an old man accompanied by a young girl traversing the bamboo grove. Not only had Old Wong returned, but he had also brought back a girl of similar age to him. Li Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Wang Zhao Zhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan was astonished. Old Wang, you truly found the guidance of fate. Indeed. Wang Lin laughed heartily. Heaven has not been so cruel to me after all. Congratulations, congratulations. Li Yuan genuinely rejoiced for Old Wang in these chaotic times, where lives are as fragile as grass. Both of them were but drifting reeds. The 16 years of his fugitive life had taught him the happiness of reuniting with loved ones after a long separation. Not just Old Wang. Even he felt as if he were in a dream. Xiao Zhao, this is Li Yuan, the one I told you about. You can simply call him Brother Yuan from now on. Hello, Brother Yuan. the young girl shyly greeted. Wang Zhaozhao had delicate features, slightly tanned skin, and a smattering of freckles on her cheeks. She was not a beauty, just a sweet, well-behaved girl next door. Hello, Li Yuan nodded, then asked, Old Wang, will Xiao Zhao be living here from now on? I wish she could, Wang Lin sighed. But according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, she must pass the Gu Master S test, so she can only stay here temporarily under the pretense of visiting family. This Dalai Yuan understood how harsh the Gu Master S test could be. The hope of survival for a young girl was slim. Oh, my poor granddaughter, Wang Lin expressed helplessly. When I found her, her parents were already gone, and she recognized me through a half-broken jade pendant passed down through generations. I too am reluctant to allow Xiao Zhao to participate in the Gu Master examination. However, the outside world is fraught with peril, and if Xiao Zhao remains here, she risks being devoured by demons and monsters. This is the harsh truth, and Li Yuan can empathize deeply. He too resorted to taking part in the Gu Master examination out of sheer desperation. During Xiao Zhao's stay here under the pretext of visiting relatives, I shall endeavor to impart the art of controlling Gu to her. This affords us a glimmer of hope. Wang Lin finds himself with no alternative but to proceed in this manner. Unless Xiao Zhao can miraculously become a Gu Master within these few days, such hopes remain exceedingly slim, Li Yuan nodded, assuring, Old Wang, focus solely on teaching Xiao Zhao. Do not concern yourself with the matters of the residual Gu Tower. I will manage that. Wang Lin inquired, while I am away, will anyone cause trouble? No, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That is good to hear. Wang Lin continued, has there been any movement from the individual on the upper floor? None. Why do you ask? Li Yuan questioned, perplexed. Did I not get apprehended by the law enforcement hall last time? Reflecting upon that incident, I increasingly sensed something amiss, leading me to consider a possibility. The one who killed Sun Meng could very well be the person residing above. Only he possesses the ability to manipulate Gu with his thoughts. Wang Lin elucidated. Li Yuan was left speechless. You mustn't dismiss this lightly, Wang Lin added mysteriously. I have inquired and discovered that the individual above also hails from the 9th palace. Seemingly a senior disciple of the cave master. There must be some enmity between them. I fear I inadvertently became embroiled in their conflict, thus suffering an undeserved calamity. Wang Lin's analysis was cogent and well-founded. Were it not for his knowledge of the truth, Li Yuan might have been persuaded. Nevertheless, he harbored a genuine curiosity about the figure above, and he did not wish for any destabilizing elements to linger in the residual Gu Tower, which could jeopardize their survival. Moreover, when he requires higher-grade raw materials in the future, he must ascend to the 4th or 5th floors. What is the situation with that individual above? I have heard. Wang Lin leaned in close to whisper in Li Yuan's ear that the person above is nurturing a rare Gu, even going so far as to sustain it with his own life force. Rare Gu? Old Wang, who told you this? Li Yuan expressed skepticism. According to his understanding, rare Gu are exceedingly rare. Even the 9 palace masters of the 9th palace might not possess a life-bound rare Gu. Such information could not possibly be circulating, let alone reaching someone as inconsequential as Old Wang. It was the steward, Qi Lin, who brought you to the Gu Master examination, Wang Lin replied. Have you ever heard of it before? Li Yuan asked again. Never. Wang Lin shook his head. There was not even a whisper of it before. Wait. He suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately spreading rumors targeting the individual above? That is merely speculation. Li Yuan hesitated to elaborate. Wang Lin shuddered, concluding, never mind, it is not our concern. When deities clash, it is the innocents who suffer. Those who are overly curious often meet a swift end. I shall go arrange a bed for Xiao Zhao. You may attend to your tasks. I will call you for dinner shortly. With that, Wang Lin took his granddaughter Xiao Zhao to the sleeping quarters. Li Yuan returned to the residual Gu Tower. That individual has been residing above for decades, hasn't he? Is the nurturing of rare Gu genuine? The Gu Master Manual had long stated that successful cultivation requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and human factors. Just as with Li Yuan's second life-bound Gu, the revitalizing Gu, which must be nurtured within internal organs for a decade, constantly absorbing the heart's blood, a torment that is unbearable for ordinary individuals. Each rare Gu possesses unfathomable power. Surely he has not perished already? Li Yuan mused, feeling it quite possible. With a flicker of thought, he sent a reconnaissance Gu flying to the 3rd floor, straining to listen intently. He heard the reverberations of goo insects, but detected not a single trace of human presence. Perhaps his cultivation level was too low, or perhaps that individual had indeed passed on long ago. Li Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, waiting quietly. After a considerable time, he narrowed his eyes, catching a different sound. Chapter 12. The uninvited guest of the night. A hissing noise echoed from above. Had it not been for the feedback from the reconnaissance goo, Li Yuan would not have discerned it at all. Is it a snake? He speculated. After listening for a while longer, it seemed the snake was gnawing on something, and once sated, it fell silent again. Could it be that the individual was consumed by the snake? This thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, for it was not outside the realm of possibility. Brother Yuan, dinner is ready. A girl's voice called from downstairs. I'm coming. Li Yuan suppressed his curiosity, unwilling to overstep and draw trouble upon himself. He would need to wait until he became a fourth-turn goo master before ascending to the fourth floor. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. Today's meal is quite sumptuous. Li Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Old Wang, when did you become so generous? This banquet must have cost a pretty penny. With my life dwindling, what purpose does hoarding wealth serve? Wang Lin chuckled. Do not speak such morose words. Li Yuan reassured him as he took his seat. The young girl swiftly tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Brother Yuan, please eat, Wang Zhao said. Her cheeks flushed and her voice barely above a whisper. Li Yuan was taken aback. Old Wang, did you teach her this? It was evident that Zhao was naturally timid. She would not be so forward without encouragement, and Li Yuan suspected old Wang's influence was at play. I just imparted some knowledge about refining goo to Zhao. She grasped it quite well. Perhaps she will pass the goo master examination. Should that happen, I will arrange for her to stay in the residual goo tower. And I hope you can look after her, Wang Lin said with a cheerful demeanor. I knew it. Old Wang, you are practically hosting a banquet to entrust your granddaughter to me, Li Yuan replied with a nod. Rest assured, even without your urging, given that you have invested so much for my grandfather's burial, I will take good care of Zhao. Now, let us eat. Wang Lin felt reassured. He understood that Li Yuan was a prodigy. Destined for great achievements, it would be a blessing for his granddaughter to share in his fortune. In the blink of an eye. 5 days had passed. Li Yuan frequently employed the reconnaissance goo to eavesdrop on the upper floor. Yet he had not sensed any sign of life. Even the remnants of goo delivered by the 100 Affairs Hall had gone unclaimed. Wang Lin had even inquired with the disciples who brought the remnants, all of whom reported not having seen a soul, noting that the room had become a web of spider silk. This only deepened Li Yuan's conviction that the individual had long since passed. Was nurturing goo truly so simple? It was entirely possible that the corpse had been consumed by the goo insects. Today marked the conclusion of Zhao's family visit. She could no longer remain in the residual goo tower and must depart. Wang Lin sighed heavily, racked with anxiety. Grandfather, do not worry, I will assuredly pass the examination, Zhao comforted him, though her small hands trembled with fear. Wang Zhao, perhaps? Wang Lin hesitated. Why not forego it? I can find you a place to stay outside that is far better than here. Grandfather, I wish to become a goo master. Zhao's eyes sparkled with longing. Especially after hearing that Li Yuan had also fled here and successfully passed the goo master examination to join the 9th palace. Her desire intensified. Very well. Wang Lin understood that after experiencing life in the 9th palace, his granddaughter could not return. This place was as serene as a pure land. Bandits dared not approach, demons were deterred, making it a veritable paradise for those who had fled. Li Yuan, I shall accompany Zhao, preparing to guard her at the examination site for a few days, returning together once she has passed. Wang Lin stated. Very well. Li Yuan nodded, adding, Sister Zhao, I wish you success. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Zhao bowed in gratitude. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the pair vanished at the end of the bamboo grove path. Wang Lin's back had bent further, and even Zhao was nearly taller than him. That night, after completing his duties at the residual goo tower, Li Yuan returned to his quarters. The data panel materialized before him. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd turn 21-300, Realm, 3rd turn, Lifebound Goo, Vitality Goo, Revitalizing Goo. To ascend to the 4th turn, a year of preparation is required. Future advancements are bound to become increasingly sluggish. Li Yuan had steeled himself for the passage of time and the inevitable changes it wrought. He wondered how Zhao fared in her examination. He hoped she could survive, as he desired companionship to ease his solitude. Lost in thought, Li Yuan drifted into slumber in the deep of night. Amidst a haze of dreams, a sharp, piercing cry jolted him awake. Has someone arrived? In the residual goo tower, he had strategically placed reconnaissance goo in all directions. No subtle movement could escape his awareness. Open your eyes, Li Yuan willed. As his thoughts settled, a myriad of eyes sprang open on an insect in the bamboo grove. Soon, an image flooded into Li Yuan's mind. A figure clad in black approached the residual goo tower, effortlessly unlocking the door that had been sealed with restrictions by the elders of the Ninth Palace. An internal traitor, according to Old Wang. If one lacked the key, the restricted door of the residual goo tower required a fifth-turn goo master to open. Clearly, this visitor was not a fifth-turn goo master, but rather an internal traitor with a key. Could it be that they had come for the individual above? Li Yuan speculated. Perhaps they had secretly eliminated Sun Ming, resulting in the mysterious figure above bearing the brunt of blame, prompting someone to investigate. If Old Wang's words held any truth, then this black-clad individual was sent by the cave master. Huang Fu and Li Yuan made no attempt to intervene. To him, this could even be a fortuitous event. The presence of an enigmatic figure above, whose strength and fate remained unknown, troubled him greatly. Moreover, he wished to ascend to the fourth and fifth floors. Before long, the black-clad figure slipped into the residual goo tower. Awakening the eyes, with a mere thought from Li Yuan, another reconnaissance goo within the remnants of the goo tower opened its eyes. This skill of awakening is a consumable, whereby each use results in the demise of a reconnaissance goo. Ordinary goo masters would hesitate to use it multiple times in quick succession, but Li Yuan remained unaffected. The cloaked figure had no inkling that countless eyes were silently observing him, as Li Yuan had anticipated. The figure had a clear objective, heading straight for the fourth floor, where he lingered indecisively before the door, too fearful to enter. Hurry inside. Li Yuan felt a sense of urgency on his behalf, wishing for a handle to manipulate the cloaked man. After waiting for a full half-hour, the hesitant figure finally inhaled sharply and pushed open the door to the fourth floor. He stepped inside cautiously, taking his first, then second steps. Hiss! By the time he took half of his third step, a massive creature flashed past, and the cloaked man vanished, unable to even utter a scream. What was that? A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He was relieved he hadn't. He approached, for that would have been his fate. Thank you, kind stranger. Li Yuan silently mourned for the cloaked man for 3 seconds, completely abandoning the thought of ascending the stairs. In such a situation, even with a revival goo, he would still meet his end if devoured alive. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the cave master Huang Fu slowly opened his eyes. You madman, you truly haven't perished. 10 years ago, he had sent a corpse goo into the remnants of the goo tower, only to be forced out by a powerful aura. Now, attempting once more, he found himself no match for the opponent. However, you seem even more deranged. In the instant the corpse goo was consumed, he glimpsed a blurred image. The mad senior brother seemed to have transformed himself into a snake. Chapter 13. The Rare Blood-Eye Goo. After being exiled by the master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave, you not only failed to temper your ways, but instead have become even more unhinged. You have morphed into a grotesque being, neither human nor goo, neither male nor female. Huang Fu murmured softly. He had a nagging feeling that the madman was on the verge of success. This was the opponent's opportunity, as well as his own. If I can devour his life goo, I might finally step into the realm of a 6th transformation goo master. Perhaps this is my last chance. The matter concluded without a trace. Li Yuan feigned nonchalance. 10 days later, Old Wang returned, and Xiao Zhao was back as well. Unlike their parting 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao's eyes were now obscured by thick black cloth. What happened to Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired, uncertain whether it was good or bad. Wang Lin sighed, explaining that during the goo master examination, Xiao Zhao had lost her sight, but a bloodworm had unexpectedly fused with her eyeballs, evolving into a rare GU.is at the blood-eye goo. Li Yuan was taken aback. There are only 33 extraordinary goo in the world, and most methods of cultivating them have been lost to time. In such circumstances, possessing a rare goo as a life goo is indeed a blessing. But there are exceptions. The blood-eye goo is one such exception, indeed. Wang Lin sighed deeply, stating that refining the blood eye goo necessitates the sacrifice of one's sight to gain extraordinary perceptual abilities and the capacity to temporarily replicate other secret techniques using one's own blood. If Xiao Zhao were an experienced veteran, it might not be a problem. However, as she was still naive and unaccustomed to it, she was easily susceptible to mishaps before mastering the blood eye goo's powers. This was Wang Lin's greatest concern. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, asking if Xiao Zhao's acquisition of the rare goo had been reported to the sect. Yes. Wang Lin nodded, lamenting that there was little to be done, only hoping that some individuals would not be too greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place was a sanctuary. Yet, even a sanctuary would not remain tranquil. It could occasionally stir up waves. Ever since the incidents with the law enforcement hall and the mysterious cloaked intruder in the remnants of the Gu Tower, Li Yuan had become acutely aware. As old Wang said, where there are people, there will be conflict. Grandfather, I'm fine. Wang Zhao's petite face, partially obscured by the thick black cloth, bore a bittersweet smile as she reassured old Wang. Now I am a Gu master too. I will undoubtedly become as formidable as Brother Yuan and protect myself, making grandfather proud of Xiao Zhao. You certainly will, Li Yuan smiled. Old Wang must have often boasted about himself in front of his granddaughter, causing this young girl, whom he had only recently met, to take him as her role model and idol. Li Yuan did not disclose the matter of the cloaked figure infiltrating the remnants of the Gu Tower to old Wang. This affair was beyond old Wang's capacity to resolve. He harbored a strong premonition that the mastermind behind the cloaked figure's intrusion would not rest easy and would undoubtedly return. Seasons changed. Half a year passed quietly. During this time, the cloaked figure indeed returned 6 times, each time delivering supplies to the one above. In one observation, Li Yuan discerned that the creature devouring the cloaked figures was a python, albeit one with human eyes and a head, possessing an effeminate aura, neither male nor female, akin to a monster. Li Yuan was greatly alarmed. Could it be that the figure had transformed itself into a Gu? He dared not act rashly and continued to await an opportune moment. The cloaked figure's instigator had witnessed the formidable nature of the one above, but continued to probe, indicating a state of equilibrium between the two parties, a situation Li Yuan found favorable. Brother Yuan, it's time to eat. A sweet voice called from downstairs. Coming, Li Yuan responded as he hurried down the stairs. After half a year, Wang Zhao had adapted to her blind identity, transitioning from a clumsy state to one indistinguishable from a normal person. Old Wang had fully embraced retirement, entrusting all matters concerning the remnants of the Gu Tower to Li Yuan, while Xiao Zhao took care of the household chores. Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Eat more vegetables. As they grew familiar, Xiao Zhao became less timid, generously serving Li Yuan dishes and pouring wine, her smile radiant, and no need for such formality. Li Yuan waved his hand. Brother Yuan treats me and grandfather so well. We can only repay you with these small gestures. Wang Zhao was deeply grateful to Li Yuan. Yet, she felt a tinge of regret that her encounters with Brother Yuan had been few, and she was close to forgetting what he looked like, her impression reduced to merely very handsome. Meeting you, young man, has been a blessing for this old man in his twilight years. Wang Lin chuckled. He even suspected that Li Yuan had affections for his granddaughter. Fearing that Xiao Zhao might be tainted by malevolent energy, he forbade her from working in the remnants of the Gu Tower, taking on all tasks himself. What a diligent and earnest young man. Yet, he could be rather stubborn and lacked the finesse of social grace at times. After a satisfying meal, Li Yuan returned to the remnants of the Gu Tower, just in time to encounter the disciples from the 100 Affairs Hall delivering residual Gu. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd Transformation, 199-300, Realm. 3rd Transformation, Life Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Revival Gu. There are just over 3 months remaining until the 4th Transformation Realm. After such a long time, he still had not succeeded in cultivating a rare Gu. Indeed, they were exceedingly rare. He understood all too well why old Wang was so anxious for Xiao Zhao. For a Gu master, a rare Gu was undeniably tempting. Brother, I've come to deliver the residual Gu, a voice called from downstairs. Kamayan.it had been nearly a year since Li Yuan joined Jiugong Mountain, and the disciples delivering Gu had changed twice. He had now been promoted to elder brother. Elder brother, still busy cultivating the Gu worms? A charming young lady approached with a Gu jar, stealing glances at Li Yuan from time to time. Yes, Li Yuan responded indifferently. Elder brother, Today, the 100 Affairs Hall delivered 621 first transformation residual goo, 99 second transformation residual goo, 16 third transformation residual goo, 3 fourth transformation residual goo, and 1 fifth transformation residual goo. Please verify and sign. Junior sister Lin Weiwei set the jars beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened each jar, confirming their contents before signing the scroll. The first 3 transformations can stay here. The 4th and 5th transformations should be taken upstairs. Understood, elder brother. Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan and remarked, Elder brother, our hall master often praises you, saying that the goo worms you cultivate and return are of superior quality, entirely unlike those selected from residual goo. Thank you. Li Yuan remained aloof, uninterested in his junior sister, not wishing to exhibit warmth lest it complicate matters for her. Seeing that Li Yuan was too distant, the junior sister pouted and took the jars upstairs. She cautiously pushed open the door to the 4th floor, extending her hand to place the goo jars inside. Help! Suddenly, a scaly serpent's tail ensnared the junior sister's hand, dragging her inside. Her scream abruptly silenced. Li Yuan's expression changed drastically. Chapter 14. The eruption finally occurs. When Li Yuan looked towards the upper floor, all that remained was an empty space. The door closed once more. Lin Weiwei was consumed. Li Yuan was astonished. This was different from the cloaked figure's fate. The cloaked figure had intruded stealthily into the remnants of the goo tower, their allegiance unknown, so it was dismissed as a non-issue. However, Lin Weiwei was dragged in while performing her duties, a heinous act against a fellow disciple, an extremely serious matter. Such occurrences had never happened before. How could this be? Li Yuan felt a surge of fear. Who knows if that figure has gone mad and might come out to devour him as well? When it came to fear of death, Li Yuan had always followed his instincts. Coming to his senses, he immediately jumped out of the window. Meanwhile, a piercing arrow shot skyward. Whoosh, bang! The arrow exploded high in the air. Brother Yuan, what happened? Hearing the commotion, Wang Zhao, who was practicing in the bamboo grove, rushed over immediately. Something has happened. Li Yuan's expression was grave. Lin Weiwei was taken by the one above, the senior above. Will they really eat people? Wang Zhao's delicate face turned pale with fright. Call old Wang to retreat a bit further and be ready to run at any moment. Li Yuan gently patted the girl's shoulder. In times like these, nothing is more precious than life itself. Within the span of a tea ceremony, over a dozen disciples adorned with silver masks emerged from the bamboo grove. They were indeed the enforcers of the law enforcement hall. Without waiting for the enforcement team to speak, Li Yuan furrowed his brows and retreated behind the members of the enforcement team. What is happening? The captain of the enforcement team inquired. An incident has occurred with the senior guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the cursed bug tower, who has dragged Sister Lin Weiwei from the 100 Affairs Hall into the building. Li Yuan replied candidly. Has that senior gone mad? The enforcement captain's expression shifted with trepidation. That mysterious senior has long been a figure of the same generation as the cave master. Having achieved the realm of a 5-turn bug master, he is not someone a mere 4-turn bug master could contend with. Quickly, summon the hall master, he commanded, promptly releasing a reconnaissance bug, guiding it with the sound of a flute to ascend towards the cursed bug tower. As it neared the building, the reconnaissance bug exploded with a resounding bang. This is bad. The enforcement captain's complexion paled. Run. At the very moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan had already taken off at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a torrent of snake scales erupted from the cursed bug tower, instantly turning the disciples in front into a porcupine. Cowhide bug. Li Yuan seized a cowhide bug and quickly refined it. His skin hardened in an instant, and combined with the regenerative abilities granted by the reviving bug, he braced himself against the onslaught of snake scales. Fortunately, old Wang and Xiao Zhao had already heeded his instructions and fled to the edge of the bamboo grove. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face death. Get out! Everyone, get out! After the wave of snake scales, a sharp, genderless voice transformed into an invisible wave emanating from the cursed bug tower. Huang Funan, you dare to frame me. You shall not die a good death. Ah! Li Yuan did not pause in his flight, simultaneously gathering crucial information. Huang Funan, is he truly that cave master? It seems the previous figures in black were indeed sent by Huang Funan. Perhaps they were infused with some potent substance that drove that senior to madness. Dingling. Just then, A series of bell chimes echoed. Senior Shi, you have succumbed to the madness of bug refining. A figure draped in a cloak appeared in midair before he arrived. Huang Fu Nan, you dare to frame me? The figure from the cursed bug tower seemed to be struggling to suppress something. You have succumbed to the madness of bug refining, harming your fellow disciples and slaughtering members of the enforcement team. Shi Wuli, such crimes as yours would not be forgiven even if an elder from the Ninth Palace were to arrive. Huang Fu Nan declared coldly. Get lost, Shi Wuli bellowed, and countless flying snakes surged from the tower, launching an assault on Huang Fu Nan, unrepentant. Huang Fu Nan did not retreat but advanced instead. Today, this cave master shall rid the sect of you, this abomination of neither man nor ghost. He shook the bell, and a dozen corpse puppets surged forth. Li Yuan had escaped to a safe distance, observing from afar. Corpse puppets? Why do they resemble the figures in black from the cursed bug tower? Realizing this, everything became clear. Those consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings but Huang Fu Nan's corpse bugs. At long last, Li Yuan could discern Shi Wuli's appearance. The figure had reverted to human form. Completely naked, with snakes coiling around his body, even his arms transformed into serpents, he recalled the only exotic bug related to snakes on the exotic bug ranking. The heavenly dragon bug. The conditions to refine the heavenly dragon bug are even more stringent than those for the reviving bug. The reviving bug requires nurturing within the organs, fed day and night with heart's blood, enduring 10 years of suffering worse than death to take form. The heavenly dragon bug, however, demands 9 rebirths. Regarding the term rebirth, the Bug Master's manual does not provide a specific account. It merely states rebirth, yet it appears more akin to death. 9 rebirths, even a cunning snake could transform into a heavenly dragon. How many times has Shi Wuli been reborn? Li Yuan could not ascertain, but surely not many. In his battle with Huang Fu Nan, Shi Wuli was at a distinct disadvantage, with his flying snake bugs utterly outmatched by the corpse-controlling bugs. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Wang Zhaozhao, unable to see, sensed a formidable presence. And it's not a good one. It's merely dogs biting dogs, Wang Lin interjected, cursing vehemently. After being coerced by Huang Fu Nan with the truth bug last time, he no longer trusted the upper echelons of the sect. Oh, it is the cave master. Perceiving her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhaozhao quickly deduced. Wang Lin squinted. This is the first time in my life witnessing a battle between 5-turn bug masters. It is truly spectacular. Although a bug master can possess only one primary bug, there are no restrictions on the type or number of subordinate bugs die in battle. Each displays their unique abilities. Numerous bugs exist in a symbiotic relationship. And how skillfully one controls these bugs in coordination is a requisite for every bug master. Grandfather, Wang Zhaozhao inquired, who is stronger, a bug master or a martial artist of the same level? Each has their merits. Wang Lin, not having seen much, could only generalize grandly to impress Xiao Zhao. Overall, throughout the history of the Tianyuan continent, many martial gods have emerged, yet there has only been one bug immortal from ancient times to the present. After a while, the commotion at the cursed bug tower gradually diminished. A large portion of the corpse bugs controlled by Huang Fu Nan had been devoured, with one of his arms bitten off, while Shi Wuli was pinned to the ground by several black rods, unable to move. Huang Fu Nan actually won? Old Wang felt a surge of resentment. If he had lost, and Shi Wuli had charged out, the entire 12 caves would have faced calamity. For us, this is a temporary blessing. Indeed, Li Yuan conceded helplessly. Shi Wuli is an unstable factor. Allowing him to remain in the cursed bug tower, he could devour us all one day. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Huang Fu Nan hoisted the pinned Shi Wuli with one arm, proclaiming loudly, the calamity has been eliminated. The ban is lifted. Please, 100 Affairs Hall, take care of all subsequent matters. Having said this, he expelled a bug from his mouth. The flying wing bug, a 4-turn mysterious bug, can transform into a pair of flying insect wings, granting the bug master short-term flight capabilities. Huang Fu Nan soared away. Yet, Li Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. He had heard the echoes of the reconnaissance bug. Within the cursed bug tower, there was still a small snake ravenously devouring the remaining bugs. Dare to touch my treasure? Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. If he couldn't bully the big ones, how could he not handle a small one? Chapter 15. Exorcising Li Yuan did not rashly charge back into the cursed bug tower. Instead, He commanded the bugs within to begin assaulting the small snake. Hiss. The small snake flicked its tongue, its demeanor fierce, exhibiting a semblance of humanity. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could this small snake be a part of Shi Wuli's body? Then it must be eliminated. Stealing his heart, Li Yuan resolved to act, but the small snake was incredibly agile, effortlessly devouring a small bug, making it the nemesis of tiny bugs. After several trials, Li Yuan discovered the small snake was not particularly powerful. He decided to take matters into his own hands. With the reviving bug shielding him, he was not afraid of these little creatures. Meanwhile, within the cave master's residence, Shi Wuli, ensnared by Huang Fu Nan's secret techniques, was bewildered. He had been schemed against by Huang Fu Nan, leading to his current predicament. Realizing he was outmatched, he allowed his severely injured primary bug to detach from his body. He had long since merged himself with the flying snake bug. Even if his main body were to perish, he could rely on the flying snake bug to be reborn. As long as he consumed sufficient supplements, he would be fine. The bugs within the cursed bug tower, along with that vigorous young man and the girl possessing precious bugs, were all excellent supplements. Had he not feared Huang Fu Nan's retaliation, he would have already devoured them all. Now fully exposed, he had no more reservations. Soon, Shi Wuli sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact bugs in the cursed bug tower, all converging to attack him? Someone was controlling them from the shadows. To command bugs with thought, one would at least need to be at his level. Killing him now would be as easy as pie. There was no need for such elaborate efforts. What was going on? Just as he was deep in thought, a figure surged in from outside. That the vigorous young man. Shi Wuli's spirits lifted in his line of sight. The young man dashed towards him with great speed, seemingly eager to reincarnate, by consuming him, and then devouring that girl with the precious bug. I can recover significantly and reform my body. Perhaps I could even seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack and slay the injured Huang Fu Nan. The more Shi Wuli thought, the more exhilarated he became. When Li Yuan drew near, he suddenly spat out a drop of venom. Success. This was his signature poison. With just a drop, any bug master below 5 turns would immediately lose their strength, becoming an easy target for slaughter. Whoosh! The flying snake lunged forward suddenly, its fangs bared, aiming fiercely at Li Yuan's neck. Got you. A large hand precisely captured the flying snake by its 7 inches, while another hand firmly pressed down on its head. Shi Wuli. What happened to my poison? Why isn't it working? He was struck with sudden realization, noticing that the bugs which had previously attacked him were now obediently circling around the youth, as if they were venerating their supreme king. How could this be? A dense swarm of bugs, easily numbering 60 or 70 types, not to mention a single youth. Even if a palace master were here, they could not achieve such total control. This is not a bug master. This is a bug immortal. Shi Wuli completely panicked, the flying snake bug struggling frantically to break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Oh, you're quite strong. Li Yuan tightened his grip on the flying snake's 7 inches, applying even more force. No, Shi Wuli protested, unwilling to accept that the poison had failed. He felt himself nearing death. Ah! The flying snake emitted a shrill cry, exerting all its strength to escape Li Yuan's hold, and with a twist, it viciously bit down on the latter's arm. Li Yuan heard the sound, his eyes widening. Are you the main body? Ha 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 ha. The flying serpent speaks with the voice of a human, and I have long since become one with the serpent's curse. It is I, and I am it. Your death is not in vain. He sensed a great secret within the youth, one that could turn the entire lineage of curse masters upside down. And now it is all destined to belong to him. Indeed, amidst the towering mountains and flowing waters, where doubt seems to reign, a glimmer of hope appears in a hidden glade. A torrent of venom surged from the serpent's fangs into the youth's body. This time, you shall fall. The words were abruptly cut off as the serpent's fate was grasped by an iron grip, its vital point firmly pressed down. Li Yuan, incensed, unleashed a mighty curse. Crack! The serpent's bones were completely shattered. No! Impossible! This level of serpent venom is lethal even to a 6th-tier curse master. Why does it have no effect on the youth before me? Shi Wuli's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, in his final moments. He beheld the youth's eyes transforming into a striking crimson and deep blue, a fleeting vision. He also glimpsed a pattern resembling a centipede, It was as if a decayed rope, long steeped in blood, was intertwined, each segment resembling an ancient and mysterious chain. An alien curse, rebirth. As Li Yuan crushed the serpent's head, Shi Wuli's true self, far away in the Huang Funan estate, ceased to exist, the moment of his demise. Huang Funan suddenly opened his eyes. What transpired? Dead? Huang Funan's expression darkened immensely. He had meticulously plotted against Shi Wuli, intent on devouring him to ascend to the 6th tier, even sacrificing an arm in the process. Upon his return, he had taken great care to seal Shi Wuli's senses and mobility with secret techniques. Under such circumstances, how could the other party die when he couldn't even commit suicide? Was it because of severe injuries? Huang Funan was nearly driven to madness. Consuming a living 5th-tier curse was a tremendous boon, but a death would greatly diminish its value. Could it be a feigned death? Huang Funan, unwilling to accept this, began to scrutinize Shi Wuli's corpse, only to realize with a shock that there was no vital serpent curse of utmost importance on him, just an assortment of ordinary serpents. The golden cicada sheds its shell, a feigned death to escape. What a cunning Shi Wuli bang! Huang Funan slammed the table in fury, his anger surging. Already gravely injured, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, the serpent's venom beginning to spread within him, threatening his life. He had no choice but to seek an alternative in this life-and-death crisis. Huang Funan spared no effort. He penned a letter and commanded a messenger insect to fly out of the cave. The contents of the letter were simple. Bring that precious curse to my lair. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was still examining the serpent curse he had shattered. Detected a compatible curse insect. Would you like to fuse? What is this? Li Yuan paused, then focused his thoughts to check the original materials. 1st-tier residual curse dragon pattern egg, 29, dragon pattern egg. Isn't this the serpent curse? Has it nearly evolved into a dragon pattern curse? At this thought, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of dread. He peeled open the serpent, and indeed, there lay an unformed serpent egg, nearly on the brink of decay. Dragon pattern eggs are common curses. But once hatched, they can be referred to as dragon pattern curses, which are considered precious. If this trend of evolution continues, and if Shi Wuli could endure for another decade or so, he might truly be able to forge the alien curse. The heavenly dragon curse. Out of compassion and a desire to save the serpent, Li Yuan could not bear to watch the serpent egg decay. Fuse it for me. Chapter 16. The 3-colored alien fire python. What can be fused is not entirely bad. Fusing in progress. This fusion involves 1st-tier residual curse dragon pattern egg 29. You have obtained 1st-tier common curse dragon pattern egg 9. The dragon pattern egg, when refined into a master curse, has a slight chance of generating a dragon pattern on the curse master, enhancing luck and transforming into a subordinate curse that can emit a faint dragon roar upon consumption. How disappointing. Continue fusing. Li Yuan was dissatisfied. Select original materials. Fusing in progress. You have obtained 3rd-tier precious curse dragon pattern curse 3. The dragon pattern curse, when refined into a master curse, has a 50% chance of generating a dragon pattern on the curse master, enhancing luck, and can transform into a subordinate curse that consumes energy to heal injuries. Is this it? Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. Although the dragon pattern curse is classified as a precious curse, its true efficacy is rather limited. Its value lies in its extremely slight chance of evolving into an alien curse. What use is this little luck? Not to mention the need to gamble on chances. Having been deeply harmed by the penguin game in his previous life, he would never bet on chances. 98%. What difference does that make from 0? Continue fusing. Select original materials. Fusing in progress. You have obtained 3rd-tier precious curse 3-colored alien fire python. The 3-colored alien fire python is an extremely aggressive beast curse, capable of nurturing 3 different colors of alien fire within its body, and cannot be transformed into a subordinate curse. Extremely aggressive? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This is excellent. Moreover, the 3-colored alien fire python is a relatively rare precious curse, and it can continue to evolve in the future. This is the one. Refining it into a master curse, present. Li Yuan lacked offensive means, and the 3-colored alien fire python was just what he needed. As the light dissipated from the black jar, a small snake emerged, approximately 1 foot long, its body a warm white, with a few scales shimmering in emerald green, crystal blue, and crimson. This little creature is rather adorable. Li Yuan regarded the 3-colored alien fire python. noticing that it sported two small horns atop its head, reminiscent of budding shoots. Its eyes were round and full of spirit, entirely unlike the cold and fierce flying serpent. "Come, showcase your abilities," Li Yuan commanded. The three-colored alien fire python ceased to crawl, raising half its body, wearing a fierce expression, gathering its breath before exhaling forward. A crimson flame erupted from its mouth, landing on the corpse of the flying serpent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle soon. The serpent's corpse ignited, and when the flames extinguished, not even ashes remained. As if it had turned into nothingness, a master of erasing evidence, Li Yuan appreciated this ability. He reached out to stroke the three-colored alien fire python, asking for the other two flames to be demonstrated. The little python, displaying human-like understanding, nodded and once more opened its mouth to unleash a crystalline blue flame. Though it was fire, it exuded an intense chill, freezing the black jar solid. Bang! After a few breaths, the black jar shattered into pieces. This seems to be not freezing, but rather an ability to erode and disintegrate from within. Quite impressive, Li Yuan smiled and asked. "What about the last one?" The little python aimed at the ground this time. A verdant flame spewed forth from its mouth, falling onto a nearby potted plant. In an instant, the small grass within the pot began to grow rapidly. Catalytic growth? How fascinating, Li Yuan felt satisfied. Hiss, hiss. The three-colored alien fire python shook its head and made sounds. Li Yuan was taken aback. "Do you have talents as well?" The python nodded, lifting its head once again. And this time it simultaneously expelled two flames, one emerald green and the other crimson. The crimson flame struck first, while the emerald green flame merged into it. Whoosh! In an instant, the flames surged dramatically. The catalyzed crimson flame burned far longer than before, ceaselessly blazing. "Ha ha ha ha," Li Yuan laughed. "It even comes with a fusion technique." He caressed the scales of the three-colored alien fire python and decided to name it Little Kai. Hiss, hiss. Little Kai expressed its satisfaction. The highly intelligent Little Kai opened Li Yuan's eyes to a different realm. The world of curse masters was far more splendid than he had imagined. Insect curses, beast curses, corpse curses, and even plant curses. There was still so much left to explore. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Li Yuan. A voice called from outside. It was Qi Xian, the leader of the Baisher Hall. "Coming." Li Yuan opened the door. "Long time no see, Li Yuan." When Li Yuan passed the curse master assessment and joined the 12 caves, Qi Xian had praised him as a gifted curse master. "Has it been almost a year?" Li Yuan remarked. "Yes." Qi Xian nodded, noting that this was only their second meeting. "I heard you've been cooped up in the residual curse building, never venturing out? Never taking a break. Don't you feel bored?" "It's quite fine. I enjoy this lifestyle." Li Yuan smiled. Today's events were unexpected, but fortunately, you were lucky enough not to become that one's meal. Qi Xian remarked. "Would you like me to send someone to help you clean up the residual curse building?" "No need." Li Yuan shook his head. "The malevolent aura is too strong inside. Ordinary people wouldn't adapt. I can handle it myself to avoid any grievances. You have a good heart, willing to work hard without complaint." Qi Xian hadn't expected to recruit such a diligent worker. It's just minor matters. Li Yuan certainly didn't want anyone touching his treasures. However, with that one dead, there was no one left in the residual curse building able to manage the 4th and 5th tier curse insects. He would need to request personnel from the 9th palace. Qi Xian sighed. "It's troublesome for you to keep an eye on it for now. If you're careful, there should be no issues." Li Yuan's mind stirred as he realized an opportunity had arisen. "Leader Xian, I can handle it. I am now a 3rd tier curse master, experienced enough to manage the residual curses of the 4th and 5th tiers without issue." "Uve become a 3rd tier curse master?" Qi Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "Having not reported this matter to the Baisher Hall, my goodness. That's remarkable, truly remarkable." Qi Xian regarded Li Yuan with renewed interest. Such a talented and diligent young genius is bound to surpass him in the future, and perhaps even become the master of a cave. He might even ascend to the esteemed position of an elder within the 9th palace. It was the 12 caves that granted me my identity and a tranquil life, allowing me to become a Gu master. Now, with the sect in turmoil and in dire need of capable individuals, it is my duty as a disciple to step forward, Li Yuan declared with righteous fervor. "Very well," Qi Xian said with admiration in his eyes. "Since you are so confident, I shall entrust you with the management of this matter. The remnants of the fourth and fifth transformation goo are exceedingly rare, and he believed that Li Yuan's talents would suffice to handle them adeptly. Most importantly, requesting personnel from the ninth palace would necessitate deducting the monthly allowances of all 12 caves administrators. If someone can take over, it would be most advantageous. He found Li Yuan increasingly agreeable. Had it been any other disciple, they would have likely shirked responsibility or even requested a transfer, for no one could ascertain whether danger still lurked here. After all, that individual possesses considerable strength and may have unexpected contingencies up their sleeve. If Li Yuan were to encounter them, it would surely be a dead end. It was precisely for this reason that Li Yuan's rare qualities stood out even more. Qi Xian mused to himself, "What a good person, a model of diligence, so courageous, with a strong sense of responsibility, and so kind-hearted, considerate of the other disciples, taking on all the dirty and laborious tasks. What a remarkable young man." Chapter 17. Confronting the fourth transformation goo master as night fell, the members of the 100 Affairs Hall tidily concluded their business and departed. The residual goo building returned to its former tranquility. Wang Zhaozhao prepared a few simple dishes, and together with Old Wang and Li Yuan, they enjoyed a modest drink in the Bamboo Grove courtyard. "What? You intend to shoulder the enormous task of handling the fourth and fifth transformation residual goo all on your own? Li Yuan, have you lost your mind?" Wang Lin exclaimed, visibly alarmed as they discussed the events of the day. "Why such a fuss?" Li Yuan responded with calm composure. "Old Wang, we've known each other for nearly a year now. Do you still not trust me?" "I do trust you," Wang Lin teased. "I just don't want you to overexert yourself and end up benefiting those treacherous individuals in the sect." "How could that possibly benefit them?" Li Yuan questioned, puzzled. "Don't you understand?" Wang Lin retorted indignantly. In this situation, they must apply to the ninth palace for personnel to handle it, which will result in deductions from the monthly allowances of all administrators. The monthly allowance is the cultivation resources distributed to the sect members each month by the ninth palace. "Ah, I see," Li Yuan chuckled, realizing why Qi Xian had agreed so readily. "You can still laugh?" Wang Lin protested. Unbeknownst to him, this aligned perfectly with Li Yuan's intentions. "It's merely a trivial matter. A loss can be a blessing." "This loss shall be mine to bear," Li Yuan stated earnestly. "Alas," Wang Lin sighed. Recognizing that there was little more to be said, foreseeing the numerous hardships this young man would face after his departure, who among them had not been a passionate youth with fiery ideals in their earlier years? After encountering the trials of human nature, one would inevitably evolve into a cunning old fox. As night deepened, Li Yuan finalized the matters concerning the residual goo building, locked the doors, and returned to his chamber. Drifting into a deep slumber, outside the bamboo grove, a shadow slipped stealthily within. "The cave master must be gravely injured, compelling me to risk it all to capture the blood-eye goo. That is a precious goo. Already recorded and reported to the ninth palace. If I were to perish, they would send someone to investigate. At that point, the blame shall fall upon Shi Wuli, for there would be no evidence left behind." Invisibility bug, the shadow murmured to itself, summoning a lizard-like goo insect, and soon, the figure melded seamlessly into the air, as if it had vanished into thin air. Moving through the bamboo grove, the unseen gaze locked onto the chamber adjacent to the residual goo building. It sensed it, the aura of the blood-eye goo. It is said that goo masters who refine the blood-eye goo possess exceptionally acute perception. I wonder if they can detect my presence? The shadow contemplated, hoping to abduct the girl who had refined the blood-eye goo without raising an alarm. Should I awaken others, I would have no choice but to eliminate them to silence their voices. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Unbeknownst to the shadow, the young man sleeping in the chamber had already opened his eyes. Li Yuan lay on his bed, staring at the skylight, a heavy expression etched upon his face. "What now? Is there no peace to be had?" From the moment the shadow stepped into the bamboo grove, he had sensed its presence through the alert of his reconnaissance goo. However, the figure quickly vanished. It must be the invisibility bug. Over the past year, Li Yuan had diligently studied the goo master manual and had become well-versed in the functions of various goo insects. The invisibility bug allows goo masters to conceal themselves, rendering them as light as the wind, yet traces remain. Through his all-encompassing reconnaissance goo, Li Yuan captured the shadow's direction as targeting Xiao Zhao. He had initially thought the intruder sought Shi Wu Li's life-sustaining snake goo, but it now appeared otherwise. Wang Lin's concerns had ultimately come to fruition. The blood-eye goo had drawn the attention of someone with ill intentions. Xiao Kai, rise and prepare for action, Li Yuan. Not one to be heartless, remembered old Wang's kindness and the debt he owed him. He would not stand idly by while Xiao Zhao was endangered. An invisibility bug? Who among us lacks a few? Li Yuan summoned his own invisibility bug, cloaking himself in concealment, and quietly made his way out. At this moment, the shadow had arrived at the door and was attempting to pick the lock. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open, and a massive fist erupted from within. Xiao Zhao, wake up! There's an intruder! Li Yuan, don't sleep. The assailant was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, old Wang had been vigilant, watching over Xiao Zhao throughout the night. Though old Wang's strength was lacking, his awareness was keen. The shadow, caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden attack, lost its advantage as the invisibility bug's effect dissipated. Revealing its form, it's you? Wang Lin exclaimed in surprise, evidently recognizing the intruder, Ao Shuang, as the vice master of the battle guard hall. What is your intention in stealthily infiltrating here? Once unmasked, Ao Shuang ceased to conceal himself, letting out a sinister laugh. Originally, I only needed to kill one person. Now, I shall have to eliminate you all. Golden Armor Goo. Ao Shuang, the vice master of the battle guard hall, wielded the battle-type goo known as the Golden Armor Goo, a fourth transformation profound goo that could coalesce a layer of golden energy around the goo master's body. Akin to a suit of armor, Ao Shuang unleashed a punch. Despite Wang Lin's ambush, the disparity in raw strength was too great. His previous strike failed to harm Ao Shuang. Bang! Wang Lin was struck by a punch and sent flying. Grandfather, though unable to see, Wang Zhao could sense the energy. Xiao Zhao, hurry and flee. Leave with Li Yuan. Wang Lin recognized that he was doomed, hoping only that the two young ones might survive. Ao Shuang snorted coldly and was about to deliver a finishing blow when suddenly, he felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head, a primal instinct for survival prompting him to retreat. In that instant of evasion, a crimson flame landed where he had just stood, crackling ominously and scorching a pit into the ground. If this flame were to touch him, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Ao Shuang turned to see a young man before him. On the young man's shoulder rested a charming yet perilous tricolored serpent, poised and ready, its mouth brewing flames. Beast goo? He did not recognize this goo. But it was undoubtedly extraordinary and likely a precious 1.2 precious goo. After a moment of tension, excitement surged within Ao Shuang. The blood-eye goo was to be offered to the cave master, and this even more valuable beast goo would belong to him. The goo is impressive, but it is unfortunate to be in the wrong hands. Ao Shuang abruptly pivoted and lunged towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan swiftly retreated, creating distance. When it comes to speed, you still have a ways to go. Wind-chasing butterfly. 2 wind-chasing butterflies appeared beneath Ao Shuang's feet, drastically enhancing his speed. Yet he quickly found himself bewildered. Not only did he fail to close the distance with the young man, but he found himself further apart. His pupils constricted sharply. Surrounding the boy were a dozen wind-chasing butterflies, making him appear like a gust of wind, effortlessly outpacing Ao Shuang. During the chase, Xiao Kai gathered her strength. Vicious python roar, the larger fireball soared toward Ao Shuang, who had anticipated the attack and dodged to the side. You can't hit me, Ao Shuang taunted. With your strength, managing such a plethora of goo insects must be exhausting. Let's see how long you can last. Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The tricolored serpent coiled upon his shoulder unleashed another fiery breath. This time a vibrant green flamed. Ao Shuang evaded once more. I told you. The goo is commendable, but the person. Suddenly, whoosh, Ao Shuang's words halted abruptly as the flames behind him, which had nearly extinguished, surged back to life. With some flames licking at his body, like a festering wound, they threatened to consume the golden armor he wore. In that moment, Ao Shuang finally comprehended the severity of the situation. Chapter 18. A ghost story well done. Xiao Kai! Li Yuan exclaimed with excitement, reveling in the exhilaration of fighting alongside Xiao Kai for the first time, feeling an inexplicable bond. Hiss! Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, raising her head high, regarding Ao Shuang with disdain, as if he were mere refuse. Damn it! Ao Shuang, having lived for decades, experienced for the first time the humiliation of being scorned by a snake. Not far off, Wang Lin was also in a state of shock. Li Yuan, is he that formidable? This young man had concealed such a powerful innate gu. How deep had he hidden it? After the initial astonishment, joy soon blossomed within him. This meant Li Yuan possessed the capability to protect himself, ensuring that Xiao Zhao's safety would also be guaranteed while by his side. Wang Zhao sensed something as well. Grandfather, is Brother Yuan going to defeat the bad guy? Wang Lin replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. The golden armor gu was a fourth transformation profound gu, not easily dealt with. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. I in the bamboo grove. Ao Shuang's repeated attempts to extinguish the crimson flames engulfing him proved futile. It seemed that only by eliminating you could the fire be quelled. Youngster, today I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a four-turn mysterious gu master. As his words fell, Ao Shuang opened his mouth and spat forth a golden gu insect which landed in his palm, emitting a piercing, elongated cry. Waves of energy emanated from the golden gu, cascading onto the other subordinate gu. Have we begun to fight with all our might? Li Yuan recognized this tactic, known as life-binding mysterious theft technique, an essential skill for every four-turn gu master and above. This technique drains the life force of the master and their life gu to bestow greater power upon subordinate gu and the master themselves. But excessive use can diminish the gu master's lifespan. Arrow worms? Ao Shuang flicked his hand, unleashing a dozen long, arrow-like worms. Infused with life energy, the arrow worms moved with astonishing speed, leaving Li Yuan struggling to respond. Yet, he had the sea of insect strategy, blade and sword gu. He unleashed all his blade and sword gu at once, creating a myriad of sword lights and energies to meet the oncoming assault. This is where it ends. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in Li Yuan's ear. Ao Shuang, using the cover of the arrow worms, once again rendered himself invisible and launched a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh, 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 Ao Shuang's golden glowing fist and the arrow worms surged forward simultaneously. At such close quarters, Li Yuan had no choice but to retreat in a straight line, evading the golden-clad punch but unable to dodge the assault of the arrow worms. Leather in haste, Li Yuan could only shield his vital points with the leather gu, yet one arrow worm still pierced through his throat. So be it. Let us die for a moment. Thud. Li Yuan's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. A mere three-turn mortal's gu master stands in stark contrast to a four-turn mysterious gu master. For you to push me into such a dire situation, I acknowledge your prowess. Ao Shuang exhaled. Approaching the fallen Li Yuan, the youth, struck in the throat by an arrow, showed no signs of life. At that moment, Ao Shuang sensed something and turned his head. The girl who had refined the blood gu was rushing toward them. Unbeknownst to him, she had removed the thick cloth covering her eyes, revealing them to be blood red, her entire being pulsating with a crimson hue, resembling a cloak of blood, akin to his own golden attire gu technique. The replication ability of the blood gu? Unfortunately, you are far too weak. Ao Shuang unleashed a punch, the gust of wind howling forth, easily sending Wang Zhao flying. He continued toward Li Yuan, his spirits high, reaching for the three-colored small python. Suddenly, the boy lying on the ground opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the small python also opened its eyes. Azure and emerald flames erupted simultaneously. At such close proximity, Ao Shuang had no time to evade. How could this? In an instant, Ao Shuang was turned to ice, kicked away by Li Yuan, falling backward and shattering into countless pieces. The offensive techniques still lacked strength. Despite the victory, Li Yuan reflected. The three-colored exotic fire of Shaokai was formidable, yet the prelude was lengthy, and the cooldown was not short either, resulting in a severely inadequate hit rate against skilled opponents. His triumph over Ao Shuang was purely due to the disparity in information. Ultimately, it was through the use of the resurrection gu to feign death, allowing his adversary to lower their guard, closing the distance unexpectedly to eliminate his foe. This also related to his lack of combat experience. Li Yuan mused, Brother Yuan. The cry, laced with tears, pulled Li Yuan from his thoughts. Wang Zhao, weeping, appeared somewhat pitiful. It is all right, Li Yuan gently patted the little girl's head, soothing her softly. Li Yuan. A shaken Wang Lin rushed over. That punch had nearly cost him his life, leaving him on the brink of despair. Impressive, you boy, Invincible at last that I've lived for decades and have never seen a 3-turn mortal's Goo Master defeat a 4-turn mysterious Goo Master. Today has truly opened my eyes. Only now did he realize that Li Yuan's talent was far beyond his imagination. If it were a 2-turn against a 3-turn or a 4-turn against a 5-turn, he would not have been so astounded. But a 3-turn against a 4-turn is a crossing of a watershed, shattering the divide between mortals and the mysterious, a feat that ordinary talent could not achieve. Just the life-binding mysterious theft technique alone is enough to instill despair. Enough. Enough. Li Yuan triumphed through an equipment advantage. His technique still lacking a bit. In his view, there was nothing praiseworthy. Old Wang, you mentioned that Ao Shuang is the deputy head of the Battle Guard Hall and has no enmity with us. Why did he ambush us? Li Yuan inquired. I suspect it has to do with Huang Funan. Wang Lin squinted. After his battle with Shi Wuli, Huang Funan had also suffered severe injuries and might be seeking to capture Xiao Zhao's precious goo to compensate. It seems you had already anticipated this, Li Yuan sighed. Indeed. Wang Lin chuckled bitterly, knowing this changes nothing. In the face of absolute strength, all is futile without you. We would have perished. Let us consider it as if nothing happened. Since it's Huang Funan's instigation, reporting it would be pointless unless we could escalate it to the inner doors of the 9th Palace. Should we leave? Wang Lin feared Huang Funan might retaliate. No need. Li Yuan shook his head. Huang Funan must have been gravely injured by Shi Wuli, preventing him from coming personally, and with Ao Shuang dead here, can you guess what he will think? Wang Lin's eyes widened in realization. He would conclude that Shi Wuli still had a trump card, that it was Shi Wuli who killed Ao Shuang. Li Yuan nodded. Thus, for quite some time, he would not dare to harbor any ill intentions. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is truly still alive? At that moment, Xiao Zhao murmured, Damn. Old Wang shivered suddenly. This is practically a ghost story. There aren't that many unexpected turns in this world. Li Yuan felt no worry. After all, Shi Wuli's life goo was dispatched by him personally, a thorough annihilation, dead beyond any doubt. 3 days later, the leader of the 100 Affairs Hall, Qi Xian, hurriedly arrived at Huang Funan's residence. Reporting to the cave master, the deputy head of the Battle Guard Hall, Ao Shuang, has gone missing. Inside the residence, Huang Funan weakly responded, his heart sinking, having seen the truth. Shi Wuli, you are truly alive. Chapter 19. Time flies as a 4-turn mysterious goo master. Capturing a Wang Zhao should have been effortless. How could he have died so easily? Unless Shi Wuli had set a trap, Huang Funan could think of no other outcome. Surely, he could not have been slain by an old man from the Broken Goo Tower and 2 young ones? I must expedite the detoxification. A strong sense of crisis welled within Huang Funan. If Shi Wuli were to recover, his first course of action would be to seek revenge, and then it would be his end. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 months had passed. Li Yuan felt utterly at ease. It appeared Huang Funan was gravely injured, wary of Shi Wuli, and dared not return here. This provided him ample time to develop. Once he steps into the realm of a 4-turn goo master, I shall have no fears. As far as he knew, both Huang Funan and Shi Wuli were 5-turn goo masters. As long as he became a 4-turn goo master, he would be able to safeguard himself. It won't be long now. The virtual panel materialized. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3-turn 291 300, Realm, 3-turn, Life Goo, Vitality Goo, Resurrection Goo, 3-colored exotic fire python. I've been part of the 12 caves for nearly a year and a half. Haven Ti? Time truly passes swiftly, living day in and day out with Goo. He had nearly forgotten what the outside world was like. Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Wang Zhao stumbled over, her voice tinged with tears. What's wrong? Li Yuan inquired. Grandpa is not long for this world. You must come see him quickly. Wang Zhao sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Li Yuan immediately rose and hurried toward the bedroom. When he joined the Broken Goo Tower, old Wang was already of advanced age. And having been long subjected to the sinister aura of the Broken Goo Tower, his health had always been poor, coupled with being tortured in the law enforcement hall and sustaining that punch from Ao Shuang 3 months ago. His condition had deteriorated sharply. Half a month ago, old Wang had already been bedridden, growing weaker by the day. Li Yuan had long anticipated this day's arrival. Upon entering the room, old Wang appeared even more emaciated than before. His breath faint as a whisper, like a candle flickering in the wind. ready to extinguish at any moment. Li Yuan, you've come. Seeing Li Yuan, Wang Lin struggled to muster a smile. Old Wang Li Yuan sat by the bedside. Quietly watching him point, one cannot be devoid of feelings like grass and wood. He felt a deep sorrow but was powerless to change fate. The cycle of life and death is a reality that befalls everyone. Without exception, you seem increasingly spirited, vibrant, and full of life. In you, I see the promise of rebirth. Wang Lin remarked with a smile. Then you should live a little longer. Li Yuan was not one for comforting words. He did not grasp the profundity of life and death. Besides the tears he shed when his grandfather passed, he had never cried again, and I wish for that too. Wang Lin was quite open-hearted. He once believed he feared not death, yet when faced with its imminent approach, he found himself yearning to live. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly asked. Occasionally, Li Yuan would not shout. My fate is mine to command, yet some matters truly seem like the hand of destiny. Ha ha. Wang Lin chuckled, and his condition seemed to improve a bit, his speech becoming more fluid. You are better off than I. In my youth, I never believed in fate until I endured decades of trials. Realizing my own mediocrity, I had never encountered a formidable genius, nor had I ever gazed upon anyone's dazzling brilliance. Your presence has gradually made me understand that fate indeed exists. With your talent, you should not be confined to the broken Gu Tower. Yet such is destiny, such is fate. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to glimpse the talented and spirited version of myself that I once fantasized about in my youth. Thank you. Wang Linu's vitality surged as he brushed away the dust, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Li Yuan understood that this was a sign of fading vitality. Old Wang, spare me the empty words. Speak of something of substance, he jested. Ha ha ha. Wang Lin laughed heartily. You rascal. At first I thought you were simple and earnest, bearing burdens without complaint, fearing you might be taken advantage of. Now I realize I overestimated my concerns. You cunning little fox, your tale is even more hidden than mine, quite shrewd indeed. Well, that's splendid. It is certainly preferable to being forced by the harsh realities of life to confront the world's truths. Why don't you share your true feelings? Li Yuan pressed, unrelenting. What true feelings could I possibly have? Wang Lin replied, my only concern now is for Xiao Zhao. I wish to entrust her care to you. He had intended to suggest marrying Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but the words caught in his throat. Li Yuan's talent destined him for an extraordinary future, where the vistas he would encounter were far beyond what Xiao Zhao could ever hope to see. Having Xiao Zhao by Li Yuan's side for a time was already a stroke of fortune for the Wang family. He dared not wish for more. Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I am here, I will ensure she suffers no indignities. You need not worry, Li Yuan assured solemnly. The young girl cooked and washed for him daily, never complaining. Even if old Wang did not voice it, he would take good care of Xiao Zhao. With your word, I am at ease, Wang Lin replied, content. Now, go about your business. I wish to have a word with my dear granddaughter, Hm. Li Yuan nodded, casting a deep glance at old Wang. Take care. He silently acknowledged this as a final farewell. Feeling not the anticipated sorrow, but rather a slight sense of melancholy, Li Yuan exited the room. Wang Zhao crouched at the bedside, her small hands tightly clasping her grandfather's large hand. Xiao Zhao? What do you think of Li Yuan? Hm. Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a formidable Gu master, and I greatly admire him. Do you like him? Grandfather, what are you saying? Brother Yuan has already told me he only sees me as a sister. One should take a man's words with a grain of salt. Wang Lin chuckled. In my youth, I too regarded your grandmother as just a sister, yet I ended up marrying her. Wang Zhao's face flushed crimson. But Brother Yuan is so extraordinary, and I am just a simpleton. I am unworthy of him. Silly girl, Wang Lin said. Some men marry without regard for family background, talent, or appearance. They seek only a virtuous wife. For a virtuous wife leads to prosperity. But Wang Zhao was moved by his words. No more buts. Wang Lin laughed. Li Yuan is a dragon among men. Whether he can be grasped depends on you. But remember, romantic feelings should develop naturally and cannot be forced. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Lin suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, blood spilling forth. Grandfather, please stop talking and rest. Wang Zhao wept, tears streaming down her face. Do not be sorrowful. Birth, aging, illness, and death are experiences all must undergo. As long as you do not forget your grandfather, He will live on in spirit. Wang Lin extended his hand, revealing an icy silkworm nestled in his palm. This is my lifebound gu, the ice silkworm. It has brought me much fortune and assisted me in becoming a third-turn gu master. After so many years, it is on the brink of transformation. I will allow it to consume my heart for one final endeavor. After I am gone, you shall cut open my chest, retrieve the ice silkworm, and present it to Li Yuan. Its successful transformation will yield a fourth-turn mysterious gu. Wang Lin understood that the mysterious gu was far beyond what Xiao Zhao could control, but for Li Yuan, it would be an invaluable boon. This was the only path he could pave for his granddaughter. Chapter 20. The departure of old Wang. As night fell, the mournful cries echoed from within the dwelling. Old Wang had indeed departed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of despondency. Upon exiting the broken gu building, he found Xiao Zhao already carrying old Wang's body out of the chamber. Brother Yuan, grandfather has left us, Wang Zhao sobbed uncontrollably. Let us lay him to rest on the back mountain. Li Yuan said somberly, why grandfather rests there as well. This way, the old man will have company and not be too lonely. This was a funeral arrangement old Wang had long set for himself. In the vicinity of the Jiogong mountain range, ordinary funerals were not elaborated upon. Simplicity and a return to nature were emphasized. Following her grandfather's wishes, Wang Zhao went to the back mountain, dug a grave, placed the coffin within, and erected a tombstone. Thus concluded old Wang's life. Grandfather, may you rest in peace. Wang Zhao wept at the grave for an extended time, until deep into the night. Li Yuan stayed by her side, burning paper money and some spirit paper gu, which were essentially paper offerings crafted into faux gu. This was a unique custom of the Jiogong mountain range, a modest display of respect. Old Wang, you once saw in me the embodiment of the talented and spirited self of my dreams. Today, I have burned so many strange gu for you. May you become a gu immortal in the underworld. Li Yuan murmured, pouring out 3 cups of yellow wine as a farewell to old Wang. 7 days later, while Li Yuan was still asleep, he was stirred awake by a knock at the door. Brother Yuan, I have something to give you. It was Wang Zhao at the door. Li Yuan quickly donned his clothes and opened the door to find the young girl holding a jade box. Xiao Zhao, why are you here so early? Did you not sleep at all? I wanted to spend more time with grandfather. Over the past 7 days, Wang Zhao had kept vigil at her grandfather's grave. Her figure visibly frail. Had she not been a gu master, stronger than the average person, she likely would have collapsed from exhaustion. Brother Yuan, this is what grandfather entrusted me to give to you. The girl handed over the jade box. What is this? Li Yuan asked as he accepted it and opened the lid. Inside lay a large cocoon, not perfectly round, resembling a heart woven of white silk. A chill emanated from within the cocoon. This aura felt oddly familiar to Li Yuan, reminiscent of old Wang's lifebound gu, the ice silkworm, yet with subtle differences. In his final moments, grandfather had commanded his lifebound ice silkworm to consume his heart in hopes of facilitating its ultimate transformation. Having accompanied him for decades, I do not know if it has successfully transformed. I am merely following grandfather's wishes by presenting it to you, Brother Yuan, Wang Zhao said, her sorrow bubbling forth as she began to cry once more. Old Wang, oh old Wang, Li Yuan sighed. Compared to you, I still possess such youthful naivete. Even in death, you remain concerned for me, worried I might not care for your precious granddaughter properly. This parting gift felt undeniably weighty. He could sense that the ice silkworm had achieved its transformation, fulfilling old Wang's lifelong ambition. The successful metamorphosis of the ice silkworm would yield the fourth-turn mysterious gu, but it was far too powerful for Xiao Zhao to wield. It was a responsibility that would fall to him alone. Old Wang, was this all part of your calculations? Li Yuan thought ruefully. Had this been merely a third-turn gu, he would have entrusted its care to Xiao Zhao. Very well. I shall accept it. Li Yuan closed the jade box and tucked it away. If he refused, old Wang would likely not rest easy, perhaps even rising from his slumber to haunt him with dreams. Wang Zhao exhaled in relief. Brother Yuan, I must also visit the Baisher Hall to return grandfather's disciple token. When someone passes away, their identity must be dissolved. Such matters fell under the purview of the Baisher Hall. I shall go. Li Yuan gently ruffled the girl's hair. You have not slept for several days. Now that the 7th day has passed, he is at peace below. You must take care of yourself as well. Then. Very well. Wang Zhao, feeling a bit timid, had always relied on her grandfather to handle matters at the Baisher Hall. She was entirely unfamiliar with the place. Thank you, Brother Yuan. After expressing her gratitude, Wang Zhaozhao returned inside and collapsed into bed, while Li Yuan took the token and left the broken goo building. As he walked along the path, he suddenly realized he had never ventured beyond the small bamboo grove outside the broken goo building and had no idea where to go. Not even knowing the location of the Baisher Hall. Spoiled by old Wang, I suppose. Ultimately, Li Yuan followed a disciple heading to the Baisher Hall and managed to find his way there. Upon entering the loft, he noticed the master of the Baisher Hall, Qi Xian, handling affairs. Suddenly spotting a familiar figure, his eyes widened in surprise. Li Yuan? What the hell? What a ghost. In Qi Xian's memory, Li Yuan had joined the 12 Caves over a year ago but had never visited the Baisher Hall. He had always left such matters to old Wang. After the incident involving Shi Wuli's madness and cannibalism, Qi Xian had specifically inquired about Li Yuan. Old Wang had described him as a taciturn fellow, disinterested in social interactions, preferring the company of Gu, never stepping outside. Qi Xian hurried down the stairs. This young prodigy certainly warranted his personal attention. Li Yuan, what brings you here? Hallmaster Xian, Li Yuan returned the greeting. Old Wang has passed. I have come to return his identity token. Old Wang has passed? Qi Xian paused, then felt it was only to be expected, devoid of any deep sentiment. Please hand me the token. After receiving the token from Li Yuan, Qi Xian continued, Li Yuan, the affairs of the Baisher Hall are quite busy. Forgive me for not being able to mourn for old Wang, but please raise a cup of wine in his honor. Li Yuan understood this was merely a courteous expression. Rarely did anyone genuinely mourn the passing of another. By the way, Li Yuan, there is something else I must inform you. Qi Xian added, in due time. The Kanglan King will be visiting the 12 Caves for an inspection. He will be visiting each hall, and since old Wang has departed, you will need to represent the broken goo building during the visit. Do not let the occasion slip by in terms of courtesy. In his eyes, Li Yuan was still just a greenhorn. Should he offend the Kanglan King with careless words, there would be dire consequences. Kanglan King? Li Yuan had only a faint recollection of the subject, aware that this was a prince of a different surname from the Dian dynasty, which had yet to collapse, with his fief located in the neighboring Kanglan region of the southern frontier. It seemed that you were utterly oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Qi Xian remarked, allow me to enlighten you, lest you remain unaware of the gravity of the situation. After the Dian dynasty crumbled, the 5 great kings jointly governed the regions beyond the central plains of Dian, namely, King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglan. Apart from King Kanglan, the other 4 monarchs subtly hinted at their intentions to establish their own sovereign titles. In contrast, King Kanglan remained steadfast in his support for the Daqian imperial family, actively searching for the direct bloodline of the royal family, hoping to elevate a new emperor to the throne. As he spoke, Qi Xian offered a wry smile. The direct line of the Dian imperial family had long since perished. Even if any survived, they would be incapable of ascending the throne again, merely serving as keys for various factions to access the martial goddess treasure. These matters stirred memories buried deep within Li Yuan. He had never forgotten the blood feud with his grandfather, the imperial physician. Yet now he was weak and vulnerable. Exposing his identity would be tantamount to courting disaster. Time was his most formidable weapon for vengeance. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan inquired, Qi Hall Master, you mentioned that the 5 kings have seized the regions beyond the Central Plains. Who currently governs the Central Plains? Chapter 21. The curtain rises. I thought you were completely uninterested in anything. Qi Xian chuckled upon seeing Li Yuan's initiative to ask in today's world. No one can afford to remain indifferent. Gaining knowledge of the global situation can only be beneficial, for who knows when we might find ourselves ensnared in it. Even the Jiogong mountain range could be drawn into this? A sense of urgency washed over Li Yuan. He had no desire for this place to be disturbed. If it were merely a conflict over power among the lords, it would naturally have no impact on Jiogong mountain. The greatest threat lay with the demons infiltrating the borders. Amidst the chaos in various regions, demons feasted upon the living, growing increasingly powerful. One day, they would become an insurmountable calamity. Qi Xian continued to expound on the affairs of the outside world. Li Yuan realized that the situation was indeed grave. Otherwise, even the secluded 12 caves would not be privy to such extensive knowledge. Qi Xian sighed, at present, An organization known as the Night Owl maintains order in the Central Plains. Night Owl? Li Yuan had never heard of it. The Night Owl was established by the martial god who opened up Dian, created by the founding emperor, and operates solely under the commands of successive emperors. The entire organization comprises highly skilled martial artists, and the rulers of the Night Owl throughout the ages have been formidable figures at the level of martial emperors. What is the level of a martial emperor? Li Yuan had scant understanding of martial artists. The Gu Master has 9 transformations, while martial artists possess 9 ranks. A martial artist who ascends to the 9th rank is termed a martial emperor. Beyond that lies the martial god, corresponding to the Gu Immortal. Qi Xian explained. Understood. Li Yuan had long since abandoned any illusions about martial arts. It was the existence of the Night Owl organization that barely preserved the order of the Central Plains, preventing Dian from collapsing swiftly amidst the power vacuum. Enough of this. Excessive discourse serves no purpose. Those matters and individuals are far removed from us. The state of the world is beyond our control. Should it truly affect us, it will be a long time coming. Qi Xian patted Li Yuan on the shoulder. Remember what I said. When King Kanglin arrives, you must pay heed to etiquette. No need to be overly servile, but do not be neglectful either. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the residual Gu Tower, a data panel materializing before him. Gu Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 0800, Rank. 4th Transformation, Destined Gu. Vitality Gu. Rebirth Gu, 3-colored exotic fire python, Gu House. None. Special feature. Decomposition function unlocked. You may decompose high-tier Gu into lower-tier Gu, rearranging and recombining them for new synthesis. Today, he officially stepped into the realm of a 4th Transformation Gu Master. Li Yuan noticed an additional line of data on the panel. What is a Gu House? He had neither seen nor heard of a Gu House, and it was not even recorded in the Gu Master Manual. This decomposition function, however, was undoubtedly useful. Previously, he could not synthesize high-tier residual Gu, but with this function, he could decompose high-tier Gu and use the rare materials obtained from decomposition to synthesize in new directions. This would significantly increase the probability of producing rare or exotic Gu. As a thought crossed his mind, he retrieved a few 5th Transformation residual Gu from the 5th floor. Select Original Materials, 5th Transformation Residual Gu. Colorful Garment Dumpling 2E begin decomposition. The black jar shook incessantly, radiating a spectrum of vibrant colors. The colorful garment dumpling was a unique type of Gu, resembling a blob of colorful slime capable of absorbing the power of the 5 elements. Once refined into a destined Gu, it could enhance the affinity between the Gu Master and the 5 elemental forces. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 6th 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Colorful Garment Silkworm 6, Colorful Treasure Liquid 1. Can treasures also be decomposed? Li Yuan was elated. He recalled the scene of synthesizing the exotic Gu Rebirth Gu, where the critical factor had been the 1,000-life centipede that had mistakenly ingested the longevity grass. Had he possessed the decomposition function earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from the 1,000-life centipede. This meant he could make far more choices. Onward. Select Original Materials, 5th Transformation Residual Gu, Control Corpse Gu 1, Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Enslavement Gu 3, Bewitching Water 1. This item is indeed sinister. Li Yuan had a vivid impression of the Control Corpse Gu. It was the destined Gu of Huang Fu Nan, capable of controlling dozens of corpse puppets in his hands. Onward. Li Yuan initiated a frenzied decomposition mode. You have obtained 3 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Beauty Gu 3, Rejuvenation Liquid 1. You have obtained 3 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Yang Energy Gu 3, Golden Gunpowder 1. You have obtained 3 3rd Transformation Common Gu, Wind Chasing Butterfly 3, Divine Movement Grass 1. You have obtained. After an entire day, Li Yuan had decomposed a substantial portion of the 5th Transformation Residual Gu. Reserving some to deal with the sex inspection, it was time to synthesize. The dazzling array of treasures and new Gu brought Li Yuan great joy. The stranger the materials, the closer he was to miracles. Synthesize. Select Original Materials, Beauty Gu, Wind Chasing Butterfly, Enslavement Gu. Add Colorful Treasure Liquid, Divine Movement Grass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the Stunning Butterfly, 4th Transformation Rare Gu, upon refining into a destined Gu. Can gradually enhance the Gu Master's appearance and demeanor, rendering them fair-skinned and beautiful, particularly suited for females. As a subservient Gu, it possesses only ornamental value, evoking a reluctance to harm, devoid of combat power. Li Yuan wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't this merely a beautiful trinket? Primarily, he felt he was handsome enough already. There was no need to enhance his looks, and it was better to leave others a chance for survival. Onward with synthesis. This synthesis took 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful, uplifting sound resonated in his ears. You have obtained the 4th transformation rare Gu, Illusory Robe. Illusory Robe. 4th transformation rare Gu, capable of aiding the Gu Master in concealing their aura and form, altering their appearance. This function may also be applied to other targets and cannot be refined into a subservient Gu. It is unfortunate that it is not a combat-oriented rare Ji Li Yuan's side. Nevertheless, the illusory robe aligned with my requirements, facilitating covert operations and intelligence gathering. Obtaining a rare Gu is no easy feat. Let us refine it. The illusory robe bore a resemblance to a slug, plump and pale. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its coloration gradually shifting, blending seamlessly with its surroundings like a chameleon. Intriguing. Slug, transform that flower pot into a black jar. Li Yuan commanded. Gu the slug sprang into action, landing on the flower pot in an instant. Moments later, the flower pot was transformed under the slug's influence, becoming a pitch-black jar, indistinguishable in aura or touch from a genuine black jar. Its camouflage ability was remarkable. Next, he instructed the slug to morph a tree into a human shape, which could also deceive the senses flawlessly. This indeed lived up to the title of a rare Gu. Li Yuan stretched lazily. Another phase of his goal had been accomplished. The subsequent task was to gradually cultivate his other destined Gu to the 4th transformation. There was still ample time. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from Baishir Hall. King Kanglin had confirmed his intention to visit the 12 caves, with Li Yuan representing the residual Gu Tower to host the reception. Chapter 22. King Kanglin. Li Yuan was not fond of hosting outsiders. However, with the old king gone and Xiao Zhao being even more socially anxious than he, the responsibility fell to him. If Qi Hall Master S words held any truth, then King Kanglin could be regarded as a paragon of loyalty. While the other princes of different surnames chose to abandon the Dayan imperial family and prepare to establish their own sovereign titles, King Kanglin remained resolute in his support for Dayan, which was no small feat. It was a pity that Dayan had long since become a mere shell of its former self. Even if I were to step forward now, I could not alter the reality. Only by eliminating the demons could the true calamity be resolved. Li Yuan wished to avoid a misstep that would lead to total failure. Moreover, his ancestral roots had been severed at birth. Whether he could still be considered a direct descendant of the Dayan imperial family was not a matter he could assert unilaterally. Brother Yuan, do you think King Kanglin is coming here to court the 9-palace Gu nest? Is the flames of war about to spread to the mountains? Wang Zhaozhao asked anxiously. She loathed warfare. It had taken her parents' lives, leaving her adrift. With her parents gone and her grandfather also departed, the only person she felt familiar with now was Brother Yuan. If war were to return, she could hardly bear to envision such a scene. Do not worry, Li Yuan reassured her with a smile. What is destined to happen cannot be avoided. All we can do is focus on our cultivation and strengthen ourselves. As 2 individuals conversed beneath the bamboo groves, a group approached along the mountain path, their laughter echoing through the air. Upon closer inspection, the foremost figure was a man accompanied by 2 children, presumably around 7 or 8 years old, who appeared to be twins, a boy and a girl. The man donned a blue python robe, intricately embroidered with 9 dragons, exuding an aura of authority as he strode forward with a commanding presence, radiating a natural dignity without needing to raise his voice. The 9 dragons and 5 claws emblem signified the highest rank of nobility, comparable to that of a prince with royal blood, thereby affirming the stature and might of King Songlon. An overwhelming aura surrounded him. Li Yuan's expression grew serious. This was undoubtedly the most formidable individual he had encountered thus far, far surpassing the strength of the 12th cave's leader, Huang Fu and Ai in terms of spirit and vitality. Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, and it was even more evident that King Kanglin ranked among the elite within the martial community. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctual oppression emanating from him. Ultimately, this world revered martial prowess above all else. To many outsiders, the path of the Gu master was perceived as a niche form of cultivation, deemed less significant than the 3 teachings, and viewed as a sidelong approach relying on external tools. Before long, King Kanglin's entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the residual goo tower. After acknowledging King Kanglin, Li Yuan performed a respectful bow. No need for such formalities, King Kanglin. Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile as he glanced at Li Yuan. It seems the 12 caves still possess a few notable talents. Your Highness flatters us, replied Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall. This disciple is Li Yuan, the steward of the residual goo tower, and indeed, he is quite gifted. Li Yuan, please proceed to introduce the residual goo tower to His Highness, Qi Xian instructed. Your Highness, please, Li Yuan responded with measured confidence. Xiao Yuan nodded, stepping into the bamboo grove. Qi Xian followed closely, his heart racing as he feared Li Yuan might misspeak and offend King Kanglin. Wow, a flower butterfly. What a beautiful butterfly! Suddenly, the young princess exclaimed, joyfully darting forward to chase a lovely butterfly flitting through the bamboo. Princess, be careful, Qi Xian urged anxiously. This is the 12th cave, teeming with goo insects. The princess is still young and has not yet trained. If something were to happen, not even 10 of my lives would suffice to make amends. It's fine. Let her play, King Kanglin dismissed, unconcerned. A mere low-tier goo insect cannot harm my daughter, so childish, remarked the young prince, who was the son of Xiao Yuan. Though both were descendants of Xiao Yuan and twins, the personalities of the princess and the young prince were strikingly different. Li Yuan paid no heed to the children's antics. He guided Xiao Yuan and his group on a brief tour of the residual goo tower, succinctly explaining the process of cultivating and transforming residual goo. What a hassle! No wonder others claim the path of the goo master is trivial. The young prince scoffed. Liar, do not be rude, Xiao Yuan chided. TSK. The young prince dared not defy King Kanglin too openly, making a face before darting out of the residual goo tower. Li Yuan remained unfazed by the children's remarks. After all, they were from entirely different worlds, and their modes of expression naturally diverged. The young prince had the privilege to speak freely. Master Qi, I apologize for my child's impudent words. I hope you can forgive him. Li Yuan was taken aback when Xiao Yuan offered an apology. Qi Xian complimented. The young prince speaks with the candor of youth. We understand. Moreover, he is not entirely incorrect. The path of the goo master does indeed have its limitations. I, on the other hand, believe that the goo master lineage holds great potential. Xiao Yuan sighed lightly. Liar and Qinur's mother was a goo master. Qi Xian was taken aback. Wait, my friend, you should have mentioned that earlier. He stammered awkwardly, finding himself at a loss for words. Who would have known that the long-deceased Queen Kanglin was a goo master? Li Yuan remained composed, internally speculating that the late Queen Kanglin was likely not an ordinary goo master. It was no wonder the 9 palaces goo nest permitted Xiao Yuan to visit, possibly indicating a desire for collaboration, which might be significantly linked to the late queen. Thus, I maintain a keen interest in the goo master lineage. As many of their abilities are irreplaceable by martial artists, Xiao Yuan concluded. Half an hour later, the group departed from the residual goo tower. Just as they stepped out, they witnessed the young prince and princess in a heated dispute amidst the bamboo grove. Their faces flushed as they shouted at each other. Martial artists are the strongest, goo masters are the mightiest. Martial artists are super invincible number 1. Goo masters are the absolute strongest in the world. I will become a martial god and make all goo masters practice martial arts. I will become a goo immortal and control all martial artists to eat cilantro. The young princess and young prince stood defiantly on either side, exchanging shouts, each trying to outdo the other in volume and length of sentences. Observing this lively scene, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It had been a long time since the residual goo tower had been so animated. You two, enough, Xiao Yuan exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Regardless of whether you wish to become a goo master or a martial artist, you must first establish a solid foundation and study diligently. In the end, it is strength that speaks, not mere verbal disputes. Humph. Both the young princess and young prince huffed, turning their heads away. Let us go. It is time to visit the next hall. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, taking one child by each hand. Your Highness, please take care, Li Yuan sighed with relief, glad to see them off, silently wishing that this royal visit would not recur. However, after taking just a few steps, they halted once more. The young princess, Xiao Qinur, kept glancing back, her legs seemingly frozen in place. leaving 2 long lines in the soil as she dragged her feet. "Chiner, is there something you wish to say?" A child's thoughts are often transparent, her big, watery eyes fixed intently on a certain spot in the bamboo grove. Xiao Qiner pouted and pointed. "Father, I want that flower butterfly." Chapter 23. The role of the beautiful waist. Xiao Qiner raised her delicate hand, indicating a bamboo stalk. The group followed her gaze and beheld a vividly colored butterfly perched upon the bamboo. "What a beautiful butterfly," Xiao Yuan marveled, instantly grasping his daughter's yearning. The butterfly, resting on the bamboo, was approximately half a foot long, its wings unfurling like a painting that seemed to capture all the splendor and wonder of the world. The base color of its wings was a profound, midnight ocean blue, adorned with ethereal, dreamlike purples. A fleeting glimpse of it was enough to leave an indelible impression, particularly for a little girl filled with innocence and wonder, presenting an irresistible allure. Master Qi. "Is this butterfly also a goo insect from the residual goo tower?" Xiao Yuan inquired. Qi Xian hesitated, sensing that this butterfly indeed bore the essence of a goo insect, though the 12th cave should not cultivate such specimens. It must have been an erroneous evolution of a residual goo. Recognizing Qi Xian's uncertainty, Xiao Yuan decided to consult a professional and turn back with his daughter Li Yuan. "Is that butterfly yours?" Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was the remarkable beautiful waist, known as the Jinghong butterfly, which, despite its beauty, served no practical purpose. "Big brother, can you sell it to me?" Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the young princess Xiao Qiner chimed in. "If the princess likes it, she may have it," Li Yuan generously offered, as it was of no use to him. "Mother said that when out and about, one should not take others' belongings without permission." Xiao Qiner declared seriously. "Name your price." Xiao Yuan chuckled. "Qiner is correct. This butterfly is evidently unique. It must have required considerable effort and resources to cultivate, so we cannot take it without compensation," Li Yuan replied. "It was merely a casual effort. You need not worry. Just express what you wish to exchange." Xiao Yuan assumed Li Yuan hesitated due to his status. "Your Highness misunderstands," Li Yuan clarified. "What I lack is merely time." "How about this?" Xiao Yuan retrieved a token from his waist. "When you have made your decision, you may use this token to find me or anyone else in the Kanglan domain. They will assist you." "All right," Li Yuan agreed, no longer deflecting. With King Kanglan open to a transaction, he decided to go along with it. Upon receiving the token, Li Yuan beckoned, and the Jinghong butterfly fluttered over, alighting on the young princess's shoulder. "It is truly beautiful," Xiao Qiner exclaimed, dancing with joy. "Thank you, big brother. You are a good person and shall surely live a long life." With the young princess's auspicious words, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Goodbye, big brother." Content with her acquisition of the Jinghong butterfly, Xiao Qiner departed happily. Li Yuan watched the group vanish into the depths of the bamboo grove, exhaling a sigh of relief. Let us hope we do not cross paths again. If they did, it would likely herald the encroachment of war. As time flowed like a river, another year slipped by. King Kanglan had not returned to the 12th cave, and Li Yuan's concerns had yet to materialize. The tranquil life at the residual goo tower continued unabated. Li Yuan relished this serene existence, daily checking his status panel. Goo Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation, 381-800, Realm. 4th Transformation, Destin Goo. Vitality Goo. Revival Goo, Tricolor Ethereal Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Goo House. None. I have been refining goo in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by his side, engaging in conversation, sharing meals, and occasionally discussing the path of the Goo Master, he did not feel overly lonely. Seasons changed, and life remained as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, as Li Yuan was refining goo, Wang Zhao excitedly rushed in. "Have you broken through to the 3rd Transformation Goo Master realm?" Li Yuan immediately discerned. "What? You couldn't pretend not to know and then guess." Wang Zhao pouted. "I forgot. I'll be sure to remember next time." Li Yuan chuckled, reminiscing about the growing girl before him, and he couldn't help but think of old Wang. As old Wang approached the end of his life, he gifted the rare goo, Ice Heart Goo, which he had kept for himself, intending to pass it on to Xiao Zhao in the future. Poor old Wang, who had spent his entire life stagnating at the realm of a 3rd Transformation Goo Master. Xiao Zhao, barely 18, had already attained the status of a 3rd Transformation Goo Master, a disparity that could not be overlooked. "Thank you, Brother Yuan," Wang Zhao expressed with clarity, fully aware that her accomplishments today were a result of his guidance. Had it not been for Brother Yuan's teachings on cultivating the blood Aigu, guiding her in her training, and providing her with resources, she would not have reached such heights. And you thank me? Li Yuan teased. Then I must extend my gratitude to you as well. Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Thank me for what? For washing my clothes, cooking for me, keeping me company and alleviating my boredom. And enjoying the scenery together, Li Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. But those are merely trivial matters, she protested. Indeed, just trifles. The young woman stood in the wind, lost in thought for a long while before breaking into a smile. Li Yuan shifted the topic. Focus on your training. The fourth transformation Gu Master Realm is a significant threshold. Crossing the divide between the mundane and the extraordinary is no easy feat. Wang Zhaozhao remained humble. Her grandfather had spent his life ensnared at the third transformation, never crossing into the realm of the extraordinary. She was determined to surpass that limit. Brother Yuan, what realm are you at? This was the first time Wang Zhaozhao had actively inquired about Li Yuan's level of mastery. From the day she joined the Remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan had been a figure of mystery and strength in her eyes, never revealing his true capabilities. She admired Brother Yuan and regarded him as a divine aspiration. I am but a fellow climber, just like you, Li Yuan replied, keeping his answer vague. Wang Zhaozhao did not press further, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. One night, after a long absence of warning signals, the reconnaissance Gu once again emitted a message of danger. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not surprised. He had anticipated this day and had long been prepared for it. Even in the tranquility of life, one must envision the most perilous scenarios. To remain vigilant in times of peace and to prepare for the storm. That was the survival principle Li Yuan had set for himself. Outside the small bamboo grove, 6 dark figures infiltrated from various directions. It seemed that Huang Fu Nan was gravely injured, having reached a dead end. After more than a year, he had yet to recover and could only control 6 corpse puppets. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Fu Nan easily commanding over a dozen corpse puppets to battle against Shi Wuli. However, I have also mastered the art of life draining, and even facing Huang Fu Nan at his peak does not intimidate me. Li Yuan evaluated internally. Yet, he still expressed respect for Huang Fu Nan, deciding to adopt a stealthy approach, avoiding direct confrontation. Slug, transform into the flying snake Gu that Huang Fu Nan loves and hates. Li Yuan concealed himself by the bed, using illusionary garment to completely mask his presence and that of the tricolor fire python. Simultaneously, he altered the quilt on the bed to resemble the flying snake Gu. Soon, a pair of emerald eyes appeared outside the window. Illuminated by the moonlight, spotting the flying snake, Shi Wuli. So you are still alive. Huang Fu Nan's murderous intent surged. It seems you have usurped the disciple of the Remnant Gu Tower to survive. He recalled the disciple's name, which was Li Yuan, possessing considerable talent. Li Yuan, today, as the master of this cave, I shall avenge you. May you rest in peace and allow me to successfully refine Shi Wuli and the blood Aigu. Chapter 24. Trapping Huang Fu Nan. Deadly corpse puppet formation. Lock. Huang Fu Nan ceased his concealment and bellowed. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously burst through the walls, each wielding a chain coated in black corpse oil. Shi Wuli, you cannot escape. The 6 chains swiftly ensnared the entire bed. As Huang Fu Nan lunged forward, his hand like a dagger, piercing towards the head of the flying snake. Upft! The head of the flying snake on the bed was struck, exploding with a resounding crash. Huang Fu Nan's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed something was amiss. There was no way Shi Wuli could be utterly defenseless to be killed so easily. Swish, 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 in an instant. Hundreds of spikes shot forth from all directions. Numbness Gu. Caught off guard, Huang Fu Nan was struck by the numbness Gu, rendering his limbs immobile. He hastily commanded his life-controlling corpse Gu to inject the corpse oil into his body, dispelling the numbness. Just then, he sensed a looming danger and abruptly looked up, spotting a small snake. The perilous yet alluring little snake was poised to strike, its mouth gathering a crystalline blue flame. Rare Gu, tricolor fire python. Huang Fu Nan recognized the type of the little snake, his soul trembling. Shi Wuli, you actually succeeded in your metamorphosis. He was filled with shock and despair. With a whoosh, the crystalline blue flame descended upon Huang Fu Nan. Augmented by a jade-green flame, intensifying the blaze, scorching his exterior while freezing his internal organs. Ah! Huang Funan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Li Yuan, concealed in the shadows, was astonished. Indeed, as the cave master, he could still scream under such circumstances. Not instantly turning into an ice statue, I will die. You shall not live either. Life-controlling goo, merge. Execute the final command. Kill Shi Wuli. Huang Funan had one last resort, merging his life-controlling goo to transform into a colossal corpse puppet. A move that would cost him his own life afterward. But he had no time to spare. The moment he witnessed Shi Wuli's rebirth, he knew he was doomed. Boom. In the next moment, his entire body erupted in multiple locations. Skin, brain matter, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, and flesh all turned to fine mist, leaving only a portion of his organs dangling from the pockmarked bones. Can still live like this? Li Yuan was stunned. A fifth transformation goo master indeed possessed remarkable abilities. The fusion of man and goo was no trivial feat. Only half of Huang Funan's eyeball remained, rolling in the socket, suddenly spotting the bed, causing it to shake violently. The exploded head of the flying snake had vanished. All that remained was a quilt with a hole in it and a plump, white slug scurrying beneath the bed. Rare goo. Illusionary garment. He uttered fragmented, nearly inaudible sounds, with the last remnants of his sanity. Huang Funan could not afford to think further and frantically crawled towards the illusionary garment. Little Kai, unleash another attack. Yuan's thoughts shifted, and Little Kai once again spewed flames, this time a crimson hue. Landing on Huang Funan. It hurts. I'm in so much pain. Scorched by the red flames, Huang Funan was already delirious, abandoning his pursuit of the illusionary garment and turning his attention towards Little Kai. Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself, retreating while supporting Little Kai. He calmly regarded Huang Funan. There was no need for further action. The red flames would soon consume Huang Funan entirely, leaving nothing behind. You daughter not. She, the dying Huang Funan finally grasped the situation. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. I am not Shi Wuli. I am the harbinger of death, here to collect a debt for an old friend. If you have any regrets, go to the underworld and repent. You, thud. Huang Funan's spine was severed by the flames, his head rolling to the ground. He could not remember. Who was this person? Who was his old friend? Was it a relative of a corpse puppet? The red flames consumed his final thoughts. Huang Funan, die. Li Yuan remained impassive. Little Kai, clean up the scene. Make sure to leave no trace behind. With careful planning and favorable circumstances, Li Yuan had easily defeated a severely injured opponent, finding the encounter far simpler than dealing with Ao Shuang. However, a troubling thought lingered in his mind. With the cave master deceased, the Ninth Palace would undoubtedly investigate. Would they trace it back to him? Surely not. He glanced at Little Kai, who was diligently eradicating evidence, reassured that he would not be exposed. Without evidence, it could only be deemed that Shi Wuli was responsible for the death, a perfectly reasonable conclusion. Li Yuan stepped outside and approached Xiao Zhao's dormitory, casting a glance inside. The young woman was sleeping soundly. He had previously set up a ceiling goo, blocking all disturbances, and did not intend for Xiao Zhao to learn of these events. He awaited the moment the sect discovered the cave master was missing and a new master was appointed. To this day, Li Yuan remained unaware of the location of the inner door of the Ninth Palace goo nest. Only knowing that the vast mountains of the southern frontier were rife with the influence of the Ninth Palace goo nest. He recalled that when he first joined, Qi Lin had told him that each palace governed 72 caves. This meant that in the southern frontier's vast mountains, there were as many as 648 powers akin to Ninth Palace 12th cave. Perhaps this was the foundation of the Ninth Palace goo nest's aloofness. False seclusion, hiding away. True seclusion lies in being invincible, with the freedom to asceti in a wonder, amidst the changing dynasties, the emergence of martial powerhouses, and the tumult of the martial world. The Ninth Palace goo nest could endure for millennia. Li Yuan pondered, if the 12th cave were to be affected by war, should he relocate deeper into the mountains to maintain his stability? If given the choice, he did not wish to leave. His time spent refining goo at the remnant goo tower over the past 2.5 years was the longest he had stayed anywhere in this lifetime. Dong dong dong. At that moment, a heavy tolling of bells resonated from the main peak. Surely it wasn't a death knell? Li Yuan nearly forgot that there might exist something akin to a soul lamp or life token in the Tianyuan continent. Capable of revealing the death of Huang Funan, the Cave Master. The Cave Master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves, take heed. The Cave Master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves, prepare yourselves. A bird known as the Yuk, belonging to the beast Gu, soared high above, announcing the news to all peaks of the 12 caves. Bang! The door of the adjacent dormitory was suddenly flung open. Li Yuan dispelled the ceiling Gu, and Wang Zhaozhao, awakened by the Yuk's call, rushed outside. The Cave Master is dead? Her delicate frame trembled in disbelief. Brother Yuan, did you hear? The Cave Master has perished. She showed no sign of sorrow. Rather, she appeared elated. If grandfather were to know, he would surely be delighted, wouldn't he? Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is just behind the mountain. He must have heard it and is probably applauding in approval. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao sensed a residual warmth of firelight in Li Yuan's room. Brother Yuan, is there a fire at home? No worries, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. It's just Mitsai practicing her fire breathing. There's no need to concern ourselves. Oh, Wang Zhaozhao realized. Mitsai is truly diligent. Even the Gu worms are so hardworking. How does she manage to sleep at all? Chapter 25. The Elder of the Ninth Palace on the 10th day following Huang Funan's demise. Representatives from the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace arrived. They included an elder of the 8th Transition Realm and 2 disciples of the 5th Transition Realm, who commenced an exhaustive investigation into the cause of Huang Funan's death. The routine inspection quickly led them to the remnants of the Gu building nestled within the small bamboo grove. Elder, the steward of the remnants of the Gu building, is a 3rd Transition Gu master named Li Yuan, accompanied by a 2nd Transition Gu master called Wang Zhaozhao. He is the disciple who refined the precious Gu, Blood Eye. The enforcement team had previously investigated and found no issues. Accompanying the Ninth Palace Elder in gathering clues was the master of the 100 Affairs Hall. Qi Xian Li Yuan was an honest individual, diligently working and earnestly refining Gu. He would never engage in actions that contravene the sect's regulations. Qi Xian held a favorable impression of Li Yuan. The young lad was equal to 2, sparing him the trouble of requesting personnel adjustments from the Ninth Palace, and thus avoiding the painful reduction in monthly allocations. A 3rd Transition Gu Master? The Elder of the Ninth Palace furrowed his brows. Master Qi, it seems your 12 caves have been remiss in reporting. Qi Xian was taken aback, pondering the Elder's words. The Elder of the Ninth Palace, with a hint of a smile, remarked, from what I observe, the 2 within the remnants of the Gu building are clearly a 4th Transition Gu Master and a 3rd Transition Gu Master. What? Qi Xian gasped in astonishment. They've both broken through? And they didn't inform me. There is no need for alarm. The Elder of the Ninth Palace chuckled lightly. A mere 4th Transition Gu Master and a 3rd Transition Gu Master could not have killed Huang Funan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian speculated that Huang Funan had fallen to a high-level Gu Master or martial artist. Otherwise, with Huang Funan's capabilities, he would not have been rendered defenseless. They meticulously examined the residence of Huang Funan. And indeed, there was not a single trace of combat, a testament to the skill of the true culprit behind the scenes. However, the talents of these 2 disciples were commendable and worthy of cultivation. The Elder of the Ninth Palace was not overly concerned about Huang Funan's death. The investigation was merely a formality. Conversely, discovering 2 promising seedlings brought him joy, making the trip worthwhile. Go fetch them. The Elder of the Ninth Palace commanded. Understood. Qi Xian felt elated. If Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao were selected by the Elder and admitted into the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, his contributions as the master of the 100 Affairs Hall would be significant, and his share of the profits would be substantial. He hastened to the remnants of the Gu building. Li Yuan, when did you step into the 4th Transition Realm? You didn't mention a word. Qi Xian was more enthusiastic than ever. I just broke through not long ago. Li Yuan's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated that the Elder of the Ninth Palace would see through his realm at a glance. Fortunately, he hadn't used the illusory Luo garment. Otherwise, he would have likely exposed himself. Elder Yu Hongchuan from the Ninth Palace specifically requested to see you and Wang Zhaozhao. Qi Xian patted Li Yuan's shoulder, urging him to perform well. Should you gain the Elder's favor and enter the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, your future would be limitless. Thank you. Master Li Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude, then called for Zhaozhao, following Qi Xian to the bamboo grove to meet Elder Yu Hongchuan of the Ninth Palace. Elder Yu Hongchuan scrutinized Li Yuan, his brow gradually furrowing. How long have you been with the 12 caves? 2.5 years. Your talent is commendable. You are qualified for admission to the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. What is your life-bound goo? Blood chi goo. What? Yu Hengchuan was taken aback. Foolishness. Before becoming a fourth transition goo master, why did you not change to a more promising goo worm? Such talent paired with a blood chi goo is akin to a divine general riding a dog, effectively crippling yourself. Your life-bound goo is akin to a second life for a goo master. A goo master's potential largely hinges upon the strength of their life-bound goo. I believe blood chi goo has its merits. Li Yuan replied, Merits, my foot. Yu Hengchuan exploded. You don't actually believe the foolish notion that only useless goo masters exist, while the life-bound goo itself can't be inferior, do you? Observing the irate Yu Hengchuan, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he here to investigate? Why had the tone shifted so dramatically? Ah, well, Yu Hengchuan sighed. You have entered the fourth transition realm. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, it is no longer possible to change your life-bound goo. There is no use in discussing it further. Your potential now hinges on whether the blood chi goo can undergo further evolution. If it does not evolve, your career as a goo master will be stunted before reaching the sixth transition realm. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Wang Zhaozhao. How long have you been with the 12 caves? 2 years. Your talent is passable. Your life-bound blood eye goo is indeed commendable, if you are willing. This elder can offer you the opportunity to study in the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. Why Yu Hengchuan stated calmly. Qi Xian, standing nearby, frantically gestured, recalling that Wang Zhaozhao was blind, his heart sinking. This foolish girl was still hesitating. I wish to remain in the 12 caves, to stay in the remnants of the goo building. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Zhaozhao declined if she left. The remnants of the goo building would be left with only Brother Yuan, and at least her presence allowed him companionship during meals and conversation. Oh? Yu Hengchuan was somewhat taken aback. He discerned that the young lady was reluctant to depart due to her affection for Li Yuan. He recalled his own past in days gone by. He had emerged from the mountains, joining the 36 caves of the ninth palace, utterly alone and without guidance, traversing many wrong paths. After many trials and tribulations, he had achieved his present standing. This was also why he was inclined to grant opportunities to lower-tier disciples. Yet, he knew well that the stubbornness of youth is not easily swayed. In their reckless youth, they often believe they will have no regrets in the future, so be it then. Each path is one's own. I have offered the opportunity and will no longer press you. You too did, alas. Qi Xian was exasperated. The reward he had anticipated was slipping away. Elder Yu, please take your time. Li Yuan remained unfazed. As Yu Hengchuan took a few steps, he paused, tossing several scrolls that landed steadily in Li Yuan's hands. These are some insights I've gathered on nurturing goo. Consider them a gift. Should you manage to evolve your blood chi goo, you may come find me, and I shall take you as my direct disciple. I am grateful to Elder Yu. Li Yuan expressed his thanks with a respectful bow. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Before long, the figures of Yu Hengchuan and his entourage vanished at the edge of the bamboo grove. After walking a considerable distance, one of the disciples accompanying Yu Hengchuan suddenly remarked, Elder, the remnants of the goo building seem suspicious. There are signs of repairs made after battle, indicating that a fierce conflict likely occurred there. Yu Hengchuan remained composed. What are you implying? The disciple hesitated for a moment before whispering, could it be that Huang Funan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao? Ha! Yu Hengchuan scoffed coldly. Your imagination is indeed quite vivid. Even if what you say were true, it would simply mean that Huang Funan deserved his fate. If he could not even best a disciple, what right did he have to be a cave master? His death would be well-deserved. Why Yu Hengchuan was not a rigid individual. As long as Li Yuan had not been parasitized by Shi Wuli and had genuinely killed Huang Funan through his own abilities, he would act as if he were unaware. Compared to seeking accountability, he viewed Li Yuan as someone with potential. The two disciples fell silent. The elder's actions were clearly driven by his own reasoning. Chapter 26. The evolution direction of the life-bound goo. After Yu Hengchuan departed the bamboo grove, he did not return. Li Yuan immersed himself in studying the insights on goo nurturing that Yu Hengchuan had bestowed upon him. The scrolls contained Yu Hengchuan's unique perspectives on goo nurturing, along with methodologies and analyses of the evolutionary processes of goo worms. This was in stark contrast to the Goo Master Manual distributed by the sect, which merely presented common knowledge. Indeed, Nurturing goo was a technical endeavor. As Li Yuan perused the densely packed notes, he felt a surge of admiration. The Goo Master Manual offered only a simple direction regarding the evolution of goo worms, with scant details on the intricacies of nurturing and transformation. Yu Hengchuan's notes, however, were almost obsessively detailed. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Other goo masters had stringent requirements concerning the environment, time, materials, and other aspects, making the conditions exceedingly harsh. For me, as long as I have the right direction, that suffices. Li Yuan lacked experience in raw materials. Everything else he could navigate through shortcuts. Life is occasionally filled with unexpected twists, and Yu Hengchuan's arrival had proven to be a stroke of fortune for him. To his surprise, upon closely studying Yu Hengchuan's insights, he discovered references to the evolution direction of blood qi goo. Blood qi goo was one of the most common first-transition goo worms. Its commonality implied low cultivation difficulty and zero scarcity, but it also indicated a dismally low potential for evolution. With little chance for transformation, Yu Hengchuan had conducted numerous experiments, all of which had failed, recording only a general direction with the highest likelihood of evolution. According to Yu Hengchuan's theory, blood qi goo could evolve into giant goo, or even pansian goo, which seemed like a far-fetched dream. Evolving into giant goo had been accomplished by certain goo masters, while pansian goo was purely theoretical knowledge. I'll find out by trying. After thoroughly studying the insights, Li Yuan sought out Qi Xian, requesting assistance in procuring various medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. Qi Xian expressed his deep regret regarding Yu Hengchuan's recent visit. Nevertheless, he conveyed his utmost enthusiasm toward Li Yuan, no longer treating him merely as a junior disciple, and even exhibiting a hint of flattery in less than a week. Qi Xian personally arrived at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack filled with materials. Li Yuan, I have gathered all the materials you requested. As an exceptional disciple of our sect, I shall provide them to you at cost price. Thank you, Master Xian, Li Yuan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Though life remained as tranquil as ever, the elevation in his status brought by his newfound strength was becoming increasingly evident. Li Yuan, with such an abundance of materials, have you gleaned insights from Elder Yu's teachings? Preparing to cultivate your innate blood goo for evolution? Qi Xian inquired. He sensed that Yu Hengchuan held a particular admiration for Li Yuan, having even promised that should Li Yuan successfully evolve his innate blood goo, he would take him as a personal disciple. It should be noted that Yu Hengchuan was in the prime of his life, with prospects of further advancement, potentially aspiring to the position of the master of a palace. To become Yu Hengchuan's disciple would indeed be a meteoric opportunity. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He felt increasingly conspicuous. If he continued to use the basic blood goo as his innate goo, it would inevitably raise suspicions. Hence, evolving the blood goo aligned perfectly with his aspirations. Keep at it, Qi Xian chuckled. I am certain you will bring good news. After delivering the materials, Qi Xian wisely chose not to linger. Li Yuan bore the sack of materials into the remnant goo pavilion and shut the door behind him. A data panel materialized. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4 transformations 452-800, Realm. 4 transformations, Innate Goo, Blood Goo, Revitalization Goo, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Goo Chamber, None. He opened the sack, revealing an array of precious materials, which he organized meticulously. Selected raw materials, Innate Blood Goo, add Yongworthy Grass, Blood Oysters, begin synthesis. Your innate blood goo has received a slight enhancement. A mere slight enhancement? Li Yuan realized the difficulty of the task ahead. Once more, add sea oysters, add fire tiger gallbladder, add blood elephant flesh, begin synthesis. Your innate blood goo has received a modest enhancement, just a minuscule enhancement. Far from Li Yuan's expectations. Not enough, let us try again. Black Jar, reveal to me your limits. Synthesize. 3 months slipped by. Li Yuan had exhausted his family's fortune. A new tempest had arisen. He was in dire need of funds. Theory, after all, is merely theory. Reality delivers a heavy blow. It was exceedingly challenging in that moment. Li Yuan truly grasped why goo masters sought to replace their innate goo with one of potential before stepping into the 4 transformations realm. The evolutionary difficulty of ordinary goo was simply too great. He had bypassed countless stages of nurturing, cultivating, and feeding, yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What of other goo masters? Perhaps 3 years, or even 30 years, would not suffice. Li Yuan temporarily relinquished the endeavor, intending to save some money and gather essential materials for another round of synthesis experiments. Spending money was as easy as flowing water. Saving it was a matter of life and death. In the blink of an eye, another half-year had quietly passed. Li Yuan was dissecting a 5 transformations remnant goo when he heard a soft, youthful call from downstairs. "Big brother, are you there?" Li Yuan paused, the voice sounding somewhat familiar, yet he could not immediately recall its owner. It was not until he opened the door and beheld a girl clad in a pale yellow robe that he suddenly remembered. It was Xiao Qiner, the little princess of the Kanglan domain. A quick glance revealed that neither King Xiao Yuan nor young Master Xiao Lai was present. Only Xiao Qiner and a formidable female guard had come. "Big brother." Upon seeing Li Yuan, Xiao Qiner waved vigorously, calling out loudly, "I have met the little princess." Li Yuan bowed politely. "What brings you here on such an unexpected visit?" "Jinghong is dying. Please, big brother, save it." Xiao Qiner pleaded, holding a flower basket filled with rare blooms, within which the Jinghong butterfly lay, barely clinging to life. "Let me see." Li Yuan took the basket, astonished. He had thought Xiao Qiner merely brought the Jinghong butterfly home on a whim, only to tire of it soon after. To his surprise, the little girl genuinely cared for the butterfly. "Is Jinghong sick?" Xiao Qiner's large, watery eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan examined the creature, unable to stifle a chuckle. The Jinghong butterfly was not gravely ill. It simply found some of the flowers in the basket unsuitable. In the future, little princess, try not to include so many exotic flowers so that it. Xiao Qiner pouted. It's all Father's fault for bringing back such wretched flowers that nearly harmed Jinghong. In her frustration, she tossed the flower basket to the ground. Li Yuan thought to himself, "This is hardly King Kanglan's fault." The flowers within the basket were all treasures, worth a significant sum, yet the Jinghong butterfly was a beautiful but delicate creature, unable to bear such a stroke of fortune. With a touch of his mystical energy, Li Yuan nurtured the Jinghong butterfly for a moment. Soon, it regained its vitality and perched upon Xiao Qiner's shoulder. "Wow, big brother, you are truly amazing," Xiao Qiner exclaimed with admiration. "In the future, I want to become a powerful goo master just like you." "You certainly can, little princess," Li Yuan smiled in response. "However, we should not linger here. We must return," the female guard reminded her. "All right," Xiao Qiner said reluctantly, "big brother, I'm leaving now. Thank you for saving Jinghong." As she spoke, she turned to the female guard. "Sisterly, give the consultation fee to big brother." "No need." Li Yuan waved his hand. "If the little princess does not wish to keep the flower basket, consider it payment for the treatment." The guard, Li Ruoqian, froze mid-motion, realizing this fellow had an eye for value. That basket of rare flowers was worth far more than the coin she was about to offer. "Big brother likes it, then take it." Xiao Qiner waved her hand, revealing her small fortune with no regard. "I have one more request." That moment, an idea struck Li Yuan, and a brilliant notion began to form in his mind. He looked toward the female guard. "This matter shall require your assistance, Miss Li." Chapter 27. Transformation. The giant spirit goo. Li Ruoqian's expression turned icy, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "Is this person not suffering from some grave ailment? Are we so familiar?" Just as she was about to scold him, she caught sight of what Li Yuan produced from his waist, rendering her momentarily speechless. "Miss Li, previously, King Kanglan bestowed this token upon me, stating that I could seek your assistance in times of difficulty. Is it valid?" Li Yuan revealed the token, which he had received over a year ago in exchange for the Jinghong butterfly. Today, it had proven useful. The king's word is his bond, so it is indeed valid. Li Ruoqian nodded. Li Yuan continued. "I wish to procure some medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures, yet my channels are blocked, and I have no means to seek them. I would like to request your help." Li Yuan had come to realize that to cultivate rare goo and exotic goo, mere synthesis of remnants would not suffice. He must incorporate unique treasures for a chance at success. "No problem," Li Ruoqian replied nonchalantly. "Just provide me with the list." Very well. Li Yuan had prepared the list in advance and handed it to her. Once the items on the list are procured, the royal residence will dispatch someone to deliver them. Given the current tense state of affairs, manpower is scarce, so it may take some time, Li Ruoqian explained. Is the situation truly that dire? Li Yuan reflected. He had not kept abreast of the external circumstances for some time. Most of the southern regions have been affected. Should the cities in the southern prefectures fall to the rebel forces and demons, Chaos will inevitably ensue in the Nine Palaces mountain range. Li Ruoqian seemed somewhat displeased. Regarding the matter of cooperation, the higher-ups at the Nine Palaces Gu Nest have yet to provide a definitive response to the king. Even at this juncture, they still wish to remain uninvolved, not fearing the demons will consume them whole. After saying this, she realized it was inappropriate to share such matters with Li Yuan and chose to remain silent. Leading the little princess away, it seemed there was no escaping this. Through snippets of conversation, Li Yuan had sensed the urgency of the war. It would not be long before the Nine Palaces mountain range was embroiled in turmoil. Presumably, the Nine Palaces would not stand idly by while demons rampaged. Assistance would be necessary for King Kanglin or the stationed troops in the southern prefectures to combat the threats, regardless of the tempest. The most crucial task was to enhance his strength. Li Yuan picked up the flower basket discarded by the little princess. Wealthy families truly were different. He could not fully identify the flowers, recognizing only 2 or 3 of them, yet they were worth more than all his possessions combined. It reminded him of his previous life, where a lifetime of labor earned him less in interest than what a wealthy individual accumulated in a single day. Finally reincarnated as a prince, only to end up as a mere beast of burden. Just a bit of hardship, really. Select raw materials. The system had another advantage. It could identify materials. Li Yuan placed the exotic flowers into the black jar, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Dragon bloodgrass, a rare treasure said to grow in the burial grounds of true dragons. Heavenly frost flower, blooms atop the snow-capped peaks in the extreme north. Star moon vine, nourished solely by the stars and moon, growing in secluded areas of ancient forests. It appeared that the little princess genuinely cherished the Jinghong butterfly. Had it not been for her deep affection, King Kanglin would not have commissioned such a valuable flower basket. Am I perhaps a bit too heartless? This thought flickered through Li Yuan's mind. What nonsense am I, a mere commoner, worthy of feeling pity for a mighty sovereign? Wouldn't that be self-sabotage? Instead, it would be wiser to ponder how to bolster my strength to survive the impending conflict. Perhaps for them, crafting that flower basket was but a fleeting task. Black jar. Commence synthesis. Selected raw materials. The life-bound blood goo, combined with dragon blood herb and star moon vine. Li Yuan chose not to incorporate all the rare herbs, as mixing items of differing attributes could render the evolution of the blood goo uncontrollable, potentially leading to a phenomenon of positive and negative cancellation. This was a lesson he had previously learned. Currently synthesizing, your life-bound blood goo has undergone a transformation, evolving into the 4-turn rare goo, Giant Spirit Goo. Giant Spirit Goo, bearing the divine name Giant Spirit, possesses vitality like mountains and blood like rivers. This goo allows the Goo Master to elevate their vitality in a short period, enabling them to shatter mountains and rivers with ease. Akin to a colossal spirit. Truly transformed? Li Yuan was astonished. It had succeeded in one attempt. It must have been the numerous herbs he had previously fed to the blood goo, and now, with the addition of this perfectly suited rarity, the transformation had naturally occurred. Yet, why was it the Giant Spirit Goo? According to the records from Yu Hengchuan, the evolution of the blood goo was supposed to lead to the Giant Goo. Though the names differ by just one character, the former is evidently superior to the latter. Could it be considered a high-tier version? Given Li Yuan's already abundant vitality, the transformation of the blood goo had amplified it even further. Let us test it. From the black jar, a blood-red goo worm emerged, the Giant Spirit Goo being large enough to fit within his palm. Sporting hard wings and sharp antennae, Giant Spirit, activate, Li Yuan declared with a commanding tone. The Giant Spirit Goo resonated with him, infusing the essence of vitality into his body. Li Yuan's muscles began to swell dramatically, rising high and taut. Boom! In the next instant, even his robe burst apart with a resounding crack. His hair stood on end, vitality coursing through him, forming a blazing crimson aura around his body, surging and crackling. It was overwhelmingly powerful. Li Yuan felt as though he could vanquish 100 bulls with a single punch. He unleashed a mighty blow, bang. A fierce wave of energy surged forth like a dragon, carving a long mark upon the ground, breaking through walls and striking towards the distant bamboo grove. Crash, bamboo fell in droves, shattering into fragments. Had he possessed such power during his confrontation with Huang Funan, there would have been no need for strategy. A single punch would have rendered him a mere heap. The overflowing vitality evidently influenced Li Yuan's thoughts. instilling in him a greater admiration for the supremacy of strength in combat. Just as he reveled in the exhilarating surge of power, the door to the cursed Gu Tower was suddenly flung open. "Brother Yuan." Wang Zhaozhao rushed in. "Brother Yuan, are you all right?" As she spoke, she began to move towards him. "Wait a moment." Li Yuan's body stiffened, his expression awkward. In his first application, he had failed to control the intensity, and his clothes had burst apart. At that moment, he was left utterly bare. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao was blind. Otherwise, the scene of his surging vitality would have been laid bare before her. "I am fine." Li Yuan steadied his breath, the bulging muscles gradually subsiding, returning to a defined yet not overly inflated state. There was a slight mishap while cultivating the blood goo. "I lost control for a moment. Ts, all good now," Li Yuan explained. Wang Zhaozhao took a few steps forward before abruptly halting. I thought there was an enemy attack. It scared me to death. As long as you're all right, Brother Yuan." Having said that, she blushed and fled. "Li Yuan, wait, why are you blushing like a bubble pot?" Suddenly realizing something, he was taken aback. Could it be that this girl perceives certain things clearly? Chapter 28. Rising storms due to the matter concerning the blood ague. Li Yuan had perused medical texts. There are indeed different types of blind individuals. Some merely possess blurred vision, seeing a world that is not entirely shrouded in darkness. Never mind, Li Yuan decided not to dwell on it. It wasn't a significant issue. Now, he awaited the arrival of medicinal materials from the Kanglan royal mansion. His life-bound blood goo had evolved into the four-turn giant spirit goo, yet he was not content with this. He aimed to continuously promote the evolution of all his life-bound goo. With the exception of the exotic goo, revivification goo, which did not require immediate evolution, both the tricolor exotic fire python and the slug illusion robe still possessed potential for further evolution. The wait was long. Before he knew it, 2 months had swiftly passed. Instead of waiting for Lady Pear, he received the most unwelcome news. Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall, hastily ascended the mountain to inform him. "Li Yuan, prepare yourself. War may be imminent." "Has the upper echelon of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest agreed to collaborate with Kanglan Wang?" Li Yuan inquired. "Not yet, but it won't be long," Qi Xian replied gravely. "Just now, the 9th Palace has dispatched a new cave master, no longer allowing the hall master of the Battle Guard Hall to serve as the cave master." The new cave master brought news. Last night, everyone in the 16th cave of the 9th Palace was slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Qi Xian's words weighed heavily on Li Yuan's heart. The implications were unmistakable. It meant that the flames of war had reached the 9 Palaces mountain range, with the enemy showing no fear of this ancestral stronghold of Gu masters that had endured for millennia. It was a deliberate provocation. Was it the work of demons? Li Yuan asked. Not entirely, Qi Xian replied. Investigations by the elders of the 9th Palace have also revealed traces of martial artists. Are they colluding with demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed. Qi Xian continued. Currently, there are 3 forces vying for control of the southern frontier. Kanglan Wang Xiao Yuan, Yuang Lingyu, and the general of the south, Yi Feng, who serves the royal family. We now have no way of discerning friend from foe. The 9th Palace has ordered all remaining 71 caves to be on full alert. Once war breaks out, it will be a fight to the death. No one relishes war. However, when pushed to the threshold of their home, the 9 Palaces Gu Nest must retaliate. I understand, Ai Yuan asked. Master Xian, may I inquire about the realm of the new cave master? 6-turn mysterious Gu master. Qi Xian reassured him. You need not be overly anxious. A 6-turn Gu master can match a 6th-rank martial artist. The so-called minor masters of the world die in the realm of minor masters. One wields the intent of a master, qualifying as a small expert in their own right. Lai Yuan had yet to engage in battle with a martial artist. He was uncertain whether he could defeat one of a higher tier, but he was confident in his invincibility at the same tier. Enough, I came only to convey this information. Be cautious in the days ahead. Qi Xian advised, it would be best for you and Xiao Zhao to take turns keeping watch at night. Should you hear the alarm bell, swiftly gather at the main peak. Understood? All right, Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, he relayed the news to Wang Zhaozhao. Having experienced the trials of fleeing, Wang Zhaozhao was not particularly frightened. Instead, she devoted herself even more diligently to her training. Li Yuan was uncertain how long this tranquility would last. A data panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4-turn 784-800, Realm, 4-turn, Lifebound goo, giant spirit goo, revivification goo, tricolor exotic fire python, illusion robe, goo house. None. In half a month, he would be able to step into the realm of 5-turn goo master. Time. I need time. With the elevation of his realm, Li Yuan's demand for raw materials increased. Merely synthesizing using low-grade residual goo was no longer sufficient to meet his needs. High-grade residual goo were exceedingly rare. To synthesize more powerful and rarer goo, he needed to engage in constant trial and error, requiring vast amounts of precious and exotic materials to compensate. On the day Li Yuan was about to enter the 5-turn realm, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small bamboo grove. The newcomer was the newly appointed cave master of the 12th cave, named Pei Luoqing. Junior brother Li Yuan, I should have visited you sooner, but with recent events stirring the winds, I have been quite busy until today when I finally found the time. The new cave master's demeanor surprised Li Yuan. Why is he addressing me so directly as junior brother? Ha ha ha. Noticing Li Yuan's confusion, Pei Luoqing smiled. Yu Hengxuan is my teacher, but I am not Elder Yu's disciple. Am I? Li Yuan was puzzled. He had only met Yu Hengxuan once, receiving a few compliments and some insights on goo cultivation, without any deep connection. You still don't understand? Pei Luoqing retorted, the teacher actually values you quite highly. He merely pretends to be aloof. That's just his nature. He enjoys putting on airs. Li Yuan was somewhat bewildered. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Did you think he was being picky with you? In truth, he praises you endlessly. At first, I was quite unconvinced. But after arriving here, I have come to acknowledge it. The teacher was right. You are a once-in-a-lifetime genius, Li Yuan. The cave master is overly complimentary. No, why am I considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius? This made him uneasy. Had Yu Hengxuan and Pei Luoqing seen through something? Not at all, Pei Luoqing stated. If I am not mistaken, junior brother, your goo manipulation heart method has already reached the level of controlling goo with thought. Hasn't it? The moment I entered the bamboo grove, I sensed the numerous reconnaissance goo surveilling me. Such youth, yet able to control a vast array of subordinate goo. Your mental strength must have already reached this level. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan suddenly realized, yet felt a pang of fear. No wonder Yu Hengxuan had been excessively friendly that day. He must have already discerned that he controlled countless reconnaissance goo. Fortunately, the goo he had deployed outside were all of the reconnaissance type. Otherwise, if Yu Hengxuan had discovered that he controlled over 100 types of subordinate goo, he might have been apprehended and dissected on the spot. I have been sufficiently cautious, yet my experiences are limited. Lacking awareness of stronger individuals, nearly leading to my downfall, I must be more careful in the future. Li Yuan silently reflected on his cautious existence. It seemed that the mental strength of a 6-turn goo master underwent a transformation similar to that of a minor martial master, allowing them to detect the reconnaissance goo he had set. This also indicated that similar reconnaissance methods would be ineffective against stronger opponents. His corresponding subordinate goo would need to be upgraded in tandem. The master of the cave inquired directly, how is the realm of mental power delineated? At this point, Li Yuan asked without preamble. You may simply call me senior brother, replied Pei Luoqing with enthusiasm. Mental power pertains to the domain of intent. Within various cultivation systems, one must reach the 6th rank to perceive clearly. For us goo masters, mental power is particularly crucial, as it directly determines the quantity of subordinate goo one can control and the upper limits of one's innate goo strength. It is categorized into 4 realms: river, sea, domain, and abyss. Regrettably, although I am a 6th transition goo master, my mental power only reaches the river realm, which is even inferior to yours, junior brother. After conversing extensively with Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan felt a surge of enlightenment. Although he could manipulate goo indefinitely through the black jar, it did not diminish the importance of cultivating mental power. In summary, junior brother, your innate talent in the mental domain is extraordinary, and your aptitude for refining goo is commendable. This signifies that the path to the pinnacle of goo masters has already been largely paved for you, Pei Luoqing expressed with genuine admiration. My mentor appointed me as the cave master of the 12 caves to shield you from the chaos wrought by demons, so I shall look after you more closely. Thank you, senior brother. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude, feeling a deep sense of appreciation for this tangible care, vowing to remember this bond. Why not stay at my residence? Pei Luoqing invited. I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to residing here and would not wish to disturb your serene cultivation. Li Yuan declined. After all, this was his stronghold. He could not be swayed even if the heavens were to fall. Very well then, Pei Luoqing acquiesced without insistence, should any uncertainties arise in the path of Gu. Feel free to consult me. Do not hesitate to trouble me. Certainly, I will not be courteous, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Since his strength had increased and his talents had been revealed, it seemed as though the entire world had grown more amicable. Once Pei Luoqing departed, Li Yuan returned to the residue Gu Tower. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transition 0-1500, Realm. 5th Transition, Air Innate Gu. Giant Spirit Gu. Reviving Gu, 3-colored Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Gu House. None. Upon seeing the Gu House entry, Li Yuan slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that aspect. He should have asked Senior Brother Pei about it. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities in the future. For now, he would focus on synthesizing 5th Transition Jiyud. Li Yuan's objectives were clear. This cultivation required the prioritization of Gu that concealed their presence and were suited for reconnaissance in times of war. Select original materials: 4th Transition Reconnaissance Gu, 4th Transition Sealing Gu, 4th Transition Tracking Gu. Begin synthesis. Typically, Reconnaissance Gu, Sealing Gu, and Tracking Gu are all classified as ordinary Gu, with most Gu masters only able to cultivate them up to the 3rd transition. To reach the 4th transition, one must undergo transformation and evolution. Li Yuan, however, had shattered this limitation through the Black Jar, enabling ordinary Gu to attain the 4th transition, albeit without qualitative change, rendering their overall efficacy minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier ordinary Gu, easily detectable by Gu masters or warriors possessing strong mental power. Consequently, Li Yuan needed to ensure that reconnaissance, sealing, and tracking Gu completed their evolution, achieving a level capable of evading mental perception. You have obtained 5th Transition Mysterious Gu, Moonlight Worm, as anticipated. The outcome of the first synthesis was within Li Yuan's expectations. Merely relying on the fusion of low-tier ordinary Gu to elevate them was insufficient to alter their essence. Select original materials: 4th Transition Reconnaissance Gu 3, add 7-colored flower, add Moonshadow Leaf. Utilizing rare treasures for synthesis indicated a significant expenditure of resources. Living in the mountains, Li Yuan truly had limited funds. Begin synthesis. You have obtained 5th Transition Mysterious Gu, Moonlight Worm. Moonlight Worm, when refined into an innate Gu, can enhance the Gu Master's combat abilities under the moonlit night. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can conceal itself in moonlight, surveilling movements within a specified area. Note: all abilities of the Moonlight Worm rely on moonlight. Would you like to refine it into an innate Gu? Has it succeeded? The luck seems favorable. The probability of synthesizing a mysterious Gu from rare treasures is relatively high. Tonight, the moon is full and bright. Li Yuan released the Moonlight Worm, focusing his intention and gathering his spirit. In his mind, a nebulous scene emerged, an outline of the small bamboo forest and the residue Gu Tower. His thoughts appeared to extend along the moonlight, revealing all. A single Moonlight Worm was equivalent to dozens of reconnaissance Gu. Indeed, it represented a qualitative change, akin to installing a small heavenly eye over the small bamboo forest. It could even monitor the surroundings beyond the small bamboo forest, leaving nothing concealed. The limitation, however, was that it could only be utilized on moonlit nights. I must continue refining. 1 Moonlight Worm alone is far from sufficient to provide the sense of security Li Yuan desired. Select original materials: 4th Transition Sealing Gu 2, 4th Transition Tracking Gu 1. Add Antenna Vine, add Gathering Spirit Stone, begin synthesis. You have obtained 5th Transition Mysterious Gu, Ant Nest Gu. Ant Nest Gu, a reconnaissance type Gu, when refined into an innate Gu, grants an infinitely reproducing ant nest, with quantity based on the Gu Master's mental power. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can monitor movements within a specific area, though the feedback is weaker. Interesting. Li Yuan retrieved the ant nest from the Black Jar. Inside the ant nest was merely a single ant, the queen, roughly the size of a finger. He ventured into the bamboo forest, setting the ant nest down and feeding the queen a portion of food. Before long, the queen began to reproduce a throng of small ants, scurrying in every direction. These ants were not classified as Jiyu. Li Yuan realized he could only control the queen and to perceive movements. He would have to rely on the queen to relay information from the ant colony. The feedback mechanism indeed proved more complex, and the transmission was weaker. However, there was a brilliant advantage. The small ants were not defined as Gu. Carrying no scent of the Gu Master, thus remaining undetectable by enemies. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Let us proceed. Select original materials, begin synthesis. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Li Yuan, ever prepared, had developed 5 types of goo capable of reconnaissance and monitoring, all evading mental detection, which filled the small bamboo forest inside and out. They could cover various scenarios, from day to night, and sunny to rainy conditions. Of course, being undetectable was relative. Whether it would be effective against stronger goo masters or warriors of the 6th transition and beyond remained uncertain. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, at the Kanglan Army's encampment, a guard hastily entered the command tent. Your Highness, we have received a response from the 9th Palace. They are willing to cooperate with us, but they have one condition. What condition? Kanglan King Xiao Yuan inquired. You may take a look. The guard hesitated before handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it, glanced over it, and suddenly felt a surge of fury. This was an intolerable affront. The 9th Palace's demand was that he send his daughter to the mountains as a hostage. The guard forced a smile. It seems the 9th Palace still harbors grievances over the demise of the late princess. Indeed, sighed Xiao Yuan. His wife had once been the saintess of the 9th Palace, the heir to the next palace leader. The two had met by chance and fallen in love at first sight. Later, the princess, discontent with the 9th Palace's seclusion, which left the southern borders populous in despair, resolutely relinquished her identity as the saintess to follow him into battle, slaying demons. 10 years ago, she bore him a pair of children. 7 years ago, to protect a city's citizens during their evacuation, she led the troops into battle against the demons and perished after exhausting her strength. Your Highness, how should we respond to this matter? The guard asked softly. Let me ponder, Xiao Yuan replied, sitting wearily in his chair. Before her death, his wife had left behind a blood-written letter, requesting 2 things. First, to drive away the demons and save the people of the southern border. Second, to care for their children. Now, fate forced him into an impossible choice. In the midst of his contemplation, his children burst into the tent. Father, 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 I am aggrieved. The young princess Xiao Qin exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with indignation. Why do you only teach Shaolai martial arts and not let me learn about raising goo? The young heir Shaolai replied smugly, the teacher has stated that goo masters are merely a minor path. Who told you not to practice martial arts? Xiao Qin stamped her feet in frustration. You want to let me learn. Why do you speak nonsense? Once I master the art of goo, I will definitely be more formidable than you, a mere martial artist. The debate over the superiority of goo versus martial arts was a daily occurrence between the young lord and young princess. Ordinarily, Xiao Yuan would dismiss it with a smile. This time, however, he felt an unusual vexation. Qin, do you truly wish to learn the art of goo? He asked, trembling slightly. Of course. Xiao Qin declared with her chin held high. I want to become a powerful goo master like brother Li Yuan, to become a goo immortal as formidable as mother. Pfft. Xiaolai scoffed. Except for mother, all goo masters are cowards, hiding away in the mountains. Rubbish, Xiao Qin retorted. Once I become a goo master, I can also slay demons and rescue the people. The two continued to bicker. Qin, let me ask you this. If I were to send you to the 9th Palace's goo nest to learn the art of goo, and you could not stay by my side, would you resent your father? Xiao Yuan queried. Would it last for a long, long time? Xiao Qin responded earnestly. Yes, Xiao Yuan nodded, uncertain how long this turmoil would persist. Would it last until the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family returned? Until a new martial god was born? Or would the land be utterly reduced to hell, becoming a playground for demons? Who could possibly predict? Xiao Qin hesitated, torn by her reluctance to part with her father, yet fervently yearning to master the art of goo. She longed for the day when she could, like her mother, become a heroine of great renown. Father, once Qin becomes powerful, I will surely return to find you, she thought, convinced that as long as she became a formidable goo master, she would reunite with her father soon enough. Xiao Yuan's expression was a tapestry of complex emotions, his heart aching. So, Qin, have you made your decision? Xiao Qin nodded. Then I shall test you. If you pass the trial, I will allow you to truly learn the art of goo. Is that agreeable? The straightforwardness and innocence of a child were too blatant. Naturally, Xiao Yuan could not simply acquiesce. He needed to ensure that Qin was genuinely passionate about this path before sending her to the 9 Palaces goo nest. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to harming her. What trial? Shao Qiner inquired. I will send you to Nine Palace Mountain for 2 months, during which you will receive no care from anyone, no servants to attend to your needs or provide you with comforts. After 2 months, if you still have no regrets, I will grant you my blessing. As the princess of Kanglan Domain, Shao Qiner had grown accustomed to a life of luxury, basking in the adoration of those around her, inevitably leading her to view the world through rose-tinted glasses. Much like young Master Shao Lai, who boasted of vanquishing demons and saving the world, his naivety stemming from a lack of exposure to the harsh realities of life. Shao Yuan had to think this through. If Qiner's resolve was unwavering, allowing her to enter the Ninth Palace under the guise of a hostage might not be a bad thing after all. All right, Shao Qiner's spirit soared, brimming with ambition as her small frame pulsed with energy. Father, please send me to the 12 caves. At that moment, she took the initiative to propose. 12 caves. Shao Yuan momentarily struggled to recall its location. It's where brother Li Yuan resides, Shao Qiner explained. The name Li Yuan resonated with Shao Yuan, as his daughter often spoke of him, the young Gu master who had gifted her the stunning butterfly of the sky. Very well, Shao Yuan agreed. Having a familiar presence would help Qiner acclimate, for a completely unfamiliar environment would be excessively harsh. Hooray! Shao Qiner exclaimed, dancing with joy, and made a silly face at Shao Lai. Hee, I'm going to become a Gu master. Pfft. Shao Lai scoffed, it's just a trivial matter. Only a coward would pursue it. Shao Qiner retorted, just wait. When I emerge from the mountains, we shall see who is truly formidable. The two fell back into their playful banter. 3 days later, Li Yuan was diligently inspecting his newly constructed Gu master fortress, thoroughly pleased with the comprehensive security measures he had implemented. Buzz. At that moment, a warning from the Gu insects echoed in his mind. An outsider was swiftly approaching the small bamboo grove. 3 breaths later, the visitor arrived at the remnants of the Gu building, shattering Li Yuan's moment of smug satisfaction. It became evident that mere reconnaissance was futile. In the face of absolute strength, combat capability was paramount. Fortunately, the newcomer was not a foe. Lady Pear, Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Li Yuan, I have brought the items you requested, Li Ruoqian stated, placing a large wooden chest upon the ground. Inside lay the rare treasures that Li Yuan had tasked the Kanglan royal mansion to procure. Thank you. Li Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude, offering a money pouch as remuneration. The token given to him by the Kanglan king was merely a conduit for assistance. The principal amount was still his responsibility, and no need for that. Li Ruoqian waved her hand dismissively. Our mansion has a favor to ask. Let us consider this as settling the payment. What is it? Li Yuan inquired cautiously. It was hard to believe that the Kanglan royal mansion could not accomplish a task and had to turn to him. Don't be alarmed, Li Ruoqian smiled. The prince wishes to place the young princess in your care for 2 months, allowing her to experience the life of a Gu master in the mountains. Ah? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind drifting to a variety show from his previous life. Why would a perfectly fine princess choose to experience life in the mountains? It seemed absurd. I assume you will often seek rare treasures, and with the Kanglan royal mansion's assistance, things will become much easier for you. This exchange is quite advantageous, Li Ruoqian remarked. Indeed, Lady Pear speaks wisely. Li Yuan conceded, acknowledging the truth in her words. In the future, he might find himself relying on her assistance for many matters, all for the price of allowing the young princess to stay for 2 months. Truly a bargain. Then it is settled, Li Ruoqian asserted. In a short while, the young princess will arrive on her own. Do not concern yourself too much, just let her be free to explore. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. With that, Li Ruoqian's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Such speed, Li Yuan marveled, feeling a pressure greater than that of his senior brother Pei Luoqing. She might very well be nearing the realm of a 7th-tier martial artist. He had gained some understanding of the martial cultivation system. 6th-tier warriors were termed little masters, while 7th-tier warriors were known as great masters, capable of condensing indomitable blood essence and regenerating severed limbs. It was evident that the Kanglan royal mansion harbored many formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan spotted a petite figure emerging at the edge of the small bamboo grove, burdened with 2 heavy loads and panting heavily. Brother Li Yuan, are you there? Chapter 31. The young princess's golden experience, a brief ascent, had left Shao Qiner breathless. Yet, she did not feel disheartened. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips, wearing an expression that exuded confidence. Young princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile. his joy reminiscent of welcoming the god of wealth. Huff, puff, brother Li Yuan. I am no longer a child. Here, I am not a princess. Just call me Chiner, she insisted, her resolve firm. Children grow rapidly. Li Yuan recalled that when he first met Xiao Chiner, she barely reached his thigh. Yet now she had surpassed his waist. Her features were gradually maturing, no longer bearing the softness of childhood, but embodying the essence of a blossoming young woman. I shall assist you with your luggage. Li Yuan offered with a grin. No, Xiao Chiner firmly rejected. Father instructed me not to trouble others and to be self-reliant. Only then can I become an excellent Gu master, Li Yuan could only think. Your father is merely a martial artist. What does he truly understand about Gu? Then follow me, he said, opting not to press further. He led Xiao Chiner through the bamboo grove to the quarters beside the remnants of the Gu building. Who has arrived? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhaozhao hurried over. This is the young princess of Kanglan Domain, Xiao Chiner, Li Yuan introduced. Chiner, this is my junior sister, Xiao Zhao. You will share a room with her from now on. Hello, Sister Xiao Zhao, Xiao Chiner greeted sweetly, devoid of pretense. Greetings, young princess, Wang Zhaozhao stammered, a bit flustered. This was her first direct encounter with someone of such high status, causing her to feel a touch of anxiety. Just call me Chiner, Xiao Chiner insisted, resolutely determined to hone her skills and demonstrate her resolve to her father. The next day, Xiao Chiner awoke with dark circles under her eyes. The smile that had adorned her face now vanished. Good morning, brother Li Yuan. Good morning, sister Xiao Zhao, she greeted weakly, having had little rest after her rigorous initiation into Gu mastery. Shall you not sleep a little longer? Li Yuan chuckled. I do not wish to sleep. I want to watch you refine Gu, Xiao Chiner declared, stifling her yawns. Watch Xiao Zhao practice. My Gu techniques are far too profound for you to grasp, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Point one dared to deceive, while two dared to believe. Both Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Chiner regarded Li Yuan as a master of the Gu arts. Refining Gu was a tedious process, requiring patience, meticulousness, and courage. One must not indulge recklessly in mundane moments, yet dare to take risks at critical junctures. With determination, even remnants of Gu can transform into treasures. Wang Zhaozhao explained while refining Gu, recounting the incantations that Li Yuan had previously taught her. Xiao Chiner squatted beside them, unable to fully comprehend, yet nodding earnestly as if she understood. Sister Xiao Zhao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? At best, a few days. At worst, several months, and in some cases, even 10 to 20 years may not suffice. Huh? It takes that long. Xiao Chiner's expression fell, her expectations shattered. This was not what she had envisioned. Was it not supposed to be as simple as blowing a flute to summon multitudes of Gu? Or ringing a bell to rally an army? That had been her fantasy of a Gu master. Wang Zhaozhao chuckled. What you described is a Gu immortal, not a Gu master. One must not set sights too high. Start by refining your first Gu. However, you are still young and can only learn cultivation techniques. You cannot refine your own Gu just yet. Familiarize yourself with the processes, seek inspiration, and study the knowledge in books. The day you truly become a Gu master is still years away. A young girl's foundation had yet to fully develop. Her spirit was not stable enough, and hastily refining her own Gu could lead to backlash. But I want to become a Gu master quickly, Xiao Chiner pouted. Sister Xiao Zhao, is there any way to break this limitation? There is, Wang Zhaozhao replied, but such methods are known only within the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. And the conditions are exceedingly stringent. Ah, I see. Xiao Chiner's eyes sparkled with excitement. Father said that as long as I stay here for 2 months, he will send me to the ninth palace to study. Does that mean I can soon become a Gu master? Yay, yay, yay. Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Though the young princess was already quite approachable, her words felt like insurmountable barriers falling before her. Though close at hand, it seemed as if they were worlds apart. Her lifelong pursuit was that which the young princess was inherently endowed with, an abundance of Li Yuan. Sitting nearby, felt little more than indifference. In fact, it struck him as rather ordinary. From the very beginning, Xiao Chiner had come to gild her status, yet now it had truly transformed into a metamorphosis, presenting a stark contrast for the humble-born Xiao Zhao. A month later, Xiao Chiner had adapted to life on the mountain, much to Li Yuan's astonishment. This young princess had not once thrown a tantrum or uttered a word of regret. Instead, her demeanor grew increasingly earnest, shedding her earlier restlessness. Even without refining her innate Gu, She diligently studied and nurtured the foundational goo insects, documenting her insights, earning Li Yuan's newfound respect. He recalled the words of the Kanglan king, who had mentioned that the young princess's mother was a goo master. Perhaps her maternal heritage instilled in her an intrinsic passion for the path of goo. The young princess's ascent to the mountain also revealed many intricate details to Li Yuan, providing him with a general forecast of the forthcoming situation. It seemed that the collaboration between the Kanglan king and the Nine-Palace Goo Nest was on the verge of unfolding, the former being a staunch supporter of the Dian royal family, while the latter represented an ancient force that had thrived in the southern frontier for millennia, a sanctum for the lineage of Goo masters. Once these two factions joined forces, stabilizing the southern frontier would not pose a significant challenge. However, whether they could expel the demons and quell the turmoil would still depend on the circumstances in other regions. The world was far from being swayed by the southern frontier alone. In the dead of night, Li Yuan was startled awake by the ominous premonition of the ant nest goo. He bolted upright. Has it finally arrived? From the day the Ninth Palace's 16th cave was slaughtered to near extinction, he had known that chaos would inevitably sweep through here. Months of worry had manifested into reality. It had indeed come. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan focused his mind, using the ant goo to perceive the intelligence relayed by the ants spread across the 12 caves. The feedback in his mind was indistinct. Yet these vague tidings were sufficient for him to infer countless pieces of information. Thousands of demons and warriors were gradually converging on the 12 caves. Was there truly an alliance between humans and demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. This would undoubtedly complicate and exacerbate the situation across the realm. As he pondered, he couldn't help but scoff. Regardless of the time or place, there would always be those willing to betray for profit, selling out their homeland or even their own kin. Surely they could withstand this. Li Yuan sensed that among the uninvited guests, there were two remarkably powerful presences, one from the demon faction and the other a human warrior. Outside the small bamboo grove, atop a towering tree, Li Ruoqian, who had been resting against the trunk with her sword, suddenly felt a shift and opened her eyes, her sharp gaze scanning the distance. Demons? They have actually found this place. Are they here to assassinate the princess? Chapter 32. The demon assault leader Crocodile, the strongest among the 12 caves, was a 6 transformation goo master. If we unite, we can slay him in 3 moves. In the shadows outside the mountain, a young man clad in a dark robe conversed with a demon possessing a crocodilian visage. Agreed, the crocodile demon chuckled. As per our usual arrangement, the corpses belong to me. While the goo insects go to you, my brethren will ensure the area is sealed off. We'll aim to finish within half an hour. Let us proceed. The moment the crocodile demon's words fell, a vast white canopy began to manifest in the sky above the 12 caves, a web of white silk that rendered the space completely sealed. Dong, dong, dong. The next moment, a deep bell tolled across the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are coming. The demons are here. The panicked cries from the sky were abruptly silenced as a silk thread pierced through its body. The demons surged into the mountains of the 12 caves. Li Yuan had anticipated this and was prepared, using the moonlight goo to observe the scene outside the small bamboo grove. This was not the first time Li Yuan had encountered demons. He had seen them several times while fleeing. After arriving at Jiugong Mountain, he had gradually begun to forget. The invading demons were far more ferocious than he remembered. Humanoid yet distinctly beast-like, their presence exuded a bloodthirsty ferocity. Boom! A tremendous uproar erupted from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld a colossal figure, shrouded in white mist, resembling a giant infant, standing at least 10 zhang tall. Brother Li Yuan. What is that? At that moment, Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Qiner also rushed out, the young princess's eyes wide with shock as she stared at the immense infant goo. Li Yuan recalled a book that described a rare type of plant goo known as the ginseng infant goo. The original materials required for its creation were the legendary 1,000-year-old ginseng fruit, which needed to be nurtured with ginseng trees day and night for 6 years to successfully refine. It was named for its resemblance to an infant. The book lacked illustrations, only offering a simple description, shaped like a giant infant, standing 10 zhang tall, precisely matching what Li Yuan beheld at this moment. It seemed I need not worry. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the ginseng infant goo, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Coupled with Li Ruoqian's presence, The enemy would struggle to conquer the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan gazed towards the end of the bamboo grove. There were still minor troubles. The demons were heading toward the small bamboo grove. Qiner, demons are approaching. The ensuing scene may be somewhat gruesome. Would you like to hide inside? Li Yuan inquired. No. Xiao Qiner's small hands trembled. I'm not afraid. What about you, Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if I die, I want to be with Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao's tone was heavy, her demeanor resolute. That's unnecessary. Li Yuan chuckled, bemused by the girl's thoughts. With the 16th cave annihilated, not a soul survived. Brother Yuan, can we truly evade this calamity? Wang Zhao spoke bitterly. The situation is different. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing forward. What's different? Wang Zhao questioned. Because their roar. A tiger's roar echoed through the bamboo grove, drowning out Li Yuan's voice. Damn it. I was finally about to cast my spell, and I got interrupted. Li Yuan felt quite displeased. Xiao Kai, deal with him. After a long build-up, Xiao Kai opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. Just as the tiger demon attempted to evade, it felt its feet ensnared. Before the demons ascended the mountain, this had been a tranquil little bamboo grove. Now that they were here, it had transformed into a deadly trap, binding earth goo, bewildering soul goo, sword-killing goo, self-detonating chaotic spirit insects, shadowless death-inflicting mantises, dreamlike 5-poison butterfly. An array of goo insects. All available. Fool, the tiger demon, ensnared by the binding earth goo, could not evade in time and let out a resonant roar, attempting to shatter Xiao Kai's crimson fire. In the next moment, the crimson flames penetrated the sound wave and directly entered the tiger demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were left astonished, watching helplessly as the tiger demon's belly was burned through. Dying on the spot, a 4th-tier demon beast just perished like that? This goo master is quite formidable. Let us all attack together and swiftly eliminate him, a nearby human warrior shouted. He wore a hat and mask, shrouded in black, obscuring his features. The 3 wolf demons obeyed the command, immediately splitting into 3 directions to charge at Li Yuan. Li Yuan stood his ground, smiling. Bang! 2 breaths later, 1 wolf demon was pierced through the skull by the sword-killing goo, its brain obliterated. Dying on the spot. 3 breaths later, the 2nd wolf demon lost its head to the mantis. 5 breaths later, the last remaining wolf demon burst forth from the bamboo grove, but had barely taken a few steps before collapsing, its body rotting away. The human warrior, who had been shielded by the 3 wolf demons, advanced closer. Divine wind blade. He bellowed, die for me. A long blade, moving too swiftly to be seen, sliced through Li Yuan's head, causing a human head to roll onto the ground. A 5 transformation goo master. No more than this. Merely relying on some tricks, unable to withstand a single blow from me. The southern frontier should have changed hands long ago. Next comes, Puff. His words were abruptly cut off, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he stared at the fist that had pierced through his chest, and the head that had inexplicably turned to wood at his feet. Illusion. Illusion? Wrong. It's genuine goo arts. A calm voice emerged from behind. Li Yuan withdrew his bloodied arm, feeling that he could have easily dispatched this 5th-tier warrior with a single punch. But he opted for caution, adhering to his principle of never give an enemy a chance for a frontal confrontation if I can eliminate them from the shadows. It was more in line with Li Yuan's philosophy to deal with foes by extracting their hearts and lungs from behind. Thud! The corpse fell to the ground. Xiao Qiner, who had retreated to a distance, witnessed this scene, her eyes wide with shock, unable to contain herself any longer as she leaned against the wall and began to vomit violently. I told you to hide. Li Yuan was unperturbed by the potential shock to Xiao Qiner. Born into a royal family, she would inevitably spill blood in her future. This level of combat was merely child's play. Brother Yuan, this is too ugh. Xiao Qiner could scarcely utter 2 words before retching again. Wang Zhao, momentarily dazed, suddenly burst into tears and flung herself into Li Yuan's embrace, having prepared herself for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing had happened. What demons and monsters, what treacherous warriors, were all effortlessly resolved by Brother Yuan. This sensation was akin to, having readied herself for the loss of everything, she awoke to find it had all been a dream. I should have left Yuan to practice on. Li Yuan chuckled. Though he occasionally practiced with Xiao Zhao, it was vastly different from real combat. He wished for Xiao Zhao to be able to face danger alone when the time came. Hiss, hiss on his shoulder. Xiao Kai continuously flicked her tongue. Li Yuan was taken aback, grasping Xiao Kai's intention. You want to eat the demons? Chapter 33. The blood and qi make me arrogant. The flesh and blood of demons seem to hold a strong allure for Xiao Kai. A flash of inspiration struck Li Yuan's mind. The original materials he had been desperately seeking were right before his eyes. Demons regard the human race as mere sustenance, yet for humanity, many elements derived from these fiends are indeed rare treasures. Seldom encountered yet highly coveted. With a mere thought, Li Yuan summoned a swarm of ants from the depths of the bamboo grove, their black forms converging like a flowing river, transporting several demon corpses to him. His little Kai leapt from Li Yuan's shoulder, landing upon the carcass of the tiger demon, eagerly devouring it with unrestrained fervor. Just as Li Yuan contemplated dissecting the demon cadavers, the Zhaoyuegu issued another warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Could there be further surprises? Li Yuan seldom felt such elation. Tonight he had truly unearthed a treasure trove. Had it not been for the demon invasion, he would never have considered this direction. Moments later, two demons emerged from the small bamboo forest. One was a serpent demon, the other a spider demon, both exuding a stronger aura than the deceased tiger demon, sufficient to overshadow that of a fifth-tier martial artist. He had not anticipated that this place concealed such formidable adversaries. The serpent demon possessed a human upper body with a massive serpent tail extending a full 10 feet behind it. Let us finish this quickly, the spider demon urged. Ordinarily, with their prowess, they could cleanse the 12 caves in half an hour, leaving no survivors, yet it seemed reinforcements remained at the 12 caves. You control the battlefield. I will eliminate him within 30 breaths. The serpent demon's gaze pierced through the bamboo, landing squarely on Li Yuan. She had long partnered with her spider sister, effortlessly vanquishing countless goo masters of late. Very well, the spider demon acquiesced. Sister, fight with abandon. I shall handle the goo worms, for my webs are particularly fond of those scuttling little pests. With a swift motion, the serpent demon sprang into action, her form fluidly weaving through the bamboo, while the spider demon stood confidently, manipulating a torrent of white webs that surged forward, intercepting numerous goo worms. However, after 3 breaths, her expression shifted dramatically as she communicated. Sister Snake, we must act swiftly. This goo master is no ordinary foe. What troubles you? The serpent demon inquired. The quantity and variety of goo worms here are overwhelming. There may be several, no, dozens, no. It is. The spider demon's tone grew increasingly frantic. Just then, a large and rigid bamboo worm goo was forcibly thrust into her mouth, rendering her speechless and reduced to muffled whimpers. You talk too much. The serpent demon recognized the gravity of the situation and unleashed her full strength. Dashing out of the bamboo grove towards Li Yuan like an arrow released from a bowstring, Li Yuan's gaze burned with intensity. He sank into a stable stance, his body enveloped in a steamy white mist. His skin gradually turning crimson, resembling a seething boiler, his innards roaring with vitality. Giant spirit. At the very moment the serpent demon lunged towards him, Li Yuan executed a straightforward yet powerful uppercut. Up you go. The punch landed precisely on the serpent demon's jaw, propelling her into the air like a rocket shooting straight upwards. How could a mere human goo master possess such terrifying strength? Was he a goo master or a martial artist? The serpent demon was engulfed in panic, her body spiraling uncontrollably higher. Li Yuan leapt up, grasping the serpent demon's tail, momentarily suspending her in the air before channeling all his strength into his arm and forcefully hurling her towards the ground. Crash down! With a resounding thud, the serpent demon struck the earth like a whip, creating a massive crater, blood spraying in all directions. Yet this was not enough. Li Yuan maintained his grip on the serpent demon's tail, swinging her in a wide arc, pummeling her repeatedly against the ground, serpent blood raining down. After countless rotations, he finally released her. The serpent demon lay battered and barely alive, her once alluring visage now reduced to a grotesque visage of blood and flesh. Li Yuan, still unsatisfied, had yet to unleash even 50% of the giant spirit goo's power. He estimated that 70% of its strength would cause his muscles to swell to the point of tearing his clothing, while a full release would ignite a fiery aura around him, his hair standing on end, consumed by sheer ferocity. Even his battle instincts would be influenced by the overwhelming power. 50% was just right. Enough to bewilder the enemy without causing lasting harm. You are not human. The serpent demon gazed at Li Yuan with palpable fear. Indeed, I am no mere human. I am the progenitor of all demons. With that declaration, Li Yuan took a decisive step forward and crushed the serpent demon's skull beneath his foot. The spider demon, witnessing the entire scene unfold, felt a terror far surpassing that of her sister. Struggling desperately yet rendered immobile by the overwhelming tide of goo worms, Li Yuan approached the spider demon, gesturing towards the white canopy of webs woven above the 12 caves. Did you create that? Muffled sounds escaped the spider demon, her mouth filled to the brim, rendering her speechless. No matter. It's a bit perilous to leave your mouth unsealed. I shall explore myself. With a single punch, Li Yuan's searing arm pierced through the spider demon's chest. Grasping her thumping heart and squeezing with all his might, with a violent explosion, her innards shattered, and she perished in an instant. Li Yuan released the fusion state of the giant spirit, observing the gaping hole in the spider demon's chest. He began a profound post-battle reflection. The extraordinary combat prowess of the giant spirit goo had been validated, yet its flaws were equally evident. Perhaps the surging vitality had affected his mind, prompting him to utter more brutish remarks during battle, his approach becoming less cautious and meticulous. While he would not claim to be above all, he recognized a burgeoning arrogance within himself. Throughout the one-sided battle, he assessed the giant spirit goo as a gem with flaws. Yet in evenly matched or disadvantaged confrontations, its shortcomings would be magnified. Caution would be essential in its future use. Seizing this rare opportunity for experimentation, Li Yuan concluded his reflections. Another matter that piqued his interest was the nature of demons. They were not mere beasts, but humanoid entities with distinctly human characteristics. He observed with intent. The internal organs of the spider demon bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, perhaps 7 parts alike. What exactly are demons? This query warranted deep contemplation. With the battle in the small bamboo grove concluded, Li Yuan gazed towards the main peak, where the conflict was also drawing to a close, and the demons began their retreat. Incredible! Before her chamber, Shao Qiner had witnessed the entire spectacle. Though she could not fully comprehend it, she was profoundly shaken. It was as though she had glimpsed the epitome of a goo master. Li Yuan's blood-soaked silhouette forever etched in her memory, both fearsome and alluring. Wang Zhaozhao felt somewhat lost. Not only was she unable to participate in the fight, but even the very essence of battle left her feeling utterly powerless. We are both climbers of the mountains, she recalled the words Li Yuan had once shared with her, words of encouragement. Yet in this moment, she realized that Brother Yuan had already become a figure she could only look up to in awe. Half an hour later, 2 figures arrived at the small bamboo grove. Upon witnessing the plethora of demon corpses strewn about, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian both gasped in astonishment. Junior brother, have you ascended to the realm of 5th turn goo master? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod, not concealing his achievement. There was no shame in revealing his realm. Showcasing one's talents was a means of self-protection. Only the existence of multiple life-bound goo was a secret that must remain hidden. Goodness, junior brother, your talent is extraordinary. The teacher indeed did not misjudge you. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile. Li Ruoqian had already surmised this. Otherwise, she would not have dared to place the young princess beside Li Yuan to intercept the strongest among the demon ranks. However, Li Yuan's strength had exceeded her expectations. The aftermath of the battle made it clear. The conflict in the small bamboo grove had been a one-sided massacre, with Li Yuan single-handedly decimating a group of demons. All the demons lay dead, while Li Yuan's attire was merely slightly soiled. The 2 sides were not even on the same level. Senior brother Pei, Miss Li, have you ascertained the origins of these traitorous martial artists? This was Li Yuan's primary concern. He sensed that someone was attempting to muddy the waters, dragging the 12 caves into chaos, which would inevitably force him into the fray. There are some leads, but nothing certain yet, Pei Luoqing replied, shaking her head. Due to the massacre at the 9th Palace, 16th Cave, the 9th Palace has suspected our Wang Yi, and relations have soured considerably. The Kanglin Wangfu has been investigating this matter. One hopes this opportunity will unveil the true culprit. Li Yuan had also harbored doubts regarding the Kanglin Wang. He always approached others with the greatest malice. though the Kanglin Wang enjoyed a stellar reputation and was beloved by many in the southern regions. Who could truly know his character? At least, Li Yuan had not delved deeply enough to trust him blindly. We will uncover the truth soon enough. Pei Luoqing clasped her hands together, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Miss Li. Without your presence, the 12 caves would surely have faced dire consequences. I merely lent a hand. Li Ruoqian responded with a gentle smile. With senior brother Pei's strength, delaying until reinforcements arrived would have posed no problem. This assessment left Li Yuan astonished. It seemed that senior brother Pei's capabilities surpassed that of a typical sixth-turn Gu master, subtly reflecting Yu Hengchuan's regard for him. After exchanging a few words, Li Ruoqian departed to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing surveyed the demon corpses littering the ground. Junior brother, do you require assistance in disposing of these demons? No need, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Senior brother Pei, we can harvest materials from the demons for refining Gu, correct? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. However, exercise caution. The energy emanating from the demons is quite volatile and may be difficult to control. Understood, I will remain vigilant, Li Yuan declared, unperturbed. Regardless of the nature of the demons, he would consign them to the black pot and suppress them all. I shall report this matter to the 9th palace. The teacher will make another visit then, so prepare yourself accordingly. Pei Luoqing remarked that the teacher would undoubtedly be pleased, and perhaps this time you will be designated as a direct disciple. Li Yuan felt indifferent towards the title of direct disciple. However, he would be willing if the benefits were substantial. After Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan instructed the Ant Legion to carry several demon corpses into the Cursed Tower. The corpse of the warrior was taken away by Pei Luoqing, who replaced it with a 5th-tier demon corpse as compensation. Could demon corpses be utilized for refining Gu? Li Yuan was eager to discover the answer. He meticulously processed the demon corpse with a sharp blade, sorting the useful from the useless materials. Selected original materials: 1 4-turn silken worm, 2 4-turn killer bees, adding the heart of the mountain wind tiger demon, adding the fangs of the greenwood wolf demon, commencing synthesis. You have obtained the 5-turn mysterious Gu, Tiger Spike Bee King Gu. The Tiger Spike Bee King Gu is an extremely aggressive Gu insect. Refining it into a life-bound Gu can assist the Gu master in condensing the Tiger King's might, intimidating all beasts. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can unleash a Tiger Spike attack. Would you like to refine it into a life-bound Gu? It was confirmed that demon corpses could indeed be utilized for the creation of Gu insects, which was a fortunate discovery. Just one synthesis yielded a fairly competent 5-turn mysterious Gu. However, as a life-bound Gu, it was somewhat lacking. Holding on to the principle of better to be selective than reckless, Li Yuan insisted that all life-bound Gu to be refined must possess ample potential. The Tiger Spike Bee King Gu evidently fell short in this regard. Onward. Selected original materials: 1 4-turn Thousand Threads Gu, 2 4-turn Demon Spider Gu, adding the gall of the thread-connecting demon spider, adding the scales of the beauty python demon, commencing synthesis. You have obtained the 5-turn mysterious Gu, Human-Faced Demon Spider. The human-faced demon spider, an eerie type of Gu insect, when refined into a life-bound Gu, can assist the Gu master in manifesting 8 venomous spider spears for combat support. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can unleash bizarre sonic wave attacks. Would you like to refine it into a life-bound Gu? Although both were 5-turn mysterious Gu, the human-faced demon spider was evidently superior to the Tiger Spike Bee King Gu. Yet Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. This human-faced demon spider bore a resemblance to the weapon of a great antagonist. Again, the synthesis of the Tiger Spike Bee King Gu and the human-faced demon spider instilled confidence in Li Yuan, proving that the likelihood of creating Gu insects from demon corpses was quite high. He prepared to gamble everything, investing the most precious parts of the demon corpses along with the materials brought by Li Ruoqian all at once. Tiger brother, wolf brother, snake sister, spider sister. Although I have slain you all, I hope you can show me some favor and bless me with a rare Jiyud. Li Yuan silently prayed. Selected original materials: 5-turn mysterious Gu, human-faced demon spider, adding the spinning device of the thread-connecting demon spider, adding the gall of the beauty python demon, adding the heart and soul of the mountain wind tiger demon, adding the brain core of the greenwood wolf, adding the king's heart grass. The spinning device is the most crucial organ of a spider, secreting silk and allowing the body to adapt to its environment, constantly evolving. The gall of the snake needs no further explanation. The heart and soul of the mountain wind tiger demon and the brain core of the greenwood wolf are both precious. while the king's heart grass is the most valuable material that Miss Li has procured. Li Yuan. A gamble. Commencing synthesis. You have obtained the 5-turn rare goo, Queen of Silk Spinning, success. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, gambling was a form of wisdom. Queen of Silk Spinning goo, an all-purpose goo insect. Can be used to poison enemies, ensnare foes with webs, control corpses, and the life-bound silk it emits can mimic the characteristics of any living being, forge prosthetics, and mend internal organs, among other capabilities. Cannot be refined into a subordinate goo. An all-purpose type. This was the first time Li Yuan had encountered the term all-purpose in the goo insects he synthesized, and the value of the Queen of Silk Spinning goo was self-evident. Even the exotic goo, Resurrection goo, did not possess such honor. From within the black jar, a tiny spider emerged, no larger than a thumb, its body crystal clear and glistening, resembling crystal with a mysterious sheen. It crawled up Li Yuan's hand. Each step akin to a graceful dance, exuding elegance. Even the silk it spun flowed with colors, as if leading to a fairy tale realm, a meandering river without end. Chirp, chirp. The Queen of Silk Spinning goo emitted a faint sound, nearly imperceptible, which Li Yuan could only understand through mental feedback. It seemed to convey a request for a gentle head pat, akin to a child seeking affection. Why do you bear the title of queen while engaging in such endearing antics? Li Yuan chuckled, and since you possess a certain spirit, I shall bestow upon you a name. You shall be known as Fifth Sister, for you wish to be a sweet girl. Chapter 35. Taking on the master as a direct disciple. Fifth Sister. Li Yuan called softly. Chirp, chirp. The Queen of Silk Spinning goo was delighted, nuzzling against Li Yuan's arm. Hiss, hiss. Little Kai seemed a bit jealous, unwilling to be outdone, and also rubbed against Li Yuan. Alas, it seems my life is destined to be accompanied by flying insects and beasts. The bond between a life-bound goo and its goo master is akin to that of blood relatives. While outsiders may find goo insects terrifying, to a goo master, a life-bound goo is the closest companion, a reflection of life itself. However, Li Yuan's reflection of life was more complex than that of other goo masters. 7 days later, Yu Hongchuan once again ascended the small bamboo grove, this time alone, without even Pei Luoqing accompanying him. Li Yuan. We meet again. Why? Yu Hongchuan greeted with a placid expression. I have seen the elder. Li Yuan clasped his hands. Has your life-bound vitality goo evolved? Yu Hongchuan instantly recognized that Li Yuan's vitality was exponentially stronger than during their last encounter. Not to mention that even large demons might not match it. The elder's notes had provided Li Yuan with numerous insights, allowing him to find a shortcut to complete the evolution of his vitality goo. This is no flattery. Yu Hongchuan's insights truly saved Li Yuan from taking many detours. Otherwise, even with the synthesis system, he would have wasted plenty of materials and time to achieve the evolution of his vitality goo. May I have a look? Yu Hongchuan inquired. Li Yuan gestured, and the giant spirit goo crawled out from his clothing. Gazing at the palm-sized, crimson insect with sharp antennae, Yu Hongchuan was taken aback. Is this not the giant goo? This is Why? Yu Hongchuan was astonished, unable to maintain his calm demeanor, utterly unable to conceal his amazement. The giant spirit goo. You have actually cultivated the giant spirit goo? Does it indeed go by the name giant spirit goo? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. It was no surprise that the elder of the Ninth Palace was well informed, even recognizing the giant spirit goo. Remarkable indeed, Li Yuan. Why? Yu Hongchuan praised without reservation. The giant spirit goo had gone extinct a millennium ago, yet you have managed to cultivate it back to life. You are truly a prodigy in the realm of goo. The elder exaggerates. Any small achievements I have made are also due to your blessings, Li Yuan replied with a smile. The last time I departed, I made a promise. If you could enable your vitality goo to metamorphose, I would accept you as a direct disciple, and I have come this time for that purpose. Why? Yu Hongchuan felt a surge of excitement, straining to maintain his composure. Li Yuan, do you wish to be my disciple? Li Yuan did not respond immediately. Why? Yu Hongchuan was not displeased. Such a talent indeed had the right to be selective. Elder, may I inquire if there is a cursed tower within the inner sect of the Ninth Palace? Li Yuan asked. There is none. Why? Yu Hongchuan shook his head. In the inner sect of the Ninth Palace, there are almost no cursed goo. Even if there were, they would be handled by the goo masters themselves. High-tier goo insects would not leak out, even if they had cursed Gu. Li Yuan mentally lamented the lost opportunity. If there were a cursed tower in the inner sect of the Ninth Palace, he could have changed his battlefield. Without it, There was no need to take such risks. After all, the Ninth Palace was teeming with experts, and if he were discovered there with multiple life-bound goo, he would not know how he might meet his end. The 12 caves were more suitable for him. Do you enjoy spending time in the Cursed Tower? Yu Hongchuan inquired, surprised. Yes, I find solace in the company of goo. Li Yuan replied earnestly. Why? Yu Hongchuan chuckled. If you have a fondness for goo insects, you may visit the goo breeding garden of the Ninth Palace. No, the goo breeding garden is under strict control by the sect. If he were to engage in reckless synthesis there, he might not be able to meet the expectations and would thus lack the freedom of the Cursed Tower. For me, nurturing cursed goo is far more challenging. From the flaws of cursed goo, I can better discern the true essence of the goo path, Li Yuan stated earnestly. You possess ambition and courage. Why? Yu Hongchuan admired Li Yuan even more. By becoming my direct disciple, you can stay here and enjoy all the privileges of a direct disciple. How does that sound? Like you, I rose from humble beginnings, fully aware of how rare it is to find a talent like you among the 72 caves of the outer sect. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. Yet you shine even brighter than I did in my youth, with a greater potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the goo path. I do not wish for you to traverse too many detours, wasting precious time on the path to greatness. Why? Yu Hongchuan's words were heartfelt. Li Yuan contemplated. He sensed Yu Hongchuan's sincerity. Those words were not unfounded, yet he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Why? Yu Hongchuan continued. Li Yuan, some of my words may be harsh, yet they are the truth, and I shall share them with you. The path to the pinnacle of the goo path can only be found by joining the inner sect of the Ninth Palace. Ultimately, you must join. By becoming my direct disciple, I can promise you anything you desire. And I will never interfere with your freedom. Li Yuan knew he needed a background, and accepting Yu Hongchuan as his master was indeed a commendable choice. Why? Yu Hongchuan ceased speaking, allowing Li Yuan to reflect. After a lengthy deliberation, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, poured a cup, and presented it to Yu Hongchuan. Teacher, please enjoy this tea. Ha 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 ha. The tension in Yu Hongchuan's demeanor finally eased. And he laughed heartily. Excellent, good disciple. How splendid. This joy emanates from the depths of my heart. My legacy, my path, has finally found one worthy to inherit it. Yu Hongchuan gazed skyward with a deep sigh. Teacher, you are in the prime of your life, and you can indeed tread upon the snow and reach the mountain's peak. Li Yuan remarked with a smile. No. Yu Hongchuan shook his head. I have traversed too many winding roads to behold the scenery at the summit, which is precisely why I am so eager to take you as my disciple. As a teacher, I fear that you may be lured by the flowers halfway up the mountain, thus losing your way to the ascent. He who travels 100 miles is only halfway at 90. Yu Hongchuan spoke earnestly. Li Yuan, your accomplishments in the 72 caverns of the outer sect are commendable, but the true path of a goo master has only just begun. Indeed, you speak rightly, teacher, Li Yuan smiled. Might I inquire about the benefits of becoming the Ninth Palace's direct disciple? This was his genuine concern. There are 3 benefits. Yu Hongchuan raised a finger. First, the monthly allowance from the sect for direct disciples far exceeds that of the 72 caverns of the outer sect. Second, all direct disciples have the opportunity to enter the secret realm of immortal goo to select a treasure. Third, direct disciples may comprehend advanced techniques of goo Dao and learn the methods of crafting goo houses, which are inaccessible to ordinary goo masters. Yu Hongchuan extended his fingers one by one. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, brimming with the desire for advancement, particularly the term goo house, which he had sought definitions for in countless texts, yet found no mention. Teacher, what is a goo house? Chapter 36. He who travels 100 miles is only halfway at 90. The answer he had pursued for so long was now before him. Igniting excitement within Li Yuan that a goo house is a secret technique unique to advanced goo masters, Yu Hongchuan explained. You may conceive it as a dwelling formed of goo insects, serving as their nest and the ultimate abode for most goo masters. Pray elucidate further, teacher, Li Yuan inquired pensively. You surely understand that exotic goo are exceedingly rare. Goo masters lacking in exotic goo as their life goo find themselves at a disadvantage compared to martial artists of the same rank as they ascend in skill. While formidable martial artists possess an array of diverse techniques and formidable weapons, how can a goo master contend with them relying solely on one life goo? Only with a goo house. By constructing an army of goo insects that moves in accordance with your will, centered around your life goo, You create a goo house. It is akin to the king of ants commanding an entire ant army. However, the construction of a goo house is significantly more intricate than that of an ant colony, as each goo within the house provides the goo master with feedback akin to that of a life goo, thereby enhancing the master's own strength. Why Yu Hongchuan patiently elaborated. Gradually, Li Yuan began to comprehend. Just like your life goo, the giant spirit goo, if you construct the goo house around it, you can control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of subordinate goo. Each subordinate goo can provide you with feedback, and this enhancement rivals the convergence of celestial phenomena within martial arts, delivering a devastating blow to lower-tier goo masters and martial artists alike. It is akin to the difference between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Unless one reaches that level, it is difficult to fathom such power. Li Yuan was swept away by the tide of emotion. Although he could command innumerable subordinate goo, the feedback they provided was null, yielding no growth in his inherent capabilities. Even if he could single-handedly lead an army, he would be easily decapitated by a stronger foe. Teacher, what are the requirements for crafting a goo house? Li Yuan inquired. Generally speaking, only an 8-turn goo master has the potential to craft a goo house, much like in martial arts, where only those at the 8th rank of martial saint can gather celestial phenomena. A rare few exceptionally gifted 7-turn goo masters may have the chance to perform miracles. 3 conditions must be satisfied simultaneously. First, one's spiritual power must reach the domain level among the river, sea, domain, and abyss. Second, the life goo must not be a basic insect. It should possess numerous subordinate goo, such as the giant spirit goo having giant goo, vitality goo, etc. Third, the goo control heart technique must attain the level of resonating with the heart. Yu Hongchuan outlined the stringent requirements for crafting a goo house, noting that those who met all 3 conditions were predominantly 8-turn goo masters. Teacher, what does it mean to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan realized how much he still did not understand. If he did not join the inner sect of the 9th Palace, relying solely on his own exploration, he would likely encounter significant setbacks. You, who understand so little, have managed to reach this point solely through your effort and talent. It is truly remarkable, Yu Hongchuan mused. A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters the wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Li Yuan is a block of jade, destined to shine with astonishing brilliance. Disciple feels fortunate, Li Yuan said, slightly embarrassed by the praise. There is no need for humility. Yu Hongchuan chuckled. I heard from the head of the 100 Affairs Hall that since your entry, you have never left the ruined Goo Tower. It was only when the elder of the ruined Goo Tower passed that you ventured out once to return the token. I understand the sweat and effort you have invested. Taking you as my disciple was not a hasty decision. I have conducted my investigations in secret. Arriving here as a refugee, bearing your grandfather's remains, maintaining unwavering focus over the years, and making an exception to step out of the small bamboo grove for the sake of the elder. What I see in you goes far beyond mere talent. Character and diligence are what I value most. Disciple feels ashamed. Li Yuan genuinely felt a sense of shame. Enough, there is no need for such shyness. A young person should possess vitality. Do not be overly mature. Yu Hongchuan increasingly admired him, handing Li Yuan 2 ancient texts adorned with gold and jade edges, along with several thick tomes. These 2 ancient texts contain an advanced goo control heart technique and the secret methods for crafting a goo house. You may peruse them first. The notes I have compiled can offer you some direction and insights into cultivating high-tier goo insects. Thank you, teacher, for bestowing these texts. Li Yuan bowed his head in gratitude. To him, this was the key to unlocking a new realm, truly significant. I already have 2 direct disciples. You will be the 3rd. Pei Luoqing is the 2nd, and you have an elder sister as well. You will meet her if fate permits, Wai Yu Hongchuan remarked. Understood, Li Yuan responded. Due to recent turmoil in the southern frontier, the affairs of the 9th Palace are numerous. I cannot linger here for long. If you have any questions regarding Goo Dao cultivation, you may first consult your senior brother Pei. Wai Yu Hongchuan instructed. All right, Li Yuan nodded. Teacher, have the true culprits behind the massacre of the 12 caverns been uncovered? Almost, Yu Hongchuan replied nonchalantly. Once confirmed, the elders of the 9th Palace will personally take action to eradicate their entire clan. In honor of our fallen comrades, he rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and sighed deeply. The goo nest of the 9 palaces has remained dormant within the mountains for too long, allowing some to forget the era when goo masters ruled the southern frontier. It is time to remind them. The Gu nest of the Nine Palaces has never been a benign entity. Residing in the deep mountains is due to the environment being more suitable for the cultivation and survival of Gu masters, not out of fear of worldly conflicts. The methods by which Gu masters eliminate threats are far more terrifying than those of martial artists. As the master and disciple conversed, they reached the edge of the bamboo grove. "Take care, teacher." Li Yuan waved goodbye. Why, Yu Hongchuan chuckled helplessly. You truly are reluctant to step even half a step beyond this small bamboo grove. You only see me off to this point. That is because the disciple is eager to return and study the insights on nurturing Gu that you have penned. Li Yuan replied with a smile. Indeed, you are more articulate than your senior sister. Yu Hongchuan acknowledged, taking a step, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Upon returning to the ruined Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately embraced the ancient texts adorned with gold and jade edges. He was fervently eager to progress. Wu Mei and Xiao Kai also emerged from the black pot, climbing onto his shoulders. Nuzzling him from either side, Li Yuan could sense that Wu Mei genuinely enjoyed clinging to him, while Xiao Kai exhibited a tinge of jealousy, driven more by possessiveness. Contemplating this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Then turned to the first ancient text, which was the Advanced Gu Control Heart Technique. Within the Advanced Gu Control Heart Technique, it mentioned the fourth realm after enticing Gu with taste, controlling Gu with objects, and manipulating Gu with thoughts, resonating with the heart, along with the fifth realm, no self, no Gu. What constitutes resonating with the heart? Li Yuan scrutinized the text. The book noted that resonating with the heart means being able to perceive the emotions of the life Gu, its joys, sorrows, and joys, treating the Gu insect as a most intimate companion, akin to one's own life. Communication without words, understanding each other's intentions through thought alone, culminating in a perfect synergy in all actions. Is this what it means to resonate with the heart? Li Yuan tilted his head to glance at Xiao Kai, then at Wu Mei. Both were conveying their delight. Teacher, the realm of resonating with the heart does not seem so difficult after all. Chapter 37. The Realm of Spiritual Power. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Kai and Wu Mei's remarkable spirit that Li Yuan's perception of their emotional feedback was exceptionally clear, allowing him to discern their joys and sorrows. In contrast, the feedback from the giant spirit Gu and the revitalization Gu was considerably weaker. Only during combat did the giant spirit Gu convey emotions to him, repeatedly urging, "Fight! We must fight." That was the gist of it. The revitalization Gu would only stir when he was injured, silently providing him with vitality to recover and endure harm. The slug illusion Gu fell somewhere in between. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to an ultimate slacker who dislikes working yet must do so, perpetually languid. Li Yuan contemplated. If he wished to construct a Gu house, he could only center it around the three-color exotic fire python and the pan-silk queen Gu. As for the highest realm of no self, no Gu mentioned in the heart technique, there were no specific records. It could only be grasped through personal comprehension. Even the esteemed 9 transformations Gu master may find it challenging to attain the state of selflessness and Gu-less. For the time being, Li Yuan chose not to ponder this further. The second prerequisite for constructing a Gu house is to possess the spiritual power of domain realm, which is essential to bear the infinite feedback that the Gu house imparts. Without reaching the domain realm of spiritual power, one cannot control multiple Gu with a single thought, nor can all Gu share a unified purpose, thus making the construction of a Gu house impossible. This should not pose a significant challenge for me. Li Yuan diligently practices Gu refinement daily, managing numerous subordinate Gu, which inherently hones his spiritual power. He began to immerse himself in the spiritual cultivation methods recorded in the Advanced Gu Control Heart Sutra, gradually seeking to comprehend the spiritual realm. The sensation of his consciousness entering the spiritual world is extraordinarily wondrous. He feels as though he has arrived in a secluded celestial garden, where a gentle breeze caresses him, rendering his body and mind ethereal, allowing him to savor the essence of freedom. Before him lies his spiritual world, an expansive ocean that continually expands. At the edge of this sea, endless mountains and rivers stretch forth. According to the Advanced Gu Control Heart Sutra, when the sea encompasses the mountains and rivers, it signifies that one's spiritual power has entered the domain realm. It appears that my spiritual realm is still some distance from this domain. However, I should be able to reach it before entering the 6th transformation realm. With a thought, Li Yuan summoned a data panel. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th transformation 73-1500. Realm. 5th Transformation. Spiritual Power. Mid-Stage Sea Realm. Fated Goo. Giant Spirit Goo. Revitalization Goo. Tricolor Strange Fire Python. Illusory Robe. Silk Queen Goo. Goo House. None. To step into the 6th Transformation Realm, I must endure a lengthy period of more than 4 years, which is a considerable time for the still youthful Li Yuan. Fortunately, he has already adapted to this way of life, his heart remaining largely untroubled in the blink of an eye. More than half a month had passed. Li Ruoqian reappeared in the small bamboo grove, seeking out Li Yuan. The time for the county princess to refine herself in the mountains for 2 months has come to an end. The prince has instructed me to escort her back, as preparations for the inner door of the 9th palace are underway. Xiao Qiner was never truly of the same world as Li Yuan, so her departure was anticipated. Li Yuan held a favorable view of this young county princess, who genuinely adored the art of Goo and had devoted her efforts and passion to it. Brother Li Yuan, when we meet again, I shall be a true Goo master, Xiao Qiner expressed with enthusiasm. Though she cherished her life in the small bamboo grove, she was more eager to enter the inner door of the 9th palace, where secret techniques could break the constraints of age, allowing her to become a genuine Goo master sooner. By the time we meet again, the county princess will undoubtedly be an exceptional Goo master. Li Yuan encouraged. My goal is to be as formidable as brother Li Yuan. Since witnessing Li Yuan's battle against the demons on that fateful night, Xiao Qiner's admiration for him had soared to great heights, making it unforgettable. I will surpass brother Li Yuan, she declared with determination. Her small fists clenched tightly. County princess, we must take our leave, Li Ruoqian interjected, feeling little sentimentality. Children are often innocent and pure, and they may not belong to the same world, leaving the possibility of never meeting again. In a person's life, how many first encounters end in eternal farewells? Miss Li, I have one more request, Li Yuan called out to her. What is it? Li Ruoqian raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, I would like to inquire about how the corpses of demons slain during the battles with the Kanglan army are typically handled. Li Yuan asked. Those with utility are preserved for medicinal or culinary purposes, Li Ruoqian replied. Could I purchase some of the useless demon corpses? To Li Yuan, the demon corpses represented treasures. If the Kanglan prince were willing to collaborate with him, it would indeed yield an endless bounty. That can be arranged, Li Ruoqian nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Goo. The only asset Li Yuan could offer was Goo. The majority of the soldiers in the Kanglan army are martial artists. With only a few Goo masters, your Goo is of no use to us, Li Ruoqian replied without hesitation. Not quite the same, Li Yuan smiled. The applications of Goo are boundless and would be beneficial to you as well. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is the Qi blood Goo, capable of replenishing one's vitality to a certain extent. Vitality is crucial for martial artists. Is it not? Can it be used by those who are not Goo masters? Li Ruoqian's interest was piqued. Once tamed by a Goo master, even ordinary civilians can utilize it. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan prince can consistently supply me with demon corpses, I can offer an inexhaustible supply of Qi blood Gu. Is that true? Absolutely, I assure you. Li Ruoqian's demeanor grew serious. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I will seek the prince's counsel upon my return. I appreciate your assistance, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands as he presented a jade vial to her. Here are some tamed Qi blood Goo, which anyone can use to swiftly replenish the soldier's vitality on the battlefield. The Kanglan prince may find their efficacy to be evident. Very well, Li Ruoqian nodded. I will respond to you as soon as possible. Half a day later, Li Ruoqian returned to the Kanglan army camp with Xiao Qiner. Father, I'm back, Xiao Qiner exclaimed joyfully, dancing about. Father, I have completed the trial. You will take me to the 9th palace now, right? Alas, looking at his innocent daughter, Xiao Yuan felt a whirlwind of emotions. Father, why the sigh? Are you having second thoughts again? Xiao Qiner said, pouting. No, Xiao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. It's just that I am reluctant to see you journey far. Do not worry, father. Once I become the mightiest Goo master, I shall raise an army and return to assist you in conquering the world. Vanquishing all demons, Xiao Qiner proclaimed proudly. Good, Qiner will undoubtedly become the most formidable Goo master. As he spoke, Xiao Yuan retrieved a gourd, kneeling down to solemnly hand it to his daughter. Qiner, this is the treasured gourd left by your mother. Keep it close and remember, only upon reaching the 9th palace may you unveil it. The treasured gourd left by mother? Shao Qiner exclaimed in surprise. Father, what is contained within it? I do not know, Xiao Yuan replied with a shake of his head. Years ago, after your mother perished in battle, she left behind this treasured gourd in her blood-written testament. She instructed me to burn her remains and place her ashes within the gourd, burying it in the hot sands. Should one day, either Liar or Qiner choose to walk the path of Gu, this treasured gourd shall be presented to them. Today, your mother's last wish is fulfilled. Xiao Yuan felt an overwhelming melancholy. He believed that his wife would not harm Qiner, as the former saintess of the Ninth Palace. She had been cherished by the sect and respected by her elders. What she left behind would surely be of great use to their daughter. Perhaps this is fate. The following day, after the noon banquet, the Kanglan king personally bid farewell to his daughter, sending Shao Qiner deep into the mountains of the Ninth Palace, unsure of when they would meet again. Upon returning to the camp, Li Ruoqian finally spoke. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak. Having parted with his daughter, Xiao Yuan felt a profound sense of loss and guilt. Although he knew that the Ninth Palace would not mistreat his daughter due to his late wife's influence, and would even nurture her well, her entry into the palace was ultimately under the guise of a hostage. Li Yuan from the 12 Caves has proposed collaboration with the Kanglan prince's estate. Seeking our assistance in providing him with demon corpses, Li Ruoqian reported. Due to his daughter's matter, Xiao Yuan remembered Li Yuan's name. But that was all. Isn't Li Yuan merely a small steward from the 12 Caves? Does he think he can collaborate with the Kanglan prince's estate? Isn't that a bit ambitious? Li Ruoqian did not waste words and handed over the jade vial that Li Yuan had given him. Your Majesty, this contains chi blood goo that Li Yuan has tamed, capable of providing soldiers with vital energy at any moment. And then, Xiao Yuan understood the function of chi blood goo, but that alone was far from qualifying for a partnership with the Kanglan prince's estate. Li Yuan claims that as long as the Kanglan prince's estate continuously supplies him with demon corpses, he can offer an endless supply of chi blood goo. Li Ruoqian continued. How can a mere steward possess such capabilities? Xiao Yuan frowned, skepticism in his eyes. Li Yuan's talent is quite remarkable. At only 20 years old, he has already become a 5th transformation goo master and has just been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yu Hongchuan of the Ninth Palace. Even Elder Yu Hongchuan has praised his talent, Li Ruoqian noted. He seems to possess an innate spiritual power, capable of controlling a vast number of subordinate goo, and has even nurtured a rare goo that has not emerged for a millennium. He may very well rise to a high position within the Ninth Palace in the future. Recently, during an attack by demons and traitorous martial artists on the 12 Caves, 2 5th-rank demons and a 5th-tier martial artist simultaneously assaulted the small bamboo grove where Li Yuan resided. The result was all the demons perished, while Li Yuan emerged with merely a soiled garment. Li Ruoqian recounted the information regarding Li Yuan with precision. This Li Yuan is indeed remarkable. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he began to reconsider his previous underestimation of Li Yuan. Such a promising goo master, combined with his mentor Yu Hongchuan, is certainly worthy of collaboration with the Kanglan prince's estate. Let us initially collaborate with him to provide a portion of demon corpses. If it proves beneficial to the Kanglan army, we can deepen our cooperation later. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement. Ruoqian, you shall oversee this matter. Understood. Li Ruoqian bowed respectfully. There is one more matter I need you to investigate regarding the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family. There have been some developments recently, Xiao Yuan added. Li Ruoqian was astonished. Is it truly possible that a direct royal bloodline still exists in this world? I had always believed it to be a mere ruse devised by the Night Owl Guard to stabilize the situation. In this tapestry of truth and deception, who can truly discern? Xiao Yuan sighed softly, stating that even if it were false, the matter concerning the martial goddess treasure and the unification of the realm would undoubtedly stir the currents of the world. Li Ruoqian inquired, My lord, do the rumors specify which prince or princess managed to survive? It is said to be the young prince, born of the esteemed Nguye Fei, hailing from the tribe of the far northern ice plains. Xiao Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling that during the bloody upheaval that eradicated the Dian royal family, the Night Owl's men arrived too late, managing only to rescue the young prince. Subsequently, they were ambushed by demons, leading to the demise of the Night Owl Guards escorting the prince, who was then hidden away and lost to the common folk, his whereabouts unknown in the depths of the mountains, within the 12 Caves and the remnant Gu Tower. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Li Yuan reclined in his rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, relishing the rare moment of leisure. Nestled upon his shoulders were Shao Kai and Wu Mei. Exhibiting a remarkably human-like affection, Li Yuan referred to this process as nurturing a rapport with his life-sustaining gu, preparing for the construction of his gu abode. He recalled a film from his past life, where the gambling sage cultivated a bond with Mahjong by sleeping beside it nightly. Surely, Shao Kai and Wu Mei possess far more spirit than mere Mahjong. Indeed, that seems quite reasonable. Even in slumber, they insist on joining him, each claiming a side of his pillow. Suddenly, Li Yuan's brow furrowed, sensing an approaching presence. Pei Shixiang has arrived. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, quickly conceal yourselves. With a swift motion, the three-colored celestial fire python and the silk-wrapped queen gu dove into the black jar. Masking their essence, Li Yuan found the situation somewhat amusing, akin to a petty theft. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength that rendered their nurturing of the life-sustaining gu somewhat improper. Moments later, Pei Luoqing's figure emerged amidst the bamboo grove. "Shitty," he greeted, swiftly approaching, "I bring you good news. We have identified the traitorous forces colluding with the demons to assault the various caves. Have you uncovered their identities?" Li Yuan was eager for the answer. Indeed, Pei Luoqing affirmed, the traitors are the three largest sects of the southern frontier: Feng Shui Jinzhuang, Tian Daoya, and Xing Yugong. Li Yuan was taken aback. Why would they conspire with demons? These three powers are ostensibly the mightiest in the southern frontier, yet they have always been suppressed by the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. Perhaps they seek to seize this opportunity to challenge the dominance of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. Or perhaps the demons offered them enough incentive to risk annihilation of their clans for a chance at fortune. Yet they forget that the Nine Palaces Gu Nest is vengeful. From the moment the truth is revealed, there will be no respite until death claims them. Pei Luoqing's tone turned grave. Li Yuan understood. So, the Nine Palaces Gu Nest is preparing for a retaliatory strike? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. The Nine Palaces have issued orders to eliminate all members of the three sects, dismantling all their assets until not a single complete worm remains. It is one thing to refrain from action. Once they strike, it is a total extermination. Why provoke them? Li Yuan mused, aware that this concern pertains to the entire Nine Palaces Gu Nest. Leaving him no option for detachment. Shixiang's visit. What are your instructions? Pei Luoqing stated earnestly, according to the ancestral precepts of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest, when sect disciples are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, both the Ninth Palace and the 72 Caves must partake in the revenge scheme, without exception from the Palace Lord to the most junior disciple. This time, the mission will be determined by drawing lots. Those selected must participate. Should they return victorious, their monthly allowance will double, with additional rewards. If they perish, their lineage will forever be under the protection of the Nine Palaces. Chapter 39. Drawing the Life and Death Lots. Li Yuan, though an outsider, had familiarized himself with many customs of the Nine Palaces Mountain. The Nine Palaces Gu Nest originated from a great family surnamed Qi, residing in caves for generations, placing immense importance on bloodline and kinship. In such an environment, the allure of a separate lineage is indescribable, compelling many to succumb to its temptation, even considering the sacrifice of their clan and honor. It is precisely for this reason that the Nine Palaces Gu Nest has endured for millennia, surviving the rise and fall of dynasties, standing resolute in the world. Li Yuan felt little impact from this notion, but could imagine the terrifying destructive power and unwavering resolve of such a cohesive force when they acted in unison. Pei Luoqing chuckled, "You and I are both outsiders. Be why the rules. If the number of willing participants from the main line is insufficient, we must also draw lots." Very well, Li Yuan nodded. He was not entirely devoid of empathy. Having received the blessings of the 12 Caves, he harbored a certain affection for this land. When the time came to act, he would not hesitate. The drawing will take place tomorrow at the Baisher Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao along, Pei Luoqing instructed. The following day, Li Yuan and Wang Zhao rose early. This marked Li Yuan's second departure from the Bamboo Grove's remnant Gu Tower. The first was for old Wang, and this time, it was for the fallen brethren who had perished at the hands of demons and traitors. Upon reaching the mountain where the Baisher Hall was located, they found the area crowded. Li Yuan stood silently in line among the throng. Few in the 12 Caves were acquainted with him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently delivered Gu to the remnant Gu Tower recognized him. Before long, Pei Luoqing appeared, personally overseeing the drawing ceremony. Esteemed fellow disciples of the 12 Caves, I thank you for gathering here at the Baisher Hall to honor our departed brothers and sisters. Pei Luoqing, with his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth, bowed deeply. Today's drawing will consist of two types. The life lot, which allows one to remain within the sect, and the death lot, which requires one to leave the sect to seek vengeance for our fallen brethren and return their heroic spirits. He continued, now, the leaders and stewards of each hall, please step forward to commence the drawing. The first to go was the Battle Guard Hall, as the main battle hall of the 12 caves. It naturally took the lead. The crowd tensed with anticipation. The first to draw was the Hall Master of the Battle Guard Hall, who reached into the wooden box, retrieving a slip of paper, which he presented to Pei Luoqing. Qi Huan, death lot, Pei Luoqing declared. Laughter erupted. Ha! I still cannot escape my fate. Qi Huan chuckled, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Soon after, the 3 Vice Hall Masters took their turns. 2 drew death lots, and 1 drew a life lot, the latter visibly relieved. Half an hour later, all 300 members of the Battle Guard Hall had completed their drawings, resulting in 100 death lots and 200 life lots. Afterward, members of the Battle Guard Hall approached the back, exchanging greetings with Li Yuan. Li Yuan. It has been a while. Li Yuan turned to see Qi Lin. An old acquaintance, indeed. It has been a long time. When he first arrived at the 9 Palaces Mountain, it was Qi Lin who guided him through the Gu Master examination. Once an enigmatic figure in Li Yuan's eyes, Qi Lin now appeared quite ordinary. I drew a death lot. I wonder how your luck will fare. Qi Lin casually remarked. I'm fine either way, Li Yuan replied. Are you still working at the Remnant Gu Tower? Qi Lin inquired. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin smiled. You seem to have a knack for enduring solitude. Your vitality looks robust. Have you not yet changed your life-sustaining Gu? You should have stepped into the realm of the 3rd transformation Gu Master by now. Yes, the vitality Gu is quite commendable, Li Yuan agreed with a smile, suddenly feeling a sense of nostalgia for the changes that had transpired. After some conversation, Qi Lin departed with the Battle Guard Hall, and as they parted, Li Yuan wished him good fortune. The drawing ceremony continued, with each hall completing their selections, resulting in an approximate ratio of 70% life lots to 30% death lots. The next to draw was the Remnant Gu Tower. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Li Yuan's turn. In comparison to other halls, the Remnant Gu Tower was rather sparse, consisting only of Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao. He reached into the wooden box, casually retrieving a slip of paper. Wang Zhaozhao waited nervously behind him, her anxiety palpable. Pei Luoqing announced, Li Yuan, life lot. With that, the head of the Baisher Hall marked the name in the 12 Caves roster with a check. Next, it was Wang Zhaozhao's turn. She felt a flutter of trepidation, her small hand trembling slightly as she drew a slip of paper and handed it to Pei Luoqing. Wang Zhaozhao. Death lot. A death lot? Wang Zhaozhao murmured, not out of fear of death, but because it meant she would be separated from her elder brother Yuan for an extended period. A sense of melancholy washed over her. After all, since entering the mountain, she had never left the bamboo grove, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Yuan Gij's side. The thought of departing now filled her with reluctance, a bittersweet sensation. Do not worry, Xiao Zhao, Li Yuan gently patted the girl's back. The tasks assigned to the 72 outer caves are not overly complicated. Your opponents are merely the industries and affiliated forces of the 3 major sects. With your abilities, you shall manage just fine. Yes, Wang Zhaozhao nodded. I will return early. If you find it inconvenient to wash and cook, you might consider hiring a capable girl to assist at the bamboo grove. Throughout the long years, she had always been by Yuan Gij's side. How could she not be aware of his charm? Every sister and junior who came to deliver Gu had cast flirtatious glances at him. Yet Yuan Gij remained immersed in the world of Gu, oblivious to their affections. If she were to leave, would another girl truly come to take her place? To stay by Yuan Gij's side? Sharing the seasons and moments together? The thought brought a tinge of sadness to her heart. Li Yuan's lips curled into a smile. He could discern the girl's feelings at a glance. The way she expressed her grievances was nearly spilling over. How could you suggest inviting another girl to the mountain? He chuckled. I am quite sentimental. If another prepares meals, it might not suit my palate. It would feel quite strange with an unfamiliar presence. You must return promptly. All right, all right. Wang Zhaozhao's heart brimmed with joy, as it was rare for Li Yuan to utter such heartwarming words. There was also another matter on Li Yuan's mind. After some contemplation, he resolved to prepare some means of self-defense for Wang Zhaozhao. This young lady possessed commendable strength, yet her practical experience was woefully inadequate, making her prone to mishaps. Xiao Zhao, tonight I shall bestow upon you a gift. What kind of gift? Wang Zhaozhao mused, her imagination running wild. A secret. What else could Li Yuan possibly present, if not the mystical goo worms? As the drawing ceremony concluded, dusk had already settled. Upon returning to the bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately entered the residual goo tower, setting about the task of training some special goo worms for Wang Zhaozhao in her chamber. Wang Zhaozhao sat before the mirror, carefully unwrapping the black satin that had covered her eyes and delicately retrieving a wooden box hidden within the cabinet. Inside the box lay no extraordinary item, but rather the rouge and powder that every woman would utilize. That moment, she harbored a singular thought: to present her best self in receiving the gift from her elder brother Yuan. Chapter 40. Who am I? Night descended. After several hours of diligent work, Li Yuan emerged from the residual goo tower. The moonlight worms gathered the moon's glow, cascading it around the chamber, akin to a grand lantern that illuminated the bamboo grove with a gentle brightness. Beneath the light lay a table adorned with delectable dishes and fine wines, accompanied by a graceful young woman, her head bowed modestly, resembling a shy flower on the verge of blooming. In this splendid scenario, Li Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Had this girl misconstrued his intentions? Xiao Zhao, when did you acquire this attire? I have never seen you wear something so exquisite before. For many long years, both Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao had donned the unremarkable standard attire of the 12 holes. Routinely exchanging them for washing, Li Yuan seldom paid heed to such superficialities. But on this day, he was astounded to realize how much Xiao Zhao had transformed since her initial arrival on the mountain 4 years prior. Her features had matured, now radiating clarity, and she had blossomed into a petite beauty. With improved living conditions, her physique had rapidly developed, shedding the pallor and emaciation of her earlier days, resulting in a more robust and fair figure. With her temperament experiencing a remarkable transformation, the only flaw remained her eyes, which could only open in the throes of battle, rendering her somewhat less vibrant. Elder brother Yuan, Wang Zhaozhao sensed Li Yuan's gaze upon her. Feeling increasingly bashful, I have had this dress for quite some time, but never found the opportunity to wear it. It's quite beautiful, Li Yuan complimented. Really? Wang Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Does elder brother Yuan like it? Such a lovely sister, who wouldn't? Li Yuan chuckled, producing 3 jade vials from within his robe, placing them into Wang Zhaozhao's hands. The tasks ahead are imminent. These are 3 types of goo worms I have crafted for you, each attuned solely to your essence, to be wielded at your discretion. The first vial contains 3 rejuvenation goo, each capable of healing your wounds and purging toxins. The second vial holds 3 shadowless sword-like goo, which, if deployed at the right moment, can slay any martial artist below the 6th rank in a single strike. The third vial contains the flying wing goo and the golden garment goo, which will assist you in critical moments of escape. As the 3 vials rested in her hands, a wave of youthful fervor surged within the girl, mingling with a bittersweet sensation that brought tears cascading down her cheeks as she suddenly embraced Li Yuan. Elder brother Yuan, thank you. The gift may not have been what Wang Zhaozhao had initially desired, yet it was a testament to the concern of one whom she admired. What more could she possibly wish for? What is there to thank for? Li Yuan teased. When I first arrived on the mountain, I was utterly destitute, lacking even a coffin or gravestone for my grandfather. Old Wang unhesitatingly provided me the funds for the coffin. At that time, I did not hold back, accepting it openly. You must be resolute and bold when you venture outside. Honest individuals are often taken advantage of. Wang Zhaozhao nodded vigorously, committing elder brother Yuan's words to memory. That is well. Li Yuan assisted the young woman in taking her seat upon a stool. We must not waste the fine food and wine. After tonight, it may be 2 or 3 months before I have the pleasure of tasting your cooking again. On the following morning, after bowing 3 times before the grave of old Wang on the back mountain, Wang Zhaozhao tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan, embarking on her journey beyond the Jiugong mountain range. Those who had sought refuge from the ravages of war were once again compelled to depart due to the very conflict that had drawn them here. This realization struck Li Yuan profoundly. Amidst great upheaval, there was no permanent sanctuary. The only path that remained steadfast was the relentless pursuit of enhancing one's own strength. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, ascended the mountain, presenting Li Yuan with a list. It was a roster of disciples who had perished in the line of duty outside the 12 holes. A wave of emotion surged within Li Yuan. As he felt a weightiness in the list, in the past half-month, he had grown accustomed to the presence of someone who shared meals with him, washed his clothes, and alleviated his sorrows. Now, the absence left a hollow ache in his heart. Unfolding the list, he scrutinized it closely. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Xiao Zhao's name was not among them. However, he did spot another familiar name, Qi Lin. The very person who had once led him into the mountains to participate in the Gu Master trials had fallen during a mission to eradicate a faction of the Wind and Snow Sword Manor. There was no sorrow to speak of, only a sense of contemplation. Another half-month passed, and the second batch of death rosters arrived. Once again, there was no sign of Xiao Zhao's name, which brought joy to Li Yuan. Assuming all went as expected, the skills he had imparted to Xiao Zhao would suffice for her to handle tasks befitting disciples of the outer sect. On this day, the bamboo grove welcomed an esteemed visitor. A significant number of demon corpses, totaling over 100, were transported to the bamboo grove. Li Yuan, the blood qi gu you cultivated is remarkably effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demon corpses, in exchange for 600 blood qi gu. Is that agreeable? Li Ruoqian personally led the team to escort the demon corpses up the mountain to negotiate with Li Yuan. No problem, Li Yuan readily accepted. With just one demon corpse and a few inconsequential bloodworms, he could create a sizable quantity of blood qi gu, with the remainder being pure profit for him. Aside from the expenditure of time, it was essentially a business venture with no investment. You aren't bargaining? Li Ruoqian inquired, astonished. Cultivating blood qi gu of such quality should not be easy, right? Li Yuan realized he had miscalculated. It appeared that the Kanglin royal household also recognized the magnitude of this deal. Had he known, he would have negotiated for a better price. The Kanglin army fights against the demons to protect the southern frontier. And I too have benefited. If the prince sets this price, then let it be so, Li Yuan declared earnestly. What boldness, Li Ruoqian, who rarely displayed a smile, revealed a faint dimple as her spirited countenance softened with a touch of femininity. In the future, I will ensure that the logistics team of the Kanglin army selects quality, well-preserved demon corpses specifically for you. Thank you, Miss Li. Li Yuan bowed. No need for thanks, she replied. This is merely a business transaction. You treat us sincerely, and the Kanglin royal household will certainly not shortchange you. Yes, Li Yuan felt a tad embarrassed. Prepare yourself, Li Ruoqian continued. Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. A considerable number of demon corpses will be sent your way, and I hope you can continuously provide us with blood qi gu. The situation is escalating again? Li Yuan was taken aback. What has happened? Because of a certain individual, Li Ruoqian's expression turned grave. Who? Li Yuan inquired, intrigued. The world was rife with storms. The demon lord, various princes, and martial artists roamed the land, yet none dared to claim supremacy. Who possessed such tremendous influence that one person could alter the tide of war? It is the last surviving direct descendant of the Dian royal family, lost to the world. His bloodline is the key to unlocking the martial goddess treasure. He is the stabilizing anchor for the world situation. Everyone desires him, Li Ruoqian stated solemnly. Is it true that a direct descendant of the Dian royal family still exists? Li Yuan felt a stir of curiosity within. Indeed, Li Ruoqian nodded. That individual is the young prince born to concubine and during the great calamity of the royal family over 20 years ago. Li Yuan? No way. The young prince born to concubine on, whom everyone is pursuing. Then who am I? Chapter 41. This is the Queen's Gu. Li Yuan had not anticipated that the gossip would somehow involve him. The strife had already commenced, and the young prince spoken of by Li Ruoqian was evidently not him. Was there a fake young prince? Li Yuan pondered, a sudden epiphany striking him. Over 20 years ago, his mother, concubine An, had entrusted the royal physician to smuggle him out of the palace to evade the blood calamity of the royal family. To save him, the royal physician had sacrificed his own grandson's bloodline in exchange for Li Yuan's survival, implying that, to the outside world, the royal physician's grandson was the true young prince. Now, only he was aware of the truth. Had the royal physician's grandson truly not perished, but rather been rescued? Li Yuan speculated. He turned to Li Ruoqian, calmly inquiring, "Miss Li, was it not said that all direct descendants of the Dian royal family had perished?" Suddenly, another young prince emerges. "Could it be a ruse?" "It is highly likely to be true," Li Ruoqian replied. "The various factions are not foolish. They would not engage in a bloodbath over a false prince without substantial evidence. It is rumored that during the blood calamity, the Night Owl arrived just in time to rescue that young prince. However, the Night Owl's guards were pursued by demons and ultimately perished, leaving the young prince hidden away in an unknown location. After the blood calamity, the demon lords widely proclaimed that they had exterminated the Dian royal bloodline. And even the Night Owl King believed it to be true. Until recently, the Night Owl King had slain a demon lord, and through the memories gleaned from this act, it became apparent that the young prince might still be alive. Li Ruoqian recounted the events. Lai Yuan took a deep breath. Could it be true that the esteemed physician's own grandson still had a chance to survive? He recalled the jade pendant that the physician had left him on his deathbed. The frail and hoarse voice echoing in his ears, "Yuaner, remember this. You are not my grandson. Your true identity is the Prince of Dian. Your mother is the lesser deity of the extreme north's Ice Plains tribe and the noble concubine and from 16 years ago. You must survive. This pendant contains a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. When combined with potent elixirs, it may grant you the potential to awaken a divine martial lineage. Yuaner, you must eradicate the demons and restore Dian." Avenging your mother. After joining the 12 caves, Li Yuan had immersed himself in the path of Gu, never considering unlocking the jade pendant or refining the ancestral blood. He pondered. After exchanging blood with the physician's grandson back in the day, was his own lineage still valid? Could the forced acceptance of royal blood by the physician's grandson allow him to unlock the treasures of divine martiality? The situation suddenly grew perplexing, compelling Li Yuan to contemplate many questions he had never considered before. The inheritance of royal bloodlines is a complex matter. Not all descendants of the founding emperor qualify as direct royal blood. Only the children born after the emperors ascended the throne and underwent the ancestral blood baptism are deemed direct lineage, possessing the power to unlock the treasures of divine martial art. In other words, offspring born before the emperor's ascension or those from other princes are ineligible to inherit the true royal legacy. It seemed planning was essential. The physician had saved his life, and even the physician's grandson was considered his savior, intertwined with blood feuds. Li Yuan could not remain indifferent. Time was of the essence. So he refrained from saying more. Li Ruoqian's voice pulled Li Yuan back from his thoughts. "We should leave. I hope that when we return, we can acquire the promised 600 blood-gathering Gu. Take care, Miss Li." Watching Li Ruoqian's receding figure and the corpses of demons strewn about, Li Yuan inhaled deeply. There was nothing I could change now. To intervene amidst the various lords and demon lords would be a path to certain death. I must remain calm. I possess the sole means to turn the tides, requiring time to grow. I cannot recklessly court my demise. Once calm, Li Yuan began to process the demon corpses. Most of the demon bodies sent by the Kanglan army were below the 3rd rank, with only 6 at the 4th rank and 2 at the 5th. The most valuable was the remains of a 6th-rank demon, its heart excised. After commanding the Ant Legion to categorize and organize the demon corpses, Li Yuan commenced work on the most precious 6th-rank remains. His Xiao Kai and Wu Mei both emerged. "Would you like to eat?" Li Yuan inquired. The 3-colored flame python and the pan-silk queen Gu possessed immense evolutionary potential and required constant nourishment of rare materials to facilitate their transformation. "Choose for yourselves." Li Yuan never hesitated to indulge Xiao Kai and Wu Mei, allowing the 2 little creatures to feast at their leisure. Hiss. Gaining Li Yuan's permission, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei leaped down from his shoulders onto the demon corpses. Selecting their desired parts, Xiao Kai chose the demon's gallbladder, while Wu Mei extracted the brain matter with her silk threads. "All right, go eat over there. I need to start refining Gu." Li Yuan chuckled. Xiao Kai shook her head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to a nearby open space, then opened her mouth to unleash crimson flames. The gallbladder sizzled as the bile boiled. "What are you doing?" Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Once the crimson flames subsided, the gallbladder's exterior vanished, and the bile condensed into a thumb-sized, golden stone. Gallstone? A term sprang to Li Yuan's mind. Yet, this was clearly more than a mere gallstone. It was likely a treasure. Xiao Kai, clutching the golden stone, jumped back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, spinning in circles as if to boast or taunt Li Yuan picked up the stone, scrutinizing it closely. He could sense the powerful energy contained within. Reminiscent of a term he had encountered in a novel from his past life, it was called golden elixir. Cultivators refine the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to condense the golden elixir in their dantian. Perhaps demons have a similar cultivation method. How should it be utilized? Should I attempt to synthesize it? Li Yuan tried to stimulate the golden stone with Gu Dao's mysterious energy, but to no avail. At that moment, he observed Wu Mei placing the previously extracted brain matter back into the demon's skull, her 8 spider legs deftly manipulating the silk threads with remarkable speed, as if performing a precise surgery. Wu Mei first stitched the demon's brain, then crafted a bionic heart from the silk, and finally sewed the demon's body back together. Indeed, the Pan Silk Queen Gu is an all-purpose Gu. Due to Wu Mei's excessive clinginess, Li Yuan almost forgot the true nature of the Pan Silk Queen Gu. Her silk could mimic any life characteristic. Boom. After being reassembled and repaired, the demon stood up. It was a black bear demon, towering over 2 zhang, resembling a small mountain when upright, its eyes ablaze like burning copper furnaces, full of vitality. At first glance, it bore no semblance to a corpse. Under Li Yuan's gaze, the black bear demon slowly knelt, prostrating itself and emitting a deep, thunderous voice from its abdomen. The black bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. Wu Mei, sweet yet commanding, is this how it works? A new paradigm unfolded in Li Yuan's mind. The true essence of the Pan Silk Queen Gu seemed to reveal itself at this moment. Hiss Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, feeling overshadowed. Wu Mei swiftly climbed back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, even using silk to draw expression in the air while sticking out her tongue at Xiao Ci. Li Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Where had they learned such antics? Enough of the bickering. Fortunately, both Xiao Kai and Wu Mei had uncomplicated minds. Their occasional jealousy did not impact the larger picture, or Li Yuan would truly be at his wits' end. Wu Mei, how many of these demon corpses can you control? What is the extent of your range? After expending considerable silk to repair the black bear demon, Wu Mei appeared significantly weakened, indicating a limitation on her control. Chirp. Li Yuan gathered the gist out. Wu Mei could control a maximum of 2 demon corpses that were 1 rank higher than herself, while she could manage up to 10 of the same rank. As for lower ranks, controlling hundreds or even thousands was no issue. With Wu Mei, could I not effectively have an army at my command? Wu Mei could serve as his sweet companion and the queen of a demon army. Hiss Xiao Kai was indignant. Quiet. Li Yuan soothed. Xiao Kai, you and Wu Mei each have your merits. Both are my closest and most cherished Jia. As soon as he finished speaking, another silk thread shot out, binding the golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and pressing it into the demon's forehead. The black bear demon's aura surged. Li Yuan's smile blossomed. Xiao Kai, see, your significance is being realized. In the future, you and Wu Mei together could forge the most formidable demon army. Next, they would divide their roles. Xiao Kai, you have a keen nose for treasures. You shall extract the valuables from the demon corpses. Wu Mei, you focus on controlling the stronger demon corpses to craft puppets. I will continue refining Gu. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. During this time, the 100 Affairs Hall sent 2 more death lists. And still, there was no sign of Xiao Zhao. However, the duration of the task was longer than Li Yuan had anticipated, possibly extending for several more months. Li Yuan also received significant news. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest officially announced its collaboration with the Kangling King. This meant that the 9 Palaces Gu Nest would no longer remain reclusive, but would confront the demons directly, leaving Li Yuan with diminishing time to develop in silence. Before long, the Gate of the Frost and Snow Sword Manor, the leading force among the southern Jianghu, was breached. Everyone within, from the manor's master, a legendary sword saint, to the elderly, young, and even pets, was slaughtered without exception. All assets under the Frost and Snow Sword Manor were seized. The operation was led by the masters of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The next day, the Xingyue Palace, another of the 3 major forces in the southern Jianghu, abandoned its gate and relocated its entire sect to the impregnable territory of Tiandaoye. Not long after, the master of the 1st palace personally intervened, slaying a demon lord, shocking all major forces and officially announcing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest's entry into the world. The continuous stream of news left Li Yuan contemplative. In these chaotic times, even the leaders of major forces were falling one after another. What significance did he hold? with the martial saint ranking at the 8th tier in martial arts, and the demon lords also being 8th tier beings. Such formidable entities falling in succession was indeed disheartening. It was no wonder that everyone sought the treasures of divine martial art. Li Yuan once again deeply understood the allure of the treasures of divine martiality. Should any powerful figure acquire them, it would not necessarily guarantee becoming a martial god, but merely stepping into the 9th tier and attaining the status of a martial emperor would be enough to secure an invincible position. One wondered if the master of the first palace had reached the 9th transformation realm. In the realm of martial arts, the Night Owl King was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the present age. Although demons appeared to lack a common master, those who managed to trap the Night Owl King and subsequently purge the royal family must certainly possess 9th tier demons. Jiu Dao, martial arts, and demons each had their zenith. Li Yuan gazed up from the foot of the mountain, understanding that by the adage of walking 100 miles, only to cover 90, he had merely taken his first steps. Another 3 months passed. Li Yuan received news from the 100 Affairs Hall, stating that the encirclement of Tian Daoya and the various industries of the Xingyue Palace had concluded, and the tasks of the outer doors of the 72 caves had come to an end. The next phase would see the inner doors of the 9 palaces launching a full-scale assault on Tian Daoya, and the Xingyue Palace. It appears that Xiao Zhao is on the verge of returning. During this passage of time, Li Yuan has forged an army of undead puppets uniquely his own, composed of 2 6th-tier demons, 10 5th-tier demons, and 300 4th-tier demons, resulting in an extraordinarily luxurious assembly. Li Yuan has personally tested the combat capabilities of this undead legion. The fighting prowess of the puppets is approximately 70% of their original forms. They lack agility, are unable to adapt, and act solely on instinct. However, they are impervious to pain and fearless in the face of death. The only drawback is that there are too many demon corpses, and the small bamboo grove feels rather cramped. Li Yuan pondered whether he should request his senior brother Pei to expand the bamboo grove. After careful consideration, he decided to wait until the disciples returning from their mission were back before making the request. Lest he appear overly unfeeling, as Li Yuan anticipated, 3 days later, he received intelligence from the Baishur Hall. The 12 disciples who had gone out to battle would return the following day, and all hall masters and managers were required to descend the mountain to welcome the returning disciples and offer them a warm reception, as well as to retrieve the last batch of fallen disciples' remains for a proper burial. Junior brother, I've held the position of cave master for quite some time now, and aside from the last occasion when we drew the life and death lots, I've not seen you leave the bamboo grove. Pei Luoqing teased Li Yuan. With Xiao Zhao absent, you have no company but the insects, I presume? Initially, Li Yuan found it quite uncomfortable, especially during the first few days after Xiao Zhao's departure, when he felt a profound emptiness within, which was rather distressing. However, as time passed, he grew accustomed to it. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Your words remind me of the master of the 7th palace. Why is that? He, like you, spends his days accompanied solely by insects, leading a solitary existence. One day, however, he accomplished a feat that astonished both heaven and earth. What was it? He wed his innate insect, in a way that's quite sensational. Li Yuan was taken aback. Such a thing was indeed unheard of. Pei Luoqing laughed heartily. If it weren't for the fact that you still have a Xiao Zhao by your side, I would genuinely fear that one day you might follow suit. Intrigued, Li Yuan inquired, what is the innate insect of the master of the 7th palace? In its human form, it is a corpse insect. If that is the case, it is somewhat understandable, Pei Luoqing murmured. Unfortunately, his innate insect takes the form of a snake. Li Yuan blinked. Does the master go by the surname Su or Xiao? Pei Luoqing paused. You must have seen it in the notes given to you by the teacher. The master of the 7th palace is indeed surnamed Su. Chapter 43. The past of the princess of Kanglin. Li Yuan had not encountered this information in his teacher Yu Hengchuan's notes. The tale of Su Mao and the snake was well known and deeply ingrained in the collective memory of his previous life. Senior brother, do you think there is a possibility that an innate insect could evolve to a certain level and, under the influence of its goo master, take on a human form? Li Yuan asked. Hiss. Pei Luoqing narrowed his eyes, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts are perilous. Please do not misinterpret my intentions. Li Yuan retorted playfully. I am merely curious about the story of the master of the 7th palace. Theoretically, it is possible, Pei Luoqing smiled, when the second Gu immortal appears in the Tianyuan continent. This theory might find validation. Li Yuan was rendered speechless. Hearing a word from you is akin to receiving profound wisdom. In the midst of their conversation, they had already reached the foot of the mountain. However, as they gazed into the distance, they found not a single silhouette in sight. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer. Pei Luoqing seated himself and inquired, "By the way, junior brother, have you heard about the Kanglan little princess?" "No." Li Yuan shook his head. "Wasn't she sent to the Ninth Palace's inner sect to learn Gu arts? Could something have happened?" "Indeed, it is an unexpected turn of events." Pei Luoqing explained. "The reason the Kanglan king was able to collaborate with the Ninth Palace's Gu nest is largely due to the efforts of that little princess." "The little princess possesses such capabilities?" Li Yuan was astonished. "Xiao Qiner is merely a girl of 10, possessing some talent in Gu arts, but she is not even of the age to refine her innate insect. What impact could she have on the Ninth Palace's Gu nest?" "This story is one I only recently learned. My senior sister informed me," Pei Luoqing replied. "It seems that my senior sister, whom I have yet to meet, has quite extensive connections and is well informed." "Indeed," Pei Luoqing chuckled. "My senior sister shared with me some secrets of the past. It turns out that the previous holy maiden of the Ninth Palace was the Kanglan princess." Li Yuan's expression shifted in surprise. Upon hearing the Kanglan king mention that Qiner's mother was a Gu master, he had surmised that the princess must have had a profound connection with the Ninth Palace's Gu nest. He never anticipated that the Kanglan princess was the former holy maiden of the Ninth Palace. What does it mean to be a holy maiden? Only those confirmed to inherit the position of palace master are bestowed with such an honor. It is said that the previous holy maiden was exceptionally talented, a prodigy in Gu arts who appeared only once every millennium, yet she fell in love with the Kanglan king at first sight and pledged her life to him. During her time with the Kanglan king, she witnessed the suffering of the people in the southern wilderness and vowed to eradicate the demons, rescuing the populace from calamity. She petitioned for the Ninth Palace's Gu nest to emerge from seclusion, but to no avail, and ultimately left the Gu nest due to ideological differences. In hindsight, the Kanglan princess was indeed correct. Had the Ninth Palace's Gu nest emerged earlier, perhaps the situation in the southern wilderness would not have deteriorated to such an extent. It was only after disaster befell them that they began to raise the alarm. Pei Luoqing lamented. Li Yuan suddenly understood and inquired, "What does all this have to do with the little princess?" "Because the little princess recently inherited the innate insect of the Kanglan princess, which is a rare insect ranked 3rd on the exotic insect list," Pei Luoqing explained. "The insect ranked 3rd on the exotic insect list is the heart-questioning insect?" Li Yuan recalled. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning insect were exceedingly stringent. Not to mention the cultivation level, the most crucial aspect was that the Gu master must live their life without guilt. Perhaps it was precisely this that shaped the Kanglan princess into a person who loved fiercely, hated passionately, detested evil, dared to resist, and lived without regret. Indeed, Pei Luoqing remarked with admiration, "It is likely that the moment the Kanglan princess refined the heart-questioning insect, her fate was sealed. She would not allow her true nature to be tainted by anyone or anything," Li Yuan stated solemnly. "So, it follows that the little princess is now treading the same path as the former holy maiden? If that were not the case, the Ninth Palace's Gu nest might not have been so forthcoming, and the collaboration with the Kanglan king could be significantly delayed," Pei Luoqing sighed. "Senior brother, I have another question." Li Yuan queried, "Why does the heart-questioning insect continue to exist? Shouldn't it have vanished along with the Kanglan princess?" "That remains a mystery," Pei Luoqing shook his head. "The battle prowess conferred by the heart-questioning insect is rather average. Yet it ranks 3rd on the exotic insect list, perhaps for some unique reason." "That is true." Li Yuan was well versed in the uses of the exotic insects as recorded in books. The heart-questioning insect's combat capabilities were mediocre. Not only did it pale in comparison to other combat-oriented exotic insects, but it was also inferior to many rare insects. Yet, it possessed an extraordinarily powerful and wondrous ability. It could grant the Gu master clarity of mind. At the moment of refinement, it allowed the Gu master to bypass the first 3 stages of the Gu master heart method, directly reaching the level of resonance with the heart. Furthermore, it could bestow the Gu master with extraordinary mental strength. Due to this clarity of mind and exceptional mental faculties, communication between the Gu master and other insects became remarkably simple, enabling rapid ascension in their realm, sufficient to command a multitude of subordinate insects in battle. Thus, The bearer of the heart-questioning insect is lauded as the one with the greatest potential to attain the realm of Gu Immortal, junior brother. You need not dwell on this, Pei Luoqing chuckled. For individuals like us, even if we were to refine the heart-questioning insect, we would only meet with backlash and perish. Such opportunities are not easily grasped by ordinary people. Ha, Li Yuan laughed. He had to admit that he could not achieve a state of unblemished conscience. But should the opportunity arise, he would undoubtedly seize it and refine it in an instant, for he would not suffer backlash. After much conversation, the sky had grown quite late. The sun dipped low, casting a golden hue upon the horizon, yet still, there was no sign of the 12 disciples returning. Could something have gone awry? Pei Luoqing furrowed his brow, promptly instructing the disciples patrolling the mountains to investigate further. Before long, a returning scout hurriedly reported, visibly anxious, "Cave Master, something is amiss. The roads nearby have been blocked. Did you ascertain which faction is responsible?" Pei Luoqing inquired. "It seems to be the army of the Spectre King." The scout replied. "The Spectre King?" Pei Luoqing narrowed his eyes. "That old coot has indeed taken action. I knew he would not stand idly by while the Kanglan King and the Ninth Palace's Gu Nest collaborated." Li Yuan was somewhat aware of the situation in the southern wilderness. Years prior, he had heard of the ongoing struggle for control over the southern wilderness between the Kanglan King and the Spectre King, characterized by incessant friction, and now it seemed they were prepared to tear the veil of civility. Perhaps the three major factions in the southern wilderness are colluding with the demons at the behest of the Spectre King. Pei Luoqing remarked coldly. "What should we do now?" Li Yuan asked. "We can only defend until reinforcements arrive," Pei Luoqing declared. Recently, the Ninth Palace's Gu Nest and the Kanglan army have focused their efforts on the battlefield against the demons and the three factions. Who would have thought the Spectre King's forces would seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack? Most of the entrances outside the Ninth Mountain Range are jointly guarded by the Kanglan army and the Ninth Palace's inner sect. So it is improbable that a large force from the Spectre King could enter. They must have secretly infiltrated some soldiers through certain gaps. We can hold them off, Pei Luoqing, as the cave master, remained clear-headed and immediately ordered, "All members of the 12 caves, heed my command. Return to the mountain immediately and brace for a staunch defense." Li Yuan remained silent, following the group back to the mountains. It appeared that the time had come for the demonic corpse puppet army to be put to use. Chapter 44. Solo Battle Against the Minor Masters. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately mobilized all of his Gu worms, laying down an intricate web of traps. "With my current strength, I possess the capability to contend against a 6th-grade martial artist, and 7th-grade martial artists are not as common as cabbages." Positioned in a passive stance, lacking sufficient intelligence, Li Yuan was uncertain of the true strength of the ambushing force dispatched by King Yu, and could only brace himself for the oncoming storm. Should he find it impossible to hold the fort, he could rely on the camouflage abilities of the slug illusion robe to make his escape. His chirp, even Fifth Sister and Shao Kai had become serious. Fifth Sister commanded the demonic corpse puppet army to lie in ambush underground or in the trees. Li Yuan utilized the ceiling Gu to conceal the presence of the corpse puppets, while his own body also took advantage of the slug illusion robe's power to hide in the shadows. The attack from King Yu's army was too sudden. This was all he could arrange. Bang, 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 soon. The deep chimes of bells resonated across the 12 caves. "I wonder how Xiao Zhao is faring." Li Yuan worried for Xiao Zhao, fearing that if she encountered a 6th-grade martial artist, she might very well meet her demise. He could only pray, as he was unable to venture outside the mountain in search of her, being preoccupied with his own survival. Just then, a talking bird arrived, delivering a message. "Li Yuan, the cave master has decided to abandon the outposts in the mountains. Should the outer defenses fall, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are to proceed to the main peak for defense." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan immediately realized that the situation had changed. The pressure exerted by King Yu's forces was palpable enough for senior brother Pei to abandon even the mountain's interests. "Tell the cave master that I must hold the remnant Gu Tower." Li Yuan could not abandon his position. If he failed to protect this base, the main peak would likely fall as well, yielding the same disastrous outcome. Understood. The bird, merely an executor of commands, flew away without hesitation. Half an hour later, intense commotion erupted from the two outer defensive lines of the mountain, signaling the commencement of battle. Through the Zhaoyue worm, Li Yuan observed the scene at the mountain gate. At the same time, he dispatched a swarm of killing bees, blade goo, and bewitching insects to launch a surprise attack on King Yu's forces. Yet, the adversary was too formidable. A group of martial artists exuded an overwhelming aura, causing ordinary goo worms to perish before they could even approach. Each of them was a seasoned veteran, rigorously trained, far surpassing the forces led by the 12 Caves battle guards. The defenses crumbled in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. But Li Yuan had seized the opportunity to gather critical intelligence. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's forces was infinitely close to the 7th grade realm, possibly already on the threshold of becoming a grandmaster. Moreover, there were 3 remaining 6th grade minor masters in tow. This was truly an elite force, explaining how they had managed to bypass the Kanglan army's defenses and infiltrate this location. Kill! The battle erupted with a deafening roar at the main peak. Li Yuan once again beheld Pei Luoqing's life goo, a massive entity shrouded in white mist, resembling a colossal infant, the ginseng infant goo. He yearned to admire such a wondrous plant type goo up close. But reality forbade it, for a small squad from King Yu's army was already approaching the small bamboo grove. I shall do my utmost to draw fire for senior brother. The principle of mutual dependence weighed heavily on Li Yuan's mind. Should the peak be breached, he would have no choice but to abandon the small bamboo grove and flee like a lost dog. The hunt commenced. With a thought, Li Yuan activated the goo worms lying in ambush along the mountain path. The first to emerge were the self-destructing 5 poisons goo, detonating in large numbers and forcing the ascending soldiers to cover their noses and eyes. What the hell? How could there be so many poisonous insects detonating at once? They quickly realized that many goo masters must be concealed within the mountain. Summon the 100 household lord at once. The soldiers grasped that something was amiss, but it was too late. With Li Yuan's current capabilities, slaughtering a squad devoid of 6th grade martial artists was akin to butchering chickens and ducks. A mere distraction of 1 or 2 6th grade martial artists would genuinely relieve some pressure from the main peak. With the total number of subservient goo arranged in the small bamboo grove, combined with the corpse puppet army, even if 1,000 or 2,000 soldiers came without 6th grade or higher martial leaders, I could wipe them all out. This was Li Yuan's confidence, and the reason he was unwilling to abandon the small bamboo grove. If he left, many goo would be left behind, a self-inflicted wound. Soon, another small squad arrived at the foot of the small bamboo grove, directly accompanied by 2 6th grade martial artists. This illustrated the dire situation at the main peak, which had exerted little pressure on King Yu's army, allowing for the immediate dispatch of 2 6th grade minor masters. This should be my first direct confrontation with martial minor masters, right? Li Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. Given that the opponent had comprehended the essence of mastery, the low-tier subservient goo's ambush would appear feeble and difficult to succeed. He could only aim to stall the other soldiers. The 2 6th grade minor masters joined forces, their killing intent palpable, and effortlessly ascended the small bamboo grove. As expected, Li Yuan was not particularly surprised. After all, he was merely a 5th transformation goo master, with limited power from subservient goo. To contend against 6th grade minor masters, he had to rely on his life goo. It was the life goo that could manifest a goo master's true strength. Hidden in the shadows, the slug illusion robe enveloped him in a swirling mass of energy, rendering him undetectable even to 6th grade minor masters. What's going on? The 2 6th grade minor masters were bewildered. Scanning the mountain, they found not a single figure, yet the mountain path was teeming with goo worms. Even 5th grade martial artists had been ambushed and slain. Big Hammer, be cautious. The 2 minor masters positioned themselves back to back, adopting a defensive stance. The one known as Big Hammer, Ding Tai's Han, was much more brutish, wielding a pair of hammers weighing thousands of pounds. He leaped high and smashed them down onto the ground. Boom! An invisible wave of energy stirred up dust and sent leaves swirling, creating ripples across the earth. Just then, a massive black bear demon descended from above, raising a paw to violently strike Ding Tai's Han on the head. Qin Shu, who had intended to assist, was instead pushed back by a large stone. The assailant was a monkey demon, Black Bear leader. Brother Monkey, Ding Tai's Han exclaimed in shock. Had they not been slain by the Kanglan army? How could they possibly appear here? Perhaps they were transformed into corpse puppets. Qin Shu's expression turned grave. Our intelligence has suffered a severe miscalculation. There are not merely 1/6 transformation goo master in the 12 caves. Prepare for a desperate fight. Chapter 45. The corpse puppet army. Li Yuan seemed to have uncovered a significant secret. Black Bear leader? Brother Monkey? It seems that the true orchestrator behind the scenes is King Yu. The three major sects are merely scapegoats thrust into the limelight to vie for control over the southern frontier. They are resorting to every possible means. Perhaps King Yu had long devised this plan. First, secretly orchestrating the three major sects to unite with demons to slaughter the disciples of the outer 72 caves. Then framing the Kanglan King, causing a rift with the 9 palaces Gu nest. Should the framing fail, he could still ally with the demons to maintain competitiveness. Li Yuan was increasingly convinced that his conjecture was correct. He believed that a person like King Yu would not care about the immediate outcome. Victors write history, and as long as one wins, it suffices. Was it not preferable to unite and expel the demons? Li Yuan could not fathom this, or did King Yu perceive that the chaos wrought by the demons was beyond resolution, and that carving out territories to become kings, coexisting as humans and demons, was the inevitable trend? Chirped fifth sister sensed the fury within Li Yuan. The attacks from the Black Bear Demon and Monkey Demon grew fiercer, temporarily suppressing the 2 minor masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizhan. Li Yuan understood that this was merely a fleeting advantage. Once the opponents became familiar with the patterns of the demon puppets' assaults, the threat they posed would significantly diminish. Tio kill, ultimately, he must take action. I have only one chance for a surprise attack. I must first eliminate one of them. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon Big Hammer. The dim-witted giant's vigilance was evidently inferior to the other, increasing the likelihood of a successful ambush. Hidden beneath the cover of the slug illusion robe, Li Yuan held his breath and concentrated, stealthily approaching, while Shao Kai perched upon his shoulder, aware of his intentions and beginning to gather energy. Simultaneously, fifth sister exerted power, manipulating the Black Bear Demon to deliberately expose vulnerabilities. Black Bear leader, your corpse has been desecrated. Allow me to liberate you. Ding Tieshan's eyes sparkled as he seized the opportunity, swinging his twin hammers, the essence of mastery converging, roaring like a dragon and tiger, crashing down upon the Black Bear Demon's form. Bang! He believed that this blow would shatter the Black Bear Demon's corpse into a bloody mess. To his surprise, within the Black Bear Demon's body lay a dense web of white strands. When it exploded, the strands shot out in an instant, ensnaring his hammers. A profound sense of danger surged from his feet to the top of his head, causing Ding Taizhan to tremble with cold, his heart racing. From the shadows, 2 flames, one crimson and one emerald, surged forth, intertwining and spiraling towards him. Explosive sound wave. Ding Taizhan reacted swiftly, opening his mouth to unleash a series of air rings, attempting to extinguish the flames, but it proved futile. The dual-colored flames landed upon his arm, akin to a festering wound, refusing to be extinguished. Ah! The anguished screams reverberated throughout the small bamboo grove. The illusion robe unraveled, and Li Yuan's assault followed in quick succession. As the giant spirit goo merged with him, he delivered a punch, simultaneously experiencing a surge in muscle mass, hair standing on end, the flames of vitality enveloping his entire being. Tearing his clothes to shreds at the cuffs, puff! A powerful blow, devoid of any restraint, pierced through Ding Tieshan's chest like a surging torrent. With a resounding clang, a pair of massive hammers crashed to the ground. From the moment Li Yuan struck until Ding Taizhan met his demise, it all transpired in the blink of an ey. By the time Qin Shu realized the situation, it was too late for rescue. Not to mention that a 6th-tier corpse puppet was entangled with him. The hammers! Qin Shu's complexion turned ashen. It is your turn now, Li Yuan declared with a chilling gaze. Qin Shu understood that his prospects were grim, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. To think there are 2 6th-turn goo masters lying in ambush here. Did you anticipate the actions of King Yu all along? 2? Li Yuan paused, then quickly comprehended in the eyes of his adversary. He likely believed that another goo master controlling the corpse puppet was lurking in the shadows. You guessed correctly, but you will still die. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, applying psychological pressure on his opponent to render him hesitant and constrained, thus making the kill easier. After several exchanges, Qin Shu's body collapsed with a thunderous crash, his head crushed into a pulp beneath the foot of the ape demon. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan finally relaxed. A 6th-grade minor master was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the advantageous terrain and the element of surprise, it would have likely resulted in a fierce battle. At the main peak, Pei Luoqing was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with the commander of King Yu's forces, battling against the ginseng infant Gu. Towering over Tinjiang, the ginseng infant Gu continuously absorbed the strength of the forest and flora to replenish itself, resiliently withstanding the assault of a half-step Grand Master. Truly, it was harder than a turtle shell. Are Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu not back yet? Why is it taking so long to clear out some inconsequential hills? Zhao Ting, the 1,000-man commander of King Yu's army, was growing impatient. After all, this was the outer perimeter of the Nine-Palace Gu Nest stronghold, and prolonged delays could easily lead to complications. They must have encountered a formidable foe. A subordinate suggested. Are you implying that the intelligence was faulty? Zhao Ting frowned. Even if there was another sixth-turn Gu master, with their combined strength, they should have been able to handle it. Was it possible for a mere 12 caverns to conceal a multitude of forces? Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, flustered. Commander Zhao, it's bad. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How could this be? Zhao Ting's expression changed dramatically. What happened? While we were searching a bamboo peak, we encountered resistance. A small flag officer leading the ascent was overwhelmed by swarms of Gu insects. After receiving a distress signal, Lords Qin and Ding charged into that small bamboo grove. Shortly thereafter, the battle ceased, but the two lords never descended. They must have been ambushed by the enemy. The soldier explained the sequence of events. The intelligence was indeed erroneous. Zhao Ting's face darkened considerably. The 12 caverns must still harbor two sixth-turn Gu masters, deliberately stalling the main force, aiming to pick us off one by one. We have a traitor among us. The Nine-Palace Gu Nest was already aware of our movements and intentionally led us into a trap. We must retreat immediately. Zhao Ting, alarmed, dared not linger any longer and ordered a withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes gleamed with intensity as he shouted, "Does the 12 caverns allow you to come and go as you please?" He had already surmised that this was Li Yuan's doing to, "Oh, my junior brother. How deep do you truly hide your capabilities?" Two sixth-grade minor masters, just like that, fell to your ambush. The other Gu masters of the 12 caverns were equally bewildered. Who possessed such prowess, able to so casually eliminate two minor masters? Could it be that the inner circle of the Nine Palace had long laid plans? As this thought crossed their minds, the morale of the 12 caverns surged. Charge! Under Pei Luoqing's leadership, the horn of counterattack sounded. The ginseng infant Gu may have lacked offensive power, but its defensive and entangling capabilities were unparalleled. The flora and fauna of heaven and earth shall serve me. The essence of sun and moon shall be added to my being. The greenery of the surrounding mountains and forests transformed into a flowing emerald torrent, continuously pouring into the ginseng infant Gu. As it settled, the massive ginseng infant blocked the path down the mountain, leaving only a narrow route. This tactic was to prevent the forces of King Yu from severing their retreat and launching a desperate counterattack. Lu Baihu, you lead the brothers to withdraw first. I will hold the rear. Zhao Ting had no choice but to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, a cunning figure had already stealthily approached the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. Repelling the enemy and seeking Zhao Li Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, guarding the path down the mountain. The force of 1,000 men from King Yu was left with only a half-step Grand Master and a minor master. The remaining soldiers posed little threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. The only regret was that they were all humans, not demons. Otherwise, he would have truly struck it rich. Before long, he observed a group descending the mountain, approximately 400 strong. Li Yuan's gaze fixed upon the Baihu within the crowd, the last remaining sixth-grade minor master. This individual was quite cunning, hiding amidst the throng and denying him the opportunity for a surprise attack. He could only let the demon puppet army disrupt their formation first. Li Yuan did not deploy the entire demon puppet army, instead sending forth two sixth-tier corpse puppets, the black bear and the ape demon. Fifth sister, act. With a roar, the ceiling Gu was lifted, and the two demon puppets surged forth from the ground. The massive claws of the black bear swept across, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 men. The ape demon charged directly toward the lone remaining minor master. Black bear commander? Brother ape? Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have been turned into corpse puppets? Ultimately, as a minor master, He possessed keen insight and quickly perceived the truth. It seemed Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu had also fallen by their hands. Autumn wind and tint? Lu Baihu bellowed as he swung his blade, the essence of a master radiating outward, attempting to uncover the Gu master controlling the corpse puppets. But he sensed nothing. Growing increasingly frantic, he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of King Yu were being swept away by the black bear. Devoured by swarms of Gu insects, their anguished wails filling the air. What skill is there in lurking in the shadows? Come out and have a chat. Lu Baihu shouted. No one responded. Lai Yuan remained quietly hidden, silently observing the enemy's performance. Without absolute certainty, he would not make a move. What if he were to be countered? After all, he had often relied on feigning weakness to turn the tables on his opponents. As a cunning rogue, he naturally assumed his adversaries were even more treacherous and sly. As time passed, more and more soldiers from King Yu were slaughtered by the black bear and the countless subordinate Gu insects. Lu Baihu's psychological defenses were gradually being breached. After lying in wait for so long, Li Yuan finally found his opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh. Shao Kai and Li Yuan attacked simultaneously, their synergy akin to a singular entity. Requiring no communication, puff, the fiery fist surged forward, a torrent of vitality and blood, and with a single punch, it pierced through Lu Baihu's chest. Lu Baihu's eyes bulged with rage. The Baihu Lord is dead. Upon witnessing this, the other soldiers of King Yu scattered in panic, abandoning their armor and fleeing for their lives. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive, Li Yuan commanded. The area was already teeming with his Gu insects. None who had witnessed his methods would escape. They must perish here. After a considerable time, the mountain forest fell silent. Li Yuan glanced at the towering mountains, still not having ascended the main peak. A half-step grandmaster was not so easily slain, and he risked losing out entirely. Moreover, if the opponent chose to flee, he would likely not be able to retain them. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. The others in the 12 caverns believed that the inner circle of the 9th palace had long prepared, attributing their victory to such foresight. But as the cave master, he understood that this was a truly lethal ambush. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caverns would likely have faced annihilation. Junior brother, you have indeed concealed your talents well. Gazing at the minimally damaged small bamboo grove, Pei Luoqing was filled with astonishment. How powerful was his junior brother? Was it truly as simple as plucking a flower to slay a martial artist of a higher tier? Brother, you flatter me. I merely fear death and enjoy setting a few traps in the small bamboo grove. I did not expect them to come in handy, Li Yuan replied, neither denying nor affirming the praise. Pei Luoqing twitched at the corner of his mouth. Are you certain it was merely a few? Do not dwell on such details, Li Yuan countered. Did we capture the commander leading this incursion from King Yu? No, Pei Luoqing shook his head. A half-step grandmaster is not something I could stop from leaving. Li Yuan frowned. This is not an ordinary army, is it? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. It is the elite force under King Yu's command, but did not recognize it at first, nearly leading to a grave error. No wonder. Li Yuan thought. It made perfect sense that a seemingly random 1,000-man force was led by a half-step grandmaster. It was reasonable for it to be the king's personal guard, Pei Luoqing sighed. With you here, we were fortunate to escape a calamity. The brothers from the other caverns are likely in dire straits, suffering significant casualties. In this way, the Kanglan King and King Yu have utterly severed ties. And it will be a fight to the finish. Thus, the situation in the southern border became starkly clear. Who would ultimately emerge victorious remained uncertain. Junior brother, I must attend to sect matters now. You should rest well. Observing that Li Yuan was unharmed, Pei Luoqing refrained from further inquiries. Senior brother, take care. Li Yuan appreciated such boundary-keeping individuals. Incessant questioning could come off as intrusive and rude. The following day, the ban was lifted. Li Yuan was summoned to the Baisher Hall to mourn the fallen comrades. Even the hall master, Qi Xian, had perished in this conflict. They have all departed, Li Yuan mused, reflecting on the few acquaintances he had made in the 12 caverns. The first 3 he met, Qi Lin, Qi Xian, and Old Wang, were now dead. Upon his arrival, he had thought the mountain life was tranquil, never anticipating the capriciousness of fate. What was meant to come could not be avoided. In the afternoon, after the morning concluded, Li Yuan did not return to the small bamboo grove, but instead proceeded towards the outer defense line of the 12 caverns. Until this day, Xiao Zhao has yet to return, indicating that she may have encountered some insurmountable force. If she were slain by the Qingyu guards, there should at least be a corpse left behind. Thousands of reconnaissance goo insects, under Li Yuan's mental control. Soared in all directions, he sat atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. What is the world outside like? It seems I have almost forgotten. A data panel emerged. Goo Master. Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5 Transformation 257-1500, Realm. 5 Transformation, Mental Power, Late Stage of Sea Realm, Life Goo, Giant Spirit Goo. Rebirth Goo, 3-Color Exotic Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Queen of Silken Spiders Goo, Goo House. None. His current mental power had reached the late stage of the Sea Realm, sufficient to rival most 7 Transformation Goo Masters, allowing him to control reconnaissance goo to probe great distances. As dusk fell, Li Yuan felt somewhat fatigued, but finally made a discovery, sensing the presence of a goo insect, specifically, the rebirth goo he had specially left for Xiao Zhao to heal her wounds. Following the scent, the reconnaissance goo traversed through the dark underbrush, ultimately locating Xiao Zhao in a damp pit. That moment, she was on the brink of death, covered in blood, with one arm severed. Already unconscious, the rebirth goo was using its faint power to sustain the girl's life. Chapter 47. 2 years am I dead? She wondered. It appears one must die to return to the little cabin, to be by Brother Yuan's side again. Upon waking once more, the familiar and warm sensation left Wang Zhao in a daze. But why does it feel so real? No, perhaps Brother Yuan has saved me? She thought, raising her arm to pinch herself with force. Oh, that hurts. Wasn't this supposed to be a dying dream? Yet she soon found herself stunned. Wasn't my arm severed? Why is it healed? The girl chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, it was just a dream. How curious that dreaming can also cause pain. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door opening reached her ears. Wang Zhao caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Just as she was about to open her bloodshot eyes to take a look, a voice commanded her to stop. You're not fully recovered yet. Don't use the blood igoo's ability to spy. Rest well, Brother Yuan? Wang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then elated. I'm not dreaming. I'm not dead. I found you in a pit, and thankfully, your willpower held strong. Otherwise, I would have to join my grandfather and your grandfather in playing cards. Li Yuan chuckled. What is playing cards? Wang Zhao inquired. A 3-person game from my hometown. Li Yuan replied earnestly. I don't believe you've ever mentioned your hometown before, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao suddenly realized. Nothing much to say about it. If there's an opportunity in the future, I'll take you there, Li Yuan said, moving to the bedside. Hearing that Brother Yuan wanted to take her home, Wang Zhao's heart leapt with joy as she obediently opened her mouth. A few drops of a liquid with a metallic taste dripped into her mouth, flowing down her throat and gradually warming her chilly body. Brother Yuan, what are you feeding me? A secret medicine. Li Yuan was feeding her blood. Having refined the rebirth goo, his blood contained restorative properties. Oh, Wang Zhao asked again. Wasn't my arm severed? Who fixed it for me? My distant cousin, Li Yuan replied. Cousin? Where is she? Speak less and rest more. Li Yuan ceased to respond. All right. The girl closed her mouth in a huff. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhao's return merely returned everything to its former state, providing companionship for Li Yuan during meals, conversations, and alleviating boredom. Following the Qingyu guards' ambush, the Jiagonggu nest and the Kanglan army intensified their patrols, denying the demons and the king of the underworld any opportunity to invade. Time flowed quietly. The 12 caves welcomed many new faces. Li Yuan collaborated with the Kanglan royal house, expanding their business, acquiring numerous high-quality demon corpses, and entering a frenzy of synthesis. Adding toad demon eyes. You have synthesized a 5 transformation profound goo, bloodthirsty toad. Adding dog demon gallbladder. You have synthesized a 5 transformation profound goo, sky-piercing dog gallbladder goo. Adding stone demon crystal core. You have synthesized a 5 transformation profound goo, mountain rock goo. Adding. Day after day of synthesis, continuously exploring the evolution and metamorphosis of goo insects, Li Yuan gradually replaced all his low-tier goo insects with high-tier substitutes, significantly enhancing their combat strength. During this period, he applied to Pei Luoqing for the transformation and expansion of his small bamboo grove. Pei Luoqing readily agreed to his request. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan constructed a dedicated breeding ground for his gu, focusing on cultivating higher-tier gu insects and gathering more synthesis materials for the future. Under Li Yuan's guidance, Wang Zhaozhao also stepped into the realm of 4 transformation gu masters, mastering the blood-eye gu with remarkable proficiency. The tranquil and beautiful life continued until 2 years later when Yu Hongchuan paid another visit. Upon seeing this benefactor once more, Li Yuan felt that the latter had aged considerably. Teacher, though he had not met Yu Hongchuan many times, Li Yuan sincerely appreciated his teachings and maintained the respect due. Li Yuan. I have been too busy these past years and have not had the opportunity to instruct you. I hope you do not hold any grievances against your teacher, Yu Hongchuan sighed. The kindness of my teacher is etched in my heart. There is no resentment whatsoever, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Have you finished reading the notes I bestowed upon you? Yu Hongchuan inquired. I have. Li Yuan replied. Not only have I read them, but I have also conducted cultivation experiments. The cultivation evolution direction you proposed has an accuracy of over 70%. Yu Hongchuan was astonished. You conducted all the experiments? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Good, Li Yuan. I truly did not misjudge you. To possess such talent while remaining immersed in the path of gu, unperturbed by external distractions, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of gu. It is my greatest fortune in this life to accept you as my disciple. Yu Hongchuan was immensely excited. You overpraise me, teacher. I merely stand on your shoulders to see further, Li Yuan humbly replied. Li Yuan, could you show me the gu insects you cultivated according to the notes? Yu Hongchuan's hands trembled with anticipation. Please wait a moment. Before long, Li Yuan brought forth numerous black pots. Each black pot contained the gu insects he had synthesized following Yu Hongchuan's notes, and none had been refined into subordinate gu, thus avoiding detection. Yu Hongchuan opened each black pot in succession. As he beheld the cultivated gu insects, it was as if he glimpsed a path leading to the summit of his dreams. He had once laid the groundwork, yearning to catch a glimpse of the scenery on the exotic gu rankings, only to be blinded by a single leaf, losing his way down that path, forever left to lament. Li Yuan, have you ever considered cultivating an exotic gu? Yu Hongchuan suddenly asked. Of course, Li Yuan smiled. Cultivating an exotic gu is the dream of every gu master. Even though he already possessed one exotic gu, the rebirth gu, he yearned for all his life gu to evolve into exotic gu. My teacher once attempted to cultivate an exotic gu, nearly succeeding, but ultimately lost his way and failed due to various circumstances. Yu Hongchuan sighed deeply. In truth, he had deliberately altered the notes he provided to Li Yuan, guiding him towards other directions. If Li Yuan lacked the ability to think critically, did not know how to adapt, and possessed no perseverance, merely following the notes he wrote would lead to failure. If Li Yuan were that kind of person, he would not be qualified to cultivate an exotic gu. Yet Li Yuan succeeded, thoroughly studying all his notes, integrating his own understanding, and achieving results that far exceeded his expectations, surpassing even Yu Hongchuan's past self by 100-fold. How brilliant, Li Yuan! From this moment forth, I shall teach you the true essence, the method to cultivate an exotic gu. He had long awaited this day. And Yu Hongchuan was even more eager than Li Yuan. Do you know? There is a saying in the gu master community, to enter the 9 transformation realm, one must possess at least one exotic gu. To become a gu immortal, one must have one of the top 3 exotic gu. Yu Hongchuan's spirit was markedly elevated, his voice resonating with authority. This unsettled Li Yuan, as he sensed an air of entrustment from the elder. Teacher, are you in good health? Li Yuan inquired with concern. Yu Hongchuan's body trembled, somewhat taken aback. He had not expected Li Yuan to be so observant during such a moment. Ordinary gu masters would have long lost focus upon hearing the words exotic gu, eager to obtain the method to cultivate one. Yet Li Yuan was concerned about his well-being. A disciple with such disposition and talent was unlikely to be encountered again in his lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method to cultivate exotic gu. My health is well. Yu Hongchuan smiled. I was merely injured by demons during a recent conflict and require some time to recuperate. Teacher, how is the situation in the southern border now? Li Yuan had not kept up with news from the outside world for some time. Ever since the king of the underworld revealed his dagger, severing ties with the Kanglan king, the war had reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. No significant victories or defeats had been reported, indicating that the war would continue for a long while until a crucial turning point occurred. Thus, paying too much attention seemed pointless. The conflict remained intense, but after the initial bloodshed, large-scale battles had ceased. Only minor skirmishes along the borders of both territories persisted in this grand contest. Even a seasoned 8 transformation Gu master like Yu Hongchuan lacked the power to sway the tide of battle. The grand dynamics of the world are ultimately governed by a select few of the 9 realms. Enough of external affairs. Yu Hongchuan remarked, that is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. For now, it is not your place as a young prodigy to engage in the frontline battles. In his heart, he had already identified Li Yuan as the future cornerstone of the 9-palace Gu nest. Yes, Master Yu Hongchuan then inquired, Li Yuan, do tell, what is the Gu worm ranked 9th on the strange Gu list, and what abilities does it possess? It is the dream silkworm, Li Yuan replied fluidly. Once refined into a life-bound Gu, the Gu master can control their dreams and alter the memories of others through the silken cocoon. Excellent. Yu Hongchuan nodded. What I intend to teach you is indeed the dream silkworm. Typically, once a Gu master reaches the 4th transformation of the mysterious realm, it becomes exceedingly difficult to change their life-bound Gu. However, this limitation does not apply to strange Gu. Strange Gu are not only the lifelong pursuit of countless Gu masters, but also exert unimaginable suppression over the multitude of Gu worms in existence. Your kindness, Master, I shall forever remember. To synthesize a strange Gu independently is akin to climbing to the heavens. Years of tempering have allowed Li Yuan to recognize this reality, in the absence of fortuitous encounters. Even with the ability to synthesize infinitely using the black pot, he could not attain a strange Gu. The birth of the reviving Gu was merely an accident, exhausting all his luck. However, with guidance, the situation changes. Li Yuan possesses the ability to bypass the arduous process and directly obtain results, significantly shortening the time that ordinary Gu masters waste on cultivation. Some Gu worms require months, years, or even decades of nurturing. How many years does one have in life? The vast majority of Gu masters lack the opportunity for trial and error, but Li Yuan has countless chances. Cultivating any strange Gu demands immense patience, extraordinary perseverance, and undeniable talent. Even so, there is no room for error. Any slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic failure, a complete loss. Yu Hongchuan's tone grew exceedingly grave. The disciple shall remember. Li Yuan straightened his posture to listen attentively. My failure in nurturing the dream silkworm stemmed from youthful arrogance, leading to a critical mistake in the process, leaving behind an indelible mark of calamity. This has sealed my fate, preventing me from ever reaching the realm of the 9 transformations. Yu Hongchuan spoke bitterly, recounting how, in his haste, he had driven the silkworm pupa with secret techniques during one of his cultivations, only to suffer a backlash. The unformed silk of the dream silkworm had seeped into his mind, injuring his spiritual sea, and thus, he could no longer advance in mental prowess, severing his path to the realm of 9 transformations. What a pity, Li Yuan lamented. If only Master could have endured a little longer. Perhaps success would have been within reach, indeed, but in my youth, I was overly proud, believing myself invincible, and ultimately paid the price for my arrogance and ignorance. Yu Hongchuan sighed in regret. The mistakes of his youth had solidified into an obsession in his heart. It is precisely for this reason that he understood how rare it is for a young talent like Li Yuan to exhibit such composure. He is truly born for the path of Gu. The path of Gu differs from that of martial arts. The latter emphasizes an invincible heart, spirited vigor, and the courage to confront formidable foes, while the path of Gu requires a steady and methodical approach. Bring me paper and ink. I shall now impart all my insights into cultivating the dream silkworm to you. Originally, Yu Hongchuan intended to observe Li Yuan for a while longer, but this recent injury prompted him to realize that if he did not share his true teachings, his lifetime of effort would be buried in obscurity. That would be a regret he could not bear. Li Yuan had performed admirably, exceeding expectations at every turn. He was the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate the dream silkworm. Please, Master, impart your knowledge. At this moment, Li Yuan did not hesitate. Retrieving paper and ink, ready to listen intently, Yu Hongchuan sat upright, carefully detailing the process. The ancient methods for cultivating the dream silkworm had long been lost. He had sifted through countless ancient texts, piecing together fragments, and through 30 years of practice, had finally gleaned a few genuine insights. First and foremost, the foundational Gu worm for cultivating the dream silkworm is the illusory soul worm. The Gu master must prepare a vast quantity of illusory soul worms and feed them with herbal ingredients such as cloud lotus seeds, purple hands, red mushrooms, and so forth. Point 1 must nurture a batch with a single herb while also mixing in another batch. On this basis, the following mysterious goo must be nurtured. After the mysterious goo has been formed, one must open another black pot to nurture the following 3 categories of precious goo, which are the most crucial step, which I refer to as the 9 transformations of illusionary dreams, requires the unformed dream silkworm to transform into a pupa, then into a moth, lay eggs, and finally hatch into silkworms. This process must cycle at least 9 times. Each cycle takes 3 years. Thus, this one step alone spans 27 years before the dream silkworm can truly take shape, qualifying as a strange goo. Yu Hongchuan devoted an entire day and night to narrating the entire process, and Li Yuan listened, entranced, for the first time experiencing the arduousness of nurturing a strange Jiyu. Tio say it is as difficult as ascending to heaven is no exaggeration. It is no wonder that throughout the extensive history of goo masters, only 33 types of strange goo have ever emerged, and most of these remain mere names, with no known methods of cultivation. Perhaps some strange goo only appeared briefly in history, never to be cultivated again. In the past, the master had been eager for success, unaware of the need for multiple cycles. He could not resist refining the unformed dream silkworm during the 6th transformation. It was only when he took action that he realized how far he was from success, estimating that at least 9 transformations were necessary for the dream silkworm to connect with the goo master's life-bound spirit. Yu Hongchuan imparted all his lifelong knowledge to Li Yuan without reservation. The disciple shall not fail to meet Master's expectations. Li Yuan felt the weight of this legacy. You are capable of achieving this. Yu Hongchuan sighed in relief, his smile returning. Remarkably, this is only our 3rd meeting. Between us, there isn't much camaraderie. I have not given you much, nor do I expect anything in return. My greatest fear is that my lifetime of effort might be buried. So please, do not feel too pressured. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Should you succeed one day, bring the dream silkworm to my grave, and I shall have no regrets in either realm. There is no need for such pessimism. Master Li Yuan replied with a smile, before you depart this world, I will assuredly raise the dream silkworm. Wherever the strange goo lies, just point the way. The rest will be paved by my efforts and sweat. Plus a touch of cunning to achieve success. Chapter 49. A revelation. The clue of the young prince. Your intentions bring me satisfaction. Why Yu Hongchuan took Li Yuan's words lightly, dismissing them as jest. Master, do you have any remaining materials for cultivating the dream silkworm? Li Yuan inquired. None. Yu Hongchuan shook his head. After his failure years ago, he had been so enraged that he destroyed all the materials for nurturing the dream silkworm and had not touched them since. It took him a long time to emerge from the shadows of despair, unwilling to see his lifetime of efforts buried, and he began to take on disciples, hoping to see his lifelong aspirations blossom in the youth. Material collection can take its time. We still have plenty of time ahead, Yu Hongchuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan did not press further. I must take my leave. Why Yu Hongchuan sighed lightly. If I do not return from this battle, remember to seek your senior sister at the inner gate of the 9th palace after you enter the 6th transformation. She will guide you into the immortal goo's secret realm. For goo masters, this is akin to an opportunity to change one's fate. Make sure to seize it. Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal goo's secret realm, but since he did not yet wish to venture into the inner gate of the 9th palace, he had refrained from mentioning it. This matter requires caution. If he were to go to the inner gate of the 9th palace, it might reveal that he had refined a multiple life-bound goo. Li Yuan planned to wait until his mental prowess reached the domain realm before heading to the inner gate of the 9th palace to enter the immortal goo's secret realm. Master, are there strange goo within the immortal goo's secret realm? Li Yuan asked. There are. Yu Hongchuan smiled. 1,000 years ago, a goo master discovered a strange goo within the immortal goo's secret realm and soared to great heights from then on. Li Yuan held his forehead. Once every few thousand years? What difference does that make from 0? Strange goo are already rare in natural birth, and it is only because the immortal goo's secret realm is the place where that goo immortal attained enlightenment that it nurtures strange goo and countless precious goo. Yu Hongchuan explained that a bold thought sparked in Li Yuan's mind. What would happen if one were to conduct mass synthesis using the precious goo from the immortal goo's secret realm? He had long considered the idea of synthesizing using all precious goo as the base material, but without the means, it was simply a dream. The disciple understands. Li Yuan ceased his inquiries, reserving his expectations in his heart, prepared to invest further effort and sweat in the immortal Gu's secret realm. A few days after Yu Hongchuan's departure, members of the Kanglan royal mansion delivered another batch of demon corpses. Yet, Li Yuan did not see Li Ruotian. He approached the centurion escorting the demon corpses. "Brother, may I ask why Miss Li did not come today?" "General Li accompanied the prince to battle," the centurion replied. "Has something significant occurred recently?" "Not long ago, Master Yu Hongchuan was injured and came here to impart the secret methods for cultivating the strange Gu. The dream silkworm, which carried a sense of entrusting the future, that moment. Li Yuan realized that something significant was about to happen. Li Ruotian's absence further confirmed his inner suspicions in the past. Every time demon corpses were escorted up the mountain, it had always been led by Li Ruotian. Now that she had been reassigned, it seemed the situation had become quite critical. It is said that the only surviving young prince of Dian has revealed a clue concerning the martial goddess treasure. All the heroes of the world are eager to vie for it, the centurion explained. Did the little prince truly appear? This is undoubtedly one of the few matters that can stir Li Yuan's heart. Who can say? The centurion shrugged, stating that it was not something we should concern ourselves with. In my opinion, it would be better for that little prince to emerge sooner rather than later. Regardless of who acquires the divine treasure, or who ascends to power, the end of the war is what the people yearn for. Whether in prosperity or demise, the common folk suffer. Let it be annihilated. The Tianyuan continent, the soldiers, too, seemed weary, voicing their dissatisfaction. Observing this, Li Yuan chose not to elaborate further. He could not alter the current state of affairs. Even if the divine treasure were to be unveiled, it might not guarantee the emergence of a new divine warrior. Rather, it could escalate the conflict, making it even more intense. After some conversation, Li Yuan handed a list and several black jars to the centurion. "Brother, these are the materials I require for my next phase of alchemy. I would greatly appreciate your swift assistance, as they are of utmost importance to me." The insects for this transaction were contained within the jars. "Thank you for your hard work." The list contained the necessary materials for cultivating the exotic insect known as the dream silkworm. After sending off the team tasked with transporting the demon corpses, a data panel materialized before Li Yuan. Insect Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 turns 1031-1500, Realm. 5 turns, Mental Power. Great Perfection of the Sea Realm. Inherent Insects, Giant Spirit Insect, Rebirth Insect, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python, Illusory Garment, Queen of Silk Insect, Insect Chamber. None. Time passed, and he was but a step away from the domain realm. Before entering the 6th turn, a breakthrough should occur. That would be the optimal moment to venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces and enter the secret realm of divine insects. The chaos of the situation only heightened Li Yuan's sense of urgency. In the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. One evening, Pei Luoqing visited in haste. "Senior brother, what is amiss?" Li Yuan inquired. "The Dot Master is imperiled. In the past, when facing the Qingyu guard surrounding the mountains, Pei Luoqing had never been this anxious. The master was injured by a demon, and his inherent insect was devoured by that same demon. It was only through the intervention of the 9th palace master that the master managed to cling to life." "Is it truly that grave?" Li Yuan was taken aback. The fears he had harbored had finally come to pass. In the master's condition, even if life could be preserved, he would likely become a mere shell of his former self, unable to tread the path of insects again. Pei Luoqing sighed. For one who had once been so close to the pinnacle, to fall to such depths would surely be unbearable, more painful than death. "Where is the master now?" Li Yuan asked. "He has been sent to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. The senior sister has sent word for us to await further news. We can only visit once the master regains consciousness." Pei Luoqing replied. "Given the current brutal circumstances, has there been any progress regarding the news of the little prince's emergence?" Li Yuan had been following this matter closely. "None." Pei Luoqing shook his head. "I now harbor doubts. Perhaps the phenomenon caused by the little prince at Kunlun's dragon vein 6 months ago was fabricated. It could be a deliberate scheme by someone. Otherwise, with all the heroes converging in that region, including the Night King himself, how could they fail to find any trace of the little prince?" He then chuckled bitterly. "Yet, concerning the divine treasure, even if it were a ruse, no one is willing to withdraw. They are prepared to fight to the death." "Indeed," Li Yuan sighed. "Those greedy scoundrels, driven by their insatiable desires, fail to consider that those treasures belong to another's ancestors. Can they truly consume such relics? If I were the little prince of Dian, I would hide away indefinitely, secretly honing my skills until I became invincible, then seize the divine treasure. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Little Kai Jr. Brother. Do you think my words ring true? Absolutely, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I too believe the little prince would think along those lines. I have a premonition that it won't be long before the younger generation is drawn into the battlefield for their own trials. Pei Luo Qing lamented. Once the war reaches a certain threshold, the method of combat will no longer be a mere lottery of life and death. It will be an all-out mobilization, junior brother. Focus on your training. Pei Luo Qing patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, urging him to strive to enter the sixth turn before the great conflict ignites, thus securing a measure of self-preservation amidst the chaos. Li Yuan nodded. He shared this sentiment. The sixth turn would signify an elite status among the leading factions, rather than being mere cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The Kanglan army delivered another batch of demon corpses, along with some of the materials Li Yuan needed to cultivate the dream silkworm. Little Kai, fifth sister, it's time to get to work. During this period, Little Kai had refined numerous treasures from the demon corpses. Fifth sister had bound some of the formidable demon bodies using spider silk, sealing them in an underground storage. Once Li Yuan entered the sixth turn, fifth sister's potential would also rise in tandem. At that point, these preserved demons could be activated, forming a more powerful corpse puppet army. His Little Kai leaped onto the largest demon corpse. This was a serpent demon with 3 heads. Though all had been punctured by sharp instruments, and the most valuable core had been excavated in such circumstances, to procure treasures, Li Yuan could only rely on refining garbage. Little Kai swiftly burrowed into the serpent demon's body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan chuckled. Demon gallstones truly contain so many treasures. This gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile, possessing potent corrosive and toxic properties. Even the ground could be eroded by the dripping bile. Little Kai spat out the tricolored gallbladder. As the flames subsided, a stone the size of an egg was revealed. His Little Kai circled the stone eagerly, yet hesitated to touch it. Oh, you wish to consume it? Li Yuan discerned Little Kai's intent, though he instinctively felt a sense of trepidation. His Little Kai nodded vigorously. This is simple, Li Yuan grinned. Grasped Little Kai, and tossed both her and the refined stone into the black jar. Selected raw materials: inherent insect, tricolor exotic fire python, adding Hell's tricolor stone. Commencing synthesis. Typically, Li Yuan preferred allowing Little Kai to consume rare treasures for her evolution. Yet that carried certain risks. Utilizing the black jar could streamline the process, ensuring safety. After a considerable wait, your inherent insect, tricolor exotic fire python, has completed an evolution and has transformed into the 5-color exotic fire python. Li Yuan focused intently. Little Kai crawled out of the black jar. On the surface, she appeared largely unchanged, save for a few additional iridescent scales and slightly more prominent horns, previously akin to a tender sprout yet to break the soil. She now had emerged, growing a small portion, resembling a diminutive dragon. Indeed, she had evolved. All those years of nurturing were not in vain. Little Kai's evolution was not abrupt. She had previously consumed numerous treasures, and this evolution was the natural culmination of her efforts. His Little Kai returned to Li Yuan's shoulder, opening her mouth to expel a plume of black flame. The flames landed on a distant tree, and the leaves rapidly turned a desiccated yellow, as if it were late autumn, promptly shedding all their foliage, while the trunk swiftly followed suit in wilting. Could she infuse death energy into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the essence of the black fire. His Little Kai proudly raised her head, exhaling once more, this time producing white flames that fell upon a flying insect. In an instant, the insect buzzed frantically, crashing against the tree, and moments later succumbed to its fate, causing living beings to spiral into madness and rage. Li Yuan understood immediately. Little Kai, truly a combat-oriented beast insect, despite her minimal feedback to the insect master and the need for momentum in her attacks, excelled in other offensive capabilities. Quite impressive indeed. Li Yuan was highly satisfied, particularly as Little Kai still possessed potential for further evolution, promising to provide him with formidable support. During Little Kai's performance, Fifth sister diligently worked on creating demon mummies. It seemed he needed to seek an opportunity to acquire some 7th-tier demon corpses. Li Yuan contemplated. Once he entered the 6th turn, the Queen of Silk Insect would be able to command 7th-tier demon corpses, representing a significant enhancement in combat strength. However, 7th-tier demon corpses were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Previously, he had shamelessly broached the topic with Li Ruoqian, only to be met with a cold rejection. Demons placed immense emphasis on physical evolution. Upon reaching the 7th tier, they would evolve to an entirely new level. Indeed, it would not be an exaggeration to say they are treasures in their entirety. 7th-tier demons are equivalent to 7th-grade Grandmaster warriors. A martial Grandmaster can condense the undying blood of a master, achieving the ability to regenerate severed limbs and fight tirelessly. 7th-tier demons possess similar capabilities. The flesh and blood of such beings are considered strategic resources, providing immense benefits even to ordinary warriors. It was unlikely to procure them through purchase, as high-tier insect masters have no use for them. And he had no other treasures to barter for demon corpses. Li Yuan felt vexed. Unable to purchase, unable to fight, he could only hope for a miracle. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, he refocused on the materials for cultivating the dream silkworm. Come forth. Master, your 30 years of dedication await your disciple's digestion. Selected raw materials. Common grade illusory soul insect 10086. Commencing synthesis. You have obtained a first-turn common insect, illusory soul insect 3362, once more. Selected original materials. Phantom goo, added violet hand, added red mushroom, begin synthesis. You have obtained the 4th transformation Xian goo, Tainai goo, Tainai goo. When refined into a life goo, can assist the goo master in enhancing mental strength. As a subordinate goo, it can cause a hallucinatory explosion, allowing enemies to meet their Tainai. Such a goo exists? Li Yuan was astounded. The naming of any goo insect carries a unique history. The goo master who named Tainai goo must have experienced an extraordinary tale. Once more, merely possessing Xian goo is far from sufficient. To cultivate a dream silkworm, one must first nurture 3 categories of necessary precursor rare goo. Without meeting the prerequisites, one cannot enter the Illusion Dream 9 transformation stage. Select original materials, begin synthesis. The location of the Great Yan's Dragon Vein. Kunlun Void. The mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. At the borders of Kunlun Void, various factions are entrenched. The Night Owl Guard, King Kanglin, King Yu, King Qian, King Han, King Ying, and the Grand General of the state. Almost all prominent figures of the contemporary world have gathered here. United by a singular objective, to locate the long-lost young prince of the Great Yin. Chapter 51. Kunlun Void. 6 months ago, an omen appeared at the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein, heralding the re-emergence of the true dragon. Coupled with the news of the Night Owl King slaying a demonic lord, revealing that the young prince born to the concubine and still lives, various factions concluded that the only direct bloodline of the Great Yin royal family. That young prince must be within Kunlun Void. However, Kunlun Void is vast, spanning 6 counties and involving numerous factions, not belonging to any single entity. No one possesses the capability to monopolize this bountiful fruit. Thus, all factions agreed. No armies shall enter Kunlun Void. All shall remain at the borders, allowing only those of 8th rank or higher to enter Kunlun Void for reconnaissance. As for who can find the young prince, it shall depend on their own abilities. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust young man with dark skin hurried along a muddy path, carrying several bundles of firewood. Dogdan, you've helped your mother chop so much firewood again. You truly are a diligent child. Along the way, villagers praised the young man, envious of Widow Chun for having such a good son. Uncle, aunt, auntie, uncle, good morning. The youth, referred to as Dogdan, warmly greeted the villagers, striding swiftly until he vanished around a bend in the muddy path. Mother, I'm back from over 100 meters away, Dogdan called out. Strangely, today no one responded. Usually, when he returned from gathering firewood, his mother would wait for him at the courtyard gate. Mother, I'm home, Dogdan, puzzled, shouted again, yet still received no reply. How odd, the youth furrowed his brow. Could it be that his mother had fallen asleep? He placed the firewood down and hurried into the house, only to be met with a shocking sight. A pool of blood trailing from the main room into the bedroom. Mother! Dogdan's heart raced as he dashed into the inner room, finding a headless woman's corpse lying in a pool of blood, and on the bed, a hideous demon had the body of a human and the head of a dog. Standing 9 feet tall, with a blade hanging at its waist, demon, Dogdan was severely frightened, instinctively wanting to flee. Mother! No! Mothered, I will avenge you! In an instant, his eyes turned red, and reason was drowned by boundless rage. Ah, dog demon! You shall pay for my mother's life. At that moment, he harbored only one thought: to slay this dog demon. Little creature, there's a unique scent about you. Consuming you would surely be a delightful affair. The dog demon scoffed, as the youth charged forward. The demon merely raised a hand and casually waved, sending the young man hurtling backward, crashing into the wall. What a foolish and ignorant mortal! How laughable and pitiful your courage is. Come, let your vitality swell a bit more. Let your flesh and bones meld more thoroughly. Only then will the flavor be exquisite. The dog demon licked its lips, as if anticipating a dish about to be served. Cough, cough. The youth staggered to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at the dog demon as he charged again. You, return. My mother's life. His mind was a blank. He disregarded everything, only wishing to chop the dog demon into pieces. Yes, just like that. Be angrier. The dog demon laughed heartily. Puff. The youth was sent flying once more again. The dog demon beckoned with a finger, deliberately stepping on the headless woman's corpse to provoke the youth. The young man rose, only to fall again. Rising, falling. He was unsure how many times this cycle repeated, resembling a wild beast, seemingly without the moment of exhaustion. After a long while, the dog demon finally furrowed its brow. You little brat, quite resilient. Based on its experience, a mortal would have long been incapacitated in such a situation, forced to watch helplessly as it slowly devoured the corpse of their loved one. To it, that would have been a delightful feast. Enough. The dog demon drew its blade, deciding to end the game to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. With that, it stepped forward, its figure flickering, appearing before the youth, and swung the blade toward his neck. As the blade sliced through, it beheld a headless body. The headless body was not the youth's, but its own. Me? How did I die? The last image that flashed before its eyes was a tall man entering the room, draped in a black cloak and wearing a bronze mask. Thud. The youth, like a deflated balloon, collapsed to the ground. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the tall man before him. Merely a glance from this figure caused the dog demon's corpse to separate, as if a deity had descended. God, if you are a deity, can you bring my mother back to life? The first absurd thought that emerged in the young man's mind was to kneel, pleading for divine intervention to save his mother, yet he witnessed the godlike man kneel first. Your servant, Night Owl, pays respects to your highness. Night Owl, your highness? What does this mean? The youth was bewildered, wanting to kneel but unable to, as an invisible force supported him. What are you saying? The Night Owl King bowed his head. 23 years ago, a blood disaster befell the Great Yin royal family. The direct bloodline of the Great Yin was slaughtered by demons. The Night Owl Guard was ensnared in the demons' plot, arriving too late to save the royal family. The royal family was decimated. The Night Owl Guard managed to rescue only you, who had just been born. Later, as the Night Owl Guard fled with you, they were pursued by demons, forced to hide you in the shadows, luring the enemy, ultimately sacrificing themselves. You were lost to the world, and we have searched in vain until now. Fortunately, by the grace of fate, the Night Owl has found you here in Kunlun Void. For the sins of the Night Owl, 1,000 deaths would not suffice. I dare to implore your highness to return to Longdu. Ascend to the throne, and once the Great Yin is stabilized, and the world is at peace, the Night Owl shall offer his life in gratitude for the dragon's grace. The tall man lowered his head, his tone grave. The youth could not see the expression beneath his mask. Residing in the mountains, he understood the turmoil of the world. He thought the Great Yin dynasty had long been a mere shadow of its former self, never considering that he was one of the roots of that chaos, the last direct descendant of the Great Yin. However, he had no desire to be an emperor. He only wished for his mother to live again. Can you save my mother? The youth asked cautiously. Your servant is powerless. The Night Owl shook his head. In truth, on the very first day the dragon veins omen manifested, he had found this place, completely sealing it off, observing silently all along. Had he wished to save her, he could have acted long ago, but he understood that if he did not sever your highness's distractions and awaken your highness's fury, then your highness would never become a ruler capable of shaking the world. Only by severing all ties here could your highness be unencumbered, enabling you to truly support the great yin, pacify the realm, and restore peace to the world. He, the youth gave a self-deprecating smile, trembling as he stood up, approached the woman's corpse, covered it with a blanket, and carried her body outside. 7 days later, the youth had completed his mother's funeral. He sat before her grave, feeling as though his heart had been completely hollowed out, lost in the depths of confusion, unsure of where to go. Your Highness, it is time to leave. The night owl said, as long as you do not ascend the throne, the world will remain divided, and the demons will be difficult to eradicate. Such calamities will continue to occur. No. The youth shook his head. I can do nothing. I couldn't even protect my own mother, so how could I stabilize the world? Chapter 52. Young Princely Chengxiu, only you are the sole direct bloodline of the great Yin royal family. The night owl spoke solemnly. Only your ascension to the throne can establish legitimacy, compelling all lords to bow in submission. I am unworthy. The youth shook his head. You would be a better emperor than I. Or anyone could claim to be the rightful royal heir. Why must you insist on me, a mere insignificant being? Me ascend the throne? How amusing. How presumptuous. What kind of emperor am I, Dog Dan the Emperor? Ha ha ha. He did not wish to pursue such an unattainable daydream. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted. The youth's expression changed dramatically, feeling as if two great mountains pressed down upon his shoulders. In the past, the founding emperor rose from humble beginnings, wielding a 3-foot-long blade amidst chaos, establishing the Dragon Vein in Kunlun and founding the Great Yan's 1,000-year legacy. The Taizong emperor, through culture and martial prowess, enacted benevolent governance, allowing the populace to live in peace and prosperity, leading to a flourishing dynasty. Every successive emperor had devoted themselves tirelessly to solidifying the foundations of the nation. Your Highness is, however, ensnared by personal entanglements, neglecting the stability of the realm and disregarding the plight of the common folk. What face do you have to meet the ancestors of the Dai Yin dynasty? The Night Owl King spoke coldly. Ha! The young man, however, shrugged and scoffed, saying, you see, this is the reality of lacking strength. You profess allegiance and address me as your highness, but then what? If even you do not submit to me, how can I expect the rest of the world to do so? Ridiculous. What of royal lineage? What of peace in the realm? I care not for such matters, having never reaped even a fraction of the royal favor. I only know that I watched helplessly as my mother met a tragic end. Should I ascend the throne, it would only serve to bring suffering to the people. I shall teach you martial arts. Your Highness, you bear the bloodline of a martial deity. Even if you have missed the prime age for cultivation, you can still break the shackles and reach the pinnacle of martial arts. The Night Owl offered. You only wish to make me a puppet, do you not? The young man did not believe that an ordinary person could command the willing submission of the celestial beings known as martial saints and emperors. This person's request for him to ascend was merely a veiled pursuit of his own interests. Your Highness, the Night Owl has been loyal to the royal family for generations, inheriting the will of the founding emperor without a trace of duplicity. The Night Owl asserted earnestly. The young man ceased to speak. The Night Owl too chose silence, remaining by his side. The young man sat atop the mountain, gazing at the sparsely populated village below. The place of his upbringing, his true homeland. Here dwelled his beloved mother, the girl he cherished, the kind-hearted neighbor who often lent a helping hand, and many innocent children. He did not desire to safeguard the entire realm. He merely wished to protect this remaining beauty. After a long while, the young man suddenly inquired, if I refuse you, will rivers of blood flow through the village? It is not merely this place that would bleed, but the entirety of Diyin, every inch of territory laid down by the ancestors of the Li family, the Night Owl replied. The young man asked again, what was my original name? Li Chengxiu. The Night Owl answered. The young man murmured softly, can you tell me the meaning of this name? The Night Owl responded. Cheng signifies inheritance and responsibility, while Su represents the warmth of the spring sun. May your highness inherit the great mandate, governing with benevolence, bringing warmth and blessings to the people. But I have accomplished nothing, the young man said bitterly. Accomplishments can be forged in the present, as long as your highness calls out. It is not too late. The night owl's tone softened somewhat. If you grant me a single request, I will follow you. The young man turned his head, looking at the figure cloaked in a cape. The face obscured by a bronze mask, and in that moment, he felt no fear, realizing that celestials were not so formidable after all. Please, speak, your highness. The night owl maintained his calm demeanor. From the moment the young prince was born, his destiny was sealed, destined to bear the burden of restoring Diyin. There is no escaping it. Please help me protect this village, ensuring that none among its people come to harm. My mother has endured too much in her lifetime. My sole wish is for her to sleep peacefully. Is that possible? The young man implored. The night owl nodded, assuring, I guarantee that from this moment forth, no one in this village shall suffer harm from demons or the chaos of the world. To protect a single village is a simple task, but to safeguard the realm, only you possess that capability. As the words fell, both stood in unison. Very well. The young man inhaled deeply, declaring, from today onward, I shall no longer be Chen Godin of Xiaofeng village, but Li Chengxiu, the one needed by the realm. The night owl knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence, his voice resonating like a great bell. I, night owl, welcome your highness back. And where shall we go next? Li Chengxiu inquired. To meet the various lords and nobles, the night owl replied as he rose, standing behind Li Chengxiu. The young man's stature was already robust, but the night owl towered over him, resembling an indomitable overlord. The two exited Xiaofeng village, one after the other. Thunder rumbled across Kunlun Void, as clouds gathered and strange phenomena manifested. The various heroes searching for the young prince sensed that something was amiss and hastened back. By the time they arrived, a strange figure had already appeared before the night owl's army, which bore the Yin banner. A weary youth, previously unseen, now sat atop a fully armored dragon horse, personally led by the Night Owl King. Recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts, thus, the identity of the young man became evident, the sole bloodline of the Diyin royal family. The young prince born to concubine and 23 years ago, Li Chengxiu. He had truly been found. In this moment, the expressions of the lords were complex, uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. The return of the royal lineage signified hope for unity in the realm, and the turmoil might soon be quelled, yet they would have to submit once more, bowing their heads in servitude. Where was the carefree life of a prince, unencumbered by such burdens? The chaos of demons had been serious. But what impact did it hold for them? They could even gain more amidst the turmoil, living more freely now. All of this would be shattered. You all, greet his highness. Why do you not bow? Night Owl King surveyed the lords. Speaking coldly, that we pay our respects to your highness. Under the formidable pressure of the Night Owl King, the lords dared not oppose, compelled to comply, unwilling to be the first to rebel. Your highness, now that you have returned, please manifest the auspicious signs of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein to announce to the world and intimidate the demons, urged General Bai Qian, the protector of the nation. Indeed, we implore your highness to reveal the auspicious signs of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein. Gathering the national fortune and calming the hearts of the people, the other lords echoed in unison. Li Chengxiu appeared bewildered, entirely unsure of what to do. The Night Owl King spoke again. To manifest the Dragon Vein is no trivial matter. It cannot be approached with haste. Your highness has just returned and has yet to be welcomed properly, nor has the ancestral rites been conducted. This matter must be deliberated further and a favorable date selected. With this, the lords, each with their own thoughts, were left with no choice but to relent. In the southern borders, the Jiugong mountain range, within the 12 caves and little bamboo forest, Li Yuan reveled in the joy of nurturing dream silkworms. Fervently synthesizing, striving to catch up to his teacher's 30-year progress, a daunting task. Suddenly, a warning from the Zhaori insect reached him. Li Yuan frowned. Pei Shixiang has arrived? It seems urgent. Could it be that the teacher has awakened? Chapter 53, Fluctuations of the Heart. A new breakthrough, junior brother. A change is coming. Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. Li Yuan immediately deduced. The young prince has been found? Yes, Pei Luoqing confirmed. Not long ago, the various heroes went to Kunlun Void. And now there is finally a result. The Night Owl King has located the young prince. Li Yuan agreed. So, the royal family will have a leader, and peace in the realm is imminent. It is not that simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can become the common leader of the realm is not determined by the Night Owl King alone. What constitutes that? Li Yuan inquired. Kunlun's Fengshan. To worship heaven and earth, resonate with the dragon vein, and verify one's identity. Pei Luoqing replied solemnly. Only by gaining the recognition of the Diyin dragon vein can one be honored as the rightful heir. Otherwise, who knows if the young prince is merely an impersonator set up by the Night Owl King? That makes sense, Li Yuan nodded. Yet concern crept into his heart. Even if the physician's grandson had exchanged his bloodline and roots, he likely would not receive the dragon vein's acknowledgement. If the bloodline of a 1,000-year dynasty, a descendant of martial deities, could be so easily replaced, it would have been extinguished long ago. The core of the royal bloodline was likely what the physician had left for him. That single drop of the founding emperor's blood sealed within the jade pendant, in other words, the true identity of the physician's grandson would inevitably be revealed, and he might well be killed by the Night Owl King upon discovery of the truth. Pei Shixiang, do you know when the Fengshan ceremony will take place? Li Yuan asked again. It has not yet been determined. I have heard that the Night Owl King has already taken the young prince back to the imperial capital to host a welcome and select an auspicious date. Pei Luoqing replied. Once the date for the Fengshan ceremony is set, it will surely be announced to the world. At that time, all factions within the Diyin territory will attend, including the Jiugonggu nest. Pei Luoqing was well informed. Shixiang, how long do you think it will be before the Fengshan ceremony is held? Li Yuan spoke calmly, engaging in casual conversation. At least half a year, perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing speculated. Why? Li Yuan inquired, not fully understanding. There are many reasons. Firstly, the Fengshan ceremony can only be held by the enthroned emperor. The young princely Chengshu is a special case and will face more resistance. Secondly, the ceremony is complex and requires extensive preparations, especially in an era plagued by demons and disunity among the people, where precautions must be taken. But these are not the most important reasons. The most critical aspect is that the young prince, having been found, was merely an ordinary person. He cannot withstand the might of the Fengshan ceremony and will need time to cultivate first. Pei Luoqing clarified. I see. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that the physician's grandson had not fared well over the years, struggling in the mud of the mortal realm, much like himself. Pei Luoqing smiled. If the young prince truly possesses the bloodline of a martial deity, and is protected by the true dragon's fortune, his cultivation will progress swiftly. By the way, he recalled something. Once the Fengshan ceremony takes place, all who have traveled to Kunlun Void to pay their respects and offer support will receive a baptism of fortune. This is a rare opportunity for universal celebration, with nations coming to pay homage. In any dynasty, newly enthroned emperors will invite the Jiugonggu nest to attend, and perhaps you and I could also secure a place. If the teacher had not encountered misfortune, he would surely have fought for a spot for them. Now, it is uncertain. Understood. After spending such a lengthy time in the mountains, Li Yuan felt for the first time a yearning to venture out, to seek the one who had been forsaken by the Grand Doctor, the benefactor who had saved his life by becoming a substitute. The truth, for him, seemed rather cruel, as the sole bearer of this truth. Li Yuan found it difficult to articulate his emotions, from being an ordinary mortal in the countryside to becoming the sovereign of all, only to have his true identity unveiled and discover himself as a discarded pawn. Such dramatic fluctuations were deeply heart-wrenching. Could the other truly endure it? Inwardly questioning himself, Li Yuan hesitated to assert his own resilience. If given the chance, he resolved to go see him. A man of integrity must discern what is worth doing and what is not. There were matters Li Yuan felt he ought to attend to. Once Pei Luoqing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the grave of the Grand Doctor. Grandfather, by the grace of heaven, your beloved grandson has not perished. All these years, during every day and night of fleeing, your heart must have endured profound torment. Both my mother and I feel guilt toward you. Please rest in peace. I swear I will not allow your beloved grandson, my brother, to come to harm. Kneeling before the grave, Li Yuan bowed solemnly. His heart had not experienced such intense turbulence in a long time. At this moment, an ineffable sensation surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were rising in his sea of consciousness, crashing against the barriers of the mountains and seas. The sea of consciousness transcended mountains and rivers, embodying the concept of domain. Thunderous roars erupted. The sea of consciousness rumbled incessantly. Li Yuan quieted his mind, seated himself in a meditative posture, and turned his gaze inward. Within this world of consciousness, the vast ocean of spirit stirred up astonishing waves, overcoming the barriers of the great mountains, allowing the rivers and mountains to return to the sea, transforming into an entirely new domain. After a considerable time, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a virtual panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5 transformations, 1233-1500, Realm. 5 transformations, Mental Strength, Initial Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Rebirth Gu, Colorful Fiery Python, Illusory Robe, Queen of Silk Spiders Gu, Gu House. None, a breakthrough. Li Yuan had not anticipated achieving a breakthrough in his mental realm under such circumstances, stepping from the pinnacle of the sea realm into the initial stage of the domain realm, considerably quicker than he had expected. Was this the significance of a clear mind? At this moment, he began to comprehend the profound utility of the Heart Query Gu, ranked 3rd on the exquisite Gu list. The young lady of the Kanglin County, Xiao Qiner, with the blessing of the Heart Query Gu, would likely advance rapidly and rise swiftly. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Li Yuan bowed once more before the Grand Doctor's gravestone. Grandfather, thank you for guiding me through the abyss. This timely breakthrough instilled within Li Yuan a greater sense of confidence. Possessing the mental strength of the domain realm was enough to obscure his true essence from even the most formidable of adversaries at the 8th or 9th realms. Some matters would indeed become easier to pursue. Returning to the ruined Gu Tower, Li Yuan promptly retrieved the books bestowed upon him by his master, Yu Hengchuan, which contained the secret methods for crafting a Gu house. The prerequisites for constructing a Gu house were threefold. Mental strength must reach the domain realm, the destined Gu must resonate with the heart, and the destined Gu must possess a sufficient quantity of subordinate Gu. Now, he fulfilled all 3 conditions. According to his master's assertion, a 7th transformation Gu master capable of constructing a Gu house would be regarded as a prodigy in the Gu path. Yet here he was, at merely the 5th transformation, having reached this point. Was it not astonishingly extraordinary? Chapter 54. Constructing the Gu house. Li Yuan cradled the book, immersing himself in its contents. While he met all the preliminary conditions for crafting a Gu house, the actual construction of a complete Gu house remained a colossal endeavor. The time required to build a Gu house was extensive. The higher the quality, the longer it took. Much like his master's Gu house, which took a full 12 years to complete, there were numerous instances of projects spanning 2 to 3 decades. I can significantly shorten the time required for constructing the Gu house, but completing it before the Fengshan ceremony poses a considerable challenge. Li Yuan disregarded such concerns. Given the current circumstances, any enhancement would bolster his confidence. If I were to construct the Gu house, I would center it around the colorful fiery python and the Queen of Silk Spiders Gu, hoping for an unexpected surprise. The construction of a Gu house not only greatly enhanced the feedback to the Gu master, but also possessed the remarkable ability to nurture spiritual substances. These so-called spiritual substances were akin to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. However, as they were not born of the earth, the predecessors of the Gu path designated them as spiritual substances. Different Gu houses produced vastly different types of spiritual substances. Li Yuan searched through the book for quite some time but found no record of the spiritual substances yielded by a Gu house centered around the Queen of Silk Spiders Gu and the colorful fiery python. The documentation on rare Gu was already scarce, and even less so for Gu houses. I hope to produce some high-quality spiritual substances. If so, I could sell them for money and procure higher-tier demon corpses. The lack of funds had evidently become a lifelong adversary for Li Yuan. The production of spiritual substances was significantly correlated with the quality of the Gu house and the type of destined Gu. For example, Yu Hengchuan's destined Gu was the butterfly illusion without trace, primarily used for creating illusions to confound opponents. When constructing a Gu house centered around this, the resulting spiritual substance was known as awakening spirit water, which, when consumed, could enhance mental strength and temporarily increase comprehension. Awakening spirit water was not only valuable to Gu masters but also regarded as a treasure by martial artists. Consequently, it commanded a hefty price in the market. I wonder what my Gu house will yield. Li Yuan felt both anxious and anticipative. If it could produce something akin to awakening spirit water, he could escape poverty and embark on a grand venture. Enough of that. Let us attempt to construct the Gu house. Xiao Kai, Wu Mei, come here. With a gentle call, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei immediately rushed over, landing upon Li Yuan's shoulders. You two, who would like to be the core for constructing the goo house first? Hiss chirp, both little creatures were eager and raring to go indeed Li Yuan sighed. Having them both participate would exhaust their master. Having just stepped into the initial stage of the domain realm, constructing a goo house was already his limit. How about this? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. How does that sound? Losers must accept their fate. No cheating allowed. And no sulking either. Li Yuan could only coax the two little ones as if he were soothing children. Hiss chirp, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei readily agreed. On the count of 3, you may begin. 1, 2, 3, start. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Kai's serpentine tail twisted into a fist shape, while Wu Mei also produced a fist-shaped silk ball. A tie. They had to try again, Li Yuan announced helplessly. The two little creatures took their turns once more, this time both choosing paper. Again, a tie. On the third attempt, both produced scissors. This cycle continued for over 10 rounds, with the two little ones consistently yielding the same result. Could it be? Li Yuan realized belatedly. They are both nurtured by the same master. How could they break the tie? Regardless of whether it was Xiao Kai or Wu Mei, their bond with him had reached a level of heart resonance, sharing a single heart. How could they compete? It seemed they could only be exhausted. Unable to determine the victor, Li Yuan certainly could not allow Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to battle it out. That would lead to complications, harm their harmony, and damage their close relationship. How difficult it is to ensure fairness. Li Yuan chuckled helplessly. They are both my nurtured companions. I can only endure it, treating it as a trial for my spirit. A slower progress is of no concern. He soon came to a realization. Select original materials. Common red snake 99, begin synthesis. You have obtained a first transformation common goo, little fire python 33. Although the colorful fiery python was cultivated by Li Yuan using the dragon pattern egg and several treasures, among its subordinate goo, the one with the closest bloodline affinity was indeed the little fire python. A high bloodline affinity between subordinate goo and the destined goo would increase the success rate of constructing a goo house. Once more, select original materials, common little spider 99, add near spring grass, begin synthesis. You have obtained a first transformation common goo, spiritual breath spider 33. The spiritual breath spider was also one of the subordinate goo insects of the queen of silk spiders, possessing a relatively high bloodline affinity. Let us begin. Li Yuan brought Xiao Kai and Wu Mei to a newly developed area in the small bamboo forest he had recently expanded, a place he had concealed. Accessible only to him. It was quite suitable to temporarily place the goo house here. Seated cross-legged, with his eyes slightly closed and his focus sharpened, Li Yuan resonated with the colorful fiery python and the queen of silk spiders goo using his mental power. Not long after, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous spiritual world. More accurately, he was in two marvelous spiritual realms simultaneously, and the dual focus caused his mental strength to deplete rapidly, proving quite strenuous. The first step in constructing a goo house involved strengthening the connection between the destined goo and the subordinate goo. Unifying the thoughts of all the goo was essential for the formation of the house. The concept of a house originated from home. In ancient times, when the goo master lineage was still in its nascent stages, all goo insects were treated as family members. Only family could reside under the same roof. After a considerable time, the extraordinary spiritual world shifted slightly, and the consciousness of a little fire python began to coalesce and manifest within the spiritual realm. Simultaneously, in the real world, a little fire python actively commenced the construction of its nest. It exhaled a mysterious substance, akin to drifting dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more little fire pythons appeared to join the construction process. The dust coalesced into soil, revealing some tangible results. On the other side, the spiritual breath spider was also constructing its nest, with both nests taking the form of cavities, continuously digging downward. Li Yuan gradually lost himself in the process. Time slipped away unnoticed. Li Yuan abruptly awakened, his consciousness hazy and a sense of fatigue overwhelming him, rendering his entire being rather ethereal and unsteady. Upon focusing his gaze, he noticed that the goo houses on either side had only expanded by about a foot. With approximately 80 goo insects involved in their construction on each side, a glance at the nearby sandglass revealed that 3 days had already elapsed. Thus, it took him a full 3 days and nights to establish merely a foot of goo house and assimilate a few dozen goo insects. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. The critical issue was that as the construction progressed, the number of goo insects increased. leading to an even greater depletion of mental energy. Even 5 Mei and Shao Kai had grown weary. Resting their heads upon his shoulder in slumber, it was undeniably a monumental undertaking, one that could only be accomplished through gradual perseverance. Chapter 55. The Lesser Destiny, Anmu Yao.in, the imperial capital of Dian. Tian and City. Following the blood calamity of earlier years, the Night Owl King regrouped, leading the Night Owl Guard and various station troops to reclaim the land, driving away the demons and re-establishing dominion over the territory. Within the palace, a youth clad in a python robe was fervently practicing martial arts, drenched in sweat. Nearby, the imposing figure of the Night Owl King, wearing a bronze mask, observed silently, resembling a statue. After a considerable time, the young man withdrew his fists, releasing waves of energy that surged from his body, stirring the trees in the courtyard. This young man was none other than Chen Godan, a rustic villager brought back from Kunlun Su by the Night Owl King. And the sole bloodline of the current Dian imperial family, the young princely Cheng Su. Indeed, His Highness exhibited remarkable innate talent, achieving a breakthrough to the second rank of Qi induction within a mere 7 days. Mastering the first layer of the Shaking Heaven Divine Fist, the Night Owl King expressed his admiration. I have fulfilled my promise. Now, shall you impart to me the true essence of your teachings? Li Cheng Su inquired calmly. Since returning from Kunlun Su, he harbored no other thoughts. His sole desire was to eradicate the demons and relieve the suffering of the world, avenging his mother. All of this required strength. This is the duty of a minister, the Night Owl King replied, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. I in the Tianyuan continent, martial prowess reigns supreme. Whether it be the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the evolutionary path of demons, or the lesser arts of Gu, talismans, and formations, none surpass the martial way. The martial path comprises 9 ranks. The first rank is body refinement, the second is Qi induction. The third is spirit gathering, the fourth is cocoon breaking, the fifth is liberation, the sixth is lesser grandmaster, the seventh is grandmaster, the eighth is martial saint, and the ninth is martial emperor. Above the 9th rank lies the martial god. In years past, the founding emperor ascended to the position of martial god, sweeping across the 6 directions and 8 wastelands, with nations coming to pay homage and demons being driven beyond the borders. Daring not to enter for a millennium, the Night Owl King patiently elucidated the history and foundational knowledge of martial arts to Li Cheng Su. The founding emperor created 3 divine martial arts, the Shaking Heaven Divine Fist, the Heavenly Transformation Myriad Swords, and the Heavenly Dragon Qi Manipulation Technique. The Shaking Heaven Divine Fist is the most straightforward and accessible of the 3, with a portion of its legacy preserved within the Night Owl Guard to guard against unforeseen circumstances. The Heavenly Transformation Myriad Swords can only be learned by emperors of successive generations, requiring His Highness to ascend the throne and personally receive the legacy deep within the ancestral grounds. As for the Heavenly Dragon Qi Manipulation Technique, it is an ethereal art that gathers and suppresses the imperial aura, comprehensible only to those of exceptional martial talent, yet it remains fundamental to the resurgence of Dian. The Night Owl King elaborated extensively, demonstrating the Shaking Heaven Divine Fist to Li Cheng Su several times. I comprehend now. Li Cheng Su mused thoughtfully. The Night Owl chuckled. Your Highness is remarkably intelligent. I believe you will soon attain the 4th rank of cocoon breaking. At that time, you may return to Kunlun Su to conduct the Fengshan ceremony and manifest the dragon veins. Indeed, Li Cheng Su nodded, his expression grave. Each time he recalled the despair of his mother being consumed by demons, or considered the countless others enduring similar sufferings, his heart ached profoundly. His mindset had shifted from initial resentment and self-pity to a resolute determination to take action. At times, he found it almost ludicrous. He could not even protect a small mountain village or save his own mother. Yet after a few days of martial training, he fancied himself capable of safeguarding vast territories and the realm, aspiring to save all of humanity. How utterly absurd! Amidst his inner turmoil, the young man continued to practice, his fists and feet unceasing, as the martial techniques evolved in his mind. The Night Owl King quietly departed. Not long after, he arrived at a tower, where in an elegant chamber atop the tower sat a veiled woman draped in a blue robe, her skin as exquisite as jade and her aura frigid. Lesser Destiny, have you discerned the truth? The Night Owl inquired, gazing into the distance. where he could see the young princely Cheng Su practicing martial arts in the courtyard. I cannot see clearly. The woman shook her head. She was in Muyao, the lesser destiny of the extreme North Icefield tribe, summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the sole offspring of her elder sister, who perished in the royal blood calamity years ago. Is there any trace of his blood? And Muyao asked. Years ago, her elder sister married into the royal family as part of a political alliance to save the tribe, a source of guilt and sorrow for her father. Without her sister's sacrifice, the extreme North Icefield tribe would have long since been annihilated. Now that the tribe had regained its totem and grown strong, her sister could never return home, and even her sister's only bloodline was lost to the winds. Therefore, when the Night Owl King sought her out, and Muyao, as the newly appointed lesser destiny, did not hesitate to agree. Little Linner, you must still be alive, right? Linner is the affectionate term the people of the extreme North Icefield tribe use for children. Gazing at the distant young princely Cheng Su, and Muyao felt no sense of kinship. Her intuition told her that he was not her sister's child. However, she needed to proceed with caution and verify the bloodline. Even if he was not her sister's child, he was undoubtedly the only clue to finding little Linner, which she could not afford to miss. This is his blood. To extract the blood of an ordinary mortal was a trivial task for the Night Owl King. Yet he too had to be cautious. The Fengshan ceremony was of paramount importance, with various lords and demons awaiting that day. Should he return with a false dragon son, it would be a devastating blow to the Deyin imperial family. And Muyao took the transparent jade vial containing the blood and examined it meticulously. Qilin treasure art. Manifest. She rapidly formed seals with her hands, her movements swift, as an ice-blue Qilin pattern emerged at her brow, releasing a radiant glow that poured into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred images materialized in Muyao's mind. They depicted two infants whose bloodlines had been exchanged under the cover of darkness through secret arts. This scene instantly enlightened Muyao. During the royal blood calamity years ago, her sister had sought a substitute to save little Linner, exchanging his bloodline and roots without the demon's knowledge. This meant that while the young prince before her was a falsehood, little Linner had escaped that catastrophe and was undoubtedly still alive. Destiny had dealt a cruel hand. Linner had suffered greatly. Linner, your little aunt shall find you. At least knowing that her sister's child still lived was the greatest solace for Muyao. Lesser destiny, what have you discerned? A cold, deep voice jolted Muyao back to reality. The Night Owl King's gaze was as piercing as the sun, instilling a profound sense of pressure that made Muyao anxious, compelling her to instinctively reveal the truth. Yet, just as the thought was on the verge of escaping her lips, she forcefully stifled it. If she spoke the truth, the young prince who had taken little Linner's place would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate. He was utterly innocent, abandoned by his biological parents and forced to exchange his roots, unaware of anything. Moreover, he had saved little Linner's life. To now subject him to the harsh consequences would be exceedingly cruel. Fate had played its hand. It was all a tragic farce of substitution. One had anticipated that both the genuine and false young princes were still alive, complicating certain matters. Muyao steadied her heart, speaking with calm detachment. Night Owl King, this matter is still perplexing and requires careful deliberation. Chapter 56. Spiritual matter. Careful deliberation? The lesser destiny cannot discern the truth? The Night Owl King furrowed his brow. He was aware that the lesser destiny of the extreme North Icefield tribe possessed the art of bloodline tracing, having specially invited Muyao from the far north. Yet, the result was that she could not distinguish between authenticity and deception. The young prince's bloodline exhibits anomalies. I dare not draw conclusions. Let him mature a bit longer. Muyao deliberately obscured her words, unwilling to state definitively whether he was genuine or not. Since the Night Owl King had sought her out, he must have sensed something amiss and speculated that the young prince was not the true Linner, but lacked a means to verify. With the Fengshan ceremony imminent, concerning the fate of the realm, time was of the essence. The matter of Fengshan is of utmost importance. I do possess a method to address the pressing urgency. The Night Owl King asserted. Muyao was determined to save the ill-fated substitute young prince, considering it an act of virtue for her sister's child. What is the solution? The Night Owl King inquired. To create a falsehood that appears true, thereby deceiving the lords and various demons, stabilizing the current situation. Muyao replied. That is impossible. The grand matter of Fengshan cannot be built on deception. If he is a false prince yet ascends to the throne, it would entirely sever the Li family's bloodline. Ascending the throne is easy, but abdicating is difficult. The Night Owl King vehemently rejected such treachery, seeing it as profoundly disloyal and outrageous. Times have changed. Stabilizing the situation is paramount for the survival of Dian's destiny. Without unity among the populace, even the dragon veins will dissipate. An Muyao could not fathom the Night Owl King's true intentions. This acknowledged pinnacle of martial arts, did he genuinely wish to restore the Dian imperial family? Or was he merely acting for the sake of the martial goddess treasure? She leaned toward the latter. I implore the Night Owl King to reconsider. An Muyao could not influence the Night Owl King's actions. Having said all she could, she turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, the Night Owl King sank into contemplation. It seemed that this young prince was likely an impostor. Could there have been a switch akin to the tale of the cat and the prince, with the true young prince having been smuggled out of the palace long ago? This was not an impossible scenario. The former noble consort, Nguifei, was no ordinary woman. Someone capable of becoming the lesser destiny of the extreme North Icefield tribe was far from comparable to the delicate flowers of the palace. Perhaps when the blood calamity transpired, consort and had already sensed something amiss, prompting her to substitute the bloodline of the young prince, shrouding the truth and clandestinely sending him out of the palace. The Night Owl King meticulously sought the truth from the minutiae of those bygone days. If all unfolds as I suspect, then An Muyao's actions were driven by a desire to preserve the life of the young prince's substitute. After all, it is a matter of saving a life. Thus, everything falls into place. Given the temperament of the Night Owl King, anyone daring to impersonate the bloodline of the great ancestor, the martial god, would face his wrath, regardless of the justification. He would not allow so-called human sentiments to unravel the millennia-old foundation of the Dian dynasty. An Muyao was certain that as long as she refrained from a verbal admission, I would hesitate to eliminate the young prince's substitute, especially since this substitute was the sole thread leading to the true prince. Another unseen scene from the blood calamity years ago now seemed to unfurl in the Night Owl King's mind. Come in! In an instant, several figures entered the chamber. The Night Owl King spoke in a cold tone, instructing the 36 divisions of Tianluo to thoroughly investigate all intelligence regarding consort and her confidants. They were to present their findings within 7 days. After so many years, the demons had ravaged numerous ancient texts and scrolls in the imperial capital. Tracing back to those events was exceedingly difficult. Only the Night Owl Guards possessed such capability. It appeared the ceremony of sealing the heavens must be postponed. Unless absolutely necessary, the Night Owl King was reluctant to allow an unidentified substitute prince to ascend the throne, as it could potentially invite irreparable calamity, leading to the utter collapse of the already precarious Dian dynasty. Time flew by. Li Yuan immersed himself daily in the intricacies of constructing the Gu house. Diligently researching at last, he succeeded in the stillness of the night. Li Yuan extricated himself from his tense mental state. Before him lay 2 small nests already forged. The former was slender and narrow, while the latter was spacious, filled with cobwebs. These were the Gu houses built around the core of the colorful fire python and the Silk Queen Gu. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master. Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 transformations 1490-1500, Realm. 5 transformations, Mental Power, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Reviving Gu, Colorful Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Silk Queen Gu, Gu House. Colorful Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Silk Mystic Realm, 1000 Gu House Outputs, Celestial Fire, Reviving Spirit Dew. My relentless training has not been in vain. The rewards from the Gu House are indeed boundless. The completion of the Gu House not only significantly enhanced Li Yuan's own strength, but also elevated his mental power to the mid-domain realm. In terms of the breadth of his knowledge, he was no weaker than some seasoned 8 realms experts. Consequently, he no longer had to fear others discovering the secret of his destined Gu. More importantly, the outputs of the Gu house were invaluable. Li Yuan meticulously reviewed the wondrous uses of the treasures produced by the 2 Gu houses. Celestial Fire, a flame formed by absorbing the energy of the sun in the vast sky. It can be used to forge precious artifacts or as an offensive weapon, igniting like a great sun that persists unceasingly. Reviving Spirit Dew, a concoction that gathers the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. merging the life force of insects and beasts, possessing the ability to revive the dead. The treasures produced by the two goo houses were far from ordinary. The sole drawback was their meager output. It required a full month to yield a strand of celestial fire and a drop of reviving spirit dew. This was the utmost limit Li Yuan could achieve. To enhance production value, he must elevate the grade of the goo house, necessitating gradual refinement over time. GU house grades are categorized as 1,000 goo house, 10,000 goo house, 100,000 goo house, and million goo house. The higher one ascends, the more the difficulty of refinement increases exponentially. According to the records in the books gifted by his mentor, Yu Hengchuan, several seasoned palace masters barely reached the 100,000 goo house level. A million goo house. Perhaps it exists only in legends. That is still far beyond my reach. Li Yuan did not dwell on this. For him, the most pressing matter was to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance his combat power. Celestial fire could be sold at an opportune moment. If fortunate, he might fetch a high price, enough to acquire a 7th-tier demon corpse. He planned to reserve the reviving spirit due for his mentor, Yu Hengchuan. This mentor, whom he had met only thrice, had treated him well, bestowing numerous opportunities upon him, and he would not neglect him in return. With 10 days remaining, he would soon enter the 6 transformations realm. At that time, he could venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had long awaited the immortal goo's secret realm, an endless array of precious goo. If he could synthesize them all, how wondrous it would be! He would laugh so hard in his dreams. To not produce an extraordinary goo would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Chapter 57. 6 Transformations Realm. In the blink of an eye. 10 days had passed. Li Yuan awoke, invigorated. The data panel appeared. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6 Transformations 1-3000, Realm. 6 Transformations, Mental Power, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Goo, Giant Spirit Goo, Reviving Goo, Tricolor Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Silk Queen Goo, Goo House, Colorful Fire Cave, 1000 Goo House, Silk Mystic Realm, 1000 Goo House. Time has flown by. It has been over 7 years since he joined the 12 caves. This is a remarkable number. Even in marriages, there is the notion of a 7-year itch. Yet, Li Yuan had remained in the 12 caves for a full 7 years, never once stepping outside, with his outings from the small bamboo grove amounting to mere handfuls. It was time to venture out. However, this journey was not into chaos, but rather deeper into the mountains. After a simple preparation, Li Yuan left the small bamboo grove and ascended the peak of the 12 caves. Junior brother? Pei Luoqing's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing Li Yuan, as if he had encountered a ghost. In a way, am I seeing things? You are actually leaving the mountain? He had never seen such a composed young man. Without a wife or children, to remain in one place for 7 years was a testament to his endurance of solitude. Senior brother, I have reached the 6 Transformations realm, Li Yuan said with a faint smile. Ah? Pei Luoqing was taken aback. You've reached the 6 transformations so quickly? Not particularly fast, Li Yuan chuckled. Pei Luoqing teased. Compared to the most brilliant prodigies in history, it is indeed not fast, but far superior to your senior brother. You flatter me, senior brother. Li Yuan's strength lay not in the speed of his breakthrough, but in his multiple destined goo. You came to find me, intending to go to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces and enter the immortal goo's secret realm? Pei Luoqing inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This matter should not be delayed. I have long anticipated it. Ha ha ha, I understand, Pei Luoqing laughed. Back in my day, I too was eager to dive into the immortal goo's secret realm the moment I broke through. It is indeed a marvelous place, but regrettably, one can only visit once. His ginseng infant goo achieved such strength because he found suitable materials in the immortal goo's secret realm, completing an evolution. Senior brother, when shall we set off? Li Yuan asked impatiently. Today will suffice, Pei Luoqing affirmed. I will arrange matters within the sect, and we can depart in the afternoon. Very well. The two brothers reached a consensus. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan had lunch with Wang Aozhao. Xiao Zhao, I need to step out for a while. Over the years, the two had spent nearly every day together, with only a brief separation during the turmoil in Nanjing when the 12 caves drew lots for life and death. This was their second parting. Li Yuan spoke calmly. I am going to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Brother Yuan, you've entered the 6 transformations realm. Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed in delight. Li Yuan had mentioned this to her, so she was somewhat prepared. With Brother Yuan's talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. During this time, take good care of yourself. If you encounter any danger, do not venture out. Staying in the small bamboo grove will ensure your safety. I understand. Wang Zhaozhao replied obediently. Then I shall take my leave. In the afternoon, Li Yuan shouldered his pack and hurriedly departed, meeting up with Pei Luoqing. For the first time in 7 years, he left the 12 caves. The 9 palaces mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. Serene and natural at this moment of stepping outside, Li Yuan felt little sentiment, for the landscape was filled with verdant mountains, appearing largely unchanged. He had long since grown accustomed to it. The mountain path was rugged and arduous. As night fell, Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing to a mountain gate. Where is this? Li Yuan pondered, for the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces was clearly not this close. 13 caves, Pei Luoqing replied. Taking this route would take ages to reach the inner door. If we encounter fog in the mountains, we might even get lost. I will borrow a traveling treasure. Saying this, he took a deep breath, cupped his hands before his mouth and shouted, Senior Brother Yang, come out for a chat. Goo goo. In a moment, a large black-feathered eagle appeared in the sky, swooping down to land before them. Junior Brother Pei, what brings you here? A one-armed man leapt down from the eagle's back, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, with long hair flowing, exuding an air of carefree nonchalance. Senior Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is my mentor's newly accepted disciple, Li Yuan. He has just broken through to the 6 transformations realm, and I wish to take him to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Pei Luoqing said with a smile that so I wanted to borrow your eagle for a while. No problem, the one-armed man, Yang Chong, responded warmly. Junior Brother Li looks quite young. I didn't expect you to already be a 6 transformations Gu master. Truly enviable. Thanks to my master's guidance, I was fortunate to break through. Li Yuan humbly replied, It is getting late. Why don't the 2 junior brothers rest at the 13 caves for the night and set off for the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces tomorrow? Yang Chong invited, also expressing a desire to befriend Li Yuan. No need. Li Yuan declined politely, expressing his desire to visit his master, who was gravely injured. Very well, Yang Chong conceded, unable to retain him any longer. I wish both of you safe travels, and may you, Li Yuan, discover extraordinary worms in the realm of celestial insects. Thank you, Brother Yang. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan and Pei Luoqing mounted the giant eagle and took to the skies. Riding the majestic creature across the night sky proved far swifter than their previous dash along the mountain paths. Finally, they could catch their breath, engaging in light conversation atop the eagle's back. Brother Pei, are you acquainted with our senior sister? Li Yuan inquired, having only heard of her existence without ever having met her. He sensed his master held great trust in her, often delegating various tasks to her. Acquainted is perhaps too generous. I would say I know her reasonably well. Pei Luoqing smiled. Fear not, our senior sister is quite amiable. She is not the type to keep others at arm's length. What is her cultivation level? Li Yuan pressed further. She is a 7th transformation Gu mastered. In truth, she is one of the most talented individuals within the 9th palace's inner sect, a prominent figure among our younger generation. She once had aspirations of becoming the next palace lord. However, with the arrival of that young lady from Kanglin County, her hopes were dashed. Pei Luoqing sighed. It seems our lineage might be destined to never produce a palace lord. The 3rd-ranked Asking Heart Gu, the most promising worm for attaining the position of Gu Immortal, renders any Gu master lacking in competitiveness. Realization dawned on Li Yuan. The young lady Xiao Qiner was also part of the 9th palace's inner sect. After years of separation, he wondered how far she had progressed after refining the Asking Heart Gu. Yet, what good was becoming a palace lord? Even being a cave lord was exhausting. The additional monthly allowances hardly amounted to anything substantial. Pei Luoqing preferred a carefree existence. His role as the cave lord of the 12 caves was merely a consequence of the war, fulfilling his master's directive to protect the still immature junior brother. Now that the junior brother had reached the 6th transformation, he could seek an opportune moment to resign. 7 days later, after crossing numerous towering mountains, the giant eagle descended on a peak. Pei Luoqing took a deep breath. Just ahead lies the 9th palace's inner sect. It is ensconced within a complex maze. We require a token to navigate through. Follow me. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9th palace nestled deep within the mountains and shrouded in layers of perplexing illusions. The Gu nest of the 9th palace can continue its legacy as long as there are no internal troubles. Following Pei Luo Qing into the dense fog, Li Yuan glimpsed avian creatures and beasts. Rare herbs and plants, curling wisps of smoke, and the comings and goings of people. Countless scenes intertwined, unpredictably shifting, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He felt a profound sense of awe in the presence of such an ancient power that had endured for millennia. One felt insignificantly small, akin to a mere mayfly. His previously restless spirit calmed considerably. What was a sixth transformation Gu master in the face of the superpowers that governed the Tianyuan continent? The ninth palace's Gu nest was merely a giant in the south, while similar dominant forces existed in the north, east, and west. Not to mention the long-established mysterious factions in the Central Plains. Survive. One must continue to endure. After a considerable time, wandering through the thick mists, the two finally emerged from the haze. This is the place. Pei Luo Qing pointed to a narrow valley crevice and stepped inside. Li Yuan followed closely behind. Initially, it was extremely confined, barely allowing passage, but after traversing several dozen steps, they found themselves in a spacious area. Rows of houses came into view, smoke curling upward. There was an unmistakable aura of human warmth. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. He was witnessing a true paradise for the first time. The ninth palace's inner gate was vastly different from his imaginings, yet it was precisely to his liking. You should enjoy it here. Pei Luo Qing surmised his thoughts. Indeed. Sadly, the abundance of strong individuals makes this place too conspicuous. I cannot linger here for long. Otherwise, I would have moved here with my master years ago. Come, let us meet our senior sister and master. Traversing a quaint rural path, immersed in the melodious sounds of nature, they arrived at a small farmhouse. Pei Luo Qing halted abruptly. Master, senior sister. He called out loudly, I have returned. Silence greeted them from within. Is the senior sister not home? Li Yuan murmured. She is. Pei Luo Qing chuckled, calling out again. Junior brother has returned as well. Bang! In the next instant, the door swung open. Li Yuan barely caught a glimpse of a crimson figure as it darted towards him. Grasping his arm and pulling him into the house. Hey, senior sister. I haven't. Poof! The wind lifted the hem of a red skirt, revealing a long, snow-white leg that swiftly kicked Pei Luo Qing out. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Li Yuan, what just happened? Who am I? Where am I? Greetings, junior brother Li Yuan. A soft, enchanting voice pulled him from his bewildered thoughts. Standing before him was a woman clad in a vibrant red dress. Her figure was graceful, exuding an array of charm. Her peach blossom eyes capable of ensnaring hearts, lively yet seductive. The red fabric clung to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, while beneath the skirt, a glimpse of her fair, long legs was visible. Her raven hair was elegantly styled atop her head, adorned with a red jade hairpin that sparkled gently under the sunlight, harmonizing beautifully with her striking attire. Yet, this dazzling and sensual woman seemed somewhat out of place amid the tranquility of this paradise. As senior sister? Li Yuan stammered, recalling Pei Luo Qing's description of senior sister Ning Hongyu as warm and welcoming. However, her warmth was not quite as he had envisioned. You are rather handsome, junior brother, Ning Hongyu remarked, appraising Li Yuan with a smile in her eyes. Senior sister, is brother Pei all right? Li Yuan awkwardly inquired, momentarily perplexed by Ning Hongyu's demeanor. He won't die. Ning Hongyu laughed. The lifeworm that Pei Luo Qing nurtures behaves like a wild boar whenever released, wreaking havoc on the rare flowers and plants in my courtyard each time he visits. I see. Enlightenment dawned on Li Yuan, a mix of amusement and exasperation. It appeared brother Pei was not as serious as he appeared. Junior brother, do you have someone special in your heart? Ning Hongyu queried further. Li Yuan. Compared to brother Pei, senior sister seemed even less reserved. No. He answered honestly. No. Ning Hongyu's eyes sparkled with interest. That's wonderful. Senior sister, where is master? Unable to withstand her intense gaze, Li Yuan quickly redirected the conversation. Inside, still in a state of unconsciousness, with only a faint trace of life remaining, Ning Hongyu replied, turning to him. Come, follow me. As he entered the room with senior sister, Li Yuan beheld Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. Upon their reunion, he noted that Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned entirely gray, resembling the withered beard of a tree, and his face lacked any color. Master, Li Yuan called softly as he approached the bedside. Why Yu Hengchuan's fingers twitched slightly, indicating a flicker of self-awareness, though he could no longer control his body. Master was brought back and given some recovery elixirs. But none have proven effective, Ning Hongyu explained. The more precious healing elixirs are exceedingly rare, and during these tumultuous times, it's challenging to procure them for Master. Even if Yu Hongchuan were to recover, he would still be unable to cultivate gu, destined to live out his days as an ordinary person. Senior sister, I have brought a medicinal liquid that may aid in Master's recovery, Li Yuan declared, producing a small green vial. Inside was the revitalizing essence, a treasure produced by the gu housepan Si Xianjing. Ning Hongyu's eyes brightened as she uncorked the small jade bottle, inhaling the rich vitality emanating from within. It was undeniably a rare elixir. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. She did not inquire about the origins of the elixir, but diluted it before gently administering it to Yu Hongchuan. Before long, Yu Hongchuan's parched skin began to regain its moisture and smoothness, his hair showing signs of returning to its former darkness, visibly reviving. A divine medicine, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished by its extraordinary efficacy, far surpassing her expectations. No wonder Master has always spoken so highly of you. Prior to the onset of the Great War, Yu Hongchuan had repeatedly urged her to support junior brother, arranging matters pertaining to his entry into the realm of celestial insects. Even securing a spot for the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. It seems that before long, Master will awaken. Ning Hongyu exhaled with relief. That's good to hear. Li Yuan responded, I had been unable to step into the sixth transformation earlier, which delayed my visit to Master. This elixir's effects can be seen as a small gesture of my intentions as a disciple. Are you planning to wait for Master to awaken, or shall you proceed to the realm of celestial insects first? Ning Hongyu inquired. I think I shall head to the realm of celestial insects, Li Yuan decided. He had only one drop of revitalizing essence left, which had already been used. Remaining here would yield little practical benefit. It would be better to resolve his concerns sooner. Very well, Ning Hongyu nodded. I will expedite my request to the palace lord. You should rest here for 3 days in preparation for your entry into the realm of celestial insects. Li Yuan couldn't help but glance at senior sister, recalling the peculiar questions earlier, causing him to feel somewhat anxious. Why are you so nervous? Are you afraid senior sister might eat you? Ning Hongyu teased. A bit, Li Yuan admitted, acknowledging the unsettling nature of many gu masters, who could say what lay beneath the beautiful facade. Fear not. I am not a monster, Ning Hongyu replied with a radiant smile. Junior brother, let us have a candlelit conversation tonight. Once you understand the depths of your senior sister's heart, you shall have nothing to fear. Chapter 59. The True Feelings Gu, Ning Hongyu as night fell. After being kept outside the house all day, Pei Luoqing vowed never to disrupt the exquisite flowers and plants within the courtyard before finally being permitted to enter and savor a warm meal. Senior sister, this is quite the disparity in treatment. Pei Luoqing jested. It is all your junior brother's fault. You serve food and pour wine for Li Yuan, leaving me in a state of utter dismay. Then why don't you just go away? Ning Hongyu retorted. You have a thick skin like a pig. It is a wonder I haven't hit you yet. Senior sister, you can't possibly have feelings for junior brother. Can you? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in surprise. Pift. Senior brother, do not speak nonsense. Li Yuan found himself doused in wine thrown by Pei Luoqing, bewildered as to how he became the topic of conversation once again. Indeed. Ning Hongyu raised her fair neck, declaring proudly, this little junior brother is handsome and exceptionally talented. Who wouldn't be fond of him? Pei Luoqing was taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. That makes sense. One should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. I support this marriage, Li Yuan interjected. What is going on? Just like that, my lifelong affair is decided. Senior sister, second senior brother, please do not jest at present. Li Yuan had no thoughts of marriage or children, burdened with blood feuds and entangled in too many matters. It was far too early to speak of love and romance before settling everything. We are not joking, Pei Luoqing blinked. Does it look like senior sister is jesting? Li Yuan was truly perplexed. Could they be serious? All right, I will stop teasing you, Ning Hongyu said. In truth, this is related to my lifebound gu. What is senior sister's lifebound gu? Li Yuan pondered over countless names of gu in his mind, struggling to recall which matched senior sister's current condition. True Feelings Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of True Feelings Gu was well known to Li Yuan. This gu is heralded as one of the rarest and closest to the exotic gu. with two evolutionary paths. It can evolve into the third-ranked questioning heart goo or the 11th-ranked worldly affairs goo. True feelings goo grants the goo master absolute focus. While it may not enhance mental strength as swiftly as questioning heart goo, it possesses a unique trait. It can draw feedback from a partner to enhance itself. I understand now. Li Yuan finally grasped the concept. Ning Hongyu sighed. Finding a truly loving partner is not easy, and hearts can change. If my beloved were to waver, it would cost me my life. This was the fatal flaw of true feelings Jiyud. To metamorphose true feelings goo into its complete form, the goo master must find a genuinely loving partner, merging yin and yang to refine this goo together. Once refined, they must also be restrained by the other. Should the other betray, they would only suffer some wounds. But if true feelings goo perished, the life of its master would be 1,000 times more tragic. This meant that while Ning Hongyu gained power, she also relinquished control over life and death to her partner. Indeed, it is not easy, Li Yuan agreed wholeheartedly. If he were in her shoes, he would never dare to cultivate such a life-bound goo. Ning Hongyu smiled. I often hear the teacher praise junior brother, with sweet words that seem endless. I have indeed entertained such thoughts, she boldly admitted, while I do not dare to claim it was love at first sight. Junior brother's qualities truly resonate with me. He is the first man to stir my heart. If junior brother is willing, we could perhaps try to spend time together. The sudden declaration of her feelings nearly caused Li Yuan to stumble. It was not that he objected to her straightforwardness, but rather that he had no intention of pursuing such matters. As fellow disciples, there would be ample opportunities to interact in the future. He valued fate and preferred to follow his heart. Ha ha ha, well said, Ning Hongyu responded, unperturbed. Expressing one's feelings to someone who aligns with her heart was, in her view, not something to be ashamed of. Li Yuan, too, did not mind as a goo master. He understood profoundly the impact a life-bound goo could have on its master. It was remarkable that senior sister could maintain clarity, discernment, and remain unmarried, without losing herself in the quest for power. Even he, when utilizing the giant spirit goo, would be influenced by its potent blood energy, often speaking boastfully and arrogantly. Thus, he held a great deal of admiration for senior sister. Now, let us return to the main topic. Ning Hongyu straightened her posture. Allow me to share some important matters regarding the immortal goo's secret realm. Yes, Li Yuan straightened, eager to listen. The key to obtaining another exotic goo lay in this discussion. 3,000 years ago, the only goo immortal of the Tianyuan continent attained enlightenment deep within the Jiogong mountain range, establishing the path of goo to open the heavenly gate. Celestial light and divine radiance cascaded from the heavenly gate, taking form at the place of enlightenment, becoming what is now known as the immortal goo's secret realm. The immortal goo's secret realm is the only place in the world capable of nurturing rare goo in abundance, even exotic goo, and it serves as the foundation for the Jiogong goo nest inheritance. Ning Hongyu spoke eloquently, while Li Yuan listened intently, his eyes alight with anticipation. Though referred to as a secret realm, the immortal goo's secret realm is essentially an isolated island situated in the center of a vast lake within the mountains. To this day, the will of the goo immortal lingers on the island, making it unsuitable for ordinary beings to linger. A spirit turtle goo can only allow one to remain on the island for a maximum of 7 days. After 7 days, one must exit or risk being crushed by the goo immortal's will, leading to a tragic demise on the island. As for the opportunities one might encounter during those 7 days, it entirely depends on one's fortune, Ning Hongyu emphasized solemnly. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I will certainly remember. Li Yuan noted. 7 days was ample time for him to accomplish many things. Senior sister, I have another question. If I were to discover many rare treasures within the immortal goo's secret realm, would the sect penalize me? What are you thinking? Ning Hongyu laughed. Finding even a few rare treasures would be quite fortunate. The immortal goo's secret realm is not a vegetable garden for you to pluck at will. Pei Luoqing also cautioned, junior brother, do not be greedy. In the past, none of those who entered have returned with more than 5 treasures, while many returned empty-handed. If anyone could gather bountiful treasures, the immortal goo's secret realm would have been depleted long ago. How could it possibly continue to produce for 3,000 years? Understood, Li Yuan mentally noted. Given the same time frame, his gains would certainly surpass those of an ordinary goo master, making it a profitable endeavor. This map is for you. Ning Hongyu produced a sheepskin scroll, detailing the general topography of the island, locations rich in treasures, and several areas that should be avoided. Will there be others accompanying me? Li Yuan inquired. It is possible. The other 8 palaces have paths leading to the island, and they might send people in. If you encounter anyone else, be sure to keep your wits about you. After all, what transpires within the Immortal Gu's secret realm is entirely unknown to the outside world. Point 1 must remain vigilant, Ning Hongyu advised. Got it. Li Yuan's expression brightened. He had momentarily overlooked the earlier warning, only recalling the phrase, "The outside world is completely unaware." Chapter 60. Entering the Immortal Gu's secret realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yu Hengchuan's condition visibly improved. With much greater movement in his limbs, this indicated that his consciousness was gradually awakening and would soon fully regain awareness. The efficacy of reviving Spirit Dew was remarkable. In this era of turmoil, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, Li Yuan mused. After visiting the teacher, senior sister Ning Hongyu led him away from the 9th palace area. The Immortal Gu's secret realm lies within a territory jointly governed by the Jiugong. Li Yuan had roughly grasped the layout of the Jiugong Gu nest. The 2nd to 9th palaces were established around the Immortal Gu's secret realm, sealing off 8 directions, while the 1st palace was situated at the center, by the edge of a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the Immortal Gu's secret realm, a sacred land for Gu masters, would not be disturbed by external forces. 6 hours later, the two arrived at the mist-shrouded edge of a lake. Thick fog obscured visibility, and as far as the eye could see, aside from the land behind them, everything else was a sea of white. The sound of rolling waves was incessant. To call it a lake would be an understatement. It could easily be described as a sea, junior brother. Does this not seem grand and awe-inspiring? Ning Hongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan marveled. I did not expect to find such a magnificent sight in the heart of the southern wilderness's 10,000 great mountains. A sea hidden within the mountains is indeed breathtaking. Are you ready? Ning Hongyu asked gravely. Remember, the Spirit Turtle Gu will only wait for you to enter the island for a maximum of 10 days. Should you not return after 10 days, it signifies your death, and the Spirit Turtle Gu will return here to deliver the final message. Remember, take only what you can manage on the island. Do not let greed mislead you from your way home. Both I and the teacher will be waiting for your safe return. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Senior sister, I will remember. Li Yuan nodded firmly, vowing to return safely. Ning Hongyu nodded, igniting the token in her hand. Before long, a massive turtle, measuring 2 zhang in length, emerged from the water. The token to summon the Spirit Turtle Gu is jointly controlled by the Jiugong and is the sole means of entering the Immortal Gu's secret realm. Go! Ning Hongyu waved. Goodbye. Senior sister Li Yuan stepped onto the turtle's back, and as the Spirit Turtle Gu dove into the lake, he quickly vanished into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely, Ning Hongyu prayed. This little junior brother was quite appealing to her, possessing great talent and a pleasant demeanor. She did not mind vying for his affection. After all, if she wished to ascend to a higher realm, finding a true partner was essential. Otherwise, she would be forever stagnant. Navigating through the mist, with waves crashing and cold winds sweeping, Li Yuan sat atop the turtle's back, utterly disoriented. At the same time, he felt an increasingly powerful pressure. Was the will of the Gu immortal truly so formidable, enduring for 3,000 years? Li Yuan was astonished, his anticipation growing as he retrieved the map gifted to him by his senior sister. The map records 3 forbidden areas on the solitary island, alongside 5 regions abundant in rare treasures. Before long, the pace of the spirit turtle slows, and through the dense, white mist, the vague outline of the isolated terrain comes into view, the realm of the celestial Gu. A torrent of ethereal energy rushes towards him. Li Yuan spreads his arms wide, inhaling deeply, feeling invigorated, and leaps from the turtle's back. As he lands on the firm soil, the oppressive will of the Gu immortal descends upon him, incessantly draining his vitality. Weighing his capabilities, he muses that staying for 10 days should pose no issue. Unlike an ordinary 6th transformation Gu master, his mid-domain spiritual power rivals that of an 8th transformation Gu master, making a 10-day stay feasible. Yet, after those 10 days, he must depart, for should the spirit turtle leave him stranded on the island, prolonged isolation would lead to a grim fate. Time is of the essence. Thus, he embarks on his quest. Li Yuan extends his spiritual perception, only to find it constrained by the enveloping white fog. limiting his awareness to a radius of approximately 100 meters, in the event of an unforeseen incident. He may struggle to react. The fog significantly diminishes the utility of his map, compelling him to rely on his instincts and key landmarks to seek out opportunities. This search continues for the better part of a day. As night falls, Li Yuan spots a colossal tree, so broad that it would require dozens to encircle it. This is one of the 5 regions renowned for yielding treasures. This location is dubbed Giant Tree Ridge, which records the production of 6 types of precious goo and 11 treasures suitable for nurturing goo insects. Li Yuan has long memorized every significant detail. To the right of Giant Tree Ridge lies the perilous abyss known as the Grave of the Living Dead. "Meet Sai, Wu Mei, come forth," Li Yuan softly calls, and the vibrant fire python and the Queen of Silk goo emerge from the folds of his garments. Hiss chirp, the 2 little creatures appear quite exhilarated, their expressions filled with delight. Seemingly enamored by this place. "Meet Sai, can you sense the treasures?" The vibrant fire python possesses an acute sensitivity to treasures, a fact he had confirmed during the refinement of the Corpse Puppet Legion. Hiss Meet Sai nods, tilting her head to indicate a direction. Following her guidance, Li Yuan discovers a cluster of a dozen rosy wild fruits nestled within a thicket. Selected raw material, his intent locks in, and the system prompt follows. Dreamberry, a fruit that grows beneath the dream tree, is highly toxic, yet offers exceptional nourishment for serpentine creatures. A splendid find indeed, Li Yuan instructs Meet Sai to gather all the dreamberries. Selected raw material, his innate goo, the vibrant fire python, has absorbed the dreamberries. To expedite the process, Li Yuan directly employs the black jar to hasten Meet Sai's evolution. Your innate goo, the vibrant fire python, has undergone a significant spiritual metamorphosis, becoming more sentient. While Meet Sai still cannot articulate human speech, communication with her has become more effortless for Li Yuan, easily deciphering her thoughts. She expresses, "Master, I am so happy. Please command me freely." Given the potency of the dreamberries, Li Yuan contemplates whether he might also refine the dream tree. He gazes upwards, following the towering trunk that seems to reach the heavens, with branches and leaves still obscured at 100 meters above, a testament to the tree's immense stature. If he were to refine it, could it not elevate him to the skies? Harboring an inexplicable sense of anticipation, he concentrates his thoughts. Selected raw material. This is an item with an owner. Unable to be examined or combined, Li Yuan is taken aback. Who is the master of the dream tree? The lingering will of the goo immortal? Never mind. What is fated cannot be forced. He reassures himself, Meet Sai, continue the search. Thus, the trio, 1 man and 2 goo, embarks on a thorough exploration of the Giant Tree Ridge region, diligently collecting and refining the island's treasures. They persist for an entire day and night before unexpectedly detecting the aura of a rare goo. Is it here? Li Yuan's eyes shine brightly. This is the very purpose of his journey. With 3 rare goo, along with numerous treasures sharing similar traits, could he synthesize an extraordinary goo? The long-awaited riddle is on the verge of revelation. Chapter 61. An encounter in the secret passage. The rare goo that Li Yuan encounters is a cicada, its body shimmering in golden hues. Adorned with 4 wings. 4-winged golden cicada goo? The evolutionary path of this goo is unmistakable. In its mundane state, it is the day cicada goo; in its mysterious form, the 2-winged golden cicada goo; and in its rare form, the 4-winged golden cicada gu.it can further evolve into the extraordinary 6-winged golden cicada goo, presenting a nearly linear evolutionary trajectory with stringent and singular conditions. Regardless of its nature, capturing it is paramount. With a swift movement, Li Yuan seizes the 4-winged golden cicada goo and swiftly suppresses it. A goo without a master is akin to fish on a cutting board, entirely at his mercy. He continues his search, tucking the 4-winged golden cicada goo into the black jar. Li Yuan, accompanied by Meet Sai and Wu Mei, forges ahead. After another night, the trio discovers a second rare goo at the edge of Giant Tree Ridge, a peculiar plant goo known as the Vitality Goo. Its essence derived from the root tendrils of the dream tree. Having detached from the dream tree, influenced by the celestial goo realm and the will of the goo immortal, it is transformed into a unique plant goo. Named for its resemblance to human meridians. Once refined into an innate goo, it enhances the strength of human meridians, allowing goo masters to exert finer control over their bodily pathways. Without hesitation, Li Yuan encapsulates the vitality goo within the black jar. Only one remains. This expedition aims to acquire his sixth innate gu, seeking to refine an extraordinary gu. Thus, the rare gu are not within his primary considerations. On the fourth morning, Li Yuan encounters the third rare gu. This gu belongs to the earth element, its essence embodied in a pangolin, which, sensing danger, burrows frantically underground. Where do you think you're going? With time running short, Li Yuan cannot allow the earth gu to escape. He channels his energy and arrives at the spot where the pangolin has plunged beneath the surface, launching a powerful punch. Boom! The ground collapses beneath his strike. Li Yuan then discovers a hidden passage underground that he had not previously sensed. He cautiously follows the passage for a short distance, feeling a surge of wariness and danger. It may be best to retreat. The underground passage is rife with uncertainties, and his spiritual perception is limited to a mere 10 meters, far too perilous. As he turns to leave, a radiant, colorful glow flickers in the depths of the darkness. Could it be the aura of the dream tree? The dream tree is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact, stirring Li Yuan's curiosity. Wu Mei commands several flying insects and bats to venture inside and investigate. His cautious nature prevails. Even when faced with treasures that rival extraordinary gu, he remains prudent, unwilling to delve too deeply himself. If it proves too dangerous, he would rather forego it. Chirp, the Queen of Silk Gu's abilities manifest as she directs the flying insects and bats into the passage. Shortly thereafter, the vibrant, dazzling colors flash once more. Through the resonance of thoughts with Wu Mei, Li Yuan gains clarity of the scene deep within the passage. A labyrinth of intertwining root tendrils, akin to meticulously woven colored lights, shimmering with an enchanting, dreamlike glow. More astonishingly, beneath the intricate roots lies a massive coffin. Appearing ominous and eerie under the flickering light, it feels as though something lurks in the shadows, observing to enter or not to enter. Li Yuan finds himself in a quandary. A peculiar energy resonates from that place. Yet the bats and insects controlled by Wu Mei can no longer advance. To uncover the truth, he must venture forth himself. This is the sacred ground of the Gu Immortal. Could it also conceal the remains of another? Were those interred here friends of the Gu Immortal? Li Yuan speculates. Entering may expose him to bizarre entanglements. Such a foreboding has its origins in the past. Just as he prepares to abandon the thought, movement emanates from the entrance of the passage. Are others arriving? Li Yuan recalls his senior sister mentioning that disciples from the other 8 palaces occasionally venture to the celestial Gu realm in search of opportunities. He never expected to encounter them here. Senior brother, is what the master said credible? Is the corpse of the sword immortal truly buried here? A crisp voice reverberates through the passage. Would the master deceive us? A robust voice responds, "Be why the heavens." The two individuals, upon suddenly sensing Li Yuan standing at the passage's edge, startle and nearly draw their weapons. Are you a disciple of the 9th palace? The man among them regains his composure and inquires. Indeed, Li Yuan nods. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace is the closest to Giant Tree Ridge, and disciples from the 8th and 9th palaces typically take the shortest route to seek out opportunities. We hail from the 7th palace. The woman smiles. I am Su Yulian, and this is my senior brother Zhao Baidong. I am Li Yuan. Li Yuan holds a profound impression of the 7th palace. Recalling the figure who is wedded to his innate Gu, the serpent, an alternate version of the Shui family's matriarch, the head of the 7th palace. Did you just overhear our conversation, junior brotherly? Zhao Baidong queries. Yes. The mention of the corpse of the sword immortal buried here leads Li Yuan to wonder if the enormous coffin beneath the dream tree contains the resting form of the sword immortal. Junior brotherly, do not be alarmed. We bear no ill intentions, Su Yulian assures him with a gentle smile. Hearing it is no great matter. That is a relief, Li Yuan exhales, feeling reassured. Should this pair of siblings seek to silence him, he would have no choice but to defend himself with overwhelming force. Junior brotherly, have you ventured inside to investigate? Zhao Baidong asks. I observed from a distance. What did you see? Many luminous root tendrils and a massive coffin. Li Yuan replies, allowing Mi Cai and Wu Mei to conceal themselves once more within his garments, refraining from disclosing the specifics of his exploration. Indeed, Zhao Baidong's expression ignites with excitement. The corpse of the sword immortal resides within. Sister, we must go. Senior brother, could there be any danger? Su Yuetian spoke timidly. Since even junior brother Li Yuan managed to escape unscathed, what is there for us to fear when we join forces? Moreover, we have the means granted to us by our master in Zhao Baidong's eyes. Li Yuan was merely a disciple of the Ninth Palace, while he and his junior sister were direct disciples of the palace master, with far greater merit. Very well. After much hesitation, Su Yuetian ultimately agreed. Junior brother Li Yuan, will you join us? Zhao Baidong inquired once more, and I am also afraid. Li Yuan's expression betrayed his trepidation. His fear was genuine, even if his demeanor was feigned. Just follow behind us. We will ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong felt that, in a critical moment, it might require someone to lift the coffin lid, and Li Yuan would be quite suitable for scouting ahead. Very well then. With someone leading the way, Li Yuan felt a surge of confidence and thought it worth a try. With their agreement reached, the three of them set off immediately. Senior Sister Yuetian, may I inquire about the Sword Immortal? Can you enlighten me? Li Yuan expressed his curiosity. You are unaware, Junior brother Li Yuan? Have you not been in the Ninth Palace's inner door for long? Su Yuetian asked. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This reassured Zhao Baidong, who was leading the way, a newly initiated Gu master at the sixth transformation, especially one from outside, was just manageable. Then allow me to share the tale. Su Yuetian smiled sweetly, recounting that the legend of the Sword Immortal had persisted for 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Li Yuan was astonished. She was from the same era as the Gu Immortal? Yes. Su Yuetian explained. The Sword Immortal is the daughter of the Gu Immortal, but she perished before her father attained enlightenment. This, Li Yuan had not anticipated that such a story lay buried within the Gu Immortal's secret realm. Over 3,000 years ago, the Gu Immortal was merely a young boy emerging from the mountains, who accidentally formed a bond with a woman afflicted by a lustful poison. After their fleeting romance, the woman vanished quietly, leaving an indelible mark on the boy's heart. The young Gu Immortal searched for his beloved for many years, but to no avail. Time slipped away, and 20 years flowed by, until the young man attained the rank of a ninth transformation Gu master and received an invitation to join the blood-soaked battle against the demon lord in the Central Plains. There, he encountered a familiar figure, whose features bore an uncanny resemblance to his lost love. It was then he learned that his former beloved had been slain by the demon lord, leaving only their daughter alive in the world. He yearned to reunite with his daughter, only to be met with scorn. The Gu Immortal, burdened with unspoken grief, could only silently protect her. Later, a cataclysmic war erupted between humanity and demons on Tianyuan continent, and the Sword Immortal fell fighting valiantly at the frontier. Before her demise, misunderstandings were resolved, and she was finally reunited with the Gu Immortal. On that fateful day, the blood-soaked Sword Immortal, tears streaming down her face, called out Father, summoning the first Gu Immortal of Tianyuan continent throughout history. Su Yuetian narrated the tale with vivid emotion, sharing in the sorrow of the characters involved. Li Yuan could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. A grain of sand in the vastness of time can become a mountain upon an individual. How many prodigious talents like the Sword Immortal, possessing the potential of greatness, were extinguished by demons? History is rife with such tales. Many possess the potential to reach the pinnacle yet were denied the journey to its end. The Gu Immortal embraced his daughter's lifeless body and retreated into the mountains, his power surging, ultimately coming to rest here, opening the heavenly gate through the path of Gu. Thus, the Gu Immortal's secret realm was formed. The remains of the Sword Immortal were interred within. Su Yuetian concluded the story. Li Yuan inhaled deeply, his expression one of horror. You aren't intending to refine the Sword Immortal's corpse into a corpse Gu, are you? Zhao Baidong, walking ahead, shuddered suddenly. Junior brother Li Yuan. One may eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. No palace master possesses such abilities. How could we dare? Then what do you seek the Sword Immortal's corpse for? Li Yuan inquired. We are merely assisting our master in testing an idea. Zhao Baidong replied. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He sensed that accompanying this group was exceedingly perilous. His goal was the Dream Tree, and he had never contemplated disturbing the Sword Immortal's remains. Do not fear, junior brother, Su Yuetian reassured him. We would never dare to offend or desecrate the esteemed Sword Immortal. All actions are in accordance with the will of the Gu Immortal. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. What exactly do you intend to do? This concerns the story that follows, Su Yuetian explained. After the Sword Immortal's demise, the Gu Immortal was unwilling to allow his daughter to rest eternally and sought to defy fate. Planting the Dream Tree here to sustain the Sword Immortal's vitality, But can one really revive the dead? Even extraordinary Gu like the reviving Gu have limitations on their resurrection capabilities. The sword immortal experienced true death? With no possibility of revival. Years later, the Gu immortal was guided by the heavenly gate and shattered the void to depart. Before leaving, he forcibly severed his own will and sealed it on a deserted island. Vowing to safeguard the sword immortal's remains with his obsession, the Gu immortal asserted that the sword immortal would surely awaken. This is the echo of fate. The echo of fate. At this point, Li Yuan began to comprehend. All things are dictated by fate, and little is left to human agency. Su Yuetian sighed. The Gu immortal achieved his supreme status through the second-ranked Great Fate Gu. Yet his life was fraught with difficulties and peculiarities, tirelessly searching for his beloved, only to be played by fate throughout his existence. Future generations would claim this is the price of destiny. Perhaps in the throngs of humanity, he crossed paths with his beloved countless times. Yet they merely brushed past one another. The moment of refining the Great Fate Gu, destiny had already assigned prices to all things in the Gu immortal's life. Zhao Baidong interjected, precisely because of the Great Fate Gu's extraordinary nature, subsequent Gu masters believed the sword immortal could yet awaken, and generations of palace masters have been in search of a solution. So have you found it? Li Yuan still deemed it improbable, to be precise. It is the seventh palace master, our teacher, who has discovered it. Zhao Baidong responded. At this revelation, Li Yuan felt a strange inkling that there might indeed be a sliver of possibility. The seventh palace master is a formidable individual, unafraid to publicly wed his life Gu and host a banquet for all, disregarding the gaze of the world. Without some skill and fortitude, such a feat would be unattainable. Yet he still did not believe that this person could awaken a corpse that had been dead for 3,000 years. At most, he could perhaps employ a method akin to refining a corpse Gu to grant the sword immortal some semblance of mobility. However, such an act would likely provoke vehement condemnation from numerous Gu masters, leading to a collective outcry against him. As they spoke, the trio had reached the depths of the hidden passage. Dense vines flickered once more, emitting a dreamlike array of colors, briefly illuminating the surroundings. They all beheld a massive coffin. Zhao Baidong's breath quickened. Indeed, the sword immortal lies in eternal slumber within. We must awaken her. Su Yuetian was equally exhilarated. Li Yuan, however, was filled with dread. The seventh palace truly is filled with abnormalities. How could they be so eager to awaken a corpse? Did they not fear awakening a 1,000-year-old zombie that would consume them all? Junior brother Li Yuan, could you assist us with a favor? Zhao Baidong spoke again. No, Li Yuan replied swiftly. Zhao Baidong was taken aback. Why was this person behaving so irrationally? Junior brother, this matter pertains to the grand undertaking of the 9 palaces. If we succeed, it will benefit the southern region, and your name will echo through the ages. I refuse. Li Yuan utterly disbelieved. If this were truly a matter of collective concern for the 9 palaces, how could only 2 minor characters be dispatched? It was clearly the 7th palace master's selfish motive. Junior brother Li Yuan, now that you are aware of our plan, you are part of it. I advise you to cooperate with us obediently. Zhao Baidong dropped the pretense, revealing his true intentions. From the moment Li Yuan heard him speak, he was as good as a dead man. Su Yuetian no longer smiled. Her demeanor turned icy, starkly contrasting with her previous sweet and patient image. Junior brother Li Yuan, within the Gu immortal's secret realm, even the 9 palace masters cannot intervene. If you perish here, no one will care. She quietly stepped back, blocking the escape route. Comply, and after the event, consume the oath Gu. We can grant you a chance at survival. This is our greatest concession. Zhao Baidong sighed lightly. Dio, you truly wish to leave no room for mercy? Li Yuan seemed genuinely incensed, his expression filled with fear, his body trembling. We have offered you a path to survival. If you refuse, we are left with no choice. Zhao Baidong stated. Li Yuan had no desire for bloodshed, fearing it would provoke unforeseen changes. However, he found himself with no other option. His expression faltered, and he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground with a thud. I agree to your terms. Junior brother, consume this. Su Yuetian smiled, stepping forward to extend an oath Gu. Just as she offered the Gu, a surge of terrifying vitality erupted from Li Yuan, and as Su Yuetian instinctively recoiled, a hand, large and grasping, pierced through her chest, clutching her heart. You. Su Yuetian's eyes widened in disbelief as she fell to the ground. Chapter 63. Endless Consequences. What do you mean by you? Take care in your next life. As Su Yuetian collapsed, a multicolored fire serpent manifested upon Li Yuan's shoulder. Whoosh! The intertwining blue and green flames spiraled toward the astonished Zhao Baidong. He had never expected that the seemingly innocuous, inquisitive youth would suddenly strike with such lethal intent. Zhao Baidong reacted swiftly, summoning his life goo, narrowly evading the blue flames. Though his arm was grazed, however, he was unprepared for the suffocating chill that swiftly enveloped him, freezing his arm in an instant. How is this possible? Zhao Baidong found himself utterly bewildered, unable to discern the true nature of his opponent's fated goo. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, with his hair standing on end and blood surging like flames, charged forward. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign sixth-turn goo master? Regardless of his speed, in such a confined space, he could hardly make an impact. In just a few exchanges, Li Yuan seized Zhao Baidong by the throat. Truly, as a disciple of the palace lord, it is a matter of pride to be able to withstand a few of my strikes in the same realm. This is something to boast about in the underworld for all eternity. At this moment, Li Yuan exuded an overwhelming arrogance, his eyes shining like lanterns, dismissing everything around him as he spoke with haughty bravado. Spare my life. Zhao Baidong desperately struggled. I can take the oath. The oath goo. I swear I will not divulge a single word about you. Yet, Li Yuan could not trust the oath goo. Only the dead could be truly silent. With a powerful twist of his hand, Li Yuan snapped Zhao Baidong's neck. Crack! Zhao Baidong's eyes, filled with resentment and bloodshot, seemed on the verge of rolling out of their sockets as life completely fled from him. The giant spirit goo immediately released its hold. He never expected it would come to this. Indeed, there were many perverse individuals among goo masters, which was terrifying. Li Yuan sighed. Fortunately, he was even more monstrous than his opponent. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely end today. This place was no longer safe. It was prudent to leave at once. Upon discovering that the slumbering figure within the enormous coffin was the daughter of the goo immortal, Li Yuan abandoned any thoughts of exploration. The goo immortal's methods were boundless, and her lingering might from over 3,000 years was still formidable. Taking such risks was not worth it. With this thought, he turned to leave. Just then, the dreamlike tree tendrils flickered once more, emitting dazzling, colorful light. Li Yuan was taken aback. The two corpses on the ground vanished in an instant amidst the flickering boom. Following that, the entire secret passage began to tremble violently. Rocks crumbled, dust billowed, and the distant exit collapsed. Sword immortal, I have not wronged you. Do not harm the innocent. Li Yuan felt like crying without tears. The giant spirit goo reactivated, and he pounded his fists in an attempt to carve a path through the collapsing earth. The tree tendrils flickered once more nearby. With a fleeting glimpse, Li Yuan saw the coffin lid being lifted. What the? Li Yuan instinctively wanted to curse, but he held back and quickly changed his words. Sword immortal, I never intended to desecrate you. I have already slain the villains. Please do not mistakenly harm the good. Explanations felt so feeble and powerless. Buzz, a sword's hum resonated from within the coffin. In an instant, the endless underground tree tendrils illuminated completely, no longer flickering, bathing the secret passage in brilliant light as they began to entwine around Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Su Yuelian, 7th Palace. I curse you. Immortal! Li Yuan could no longer contain himself, cursing aloud. Shao Kai, 5th sister, act, send the sword immortal into eternal rest. At this moment, Li Yuan could no longer maintain respect for his elders. 5th sister opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of spider silk that surged like a white deluge, clashing violently with the oncoming colorful tree tendrils. Li Yuan, alongside Shao Kai, swam against the current. It was no longer realistic to flee. They had to sever the source. Under 5th sister's cover, Li Yuan and Shao Kai approached the roots of the tree, and Shao Kai's long-prepared anomalous fireball was ready. Roar! The crimson fire soared forth. The roots could not move, and as long as they were touched by the crimson flames, they would be utterly consumed. Buzz! At that moment, a second sword's hum resonated. Invisible sword energy spread forth, extinguishing the crimson flames in an instant. How terrifying! Li Yuan's heart raced. The sword energy emanating from the opponent, without conscious intent, could extinguish his flames, proving the vast chasm between them. According to Zhao Baidong, the sword Immortal Strength in Life had reached the 8th rank martial saint, and if she truly revived, a single sword strike would be beyond his capability to withstand. But if she were merely a corpse, there remained a glimmer of hope. Just as this thought arose, Li Yuan felt his right arm go numb. The invisible sword energy had struck from who knows where. He lost his right hand. The force was too overwhelming. Li Yuan activated the rebirth goo, and a new arm swiftly sprouted. Swish, swish, swish. More sword energy surged forth. Li Yuan lost his legs, his left hand. His abdomen was pierced through. He was reduced to a headless corpse. How much longer could this go on? Were it not for the regenerative capabilities of the rebirth goo and the immense vitality provided by the giant spirit goo, Li Yuan would have perished hundreds of times by now. It was fortunate that the sword Immortal Sword energy was released unconsciously. Were she a true sword saint, targeted strikes could obliterate him in mere moments. Continuing to expend energy in this manner was untenable. He must seek a way to break the deadlock. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings. Soon, he discovered a clue. The sword energy was not only attacking him. The other small creatures within the secret passage were also affected. In places devoid of life, no sword energy traversed. Did it only slay the living? With this realization, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, feigning death, and covered Shao Kai and fifth sister, concealing all traces of life. In the next moment, the secret passage fell silent. Just as he suspected, Li Yuan silently rejoiced in his correct deduction, but a question loomed before him. How to escape? Remaining here would eventually lead to his obliteration by the will of the Goo Immortal. He should not have been so arrogant. He ought to have spared Zhao Baidong's life to inquire further. Unfortunately, the moment the giant spirit Goo possessed him, his surging vitality clouded his judgment. He had not considered the consequences. Reflecting now, it was likely that Zhao Baidong and Su Yulian had brought something that affected the slumbering sword immortal. Those two must have come prepared for this. To uncover the truth, he would have to enter the coffin himself. Li Yuan suddenly leaped up, charging toward the massive coffin. Swish, swish, swish. The sword energy struck again. Damn it! Li Yuan fell to the ground once more, concealing his life force and feigning death to escape. Once the sword's intent subsided, he sprang back into action. As the sword energy surged, oh no, I died again. Though this was an AI, it was akin to battling in hellish difficulty. Anyone else would have perished at least 800 times by now. Li Yuan reflected, he could not act recklessly again. He must not indulge even a hint of greed. Alas, he was but a human. After going back and forth dozens of times, using the tactic of feigning death, Li Yuan finally arrived at the edge of the coffin, lying atop the lifted coffin lid. One last time. Li Yuan's heart had ceased to beat, yet his mind remained taut. Sword Immortal, I sincerely apologize. All I wish for is to survive. If I have offended you, I beg your forgiveness. Chapter 64. All as fate as thoughts surged within him, the rebirth goo once again erupted with vitality. Li Yuan leapt up from the coffin lid. The closer he got, the denser the sword energy emitted by the sword immortal became, nearly washing over him. Get away! Channeling all his strength, Li Yuan desperately dodged the vital spots. Splitting into 4 or 5 pieces that fell into the coffin, it was only at that moment that he could behold the true visage of the sword immortal. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, each strand cascading over her snow-white gown, shimmering with a silver luster, as if infused with the moon's ethereal glow. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful. Her brows arched like distant mountains, delicate and graceful, her eyes tightly shut. With long eyelashes and skin fairer than snow, so delicate it resembled mutton-fat jade. Beside her floated a long sword, its blade slender, exuding a chilling blue light. It was this very object that had sliced him into pieces. Li Yuan stared wide-eyed, afraid to shift his gaze. Something's amiss. At that moment, realization dawned upon Li Yuan. The sword immortal's body felt warm. Could it be that she was truly alive? 3,000 years. Normally, even a 9th-rank martial emperor wouldn't live beyond 500 years. The lifespan of a martial god was unknown, but they could not remain on the continent indefinitely. They would be summoned by the heavenly gates, shattering the void, and ascend. How could someone live for 3,000 years? Let alone the fact that the sword immortal had already died once 3,000 years ago. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the guidance on the map. Beside the giant tree ridge lay one of the isolated death grounds. The Tomb of the Living Dead. Was the Tomb of the Living Dead referring to this place? What to do? Countless thoughts whirled through Li Yuan's mind. The path to escape had been blocked, and time was running short. Tio leave. He must ensure the sword immortal returned to her eternal slumber. Calm down. Calm down, Li Yuan pondered, revisiting the words spoken by Zhao Baidong and Su Yuelyan. To untie the bell, one must first find the bell ringer. The key to breaking the deadlock lay within their words. Could it be that I truly have to refine the sword immortal? Gazing upon the slumbering, breathtaking sword immortal, she was unparalleled in her beauty. There was no time to consider anything else. For Li Yuan, nothing was more important than survival. Even if it meant offending the sword immortal, he had to take that risk. Sword immortal, please forgive me. In the past, you were harmed by demons. If I can escape this time, I will slay 10,000 demons to avenge you. You remain silent. I shall take that as your consent. I am about to proceed. After a final psychological reassurance, Li Yuan gathered his will, locking onto the sword immortal's body. Selected original material. This item belongs to another. It cannot be examined or synthesized. Finished. Finished. A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. The sword immortal's body belongs to another? Did she truly possess a faint consciousness that survived for 3,000 years? Or did her master refer to the will of the Gu immortal? If I were to attempt refining her manually, it would take at least a decade, and I cannot wait that long. It seemed all paths were blocked. No, I cannot give up. Heaven does not block the path of those who strive. There must be a way. Li Yuan racked his brain. After a long while, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Since there was a master, he would seize control. As long as he was the master, refining her would take but a moment, and the problem would be resolved. Fifth sister, transform the sword immortal into family. Li Yuan issued a bold command. In the next moment, he leaped up, his fragmented form reconstituting as he grasped the sword immortal's longsword. The giant spirit Gu unleashing its full power to firmly restrain her. Wu Mei promptly expelled a torrent of spider silk, intending to invade the body of the sword immortal. All things are dictated by fate, and not a shred is left to human volition. Is this the price of becoming a Gu immortal? Suddenly, a series of light sighs erupted within Li Yuan's mind. The spider silk ejected by Wu Mei fell in its entirety amidst the sighs. Gu, immortal! Li Yuan seemed to perceive an immensely towering figure, seated at the center of his consciousness, shaking its head in lamentation. The sole Gu immortal throughout history appeared far from the vibrant figure he had envisioned. Instead, it exuded an aura of despondency. My daughter, such is destiny. All I, as your father, can do for you is this. In the secret realm of the eternal slumber immortal Gu, the physical body remains immortal for 3,000 years, allowing a fragment of residual consciousness to gather, subsequently gaining a soul to reside in, preserving that consciousness for 300 years of clarity, thereby enabling rebirth. For 30 years, the soul must remain unchanged before it can recall past and present lives. The ethereal voice resonated continuously in his mind. Li Yuan savored the words, finally comprehending, his will to survive surging instantly. He bellowed to the heavens, Gu immortal, this life shall be borne by me, Li Yuan. I am willing to connect my soul with that of the sword immortal, to protect her in both past and present, Gu immortal. I am the destiny of the sword immortal. At this juncture, Li Yuan disregarded whether the will of the Gu immortal could comprehend his intentions. He could only express his resolve. If it came to it, he would have to fight to the death. He still possessed his final trump card. Thunderous roars continued to resound in his consciousness, and Li Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the jade pendant concealed against his heart. This was his ultimate means. A pendant infused with the will and blood of the Emperor Taizu, the war god. The will of the Gu immortal was formidable, and the will of the war god was surely no less so. You? In the realm of consciousness, that towering, indistinct figure turned. Li Yuan's gaze seemed to transcend the fabric of time and space, colliding with the destiny of that Gu immortal. Yes, I can, Li Yuan shouted. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The ethereal figure of the Gu immortal became still, while Li Yuan's hand remained firmly grasping the sword immortal's sword, poised for a life-or-death struggle. Very well. After a lengthy pause, the Gu immortal spoke once more. Udakan.as the words fell, the Gu immortal's visage grew increasingly distinct. Just as Li Yuan was on the brink of fully discerning it, the sword immortal's sword ceased its trembling. Everything within the realm of consciousness returned to reality. The overwhelming sense of pressure dissipated, and the sword intent and murderous aura vanished. The breathtaking sword immortal remained in her slumber within the coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat, his throat parched. It appeared that the Gu immortal had long since devised this plan, but the conditions were excessively demanding, unattainable by ordinary individuals. Only by encountering me. The physical form nurtured within the secret realm of the Gu immortal for 3,000 years could yield a fragment of residual consciousness. Indeed, the sword immortal had received this. The Gu immortal's first prophecy had come to fruition. However, the second aspect proved immensely challenging. The so-called connection of souls required a Gu master to transform the sword immortal into their life Gu. Yet, powerful Gu masters could no longer change their life Gu. Weak Gu masters venturing here would be tantamount to seeking death, unable to survive even 300 years, let alone ensuring the sword immortal's consciousness remained clear enough to complete her rebirth. The Gu immortal's obsessive plan existed almost solely in theory. Li Yuan was the sole solution to this nearly impossible theory. Is this also destiny? Perhaps this truly is destiny, the mystical ability of the extraordinary fate Gu, which ranks second on the list of alien Gu. Sword immortal, I beg your pardon. Li Yuan did not employ the Black Pot synthesis system to forge his life bond with the sword immortal. Since the Gu immortal had already made arrangements, it was prudent to use the most primitive method. He summoned a drop of blood from his heart and dripped it into the sword immortal's mouth. Then sat cross-legged to comprehend his life Gu.at. That moment, scenes began to materialize in his mind. Chapter 65. The Harvest of a Sword Immortal. The Lingshao Sword Sect, born with a sword body. Practicing swordsmanship at 3, mastering martial arts at 5, comprehending sword intent at 10, stepping into the realm of a 6th grade minor master at 14, and achieving great master status at 17.at 20, he participated in the Second Tianyuan War. Guarding the human borders and battling demons in the life and death struggle, he transcended his rank to slay 2 demon saints, triggering the celestial phenomenon of 10,000 swords returning to the sect, advancing to the 8th grade and becoming a generation sword saint. Revered by the world as the sword immortal, however, he was later ambushed and killed by the 7 great demon saints at the age of 22. Fragments of memories flared like a meteor shower in Li Yuan's mind. Astonishing talent and unparalleled grace, there could be nothing more exquisite. Experiencing the life journey of this extraordinary prodigy left Li Yuan profoundly shaken. There was a reason the Tianyuan continent revered martial prowess. Compared to martial arts, other cultivation systems exhibited evident flaws. The path of Gu was truly a grueling test of endurance. Without extraordinary encounters, even with remarkable talent, one must rely on the passage of time to forge their potential. In this moment, Li Yuan sensed a remarkable connection with the sword immortal. It resembled the bloodline bond between a Gu master and their life Gu, yet held a distinct difference. A data panel emerged. Gu master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 6th turn 17-3000, realm. 6th turn, mental power, mid-level domain realm, life Gu, giant spirit Gu, rebirth Gu, colorful exotic fire python, illusory luo clothing, queen of silk spiders Gu. Sword immortal, Gu house, colorful exotic fire cave, 1000 Gu house, silk spider mystical realm, 1000 Gu house. Is it done? Upon seeing sword immortal added to the list of life Gu, Li Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. This journey was not in vain. He had come for the alien Gu but had unwittingly transformed the sword immortal into his life Gu. Li Yuan had already witnessed the sword immortal's extraordinary combat prowess. Even if she could not unleash her full strength from before, her value to him at present far exceeded that of ordinary alien Gu. Today marked the 5th day of his entry into the immortal Gu's secret realm. With only 2 days remaining, he could not afford to squander this time. Sword immortal? Li Yuan concentrated his thoughts and softly called out. The white-clad sword immortal, who had slumbered for 3,000 years, slightly trembled her eyelashes. Under Li Yuan's anxious gaze, she slowly sat up. She dully turned her head, her soulless eyes gazing at Li Yuan, mute. Sword immortal, we must depart. Li Yuan rose to his feet. The sword immortal followed suit. She possessed only a fragment of residual consciousness, living through Li Yuan's soul, lacking substantial intelligence and the ability to speak. As she crawled out of the coffin, Li Yuan suddenly recalled a pressing concern. If he took the sword immortal outside, would the old fellows of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest detect her? If the Nine Palace Masters discovered the truth, they would certainly dissect him for research. He wondered if the illusory Luo clothing could conceal the sword immortal's aura. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he proceeded outward. At that moment, a flash of colorful light flickered once more. That's right, the dream tree. Previously, he had attempted to refine the dream tree, but it indicated that the tree had an owner and could not be synthesized. The owner of the dream tree was likely the sword immortal. Now that the sword immortal was his, refining the dream tree seemed entirely reasonable, right? With this thought, Li Yuan quickly gathered his focus. Select original material, dream tree, a miraculous tree nurtured by the divine dew that fell during the opening of the heavenly gate. Capable of purifying all things and granting immortality, is the dream of the mortal realm. Can it really be done? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. However, the dream tree was far too large to carry away, so it could only be synthesized on site. Otherwise, how delightful it would be to bring it back and place it in the small bamboo grove. Just as Li Yuan's thoughts wandered, the slug illusory Luo clothing emerged. Do you want to eat? All life Gu possess spirit, each expressing their desires differently. The giant spirit Gu is combative. The rebirth Gu silently protects. The slug illusory Luo clothing is lethargic, an exemplary representative of the lazy worker Gu. The colorful exotic fire python has strong possessiveness, and the queen of silk spiders Gu is a clingy sweet girl. Instances where the slug illusory Luo clothing actively expresses its wishes are rare. Then it shall be yours. Little Kai and Wu Mei were not particularly interested in the dream tree. It was just right for the slug illusory Luo clothing. Select original material, life Gu illusory Luo clothing. Add dream tree, begin synthesis. Little lazy Gu, you should strive a bit harder. Such a fine item is as precious as the lower-ranked alien Li Yuan hoped for the illusory Luo clothing to evolve. Over the years, the slug illusory Luo clothing had contributed significantly in numerous battles, enabling him to unleash its ghostly combat capabilities, always allowing him to strike first. Boom, boom. At that moment, the ground trembled once more. This is bad. Li Yuan's complexion shifted slightly. The dream tree had been refined by me. Leaving this land desolate is likely to incite unforeseen changes, and the powerful beings from the Nine Palaces will undoubtedly come to investigate the truth of the matter. It is time to leave. Manifest the myriad phenomena and clear the path. With a mere thought, the power of the myriad phenomena Gu began to manifest, carving a stable passage through the continuously collapsing earth. This is the ability to alter the environment, to bathe in sunlight amidst torrential downpours, to embrace the snow and wind under the blazing sun. This is the essence of the once breaking free from the earth. Li Yuan utilized the myriad phenomena Gu's capability to pierce through the fog, making his way directly toward the island where the spirit turtle resided. The land of the giant tree ridge continued its relentless descent. Li Yuan resembled a child who had committed a grave misdeed, his heart racing. Wait, why am I panicking? This was originally the creation of the Gu Immortal. I am merely assisting the Gu Immortal in caring for his daughter. Asking for a modest fee is hardly unreasonable, is it? While soothing his inner turmoil, he did not slow his pace, darting swiftly through the jungle. Before long, he reached the shore. Slug, protect the sword fairy. Do not let the mundane world disturb her exquisite beauty. Chapter 66. News of the Fengshan ceremony. The myriad phenomena Gu settled on the sword fairy's garments, constantly shifting until she seamlessly blended into the air, seemingly non-existent. Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. Such a disguise would elude even an 8th turn Gu master. Perfect. The spirit turtle swam to the shore, and Li Yuan leapt onto its back, followed by the sword fairy, who remained unnoticed by the spirit turtle Gu. By the lakeside, Ning Hongyu was in quiet meditation, waiting, when she suddenly sensed something amiss and abruptly opened her eyes. What is happening? She gazed toward the center of the lake, where colorful lights flickered, piercing through the mist, affecting even the shoreline. Could there have been a disturbance in the immortal Gu's secret realm? Would her junior disciple be in danger? Ning Hongyu felt anxious but could not approach the island. Left only to watch, the waves in the lake roared with a ferocity greater than ever. Like a beast howling, an elderly man approached rapidly from a distance. Master Uncle, upon seeing the old man, Ning Hongyu clasped her hands in greeting. This was Qi Yin, the deputy master of the 9th Palace, a formidable 8th turn Gu master. Master Uncle, has there been a disturbance in the immortal Gu secret realm? I do not know, Qiyin replied, shaking his head. It must be that one of the disciples entering the island has caused chaos. It has been a long time since such an event occurred in the secret realm. Whether it is a blessing or a calamity remains to be seen. I shall go take a look. As one of the guardians of the immortal Gu secret realm, he had the authority to enter the isolated island in special circumstances. Master Uncle, my junior disciple Li Yuan is also on the island. If anything happens, please save him, Ning Hongyu implored. Oh? Qiyin raised an eyebrow. Is he the closed-door disciple of the Jade Master? Indeed, Ning Hongyu nodded. Very well, Qiyin replied. If I encounter him, I will bring him back. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion erupted at the shore, where a spirit turtle emerged from the lake, bearing a tall and handsome young man upon its back. Junior disciple. Upon seeing the returning figure, Ning Hongyu was filled with joy and rushed forward. It is good to see you safe. What transpired on the island? I do not know. Li Yuan shook his head. I was searching for treasures when suddenly the earth trembled violently, scaring me into fleeing to the shore, summoning the spirit turtle Gu to carry me back. You are quite prudent. You show no greed. No wonder the Jade Master praises your character, believing you will achieve great things in the future. Qiyin chuckled. Disciple greets Master Uncle. Li Yuan clasped his hands in respect, his heart apprehensive. The sword fairy stood shrouded in white mist at the shore, concealed by the myriad phenomena Gu. This individual was the elder brother of his teacher, Yu Hongchuan, and likely also an 8th turn Gu master. If he were to discover any anomalies, it would spell disaster for Li Yuan. No need for formalities, Qiyin waved his hand. You both should leave. Do not linger here. I will go to the island to ascertain what has happened. Understood. Ning Hongyu nodded, pulling Li Yuan away quickly. The moment she took hold of him, Li Yuan sensed a surge of sword intent rising, evidently emanating from the sword fairy who followed behind him. Could it be? He mused. This possessiveness exceeds even that of Shao Kai. While Shao Kai merely contended with the Gu insect and had disagreements with Wu Mei, the sword fairy outright forbids him from approaching other women. That should not be the case. Upon deeper reflection, he concluded that it was likely due to the sword fairy's 3,000-year seclusion, resulting in a natural aversion to unfamiliar presences. Once she becomes accustomed to this world, things will improve. It is merely a remnant instinct. Not a matter of jealousy. It seems that helping the sword fairy adapt to the world of 3,000 years hence will require some effort. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the two gradually distanced themselves. And only when Li Yuan could no longer sense his master uncle's presence did the weight on his heart lift. This further demonstrated the formidable disguise capabilities of the myriad phenomena Gu. Facilitating his future endeavors, junior disciple, what gains did you make in the immortal Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired along the way. Quite satisfactory, Li Yuan's lips curled into an involuntary smile. It was worth the wait. The immortal Gu secret realm truly was his paradise. The rare Gu, illusionary Luo robe, had evolved into the myriad phenomena Gu. Furthermore, he had acquired a breathtakingly beautiful sword fairy. He would certainly return when given the opportunity. It is unfortunate that disturbances occurred on the island. Otherwise, you could have remained longer and reaped even greater rewards. Ning Hongyu lamented. I am more than satisfied. Li Yuan replied with contentment. And how is the teacher? Has he awakened? He has awakened, Ning Hongyu smiled. His recovery is quite good. He can move freely now. Ever since he regained consciousness, he has been singing his own praises. Praising what? Li Yuan inquired, puzzled. What else could he be praising but his own discernment? He claims that finding a talent like you in such a place as the 12 caves of the outer sect is heaven's compensation. Ning Hongyu teased. As they chatted, the two returned to the 9th palace, to the rustic courtyard where Ning Hongyu resided. Teacher, we are back. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yuan immediately spotted the white-haired elder tending to the flowers and swiftly approached. Teacher, you have suffered during this time. Not at all, Yu Hongchuan chuckled, waving his hand. After experiencing life and death, his mindset had become more open. With nothing left, he had truly let go of his final obsessions. With you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my twilight years in peace. I am content. And me? Pei Luoqing popped her head out. You? Yu Hongchuan scolded playfully. You eat like a pig. If it weren't for your elder sister, our home would have been emptied by you. Pei Luoqing protested. My life Gu is like this. Can you blame me? Besides, I've only been eating vegetarian. Ning Hongyu kicked her, so you still want to eat meat? All right, enough with the quarrel, Yu Hongchuan interjected. The royal Fengshan ceremony is approaching. Now that you are all here, let us discuss the distribution of quotas. Li Yuan's heart stirred. Teacher, when does the Fengshan ceremony begin? The palace master recently informed me that the Fengshan ceremony will take place in 36 days, Yu Hongchuan replied. Originally, each elder had only one recommendation quota. However, due to my significant contributions, I have been granted an additional quota, allowing 2 of you among the 3 to participate in this Fengshan ceremony. The Fengshan ceremony, a celebration for all, heralds the emergence of the dragon vein, bringing immense blessings. Those who travel to Kunlun Void to partake in the ceremony will receive the baptism of the dragon vein's fortune. It is a rare opportunity that countless people seek. I shall not attend. I will leave the opportunity for Pei Zhu and my junior disciple. Ning Hongyu, as the elder sister, voluntarily stepped aside. Among the 3 of us, my talent is the weakest. Given this rare opportunity, it is best to give it to my elder sister and junior disciple. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Li Yuan. Wait, you both are making me look foolish. He genuinely wished to go. This matter pertained to his lineage and blood feud, involving his grandfather, the imperial physician, and his mother. He had compelling reasons to attend. Moreover, having acquired the myriad phenomena goo, he felt secure. As long as he did not expose himself, no one would uncover his anomalies. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind one. You definitely want to go. Ning Hongyu laughed, wrapping her arm around Li Yuan's shoulder. Junior disciple, do not be shy. If you wish to go, just say so. We will understand. Li Yuan nodded. This matter was a favor owed to his elder sister and second brother. It is a trivial matter. Pei Luoqing waved her hand. Elder sister, you and the junior disciple should go together. This Fengshan ceremony may not be peaceful. Your strength is formidable, and should anything happen, you can look after the junior disciple. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Siblings must be clear in their dealings. Speak your mind, and do not pretend I am not pretending. Pei Luoqing grinned. As long as elder sister is willing to let me feast freely for 3 days in the farmhouse, I shall consider it a compensation. Get lost? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. At most, one day. If you eat for 3 days, the heavenly palace will be emptied by your gluttony. Deal. Pei Luoqing smirked. You set a trap for me to fall into? Didn't you? Ning Hongyu glared at her. He. Pei Luoqing reveled in her cunning success. As the saying goes, seek the upper and gain the middle. Seek the middle and gain the lower. Seek the lower and gain nothing. This is called the art of deception. Both the teacher and junior disciple bore witness. Let me feast for a day. No turning back. He. As she spoke, Pei Luoqing licked her lips. Look at you. In such a pig-like state. I won't hold it against you this time. Ning Hongyu sighed in resignation. Then, Li Yuan beheld the imposing figure of his second senior brother, Pei Luoqing, transformed into a rotund, jolly giant, burrowing into the vegetable patch and indulging heartily. This sight evoked memories of the ginseng larva, soaring to a height of 10 zhong, resembling a miniature mountain. So it was all due to senior brother Pei's gluttony? Teacher, you ought to be concerned about whether your second disciple will ever find a wife. Ning Hongyu teased. The woman should marry when the time is ripe. You should seize the opportunity as well. Yu Hongchuan shot her a glance. Junior brother is quite impressive, fitting my ideals perfectly. Ning Hongyu winked. Teacher, why not bestow a marriage to me and junior brother? After all, the sweet waters should not flow to outsiders. Yu Hongchuan chuckled. You certainly know how to pick. Li Yuan hastily waved his hands. Senior sister, it is still too early to discuss such matters. Once I achieve mastery in my cultivation, we may then speak of romantic entanglements. I shall await your return, senior sister quipped. She was well aware that love does not blossom overnight, yet someone must take the initiative in forging a bond. A young talent like junior brother was someone she was eager to pursue. If he was reluctant, she would not press. Fate would determine the outcome, and perhaps one day it would indeed come to fruition. The next day, the 4 of them had lunch together. Li Yuan was set to depart for Kunlun Su from the Jiogong mountain range in the south. A journey that would take at least 15 days even on the back of a black eagle, followed by a few days of preparation. Junior brother, I shall visit you at the 12 caves in half a month. Ning Hongyu announced, having made her plans. Li Yuan nodded, waving goodbye. Take care. Teacher, I shall visit you again when time allows. I have entrusted my life's work to you. Yu Hongchuan clasped Li Yuan's hand with his dry, withered grip, gently urging, Li Yuan, you must concoct the dream silkworm goo. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the small bamboo grove of the 12 caves with the sword fairy. Gid Yuan, you're back. Before he even stepped into the grove, a figure dashed out from the residual goo tower, none other than Wang Zhaozhao. Xiao Zhao, your perceptive abilities have grown stronger, Li Yuan smiled. The blood-eye goo robbed the goo master of their sight, endowing them with enhanced senses and other aspects. As time passed, Wang Zhaozhao became increasingly astute. Gid Yuan, who is the lady by your side? Wang Zhaozhao noticed an extraordinary woman standing beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan hesitated. Is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Fairy. Cousin? Wang Zhaozhao felt a flush of embarrassment. Gid Yuan, does that mean the distant cousin who helped me with my arm last time knows her? Yes, Li Yuan paused. They belong to the same family. Sword Fairy sister, greetings, Wang Zhaozhao nervously greeted, sensing the formidable presence of this sister, who seemed far more powerful than Gid Yuan. She cannot speak. She is mute. Li Yuan explained. Mute? Wang Zhaozhao felt a pang of sympathy, marveling at Gid Yuan's kindness for sheltering his blind little sister and now caring for a mute elder sister. Gid Yuan, I'll prepare dinner. You should help the Sword Fairy sister get acquainted. In the past, when she had just lost her sight, she had many inconveniences. The Sword Fairy, being so strong yet mute, must have suffered from some insidious fate that left her in such a state. You've worked hard, Xiao Zhao. Not at all. Just having Gid Yuan back home brings me immense joy, Wang Zhaozhao replied, quickly bustling into the kitchen. Li Yuan then led the Sword Fairy to the bedroom. Sword Fairy, you shall sleep here. Tio awakened a fragment of the Sword Fairy's soul. It would require nurturing for 300 years, gradually instilling in her the nuances of this world, including the warmth of human life. Sword Fairy, that girl is named Xiao Zhao. From now on, we are family, and you must not harbor any hostility toward her. Li Yuan instilled the concept of not viewing others as enemies in the Sword Fairy. Otherwise, she would instinctively regard everyone but him as foes. The Sword Fairy nodded slightly. Do you understand? This simple gesture delighted Li Yuan. It seemed that after connecting with his life force, the Sword Fairy had developed a rudimentary consciousness. To him, the Sword Fairy was now a vibrant being, capable of continuous transformation and evolution. In the future, she might wield powers that surpass those of 3,000 years ago, becoming his extraordinary ally. He then imparted some basic commands to the Sword Fairy, such as drinking, sleeping, undressing, and dressing. Gid Yuan, Sword Fairy sister, it's time to eat, soon, Xiao Zhao's voice called from outside. Let us go. Li Yuan stepped out, with the Sword Fairy trailing behind him. Sword Fairy, please sit here. Li Yuan pointed to a chair, and the Sword Fairy clumsily sat down, unsure of how to use chopsticks. Gid Yuan, has the Sword Fairy sister's mind been affected? Wang Zhaozhao inquired. Yes, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod. She has lost all her memories, akin to a newborn, and must relearn everything. How tragic, Wang Zhaozhao said, fetching a wooden spoon and lifting a bowl. Sword Fairy sister, allow me to feed you. Open wide, Xiao Zhao patiently cared for the Sword Fairy. That night, Li Yuan had Xiao Zhao teach the Sword Fairy how to bathe and change clothes. In the bathing area, Xiao Zhao's astonished exclamations rang out. Wow, Sword Fairy sister, your skin is so smooth and tender. It feels delightful to touch. Your figure is also splendid, far surpassing mine. As she wiped the Sword Fairy's body, Wang Zhaozhao felt envious, believing that even without seeing her face, this sister must be an unparalleled beauty, a celestial being descended to earth. Chapter 68. The ethereal beauty of the cousin time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. After this period of adaptation, the Sword Fairy had gained a touch more spirit, able to eat, bathe, and change independently. However, without careful guidance, she occasionally caused misunderstandings. For instance, in the middle of a meal, she might dash up a tree to catch birds, or while bathing, suddenly intrude into Li Yuan's room, and even swing on a swing in the bamboo grove at midnight. Such antics left Li Yuan both exasperated and amused. There remained a long journey ahead before the Sword Fairy could fully mature. Half a month had passed, and the senior sister was due to arrive. Xiao Zhao, the Fengshan ceremony is approaching. I must make another trip to Kunlun Su. This was the one unresolved matter in Li Yuan's life that he could not avoid. Will it be dangerous? Wang Zhaozhao asked anxiously. She had heard much about the Fengshan ceremony, where various forces and lords would gather, and demons might seize the opportunity to wreak havoc. Even if Gijuan was formidable, amidst such dire circumstances, he would be like a leaf adrift on water. I'm not afraid. Li Yuan smiled. With the Night Owl King presiding, there shouldn't be much trouble. Once I receive the blessing of the Dragon Vein's fortune, I shall return then. Gijuan, take care, Wang Zhaozhao said, recalling the tumultuous days of her past. When father and mother had passed, she had gone hungry, eaten foul rats, gnawed on tree bark, and been chased by wild dogs. Until she met Grandpa, who brought her here and introduced her to Gijuan. She finally understood the feeling of home. How she wished this would be the end of her turbulent journey, living a simple life with Gijuan in a serene little mountain for eternity. Despite the reluctance in her heart, she knew this was a rare opportunity and could not hinder Gijuan's future. I'm off now. Li Yuan turned to leave, suddenly feeling a tightness behind him. Gijuan. Wang Zhaozhao embraced him from behind, tears streaming down her cheeks. You must return. Xiao Zhao will always wait here for Gijuan to come home. Li Yuan chuckled helplessly, gently stroking Xiao Zhao's hair. Silly girl, I promised to return, and I will keep my word. Have I ever deceived you? He guessed Xiao Zhao was recalling those days of hardship, stirring up her fears. Having emerged from a hellish existence, he understood the anxiety of loss and the fear of separation. As he released Xiao Zhao's grip, Li Yuan departed with the sword fairy, soon vanishing at the end of the small bamboo grove. On the way down the mountain, Ning Hongyu, draped in a long red dress, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister is uninterested. It turns out you have hidden beauties in your golden house, and 2 of them at that. Junior brother, I must have underestimated you. Senior sister is jesting. This is my cousin, and the one on the mountain is my sister. Li Yuan replied earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. A man's words are but deceitful tricks. Let us go. Li Yuan shifted the topic. Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning the black eagle goo, then asked, Are you certain you want to bring your little cousin to Kunlun Su? Senior sister need not worry. I have my plans, Li Yuan assured her. The sword fairy was currently his strongest asset, and naturally, he wished for her to accompany him. Very well, Ning Hongyu said. Don't blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Su is currently under strict guard by various forces. Not even a fly could get in. It's fine, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. With the myriad forest goo at his disposal, any so-called defenses would seem trivial to him. Were it not for the need to allow the sword fairy to experience the world's mundane affairs and interact more with others to stimulate her fading consciousness, he wouldn't have let senior sister see the sword fairy. Miss, is she truly your cousin? The sword fairy, dressed in flowing white, appeared ethereal and otherworldly, standing apart from the mundane world. Even 3,000 years prior, she was a breathtaking beauty, and 3 millennia of seclusion and slumber had only heightened her transcendent aura, making her resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. Ning Hongyu considered herself to be remarkably attractive and had garnered the admiration of numerous young talents. However, when compared to the sword fairy, the disparity was unmistakable. Particularly in terms of temperament, the difference was as vast as the heavens and the earth. The only aspect in which she could rival the sword fairy was in that most enviable quality. Reflecting on this, she unconsciously straightened her chest. What of the fairy? At least there was something she could measure up to. It was a matter of pride over food. Li Yuan observed the little gestures of his senior sister. Unable to suppress a chuckle, unexpectedly finding this boisterous senior sister to possess an endearing quality, he couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of being the eldest senior sister. Miss, why are you silent? Noticing the sword fairy's silence, her gaze fixed on the distant sky, Ning Hongyu sensed something was amiss. Why cousin has lost her memory. Her consciousness is impaired, and she cannot speak, Li Yuan explained. Ning Hongyu was taken aback. Promptly bowing in apology, I am truly sorry, miss, I did not intend to speak ill of you. Please forgive me. She is really your cousin? She inquired, beginning to believe it. Given Li Yuan's looks and talents, finding a partner with ample bosom, long legs, and a shapely figure would pose no challenge at all. There was no need to seek out an amnesiac sister and a blind younger sister to feign a relationship. In this light, perhaps she still had a chance, she thought with a laugh. Senior sister, please refrain from teasing me, Li Yuan chuckled in return. His open and warm character had its merits, and his ability to self-soothe was remarkable. eliminating the need for further explanation. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention. Ning Hongyu slapped her forehead, recalling an important matter. What is it? Recently, when you ventured into the Immortal Goose secret realm for training, did a disturbance not occur on the isolated island? The sect has uncovered the cause. What was it? Li Yuan's heart raced with anxiety. After the combined investigation of the 9 palace's elders, it was discovered that the towering ancient trees within the Immortal Goose secret realm had vanished. It is rumored that they were extraordinary creations planted by the Goo Fairy 3,000 years ago. Ning Hongyu lamented. Have they identified the instigators? Li Yuan pressed further. It seems that it was the work of individuals from the 7th palace. Ning Hongyu replied. Point 2 of the 7th palace master's closest disciples, one named Su Yulian and the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly entered the tomb of the living dead. You know what that place is? Junior brother? I do not. Li Yuan shook his head vigorously. The tomb of the living dead is the resting place of the Goo Fairy's daughter. After the 9 palace's elders visited, they discovered not only had the ancient tree vanished, but even the coffin of the Goo Fairy's daughter had been disturbed, and her remains had mysteriously disappeared. The long-deceased should not be exposed to light. Perhaps the remains of the Goo Fairy's daughter have dissipated into nothingness. After a thorough investigation, the elders pinpointed Su Yulian and Zhao Baidong as the culprits, yet these two have vanished without a trace, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. Originally, the palace master intended to recall you for questioning. But fortunately, with Master Qi Yan's testimony, you were spared an unnecessary trip. Ning Hongyu spoke fervently. I see. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude towards Su Yulian and Zhao Baidong. If not for their scapegoating, he might have encountered unforeseen complications. However, this matter would not be resolved easily. Ning Hongyu sighed. The 9 palaces' elders stated that even if the instigators flee to the ends of the earth, they will undoubtedly bring those scoundrels back. Chapter 69. On the mountain and below. Senior sister is correct. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. That scoundrel still owes me 2 days to seek opportunities. Once I find him, he must repay me. With the grand ceremony imminent, the 9 palace masters would be stretched thin, and investigations would undoubtedly follow. Ning Hongyu added indignantly. In Kunlun Su, upon the summit of the mountains, on the Tianyan platform, Li Chengxiu donned a yellow robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back. After nearly a year of trials, the once rural youth now exuded an imperial aura. It is said that this place, aside from the imperial capital, is where the world's fortune is most concentrated. Yet, why do I feel so solitary? Looking down upon the world, surveying the multitude of mountains, all manner of lords, martial heroes, and countless champions awaited at the foot of the mountain. While he stood at the highest peak, in a moment that called for grand ambition, Li Chengxiu felt inexplicably that this place did not belong to him. Because I am reluctant to leave Xiaofeng village, unwilling to part from my mother? Perhaps I am still unfit to be an emperor. His emotions were complex. At this juncture, everything was beyond his control. Whether he was truly on the path to becoming the sovereign of the world or merely a puppet, he had no choice. He remained oblivious to the fact that 2 figures were watching him from afar. Shea-siming, have you prepared everything on your end? The Night Owl King, cloaked and wearing a bronze mask, asked in a deep voice. Absolutely without error, and Mu Yao, the Shea-siming of the extreme North Icefield tribe, nodded. With our tribe's totemic treasures concealing us, we can obscure the Dragon Vein's manifestation, deceiving everyone. When the demons attack, we will take the opportunity to disrupt the grand ceremony, allowing us to mislead all. Thus, and Mu Yao unveiled her strategy to the Night Owl King. Very well, the Night Owl King thought to himself that the young prince standing on the Tianyan platform was merely a substitute. However, the only one who could verify the truth, the Shea-siming of the extreme North Icefield tribe, had to protect this substitute. He could only play along to find the true prince. Once this line was severed, it would be entirely cut off. When the true prince was found, the grand ceremony could be held once more, and the reason for the unexpected interruption could be attributed to the demon's chaos. This was the only feasible plan at present. Heroes from all corners of the world began to arrive. This grand spectacle capable of altering the tides of fate was finally set to unfold. And Mu Yao gazed at the throngs gathered at the periphery of Kunlun Su, her heart heavy with sorrow. Little Linner, will you come? She wondered. If little Linner were still alive, she would surely come. But where could little Linner be? Would they truly meet again? On the outskirts of Kunlun Su, After a grueling 7-day journey, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally arrived at this gathering ground of heroes. Although the skies were clear and bright, an inexplicable heaviness hung in the air. "Junior brother, we can only go this far. We must walk in from here," Ning Hongyu stated. "Beyond this point lies the sacred place. Those of non-Central Plains origin, South Border, East Wasteland, Northlands, and West regions first-rate powers are not permitted to enter, as they lack the qualifications for the Fortune's baptism. Even the major first-rate powers must enter on foot. The pilgrims are sincere and devoted. This is a mark of respect for the dragon vein, or perhaps a demonstration of reverence for the martial god. Senior sister, you go ahead. I will tend to my cousin and join you shortly." Li Yuan replied. "All right." Ning Hongyu did not inquire further about Li Yuan's insistence on bringing along an amnesiac cousin. Perhaps it was for convenience and care. After Ning Hongyu departed, Li Yuan scurried into a nearby grove. "Sword Fairy, follow me and stay at the back of the group. Avoid approaching those formidable individuals, and do not act recklessly. Do you understand?" Li Yuan instructed. The Sword Fairy nodded gently. Li Yuan released the myriad manifestations forest goo, which settled upon the Sword Fairy's white dress, swiftly concealing her form and merging her with the air. Once assured, Li Yuan took a deep breath and turned slowly, his gaze fixed on the majestic mountains. Looking up at the pinnacle of Kunlun, he felt an unusual sensation, as if some voice were calling to him, drawing him in. Even though his bloodline had been stripped away and given to his grandfather's biological grandson, and he had yet to merge with the blood of the founding emperor, there was an inexplicable bond, an unbreakable shackle. It was destined that he should arrive here, irreplaceable. Ancestral spirits, do not trouble me. While the heavens endure, when the time comes, the great yin shall be re-established. Li Yuan forcefully suppressed the tumult within. He came merely to pay a visit, to see the grandson of his grandfather, who had sheltered him for 16 years. Nothing more did he ask for the martial goddess treasures or the dragon vein's fortune. He wished to set them aside for the moment. One day, he would traverse the snow to the mountain's summit, reclaim everything and conclude all matters. He stepped forth, emerging from the grove and into the throng. Currently, all of Kunlun-Su was divided into 4 layers. The outermost layer was occupied by the armies of various forces, all eyeing each other warily, guarding against both demons and allies, ready to erupt into battle at any moment. The middle layer housed the elites of these various forces, with Li Yuan among them. The innermost layer was dominated by the representatives and rulers of the major powers, such as the palace masters of the 9 palaces and various lords. At the peak stood the Diyin royal family and the Night Owl Guard. "Junior brother, you have returned," Ning Hongyu called out as she spotted Li Yuan, gesturing towards the summit. "Oh, you see that nearly cloud-high golden platform?" Li Yuan nodded. "That is the Tianyin platform, where emperors of bygone eras conducted the grand ceremony to worship heaven and earth," Ning Hongyu explained. "How lofty it is!" Li Yuan squinted. Even with his mental power at mid-domain level, surpassing ordinary vision, he could only discern a mere black through the layers of mist. "Is that him? The grandson of the physician, my savior." Li Yuan's breath grew heavy, suppressing the tumult within. "Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the fortune's baptism?" Ning Hongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan nodded. "We must wait. 3 more days remain." Ning Hongyu remarked, "Many martial artists and gu masters stuck at a bottleneck are awaiting this opportunity, including some martial saints and 8-turn gu masters. Elder brother Li Yuan, elder brother Li Yuan." Just as they were conversing, a series of sweet calls echoed from nearby. Li Yuan turned to see a young girl clad in silver-white South Border attire rushing towards him, the jingling of silver ornaments accompanying her. Her smile radiant. "Little princess?" "Li Yuan, dear brother, it is such a joy to finally see you. I knew you would come." Princess Xiao Qiner of Kanglan rushed over, her face alight with happiness upon encountering Li Yuan. "Congratulations, little princess, on realizing your dreams and becoming a formidable gu master." In Li Yuan's perception, Xiao Qiner had already attained the status of a 5th-tier gu master at the tender age of merely 13. A full decade younger than him. This was precisely the formidable prowess of the 3rd-rank gu on the anomaly gu list, the heart inquiry gu. Yet, she still fell short in comparison to her elder brother Li Yuan. With a sweet smile, Xiao Qiner declared, "You have always been my aspiration." The memory of that fateful night of demon bloodshed was deeply etched in the mind of the Kanglan princess, in the days that followed. Despite encountering many Gu masters, she had yet to witness again that unparalleled, sovereign aura. Her teacher, however, had remarked, "Silly Cheener, that was merely the white moonlight of your childhood memories." Chapter 70. Old Dreams. Was it truly the white moonlight of childhood memories? Xiao Qiner did not feel her teacher's words were accurate. Upon seeing Li Yuan again, she still perceived this elder brother, who had introduced her to the world of Gu, as incredibly powerful. Even with the Heart Inquiry Gu ranking third on the Anomaly Gu list, it did not alter her sentiments. Instead, it evoked a sense of longing that felt increasingly unattainable. "Do you two know each other?" Ning Hongyu inquired, her expression one of surprise. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "The little princess resided in the 12-cave bamboo grove for a time." Ning Hongyu teased, "My teacher mentioned you are solitary and withdrawn. I had no idea you had so many friends, even the little princess of Kanglan." "Sister, you know me?" Xiao Qiner stared at Ning Hongyu for a moment, as she seemed unfamiliar with such a stunning and alluring older sister. "I am Ning Hongyu." You are Sister Hongyu?" Xiao Qiner exclaimed with delight. "My teacher told me you are the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace. From now on, it will be you." Ning Hongyu was not one to covet competition, yet she felt a twinge of reluctance, ultimately having to acknowledge the reality. Before the Heart Inquiry Gu, she had no chance of victory. "I still have a long way to go before reaching Sister Hongyu," Xiao Qiner humbly replied. "Xiao Qiner, enough chatter, we must leave. Father is still waiting for you." At that moment, a sword-bearing youth approached. Li Yuan turned to see Xiao Lai, the heir of Kanglan, whom he had not seen for many years. The once impetuous youth now exuded a certain manly demeanor. Standing tall, clad in armor, Xiao Lai merely glanced at Li Yuan without offering a greeting. "Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu, I must take my leave," Xiao Qiner said softly. "Be cautious. Father mentioned the Fengshan Grand Ceremony may not be peaceful. A bloodbath could ensue." "Understood. You take care as well," Li Yuan nodded. Watching the little princess depart, the attitude of King Kanglan had already signaled his distrust regarding the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. Other lords would likely be reluctant to have a master above them, especially those like King Yu, who dared to conspire with demons, revealing their stance. As night fell, various factions set up camp. The once tranquil Kunlun Su was now illuminated nightly. Due to circumstances, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu found themselves sharing a tent, separated by a curtain. Lying on the blanket, Li Yuan rested his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky as the pristine moonlight filtered through the still open tent top. Sleeping here, his thoughts were restless. As if intertwined with the very land beneath him, memories of his grandfather, the imperial physician, echoed in his mind. "Yuaner, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is the Prince of Dian. Your mother is the Shou Si Ming of the extreme North Ice Plain tribe, and the favored consort and from 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. When combined with potent medicine, it holds the potential to grant you the roots of a martial god. Yuaner, you must slay the demons, restore Dian, and avenge your mother." Li Yuan felt a warmth in his chest. He grasped the jade pendant containing the founding emperor's blood, which had lain dormant for years, now stirring as if yearning to merge with him. The Dian dragon vein of Kunlun Su might just be the finest medicine. "Do not rush. It will be soon," Li Yuan murmured to himself. "I will reclaim all that belongs to me and will not allow you to be tarnished, but it requires an opportune moment. Chaos is the best opportunity." While various factions speculated on the current situation, only Li Yuan understood that the Fengshan Grand Ceremony in 3 days would surely descend into chaos. For the dragon vein could not truly manifest, though what extent the chaos would reach, even Li Yuan could not predict. Should the opportunity arise, he would save the imperial physician's grandson. If not, he would have to wait until the years to come to settle both new and old scores. Thump, thump, thump. Li Yuan's heart thudded heavily. Beneath Kunlun Su, something was always resonating with him. The bloodline of the martial god was indeed extraordinary. Even after being drained of blood and reformed, some things remained irreplaceable. Their legacy etched into his soul, corroborated by fate. Thank goodness for that, Li Yuan reflected. If it could be so easily replaced, the martial god treasures of the founding emperor would have long been seized by various ambitious factions. As he pondered, the tent's curtain fluttered in the wind, and a warm presence nestled beside him. Lying on her side, with star-like eyes fixed on him, A faint fragrance wafted through the air. How could I have forgotten this? Li Yuan slapped his forehead, both exasperated and amused. The moment his thoughts strayed, the remnants of the Sword Fairy's consciousness, unable to maintain independent action, would involuntarily lean toward him. Just now, he had been drawn in by the power of the Dian Dragon vein of Kunlun Su. And the Sword Fairy had slipped into the tent. Although it was quite lovely, Li Yuan admired the Sword Fairy's breathtaking beauty. Her ethereal aura, cultivated over 3,000 years of seclusion, was enchanting, mesmerizing him endlessly. All right then, you can sleep here, Li Yuan resignedly said, allowing the Sword Fairy to lean against him to prevent any further mishaps. Kunlun Su was too enigmatic for him. He was highly likely to become distracted again, especially on the day of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony, when unforeseen events were certain to occur. The Sword Fairy nodded, yet still did not close her eyes, continuing to gaze at Li Yuan. Stop staring at me. Go to sleep, Li Yuan communicated through thought, returning to a reclining position. Only then did the Sword Fairy mimic him, lying back and shutting her eyes, a bit obedient, a bit foolish, and a touch endearing. She occasionally displayed a hint of rebellion. It felt akin to having a small cat. That night, Li Yuan dreamt a vivid dream. He envisioned the founding emperor rising amidst chaos, wielding a 3-foot azure blade to carve a path through the vast expanse. Transforming Kunlun Su into the Dian Dragon vein, he dreamt of his mother, Consort Un, bidding him an emotional farewell. He dreamt of ascending the steps to the dragon throne, where the ancestors of the Li family and emperors of generations cradled him as an infant, guiding him step by step upwards. Morning broke, and Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of voices. Though you see that. Those are the people of the extreme North Ice Plain tribe. It is said that the women from the extreme North Ice Plain possess skin as icy and beautiful as jade, resembling celestial beings. The one leading, veiled, is the Shou Si Ming and Mu Yao of the extreme North Ice Plain tribe. Discussions swirled around him. Extreme North Ice Plain tribe, Shou Si Ming, and Mu Yao. These words stirred a tempest within Li Yuan's heart. Had his mother's kin arrived? And was it his aunt? Contemplating this, Li Yuan abruptly sat up, swiftly donning his garments and exiting the tent. Ning Hongyu stood outside, a smile gracing her features as she observed him. Junior brother, you seem to have slept soundly last night. Only upon hearing that a great beauty was passing by did you deign to awaken. Chapter 71. Encountering in the crowd. Sister, you have a point. Sleeping in Kunlun Su indeed feels different, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Your mindset is commendable. Ning Hongyu praised. Someone like me, who fears death, is terrified of being silenced in the night and can only manage a slight nap. But you were here to guard me, weren't you? Li Yuan said, glancing towards the distance, where a group was making its way from the foot of Tianyin Peak in Kunlun Xu. At the forefront was a woman clad in an ice-blue robe, adorned with a hood made of white fox fur, draped in a snow-colored shawl, the hem of her attire jingling with small ice bells crafted from pure jade, embedded with tiny ice diamonds. Around her delicate ankles were 2 chains made of ice and gemstones, a distinctive attire of the Shou Si Ming from the extreme North Ice Plain tribe. She moved gracefully, her presence ethereal. Even with her face veiled, the beauty of the ice plain shone through, captivating the onlookers in Kunlun Su. Hey, junior brother, stop staring in a daze. Ning Hongyu teased as she noticed Li Yuan's engrossed expression. That's a woman you cannot have. Perhaps you should pay more attention to your sister. She is not inferior, and at the very least, your child won't go hungry, Li Yuan. What kind of brazen words are those? Sister, do not speak carelessly. I am merely curious, as it is rare to encounter someone from the extreme North Ice Plain tribe, separated by such vast distances. I do not believe you. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the scrutiny of various factions, the group from the extreme North Ice Plain gathered in a clearing, performing ritualistic movements and chanting ancient incantations. Finally, Shou Si Ming and Mu Yao inserted a piece of chess into the ground. What are they doing? Li Yuan inquired. They are likely conducting some sort of ritual, probably related to the dragon vein, Ning Hongyu replied. Speaking of which, this Shou Si Ming is essentially the little prince's maternal aunt. Sharing some of the same bloodline. It is no coincidence that the extreme North Ice Plain tribe excels in totemic treasures and bloodline secret techniques, which is why King Night Owl invited her. Few possess the ability to verify the authenticity of the little prince's bloodline, and among them is Xiao Siming and Muiao.as, the most formidable figure of the younger generation from the Ninth Palace. Ning Hongyu is well-informed. Li Yuan is taken aback. If An Muyao can ascertain the truth of the little prince's lineage, she must already be aware that the currently Chengxiu is merely a substitute. So does King Night Owl know? He likely does. If everything unfolds as I suspect, then the Fengchan Grand Ceremony is nothing but a ruse, a grand play to ensnare a big fish. And that big fish is none other than me. Li Yuan. Li Yuan harbors doubts about King Night Owl. He is also skeptical of his aunt, whom he has never met, even as the little prince's savior and the biological grandson of the imperial physician. He remains cautious. He must tread carefully. The only fate that awaits one who recklessly reveals their identity is to become a pawn, a mere key in the hands of others, lost in thought. The group from the Icefield tribe completes their sacrificial rites and proceeds to another open area to continue planting their flags. Li Yuan stands amidst the crowd, silently observing, appearing like a mere passerby, his face betraying not a hint of the turmoil within. After a while, the Icefield tribe shifts locations once more, heading towards the encampment of the Ninth Palace Esgu nest. Li Yuan's brow furrows, and he subtly retreats behind Ning Hongyu. Junior brother, why are you hiding further back? Ning Hongyu teases. The Icefield beauty has truly arrived. Shouldn't you move closer to get a better look? Such an opportunity is rare. Upon comparison, I find my senior sister far more captivating, Li Yuan retorts, having learned to counter. At least you are perceptive. As they banter. The group from the Icefield tribe approaches. An Muyao leads the way, her fair feet treading the ground, leaving behind a trail of icy lotuses, untouched by dust. She deliberately waits for various factions to gather before arranging the totem flags, eager to see if Xiao Liner would make an appearance here. Just then, An Muyao feels a surge within her. The jade pendant resting against her chest trembles slightly. Xiao Liner. Xiao Siming's heart races with excitement. He is truly here. Yet, she refrains from making any rash movements. Every action of hers is under the watchful gaze of King Night Owl. Should she expose Xiao Liner's whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. Maintaining her composure, An Muyao proceeds forward. Upon reaching an open space, she plants another flag, not deliberately searching for Xiao Liner but casting her gaze evenly over the crowd. South Border, Ninth Palace Gu Nest. In the past, during the royal blood disaster, did Xiao Liner escape to the South Border after being sent out of the palace? Has he forsaken martial arts in favor of Gu techniques? Through her connection with her sister's jade pendant, she can distinctly sense that Xiao Liner is nearby. Alas, she cannot identify him individually, nor can she acknowledge him directly in this moment. After the Fengchan Grand Ceremony concludes, she will visit the Ninth Palace Gu Nest. An Muyao suppresses her racing heart and leaves the area, revealing no signs of abnormality throughout. Among the crowd, observing Xiao Siming's departure, Li Yuan gradually feels a weight lift from his heart. She must have sensed my presence, right? At the very least, she knows I am among the throng. Moments ago, Li Yuan's jade pendant also responded, causing him to tense up, fearing that this aunt he has just met might wish to acknowledge him. Fortunately, An Muyao remained calm throughout, behaving as if nothing were amiss. It seems that my aunt is likely on my side. She fears being recognized by King Night Owl. Yet, I still lack caution. Li Yuan reflects. He had not anticipated that the jade pendant left to him by his mother was a twin. The other piece adorns his aunt. A storm is brewing. Li Yuan is eager to see how this drama will unfold in the end. Since arriving here, he has understood that the Dian dragon vein can only be manifested by him. Even the biological grandson of the imperial physician cannot achieve it. King Night Owl is surely aware of this fact, yet he still summons various lords, gathering the heroes of the realm in Kunlun Su. Either he possesses means to deceive the heavens, or he never intended for the Fengchan Grand Ceremony to reach its conclusion, using it merely to execute a certain plan. He leans more towards the latter. Although King Night Owl is recognized as a peak figure in contemporary martial arts, he likely cannot break through the methods laid down by the martial god, especially since King Night Owl grew up under the influence of the Emperor's will, which weighs heavily upon him. It is becoming increasingly intriguing. Through the intricate details of various events, Li Yuan deduces the general trajectory of the Fengchan Grand Ceremony. Let chaos reign. It is better that way. For me, the greater the chaos, the greater the safety, and the better the chance to resolve the knot in my heart. Another night passes. The final day before the commencement of the Fengchang Grand Ceremony arrives. Ning Hongyu awakens Li Yuan early. Junior brother, are you truly confident, or are you simply carefree? The greater the storm, the more soundly you sleep. What is it, senior sister? In Kunlun Su, Li Yuan indeed sleeps soundly. Comforted by the safety provided by his ancestors, Ning Hongyu's brows furrow slightly. The palace master and King Kanglin are deliberating on significant matters. We are summoned to join them. It may not bode well. The Fengchang Grand Ceremony is likely to encounter trouble. Chapter 72. The Fengchang Grand Ceremony commences following Ning Hongyu to the command camp of the Kanglin army. Li Yuan encounters many unfamiliar faces, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Talented practitioners of Gu techniques and martial arts geniuses gather here in numbers. Li Yuan glances around. Many elite disciples from the Ninth Palace have arrived, yet he is uncertain how many palace masters are present. Before long, King Kanglin Xiaoyuan emerges from the tent, accompanied by an elderly matron. Salutations to King Kanglin, greetings to the Ninth Palace Master. The crowd bows in respect. This is Li Yuan's first encounter with the Ninth Palace Master. By relation, the Ninth Palace Master is the instructor of King Kanglin's consort, making her of an elder generation compared to King Kanglin Xiaoyuan. Esteemed guests, I have summoned you here today for an important mission. King Kanglin begins, standing with his hands clasped behind him. Yesterday, our spies detected traces of demons. Various demons are sure to assault Kunlun Su, disrupting the Fengchang Grand Ceremony. This is crucial for the revival of the Dian royal family and the peace of the realm. The ceremony must not encounter any mishaps. Retaining Kunlun Su with the strength of the Lord should be a simple task, yet with hearts divided, those who harbor ill intentions seek to betray us. Hence, there will inevitably be some gaps in tomorrow's defenses, and your task is to guard these breaches. King Kanglin's meaning is clear. He speaks of King Yu. Previously, King Yu almost openly colluded with demons to vie for control over the south border. And it is only due to the current turmoil that Night Owl Guard has been unable to deal with him. Perhaps those wishing to betray are not limited to King Yu. Understood. The crowd bows in unison. Subsequently, King Kanglin's subordinates unfurl a map, displaying it in the air for all to see. Xiaoyuan points out several strategic points and assigns everyone their defensive positions. Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu are assigned together, stationed with several Kanglin troops to guard a route leading to Tianyan Peak. Senior sister, did only one palace master come from our ninth palace Gu nest? Li Yuan inquires curiously. I heard that the sixth palace master also arrived. Ning Hongyu replies, however, the sixth palace master never reveals his true form. His innate Gu is the thousand-faced Gu, allowing him to blend into the mortal realm, making it difficult for many to recognize him. Is that so? Li Yuan muses, marveling at the many peculiar figures among the 9 palace masters. A sleepless night passes. Li Yuan rises early as dawn breaks. Flames erupt on Tianyan platform, resembling a great sun that illuminates the entirety of Kunlun Su. The flags previously set up by the Icefield tribe in various locations begin to glow. The flags of each region are interconnected by an invisible energy. Harmonizing as one, the mountains awash in a cascade of light, surrounding the vast expanse of Kunlun Exute. Is it finally about to begin? As the true descendant of the Dian bloodline, Li Yuan's perception grows increasingly acute. The dragon vein energy concealed beneath Kunlun Su is stirred by the ancient ritual. Yet, it still lacks a central figure to guide it, remaining unable to manifest. That figure can only be him. Thus, it is destined that this Fengchang Grand Ceremony will fail. Li Yuan gazes towards the mountain peak. Amidst the blazing flames, a figure appears, gradually ascending Tianyan platform, his powerful voice echoing between the mountains. Today, the Dian royal family holds the Fengchang Grand Ceremony in Kunlun Su to honor heaven and earth and to reveal the dragon vein. From the very opening address, Li Yuan confirms his suspicions. King Night Owl must know that the little prince is a substitute, not the true dragon, which is why he allows the ceremony to proceed in the royal name rather than in the name of the emperor. In just a few short words, he senses the impending storm. Looking around, the majority remain hopeful, unaware of the gravity of the situation, their eyes filled with anticipation, awaiting the baptism of the true dragon's fortune. One cannot deceive heaven. If the ceremony fails, public sentiment will be lost, and the final dignity of the Dian royal family will crumble. Therefore, Li Yuan surmises that King Night Owl would not dare allow the ceremony to reach its conclusion. It is highly likely he will use the demon's hand to interrupt everything. The powerful voice continues to resonate through the heavens and earth. Kunlun, the spine of heaven and earth, the source of all spirits. The foundation of Dayan. Since the establishment of the dynasty by the great ancestor emperor 1,000 years ago, the dragon vein has resided in Kunlun, protecting the people of Dayan. Today, with the nation flourishing and the people united, it is the time for the dragon vein to manifest. I shall uphold the heavenly mandate, follow the will of the people, and collaborate with the deities of heaven and earth to celebrate this occasion. Praying for the eternal stability of the dragon vein and the perpetual prosperity of the nation. May Dayan endure for millennia, thriving endlessly. With his words, a dragon's roar reverberates through the heavens and earth. Above the boundless Kunlun Su, auspicious light emerges, swirling and billowing among the mountains, eyeing the vast expanse of the heavens and earth. The dual forces of yin and yang intertwine and collide, creating a magnificent tapestry of vibrant hues above the mountain peaks. As if the celestial path has laid down a splendid carpet for this grand ceremony, ancient trees stand tall amidst the mountains, resonating in harmony, while ethereal birds take flight, their melodious cries echoing with clarity. It is as though a dragon's roar awakens the spirits of all living beings. May the grand legacy endure through the ages, flourishing eternally. At the foot of the mountain, various lords and heroes of the realm bow their heads in reverence upon witnessing this spectacle, hoping to receive a fragment of the auspicious blessing. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Were it not for their fear of the night owl king's might, they would rush to the summit to claim the most resplendent divine benediction for themselves. At the Tianyin platform, the altar, crafted from exotic stones, glimmers resplendently, emitting a blinding radiance. Surrounding it are a plethora of rare treasures, offered as sacrifices to the deities of heaven and earth. At the center of the altar, the imperial seal of Dayan connects heaven and earth. The royal fortune manifests as a pillar of destiny, 3 feet wide, piercing through the clouds and ascending into the sky. Compared to the grand ceremony of the previous emperor's ascension, the disparity in the pillar of fortune is staggering. This one appears minuscule, akin to a silver needle. An elder among the crowd, a figure from the era of the former emperor, reminisces wistfully. He vaguely recalls the former emperor's ascension, when the pillar of fortune loomed like a mountain, visible across the seas and lands. It is beyond imagination how prosperous the founding emperor must have been when establishing the Dayan dynasty. Li Yuan hears these lamentations, confirming that the royal fortune of Dayan has indeed diminished to a certain extent, to the point where the hearts of the people are scattered. Should the destined individual raise their arm and call out, they could easily usurp the throne. Yet, the long-awaited destined individual has yet to appear. Li Yuan remains passive, merely observing. After a while, the pillar of fortune begins to emanate dragon energy, and a faint vision of a 5-clawed golden dragon is poised to manifest in the world. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts from beneath Kunlun Void, reverberating through the air. The people on the mountain and in the valley are invigorated, believing that the dragon vein is about to reveal itself, and the gates of heaven will reopen, showering fortune upon the realm. Only Li Yuan knows the truth. The dragon vein remains in slumber, showing no signs of stirring. All that transpires is but a superficial illusion, a mere ruse that cannot endure for long. If this continues, the truth will inevitably be unveiled. Chapter 73. The invasion of demons and monsters at the Tianyin platform. Li Chengxiu stands in a daze. His feelings intensify. This place does not belong to him, nor does he belong here. Everything before his eyes is an illusion. All that exists here is the domain of another. His true belonging will forever be that small village at the foot of the mountain. He feels no kinship towards the royal family, the dragon vein, or the ancestors of the Li family. He has now come to a complete understanding of his true heart. The dragon vein that is about to evolve is a fabrication. The Night Owl King seeks to use him as a pawn in a grand performance. Yet, he remains unaware whether this performance will bring calamity to the world or save the people from disaster. His understanding is ultimately too shallow to discern anything. He can only watch helplessly as the vision of the 5-clawed golden dragon gradually materializes along the pillar of fortune. Time passes slowly. Suddenly, a violent commotion erupts in the distance. Eye in the heavens, a massive black lotus blooms abruptly, releasing boundless dark energy, akin to layers of dark clouds, infiltrating the radiant Kunlun void. The pillar of fortune is shaken. The coalescing vision of the five-clawed golden dragon also shows signs of disintegration. Black Lotus Demon Emperor. How dare you? A resounding roar echoes through the heavens as the Night Owl King steps forth from Kunlun Void, appearing atop the Black Lotus in an instant. With a single palm strike, the very fabric of space seems to shatter like a broken mirror, and the Black Lotus is reduced to ashes. Unexpectedly, the ashes scattered across the heavens and earth bloom once more, transforming into countless tiny black lotuses that explode anew. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun Void trembles under the cascading explosions, the earth quaking violently. Protect the altar, the Night Owl King commands, simultaneously forcing the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat to the distant battlefield. At the same time, more demons and monsters surge forth from various directions of Kunlun Void. What a splendid performance it is! The situation aligns with Li Yuan's expectations. The Night Owl King has indeed seized the opportunity to halt this grand ceremony. Consequently, even if various lords discern the underlying clues, the earlier spectacle will convince the common folk that the heir to the Dian royal family has returned. There are many foolish souls who merely follow the crowd. The few who remain clear-headed must also feign ignorance under the prevailing circumstances. This is undoubtedly advantageous for the Dian royal family, as it ensures that the hearts of the people do not scatter. With a pillar of support in place, the cohesion of the stationed troops across the regions will also be strengthened. Kill. At this very moment, the unsuspecting forces begin to clash with the demons and monsters in a frenzy. Indeed, trouble has arisen. Nai Hongyu, furrowed brow, says, "Junior brother, we must leave." Their mission is to secure a road adjacent to the area occupied by the Yuan army. Let us go. As anticipated by King Kanglin, when Li Yuan and Nai Hongyu arrive, a massive wave of demons is already surging through this route, with the Yuan side completely unguarded, allowing the demons to pour in. The Kanglin army is locked in a fierce battle with the demons. Li Yuan spots a familiar figure among the fray. It is Li Ruoqian, the personal attendant of the young princess Xiao Qiner from days gone by. Li Yuan? Upon seeing the reinforcements, Li Ruoqian is momentarily taken aback, astonished by the powerful aura emanating from him, which rivals her own as a martial grandmaster. Miss Li, it has been a long time. Li Yuan rushes forward, slaying demons with his transformation techniques. I end this battle. Could you assist me in acquiring a 7th-tier demon corpse? Negotiating business right off the bat. Let us discuss after we survive this ordeal. Li Ruoqian replies, somewhat irked, "Junior brother, your fortune is quite remarkable. Wherever you go, there are beautiful companions, even amidst this bloody battlefield." And Nai Hongyu remarks from behind, "Sister, do not think too much. Miss Li is merely my business partner, and we happen to cross paths today." Li Yuan defends himself. Pimpth. Nai Hongyu snorts lightly, then shifts the conversation. "Speaking of which, I haven't given you a welcoming gift yet. You mentioned wanting a 7th-tier demon corpse? Sister will fetch one for you. It will certainly be better than what Miss Li offers." Li Yuan is left speechless. His relationship with Miss Li is purely professional, yet his sister seems intent on creating drama. As thoughts swirl in his mind, Nai Hongyu has already charged into battle. As Egu Master, her combat style predominantly involves close-quarters combat, showcasing her impressive martial skills. Jiu insects swirl around her, allowing her to strike with stealth. The demons she engages with fall victim to her techniques, either rotting away or collapsing lifelessly, in mere moments. Nai Hongyu carves a bloody path, confronting a 7th-tier tiger demon. Li Yuan is also engaged in the fray. He refrains from unleashing his full strength, as Shao Kai and Wu Mei are concealed within his attire, while the sword fairy observes from a distance, not yet joining the fray. Boom. After effortlessly obliterating a 6th-tier demon, Li Yuan assesses his own abilities. With the enhancement of the 2,000 Gu houses, his power far surpasses that of a 6th-tier demon, making a direct confrontation with a 7th-tier demon entirely feasible. If he were to employ various tactics and unleash a full-scale battle, he is confident in his ability to slay a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst this chaotic battlefield, he prefers to remain inconspicuous, displaying only the prowess of an ordinary genius. Rumbling. The dragon vein phenomenon in the sky continues to flicker, struggling to hold its form. I must find an opportunity to resonate with the dragon vein and seize the royal inheritance. Li Yuan is determined not to let go of what rightfully belongs to him. The greater the chaos, the better the cover. As Li Yuan ponders, a figure suddenly hurtles backward, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. It is Li Ruoqian, an 8th-tier demon saint. Li Yuan squints. Wait, not quite an 8th tier. It appears to be at the pinnacle of a half-saint's realm. It is an elephant demon, possessing a human-like torso but with elephant feet, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ordinary blades and swords barely leave a mark upon its hide. Li Yuan, retreat. Li Ruoqian grips her blade and charges once again. As a grandmaster, she is capable of condensing indestructible blood, rapidly recovering, and she is among the younger generation of the Kanglan army. Unafraid in the face of a half-saint, the two engage in combat once more, but the situation is evident. Li Ruoqian, having only recently ascended to the 7th-tier Grandmaster realm, is no match for the elephant demon. Human talent, nothing more. The elephant demon speaks, its attacks appearing clumsy yet capable of shattering myriad techniques. With a powerful kick, it can crush mountains, rendering even the most exquisite sword techniques of Li Ruoqian ineffective. What a remarkable demon puppet! Li Yuan watches enviously. A half-step demon saint is still considered 7th tier, falling well within Wu Mei's controllable range. If he could manage to seize one, his combat prowess would increase dramatically. Unfortunately, the opportunity seems slim. Unless he were to enlist the Sword Fairy's assistance in the battle, Li Yuan hesitates. The Sword Fairy is far too ethereal. Should she appear in public view, it would undoubtedly attract endless trouble. Not to mention that the Lingxiao sword sect, her ancestral home from 3,000 years ago, also resides within Kunlun Void. If they were to discover that he has turned their ancestor into his personal goo, using her for warmth, they would undoubtedly seek to kill him. Roar. At this moment, another battlefield undergoes a transformation. Li Yuan looks over to see an Ai Hongyu, clad in a flowing red gown, perched atop the neck of a tiger demon. Her golden legs radiating brilliance. With a forceful twist, she snaps the tiger demon's neck. Golden-clad goo, mighty goo. Master Sister has truly employed them to such an extent. At this moment, an Ai Hongyu glances at Li Yuan, brandishing the tiger demon's corpse as she approaches, her red gown billowing in the wind, her fair legs dashing through the blood-stained battlefield. How is it, junior brother? Are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 74. The half-saint elephant demon completely. Satisfied Li Yuan is left in a state of astonishment. Thank you, Master Sister. Master Sister Ning Hongyu proved to be far more formidable and fierce than he had anticipated. Not only did she wield the art of goo with extraordinary finesse, but her own prowess was equally impressive. This rare opportunity warranted diligent honing of skills. With a smile, Ning Hongyu once again surged forth, declaring, I shall rescue your dear friend, Lady Li. As she spoke, her crimson dress whirled gracefully across the battlefield, advancing towards the half-saint of the elephant demon. Suddenly, a flurry of sharp arrows shot forth from the shadows, compelling Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. Activating the golden garment goo, she deftly deflected all incoming projectiles. The lady in red possesses quite an admirable figure. Might I join you in some playful engagement? Approached an individual bearing a quiver. Zhang Qiufeng. It is you? Li Ruoqian recognized the newcomer, exclaiming in anger. This is Kunlun Su. Do you not fear the Night Owl King will have your head for conspiring with demons? My dear sister, you err, Zhang Qiufeng retorted with a smirk. I have long ceased to consider myself human. Demons are my brethren. Do not hastily assign labels. The great Yan's rightful order shall return, and the world shall be at peace, eradicating all demons. You shall meet your demise, Li Ruoqian scolded. Rightful order? Zhang Qiufeng scoffed. This endeavor shall not succeed today. Awaken from your slumber, for the great Yin has perished, and only pitiful souls like you continue to live in delusion. Traitor, disgusting, Li Ruoqian spat in disdain. Let us see if you can survive. Zhang Qiufeng grinned mockingly. You hold your ground. I shall first retrieve the head of that traitor. Ning Hongyu could no longer contain herself. Be cautious, for this traitor is no weakling. He was once the adopted son of King Yu and possesses strength nearing that of a half-saint. Li Ruoqian warned. The battlefield was further fragmented as an increasing tide of demons surged down this path, inflicting grievous casualties upon the Kanglan army. Other routes fared no better, with even some demons advancing towards Tianyan Peak. Is this all a performance? Li Yuan questioned, doubting that amidst the convergence of heroes, even the mightiest organization, the Night Owl Guard, could halt the demons. It was evident that someone wished to prevent the little prince from ascending to the throne. deliberately employing demons against the royal family. Perhaps the only ones genuinely fighting for survival were the Kanglan army, with only Kanglan King Xiaoyuan truly desiring to see the royal family restored. Boom! After hundreds of exchanges, Li Ruoqian was struck by the elephant demon's foot, nearly incapacitated, her recovery waning as she fell into a disadvantageous position. Observing this, Li Yuan was compelled to charge forth. Should Li Ruoqian perish, the Kanglan army would crumble, and he and Master Sister would likely share a grim fate. Boom, boom, boom. The half-saint elephant demon roared with manic laughter, relentlessly trampling and kicking, forcing Li Ruoqian to evade repeatedly. Its trunk lashed out like a whip, each strike creating massive craters in the ground. In a moment of carelessness, Li Ruoqian was again struck, her blade sent flying, as the elephant's hoof descended, threatening to crush her into pulp. At that critical juncture, Li Yuan finally carved a bloody path to her side. The giant spirit Gu fully unleashed, his vitality blazed like an inferno around him, hair standing on end, resembling a crimson wave against the backdrop of blood flames. Boom! He unleashed a punch, clashing directly with the elephant's hoof. The half-saint demon staggered back, while Li Yuan was forced to retreat several steps, leaving Li Ruoqian in stunned silence. Li Yuan, she stammered, "Are you truly human?" The elephant demon, endowed with immense strength, was a half-saint. Its physical power could easily crush the vast majority of its peers, let alone a Gu master unskilled in physical combat. "Stop dawdling," Li Yuan urged. "Lady Li, I have my sights set on that demon's corpse. Could you assist me in severing a few limbs?" Very well. Li Ruoqian found his demeanor peculiar. Li Yuan seemed transformed, brimming with audacity, shedding his former humility and caution. He described the living half-saint demon as merely a corpse. "You little brat, you shall meet your end." The half-saint elephant demon was thoroughly provoked, still very much alive, yet regarded as a mere corpse. Such insolence was utterly unforgivable. Elephant demon, mere size does not equate to strength. Li Yuan's hair billowed wildly as he declared, "If I say you are a corpse, then you shall indeed be treated as one. Die!" The half-saint's hoof swept towards him. Li Yuan's muscles bulged, his garments tearing as he rooted himself, merging his stance, and simultaneously unleashed a powerful punch. The clash of titanic forces sent waves of energy coursing through the air. Regeneration Gu? Li Yuan did not retreat to dissipate the force. Instead, he held his breath, employing the regenerative powers of the Gu to heal, allowing him to recover instantaneously despite sustaining internal injuries. Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you seeking death? Li Ruoqian's heart raced in terror. This individual, who previously appeared graceful and cautious, now fought like a desperate outlaw, seemingly valuing his life no longer. "Do not concern yourself. Aid me in my assault. Strike with all your might," Li Yuan bellowed, pressing forward recklessly. The half-saint elephant demon was unnerved by such a reckless approach, even as its own insides churned from the impact. Realizing that a mere human stood more resilient than itself, having reached this juncture, Li Ruoqian too succumbed to madness. With Li Yuan's help to distract, her exquisite blade techniques finally flourished, no longer stifled by brute force. Within Li Yuan's grasp, Mitsai was brewing, a swirling mass of white flame rising within her abdomen. The half-saint elephant demon was forced back step by step. Despite not suffering any substantial injuries, it felt an unbearable pressure. Finally reaching its limit. "Get away from me," it roared, ceasing to mitigate the impact, enduring the bodily clash, and determined to stomp down with renewed vigor. That very moment, it noticed a small, beautifully scaled serpent with colorful patterns emerging from Li Yuan's arms. Roar! The multicolored flame python opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of white fire in an instant. The elephant demon instinctively recoiled, only to find the flames intangible, unable to be extinguished, surging directly into its mind. Mental assault. It had not anticipated that what appeared to be a tangible flame was, in fact, a pure psychological attack, catching it off guard. Seizing this moment of confusion, Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian struck again. One attacking from above, the other from below. Buzz! With a resounding cry, Li Ruoqian's long blade plunged forcefully into the elephant demon's massive head, while Li Yuan unleashed a ferocious kick, landing a brutal strike below. The half-saint elephant demon let out a wretched howl, a more terrifying power erupting from within. a towering half-figure manifesting for a fleeting moment. Both Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian were thrown back by the force. Demonic celestial phenomenon. Such a technique was wielded only by demon saints. Even a fleeting moment was beyond the capacity of any below the 8th realm to withstand. Li Ruoqian crashed heavily to the ground, her bones shattering, nearly disassembled, while her blood coagulated at an increasingly sluggish rate. Failing to heal, Li Yuan, too, suffered shattered meridians, rapidly mending through the regenerative goo. All of you shall perish, the half-saint elephant demon, now drenched in blood, lunged forward, shaking the earth, intent on utterly crushing the two. Chapter 75. A legacy passed down. Li Yuan, flee, Li Ruoqian urged, her energy nearly depleted. The elephant demon, resilient despite sustained injuries, was still capable of fighting. She attempted to channel her energy to propel Li Yuan a distance away, hoping that the lady in red might still save him, but she soon froze in disbelief, despite the gust of air. Li Yuan remained unmoved, standing upright with a playful smile. Lady Li, cease this tragic performance. Remember, you owe me a favor, and for future dealings, do grant me some discounts. You can still fight? Li Ruoqian stared in astonishment, questioning his humanity. Was Gu truly so profound? His performance shattered her understanding of the Gu path. Boom, boom, boom. The half-saint elephant demon's approach shook the ground anew, yet it remained oblivious to the lifeless 7th-tier tiger demon's body lying on the ground. Now adorned with a small spider, glimmering like glass, its body pulsing with vibrant colors. Die? The half-saint elephant demon aimed another kick at Li Yuan, but in that moment, sensing danger, it had not time to react before a claw pierced through its chest. Tiger, brother tiger. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it turned to see a headless tiger demon's corpse. Li Ruoqian was equally bewildered. This. Controlling corpses, transforming them into puppets. Boom. The half-saint's heart was crushed by the tiger's paw. Yet it still stood, summoning its remaining strength to hurl the tiger's corpse away before leaping into the forest. Can it still escape? Its vitality is astonishing. Li Yuan was unwilling to let such a valuable corpse slip away and pursued it relentlessly. Do not chase a desperate foe. The forest is fraught with peril, Li Ruoqian shouted. Recover from your wounds. If you are so weak, do not concern yourself with my affairs. Li Yuan laughed heartily, discarding 2 rejuvenation goo and charging into the forest. Swiftly vanishing from view, rude, such unpleasant speech, Li Ruoqian spat, grumbling softly. Yet, there was something captivating about his demeanor, far more spirited than his previous facade of grace and gentility, in contrast to her impression of the cautious Li Yuan. She found herself appreciating the boldness and rawness he exhibited now in the depths of the forest. Li Yuan pursued the elephant demon, entering a secluded and desolate area. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly detach from the main force, he could engage in his own pursuits, be it fighting or killing, which were never his favored pastimes. The lords were playing their roles. Was he not also performing? In truth, he, Li Yuan, was the star of the show. After indulging in his own musings, Li Yuan exited the state of the giant spirit goo. Next, one must proceed with caution. The manifestation of the blood flow pattern under the influence of the giant spirit goo is exceedingly elevated in style, rendering it prone to mishaps, which is not to his liking. The fleeing elephant demon suddenly sensed something. Halting its steps and turning to gaze at Li Yuan. The vitality is waning. Are you unable to endure any longer? With the wind stilled and the rain ceased, the elephant demon felt invigorated once more. Surely, you are also a remarkable figure from the 9 Palaces Goo nest. It is commendable that a 6th transformation Goo master can compel someone like me, the elephant lord, to this juncture. I shall consume you. A great boon. The elephant demon swiftly redirected its course towards Li Yuan. However, after only a few strides, it abruptly halted, rooted to the spot, cold sweat drenching its fur, and its soul trembled in fear. Before the human Goo master, a figure appeared unexpectedly, a woman of unparalleled beauty, ethereal as if descended from the heavens. He had never encountered such an extraordinary aura, resembling a celestial being on earth, even captivating a creature of his kind, leaving him unable to avert his gaze. Please, sword fairy, slay the demon, Li Yuan softly intoned. Whoosh! The flash of the sword gleamed and vanished. as the sword fairy swung her blade. She remained before Li Yuan, but upon retracting it, she had already arrived behind the elephant demon. The expression of terror remained etched on the demon's face. 3 breaths later, its head slid from its towering form. A column of blood gushing forth from its neck. The elephant demon, half saint, dead, thud. Li Yuan simultaneously collapsed to the ground, his countenance ashen, as though drained of life. His limbs weakened, and his mind clouded. The preceding battle had continuously siphoned his vitality through the use of the rebirth goo and the giant spirit goo. Compounded by Mitsai's sudden assault and the rapid refinement of the tiger demon by Wu Mei, leaving him depleted of 90% of his essence. The sword fairy's strike had further drained him by an additional 30%. Indeed, the more formidable the power, the more challenging it is to wield. Li Yuan lay supine on the grass. The sword fairy, though splendid, should not be overly greedy, with each strike consuming 4/10 of his essence. 2 strikes would summon the nurturing mother, 3 strikes would send the soul soaring to the heavens. After what felt like the span of a tea ceremony, he gradually rose, regaining a modicum of strength. He gazed skyward. After relentless assaults by the demons, the pillar of fortune on the Heaven's Fate platform had dimmed, and the 5-clawed golden dragon could not manifest. This, he surmised, was the outcome desired by the Night Owl King, allowing him to shift all blame to the demons. Henceforth, would he leverage the Emperor to command the lords, or would he seek my true form through the bloodline of a substitute? Li Yuan could not ascertain. Fortunately, the chaos orchestrated by the Night Owl King was precisely what he required, aiding him in obscuring his presence to resonate with the dragon vein, the ancestral spirits of the Li family. The royal sages of generations past and their descendant, Li Yuan, constrained by circumstance, find themselves unable to conduct a grand ceremony of sacrifice to heaven and earth for you. But rest assured, from our family, none shall take what belongs to us. One day, I shall eradicate the demons, restore the great yin, and uphold the royal lineage. If you deem your descendant worthy, bestow upon me your legacy and illuminate my path. I shall not fail the trust bestowed by my ancestors. Li Yuan prostrated on the ground, forehead pressed against the earth, eyes closed, attuning himself to the resonance of the Kunlun Void's dragon vein. As the saying goes, sincerity begets spirituality. Having witnessed the formidable will of the Gu Immortal, he believed the martial will of his great ancestor would be no less potent, undoubtedly possessing a spirit capable of communion. Thump, thump, thump. Li Yuan's heartbeat once again grew heavy. The area around his heart radiated an intense heat, as the blood of his great ancestor sealed within the jade pendant unleashed its power, seeping forth as a mist of blood that merged into his being. Just as Li Yuan had anticipated, the dragon vein of the Kunlun Void was indeed the true elixir. Subsequently, golden light began to shimmer upon his exterior. It was as though an ethereal dragon robe enveloped him, exuding majesty, accompanied by a diminutive 5-clawed golden dragon spiraling around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the reception of the legacy to stir a tremendous commotion, causing the entirety of Kunlun Void to quiver. With dragons soaring in the wild, instilling awe across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Instead, ha 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 ha, Li Yuan could not help but burst into laughter, realizing that his ancestor had indeed foreseen this day.